things that is a difference between the last time these two teams met is Julio. Julio was not on the roster. It was the previous IGL, GDN. And what Julio has added to this team is just a sense of calm, a sense of a little bit more calm. We saw it in Jönköping. We have seen a bit of the growth on the side of W7M where, you know, if you want to try and beat everybody on their best map, fine, but it's exhausting. And this is a marathon. You're playing a best-of-3 series every single day, and we see it from W7M. They start every tournament massive. They beat everybody. They almost beat everybody at 2 majors concurrently. There was only 2 maps that they dropped to non-Latin American teams. One of them was to Elevate, one of them was to Wolves across the time. And that's that sort of thing here, where you're looking at them now and sort of going, lads, you can pull a little bit more close to your chest. Bring it out on the bigger stage. I mean, they also pull that out of Onigiri's chest, take him off from the drop from the window.
It's going to be a good entry here. They did manage to find the entry the last time as well. We went to reading. Back then, Elevate somehow able to basically slip themselves in after the top floor was given to them. So what I'm hoping to see is that W7M is not going to be abandoning this top floor as quickly. Actually put up a bit of a fight. You have the man advantage right now. Make sure you make them pay for trying to take it, because when they did, that's when the verticality came in, and as Mr. Punch now comes through as well, he's hoping to equalize the score, but JV92 in the way with a P90.
Yeah, just in the right place there, JV92. They could get the rotate round to dig in on the corner and make sure that they could strike when the iron was hot and the time was correct. What can you do now, Elevate? It seems like W7M is starting to warm into this fight. They're more than happy to greet you face first. That grenade over the top and the bullets follow up. He gets downed and dropped by the second, but it's a 2 versus 4. They still have the ability to try and hold themselves in. How can you sort of pinch and pull the players away? And how can you do it when you're the only one left? Caught out from the long angle. As you said before, the last time we were here, they gave up the top floor. This time, they barely let any of it slip away.
That's what I said. Like, you just need to hold on to it, because it is expensive to get in. The swings are very risky, and it leaves it only up to Sapper now. It's going in vertically, horizontally. We'll find one. Wallbangs a second. Suddenly, this is very doable. We went from a 4v1 to a 1v2 in only, well, 10 seconds time. And now the last remaining players are going to try and collapse around his position. He gets some pings. He knows what one of these players is. All he needs to do is find another wallbang as he's coming around the corner. Is he aware of the situation and the position of Phobes on the Wamai? Because then it will be a one-on-one with 15 seconds. Opens up the door, knows where the player is right now. He needs to swing in. A grenade gets pulled out to dislocate him. He's going to find that shot as well. 10 seconds left on the clock. A grenade gets tossed in wildly, but that's not going to be finding anybody. He's hurting side to side with a shotgun, swinging out for the final kill, bringing W7M the round, but that got way too close for comfort.
I think that was it as well there, and you can sort of see they're like, okay, you know, they had the hot pings, they knew when the player was coming around the corner. They could have just tucked tail and hidden away there at the end, and they would have been able to win it out as well. The goo mines were in foot. It was not an impossible task, but it was close to, and it would have had to be a 4K clutch. Elevate have taken their time out. They're going to slow the pace. They're going to try and bring themselves back ground here. They're sort of letting things slip away from them. They're letting W7M have some momentum and stopping that. And that's the sort of trade-off that we saw, because at the start of the game, it was back and forth. It was quite bloody. The game opened on a 3K from the push from Onigiri there. And ever since then, it seems like, as we said, W7M have had a bit more awareness of what's coming through against them.
Yeah, they definitely had the awareness of what's been happening. Just a little slip up on the reading, and every other thing they've been able to hold on to quite well. And we're headed back towards the kitchen. A side that Elevate was not able to win on the second round. Even though they did get an entry, and then they did get the trade right after they lost it, and, you know, they were in the advantage, but they just forgot to check all the angles and basically found themselves outmanned, outgunned in the end. This might turn out to be
you know,
about to say it.
You see a blitz, you wait for it to get locked in. Obviously, if you're unaware and you're sort of coming from more of a capture viewpoint, you can repick attackers up to a certain point before you'll hear a cool audio pulse. It's a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
So they might not stick it. You can obviously see 2 have already changed. The Iana to the Iana. Huge change.
That's a huge change.
Huge change. Nomad to the Capitao. It could be something fast and dangerous. Onigiri, I'm not going to say they're known for being a blitz main, but they're known for being good with the gun. Oh, there it is!
Last second, to
Last
Monty.
second. This is why. This is why you talk about this. What I will talk about as well is Solus. So far, I mean, it's been a roaring success here for W7M.
There's definitely been a lot of information that's been gathered, and of course we basically only really saw the one kill on DCH on the window, but besides that, been spotting out drones, been figuring out where the attack has been coming from, has been finding out where players are as well generally. But this is a very quick entry, by the way, from the Monty. Already inside, the door opened up. They could go for a very quick plant attempt here because who's there? There's only 2 players actually in the side. The other 2 are going to be playing from above using the verticality, and that's going to be the main issue here for Elevate. They need to circumvent that. And you do that either by opening up the wall or by sending someone up to the top floor to try and deal with them. Either of those 2 things need to happen before they can actually get a plan down.
Yeah, if you ever wondered why you always see teams sort of go for that pitter-patter at the top, it's because of that. Those angles, those openers means that the hard push will generally just fail. They have a full watch. It's tricky to get the angle first. They're going for some long-range destruction onto that bulletproof. The couple of frost mats just tucked over is quite clever, but I think the edge of a mute jammer just caught that one. So the Monty steps in, can call everything that they see is just passing over the intel of the players above. They're still opening up the angles, and until they're pressured, they're free to do as they like.
Still the top floor, you see some barricades being tossed up here to provide some extra security. Now players of Elevate are starting to deal with that by opening up the windows from the outside on that balcony. You see Mark repelled up there on the back. You see DCH ready to ascend the stairs to combine and, well, basically pinch them together so the Monty can start to walk in, so the Monty can actually try and get that plan down, because those 2 players up on the top floor, that is all that is holding W7M in a safe space right now. That's stopping Elevate from moving in.
They still have the long angle on the back of the heavy train machinery. They've still got the watch there, and they need something to happen here. Elevate, they're still prepping up and setting up. What are you trying to find on the top there? Nothing. But they still have the top control. That's the big sort of break here. There's a C4 ready. There's a grenade. Just bounced close. They're going for the plant. The swing comes through. They move the player off the plant. That is such an important moment, but they do get caught elsewhere. Volps, he's now stuck in on the corner. They couldn't quite get the kit to land entirely on the floor. They're going to see if they can re-get some control. There's a push coming around on Sapper down the corridor, but do they know that they're being watched? No, they're able to just get caught there. I thought they'd be able to slip their way around. They're fine, missed the punch on the swing here. Elevate, they went for something on a 3-2-1 count, but it's turned into a little bit more of a knockout here. Mark is the only one left.
Frostmat 2.5. It's unfortunate. I mean, the thing is, Elevate, they did what they needed to do there. They had the player up on the top floor. They stopped those players out there, but the lack of insight of the fact that someone was still in coat, no one able to deal with that. That's your Monty taken out. That's the diffuser suddenly dropped, and everything just went kind of south from that point onwards. DCH winning that gunfight, that is what basically created the panic up to the top, which would have allowed them to move in from below. But again, Kojak being the decisive factor there. And Elevate not being aware of it.
There was a big moment there, which we just got a replay of.
Yes.
Which was that the other player on the second story did not budge when the pressure came through. Volps. They were able to lock down, get that shotgun kill, stop the kit going down, and stop that play. They sort of hoped that they could get it based on the width of the swing there as well. The grenade was for the sudden idea. They wanted to shake the sort of metal of anybody that was up there. Luckily, the one who needed to be there for W7M did not move, and now they have this, a 2-round advantage. Onto their attacks, onto Cafe. It can sort of, you know, wind its way back and forth, but Elevate, they've slowed down a little, and that's a bit of a worry.
As the last 4 opening kills all have gone in favor of W7M. Only one of them they haven't been able to convert.
Oh, that's that.
And let's talk about it. You know, it's just Onigiri going out from a window, deciding to take down Hertz, bringing it back into Elevate's court. And that is going to be their entry kill that they would love to convert into a round to at least have those 3 rounds on the board, which was also the most they got in the last time they met on Cafe. So Mr. Punch active below as well in the garage, hoping to go for someone on the repellent south, but there's no one there really, so as soon as he will find out, he'll probably will go back up to the side and start playing it that way. W7M, they're just playing that drone game. They're just trying to figure out where these players are, where Elevate is set up. There's cameras, there's shields all set up. They need to deal with that. They cannot just jump in.
Look at this from DCH. He's sort of waiting and hoping for a fight. They have these army barricade. You'll see a lot of her played, and you might see a lot of her banned throughout this tournament. The Architect allows teams to really redevelop holes and sites, and you wouldn't be able to play that with that much aggression, but it buys some space to swing around. Volps, he's still trying to get his route through. They got that bulletproof, and now they got themselves inside. Cigar on the opposite side of a shield puts the pressure onto DCH, tries to swing into the next, but they know that they're just tucked around a little bit too deep to make the risk worth it. A minute 20 though, and a rotate round on the back. Doesn't get the connection, no! Missed the punch, got Volps within an inch of death, but unfortunately could not quite get it. And that is a great response.
Would have been a massive kill as well, because that would have been the pressure of Red gone off the board, and now it is going to be a 4-on-4 straight-up gunfight for this last minute onwards. There's players rotating down below on that first floor. You see Volps just making his way through, probably going to be using his breaching charges to try and dislocate these players right behind these tables. And as Onigiri goes a bit aggressive, he knows one is going to be on that window. Is he actually going to fight for it, or is he going to sit tight?
He's trying to do something based around the player underneath him. He's looking to survive. DCH is able to buy them a second of safety, 40 seconds, and Volps is back on top of Red, slow creeping their way up. There's a player tucked onto the shield. They heard the ping. They take the fight. And thankfully, they were quite injured from before. Julio, he's going to put down the smokes and the pressure over the top. 30 seconds. Wants to see if they can try and rock the player that's tucked in. DCH is still watching, but there goes Julio. There leaves just JV92. Has to recollect the kit. And well, if I said Elevate seemed like they'd lost a bit of confidence here. The swings and responses have been much better. There's a take, then there's one. Mark, with a gun that doesn't really see the biggest stretch.
No, the Caritas doesn't no, it is a hipfire headshot. This is how Pulsey goes pro.
A drop shot.
Yeah, no.
Fire headshot with a Caritas.
All we can say is well played.
That's
purely skill there, no luck involved.
If you got that on a bingo card, I would say it was rigged. On a fresh bingo.
Yeah, the fresh bingo card.
Caritas, drop shot, headshot.
Oh well. As Elevate, they instantly bounce back. They brought the fight outwards. They wanted to fight them on those windows, not really give them an opportunity to go inside properly. And this is a tactic that we have seen on this specific map. I believe it was SI 2021 in Paris by fellow APAC team, bringing it against BDS and Empire named KAG. Worked quite well for them. Didn't eventually win it, but if you go for those spawn peaks, if you just keep them at the windows, there's not really much they can do from that top floor. And that's why Elevate kind of pulled out of the books here and managed to find himself an extra round. Putting them on 3. Still a way to go to the win. Still one away from tying it up.
Is that a Grim?
That is a Grim.
Oh, come on. Stick the Grim. Stick the Grim.
It seemed
we got a Grim. Okay, well. That is not the most common thing. One of the things that's changed it is the fact that extended barrel. We talked about it a little bit before. Hey, Hap, how much more damage does that give you?
I believe that gives you a certain modifier of 15% extra damage per shot.
Wow, wow. And you're putting that in a fast operator. You're putting the pressure down. Not enough. Oh, no! Please survive. I want the Grim to get 1 kill and fire some bees.
They're aware.
I want some bees! Oh, they're hoping somebody comes. They've got him as bait at the minute.
Yeah, they're definitely baiting this.
There's the pickup. I really want a B kill.
Start firing DCH. No!
Oh, he's getting out of there. He thinks maybe his goose was a little bit cooked and he's pulled back. Okay, as we were saying, the extended barrel, it's going to bring him a little bit more into the play. He's not going to be common, but he is going to be more common than the 0 that he was played before.
I mean, 1 is more than 0. That you are 100% correct.
Unless he's played in the other game, I think this is the first major appearance.
Would dare to do to say that it hasn't been played yet so far. So this could very well be the first Grim play, and almost instantly got spawn peaked. So far going quite well.
Herds was as well. It's worth saying. Onigiri, in the excitement of Grim, Herds was caught out once again by Onigiri, peering out of a window and taking the head off of a player. If you're talking aggression, Elevator bringing it.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying, right? It works quite well keeping them outside of the building, because as soon as they get in, they can start doing this. Get these grenades close around the corner. That one just got caught off by the wall there. Not dealing too much damage, but Elevate still have the entry. That is what they're working with here, and 80 seconds left on the clock. A lot of verticality is starting to come through from W7M, but it's going to be enough to truly stop them as they go through. Now, that's the first B. He's going to be keeping DCH stuck in place. He cannot move or he will be spotted. But they might have actually thought that it's going to be clear now because the bees are out there, not realizing that DCH is just in the corner where the bees can't reach.
Oh, rebuilding the roof, but KZ doesn't care. I'm going to say that's the first confirmed kill of Grim ever. It's not, but it's definitely a start. Finds one, finds a big one in Onigiri, brings the balance back, but if I'm going to talk about time, 40 seconds. What I will say with W7M is they've done this, a lot more vertical control. They knew how important it was in that final round that we saw it locked off and entirely slowed down the push, but can they try and utilize it for their own effect now that they've done the busy work of getting rid of it? He's looking for the long firefight. They have the Capital bolts that have forced some movement. This is a site where you drive that. You want to try and push them back, get yourself a little pocket behind the hefty serving stations inside the middle and this little chassis. But Sapper with the swing round just onto Prep gets one. They have to pull away the Capital. They're caught elsewhere. They're rotating background, but they're inside the site now and they're able to take care of it. And on the backside, Mr. Punch. He's in a close consideration here. Gets one. They're waiting for the timer to tick. They're looking for the planter. They know where it is. They're all out of time. JV wins one. Looks for the second. The kick goes down. Just misses out. JV does not, though.
You might have heard the screams there from W7M because that was a very close round. The initial almost double Spompy kill came through. Then you have the ring around the Rosie with the smoke stopping the defuse for the first attempt. And then they still managed to clutch it out in the end. W7M, well done there. Muscled themselves through. As you see it in the replay. Massive from JV92 taking down the first, and unfortunate. Closer in the smoke than he might have thought on the side of Elevate. Otherwise, that could have been the end there. Either way, 5-3. W7M not refusing to give up more rounds, and it seems like another Grim might be brought. Now, of course, there's still 30 seconds of big time. And we didn't really see the bees. There we go. It's going to be a twitch.
Some bees.
Well, we saw some bees. Just
some bees.
Not what we want to see from the bees.
No. They're robot bees. For anyone that's worried, no real bees were
harmed. Yeah, no real bees were harmed.
It's the thing about like when people are like, oh, I would like a, you know, I want to see a canine operator. I'm like, I don't want to shoot a dog.
What about a robot dog?
Robot dog would be cool. I want to see robot bees, robot dogs. I want a robot bear operator, like
robot
a
bear.
Yeah.
Cyborg Milosh.
W7M. They stop what could have turned into a bit of a roll here, but will they do this? They lost the opening engagements the last two times on a Geary with Maestro at the bottom of
Why not?
White. I mean, it's a hell of a gun, but he is not a quick man, and now he's going to see if he can try and slip his way. They're already going up to White window. You can see they wanted to put some pressure down behind him. No, they're rotating off. They're making him a bit concerned. And he's been able to slip his way back into sight, but still, I mean, if you're roaming Maestro...
There's nothing wrong with that. You know, only the cameras can no longer be used if you die, but, you know, the man has had 2 entry kills in the last 2 rounds, so he just decided to go for another one, attemptedly. But for now, W7M focusing on taking down that top 4, I believe. Smokes, however, already coming in onto the rotation and to the actual side. Are they going to go for a plant attempt there? Because there's a lot of track steerers going through as well.
I mean, that's it. Herd's able to take care of one. We've seen these teams play these quick plants from underneath, especially when you have that quick zip in the pocket of Ops, but instead they're going from the top down. There's nobody that's instantly moving behind it, though. The kit is still quite far away. The pressure's instead going to see if it can pitter-patter itself across the top. Mr. Punch is the only backline player left, and he is not getting through to the hatch at this point. If they're aware of this, it'll be an easy quick pickup. DCH suffers. Volps with a quick movement. Are they aware of Mr. Punch? Is one of my favorite games to play, and he's got to do something soon. 1:20 and Onigiri. Well, this is an execution, and that's one that we just witnessed. But Mr. Punch, again, he might still be able to get some. No balls! They knew for those at home, and that suddenly puts them in pretty good control here. They have that vertical. They have themselves tucked in. They have the head of one and a flawless to push themselves onto map point.
I'm just going to say it in case you didn't notice. That was a supernova.
Yeah, that was a supernova.
On our Maru, just rushing through. I already heard it earlier on, just creating extra lines of sight, you know, as you're going through it and take the fights with the SMG-11. Either way, 6-3. And it seems like history might be repeating itself as we find ourselves, as mentioned, at match point, or map point rather, because it is a best of 3. Again, here on Cafe. Unless Elevate can throw something in right now to stop them from doing that. But that last round, that was dominating from W7M. There's no other way to describe it. There was nothing they could do. They're basically ahead of every single move that Elevate wanted to make because, you know, first of all, Onigiri wants to go for a spawn peek because he's done that in the last 3 rounds.
He does.
They drone him out. He needs to move back up. No, Grim. We're not having it yet.
I'm so excited because I know that it stresses out analysts.
What, the repicks or?
No, Grim.
Oh, Grim. So how will we explain this to the public?
Yeah, it's like, how do you break down Grim's success at the minute? It was an extended barrel. Talking of, there's one put in the pocket of Capitao. Capitao is going to see a massive resurgence this tournament.
Yeah, wasn't it a 2-shot on 3 speed?
Yeah. So this is the thing. So there's about 5 guns now in the game with an extended barrel that can two-shot body shot.
An extended barrel doesn't seem like it. No, this is just a flash hider, I think, that's on JV92 as well.
I'm still going to finish the point.
Yeah, that's fine.
I still think it's going to come to fruition. Capitao's always been a good operator. I love Capitao. Love the power.
Oh, what?
Oh, no!
Oh, that's red.
How did medics know to be observing that?
They make a sacrifice every morning to know what this is.
Medics is observing. Wonderful medics. Shout out to medics, Easy and Sano. Going to do a lot of work over this tournament as our 3 wonderful observers. But still, I think we're going to see a lot more. There's Mr. Punch. He punches out 1. Able to take care of Volps, a player who had a really big effect in the run previously at the Major at Berlin that we saw from Elevate, and I really want to see them come into their own here at SI. It's their first time, Mr. Punch and Mark, sort of playing on this stage.
W7M droned the garage the last round, but it didn't decide to drone it this time, and that leads to Mr. Punch instantly being able to fight back. Brings us to that 4-on-4. Suddenly W7M, they don't really have that clear route anymore that they might have had before to the victory in this round. Piano is looking to come up next, but Mark takes down Hertz, and that is definitely going to be making it a bit more difficult. Jumps out, gets himself back in to the mining room, and now Piano is no longer contested by any of the members from Elevate onto that top floor. Will that be problematic? I don't think it will be, because the castle barricades are still out there, so they don't really have anything in control as Keys finally finds Mark.
Oh, they're close to a fight, and they somehow drop it. Oh, no. Another moment that we've seen from the guns of Elevate where they can't quite get the connection, and that quick snap with a little bit more of the damage that comes on the side of the attacker's assault rifles proves deadly. There's one take. DCH tucks himself back in before he suffers the same fate on the back end, and they brought it back to a 2 versus 2. They've got the drones positioned. They're trying to get themselves a bit of clarity around that back end, the default plant spot, which is usually opened up a bit to make things a little bit more stressful. So if they can try and find some safety in a corner. However, with the way the angles are set up, you can see that they're having to do a lot of work and utilize truly all the time that they have left. They still have the 2 can openers, can open a bit of width over the top of Whiskey if they want, as they are doing right now, to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room. They might even open up a wall onto the site itself to sort of force out Freezer.
They have just seen that rotation back into the freezer of Mr. Punch due to that pre-placed drone. So JV92 is looking to try and find that response. 25 seconds. Julio gets taken down. It's only up to JV92 now. He's low on HP. He can lock this off if he finds those 2 shots in quick succession. Fire goes through, forces DCH off, but it's not quite going to be the kill yet as Mr. Punch swings by, finds that kill, and brings it to 6-4. They are not done yet.
2 more rounds, and they've done one better than they did last time they were here. They've got to try and get their heads screwed on, as they said in their interview, and as I said before from the quotes, this was the game that they wanted to win. They wanted to prove that they could beat them. Apparently after the last one, they spent a few days, as I think anyone would have been, like, could have done this, should have done this. Not many teams, not many players get the opportunity to sort of have those second matchups.
Yep.
This is the chance, this is the time, and
this is the opportunity indeed to go for that, well, revenge match coming through. 6-4. 2 more rounds that Elevate need to close if they want to be going to overtime in this first map to see if they can be victorious here. You can see some of the Goyo Vulcan pockets to be placed already, maybe to stop a bit of a quick push from W7M through that bakery. It's been placed on that barricade, so we'll instantly catch fire as soon as that breaks. And that's actually, I'm just going to loop this back to round 9. Round 8, when they play Bakery as well. When they attacked through prep, there was a Vulcan canister on the freezer. It's there this time again. It has been placed. You see it. There you go. It's been portrayed now on that little freezer
just
thing.
above the left.
But they didn't shoot it. They didn't shoot it, even though 2 players were in there. They were playing Ring Around the Rosie, and that might have allowed W7M to lock out that round in that matter.
I think one of the things there as well is if they would have, they might have got the kill. It came down to a huge clutch from JV92 because of the position they had. He was on the sort of, you know, just the bottom of red stairs, had the angles via the side of coat. He was looking in. He was kind of the lifeline of that entire round. He's been a big lifeline throughout most of this game. He keeps having these big kill moments. He's not the highest KD, but at that point it doesn't really matter if your impact is the one that defines the round wins. The quick drop of Herds on the Iana, going for the clarity over the top here. It's a pitter-patter rainfall approach. This is the default take. You sort of clear your way down, lock off some ideas of where the players are, and then get vertical control.
That's it, right? You wanna make sure you get as much ground as early on as possible, especially when you're attacking this bottom floor. Verticality is crucial, but if you look at that little light out there, there is a bleeping C4.
Cheeky pre-place.
A little bit of a pre-placed explosive that they are waiting to blow up as soon as they hear the noise. And there is definitely players close by, but the cue they're waiting for is going to be the start of verticality. And that is a sledgehammer. And guess who that is? It is going to be Sledge. If he starts opening up, that might be an instant kill coming through.
Oh, it's so close. It's like, what's it like? Oh, opens up elsewhere. They're going to see if they can get the freezer hatch popped first. As I said, you've got that in the pocket of Capital. The hard breach charges, they really sort of changed up how teams can approach it. You don't need a specific hard breach to put the pressure here onto sites anymore. For maps like Cafe, where, to be honest, you've got big open angles. You've got a lot of teams that have these sort of wide groups. Wrong side, unfortunately, on Agiri. And the pop doesn't come through. Oh, but that does. That's the fire that takes care of Sapper.
It's very painful having your own utility used against you there. Sapper loses his life, 50 seconds left, but a trade comes through and Mark instantly decided to rotate back up. They want to retake that ground. Herds is ready though. He's wanting to take that fight and find the trade, but Mark falls off. He's very wise in doing so because they need to drop that hatch at some point, and if he stays put there, he's going to be a constant threat for the remainder of this round.
That's it. You're looking at 30 seconds. At one point, they've just got to make a decision and try and roll with it, and they have to get this player out first. There's the pings and the pre-fire, and Hertz takes a head off of Mark. They have control of Brown Stairs as well. They've got themselves stacked up for a Freezer side take. The fight slips their way just past the Azamia. Bulletproof is getting the big reveal, and now they pull back 15 seconds, and they catch them on the rotate back through onto site. They've got to see if they can get this kit down, and the kit gets dropped right on the face of the door itself. They're pushing in. Herds is able to get one more. It's just on Agiri, but it's an ace to wrap up this first map and do the dance. You've earned it. Because that is a 7-4, and that is the first map score we have for SI 2023. And it's a favorite team getting a win.
It definitely is, and that means we've had, well, a very impressive closure to that round 2, this first map, with that ace coming through. Again, W7M basically being aware of what is happening, finding themselves in a superior and outgunning position, and closing out that game. But this is only map 1. We are playing best of 3s during the 6th Invitational, unlike any of the other majors, so there's still plenty to go.
We'll go to a quick break before we're back with a breakdown and the next map.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
welcome back here in what is the wake of Cafe Dostoevsky. It was the first map, it was Elevate's pick, and it was W7M's to take. They are now 2-0 in Cafes against Elevate, and they are set up to maybe 2-0 this as they go into theirs, Clubhouse.
Yeah, and Clubhouse is going to be a very scary map because let's first pull up W7M's statistics here. Over the last 12 months, they have played it a total of 17 times.
But here's some of the highlights from the previous game, the Cafe that, well, it started well for Elevate. It was a bit of back and forth, and then seemingly W7M on their defenses had a little bit more of their number, locked themselves in, locked it down, and kind of locked them out. A couple of bites, a couple of opportunities. But unfortunately, the guns of Elevate were a little bit slower to get up to the pace. There were those moments where we saw a great flank coming that just did not quite have the right finish. The W7M were able to click their way through to it. Ended on an ace for the guns of W7M. But from that, what can they learn?
I mean, it's definitely been moments where W7M has been making some slip-ups, but the same goes for Elevate, where they had the opening kill, it somehow came back to a 3-on-3 afterwards, and it just slips away from them. There's 2 rounds where that happened. That could have been a way closer scoreline if they were able to convert those. And actually going back to it, 6 opening kills went to W7M, 5 of them were converted into rounds. 5 of the opening kills went to Elevate, only 2 of them converted into rounds. So they really need to be making sure that if they find these early picks, they can drag it across that finish line.
I mean, it was always a risk. As soon as this ban phase came through, you were like, this is a risk.
Yes.
Elevate. This is a huge risk. You're not only going back to the map that generally lost the worst against their opponents. Okay, sometimes a rematch is one where you've learned stuff. You learn a little bit, but a little bit unfortunately wasn't quite enough. You're up against a different W7M. You're up in terms of there's a player change, they've had Julio, and it's also the first day. What W7M are really good at, if you haven't had the opportunity to watch them over either Berlin or Jönköping, or even a little bit of Charlotte, but it was sort of with an asterisk because of the unfortunate visa situation, they are so good at groups. They are unbeaten in one of their groups runs. Best of ones in a different biscuit, but at the same time, it's something where at the start of a tournament, they're usually at their strongest, and then they sort of peter out with their energy, which is where they were faced against Elevate last time.
Yeah, and before we head into this second map, I'm just going to be pulling up the stats for you. You know what? Actually, I'm going to start off with Elevate. They've banned it 27 times. It was a permaban up until now.
There's no 2 ways about it.
They've actually won it once against BDS the past year, but they've lost it 4 times in terms of statistics there. If we look at W7M, it's been banned against them for 30 times, which already tells you a lot. And they've played it 17 times, winning 13 of those 17 times.
I misspoke earlier. Obviously, I said, but BDS beat them 7-5 on it.
It's very close. And BDS is one of the best.
So that was the thing, because I remember they were saying very openly, we want to beat BDS. BDS are, for a lot of people's money, one of the best, if not the best.
Could very well be
Clubhouse team in the world. They proved that at Jönköping, where they played against W7M on that. But still, only 4 losses over the year. I'm still going to say I think it's only really 1 over the past 6 months.
Could very well be. I mean, 3 of those losses over the year was also against Team Liquid, right? And they've won it another 3 times against them. So it's a really back and forth in that matter. But without further ado, let's get inside of Clubhouse. Polls speak for themselves. 67% of you back at home believe that W7M is going to be taking this victory here. Statistics would agree with you. As we start with the bans, it is the Maverick gone first. And this is always a bit of a thing on Clubhouse, like which operators are going to be banned. Are we going to see a lot of Heartbreach bans? Are we going to see Thatcher banned? Or are we just going to leave everything open? Because it shapes whether or not it becomes an attacking or defensive side.
You've gaslit me.
What have I done?
W7M did beat BDS.
When?
You're reading your chart wrong.
I'm reading it. Yeah, I'm reading it wrong.
You made me doubt myself. I was right.
I'm sorry.
I was right. I can't believe you've done this, Hap.
I'm sorry.
You're supposed to be a stat genius. I
can't read.
Ignore everything I just said to try and apologize for a mistake I did not make. It was Hap's mistake.
Back to the bands. You see that Montaigne ban?
I'm thinking it's a target.
Yes, they did. They did.
They did beat one of the best teams in the world on Clubhouse. W7M are a scary Clubhouse force.
Which even reinforces all the points we've just made.
I just want everyone to know I was right.
That's fine. It's okay. I'm sorry. I cannot read.
Hey, we're on Clubhouse. W7 on
Yes.
on this map. And Church and Arsenal is where we are going to start. Solus, once again, they were in all over the shop on the previous map, and I expect that to continue here. Both teams use them very well. We even saw a great take on the read of somebody on their drones and the camera. But different map, different play space, a little more width and a lot more Clubhouse. Regardless of whether the fact that it's a permaban for Elevate, everybody knows Clubhouse.
Elevate actually also beat BDS on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're redeeming yourself now.
I'm just saying, I've learned to read. Thank you. But I was just going to be talking about the bands. Montaigne band.
Yes.
Is a
His army band as
but like Montaigne, I instantly start thinking about that top floor, walking them up to rafters. That's something Elevate likes to do, but W7M has denied them the opportunity to utilize that tactic against them.
It is also something that is sort of synonymous with APAC. They play it quite a lot. It's one of the things that would have been used against them by CYCLOPS when Elevate last lost that map 10 months ago, however long it was. So it's something where they're limiting the play. The Izami removal as well, I think it's fair enough. I think you could see that W7M were sort of a little bit troubled. Not entirely, obviously, they won the map out, but it slowed them down more than they would like. So get rid of the Izami, force Elevate to have to play without her. It's an operator that they obviously love.
And well, 30 seconds have passed. Still some players up on the top floor of Elevate, and W7M not really worried too much about it. It seems like they want to go for the bare basics here. Open up kitchen, open up the floor, open up dirt, see if you can maybe force a plant that way. The only true trouble you might find is Enagiri right here below has these impacts he can use to get rid of Excaros, but that's probably not going to be lasting. Mark, though, finds Hurts. He's going to be quite hurt himself, instantly taking down by JV92 in afterwards. So the trait comes true for the opening kill. And this will allow W7M to basically continue with their plan of opening up those basic points to see if they can make a plant stick.
Well, the breaches come across on the hatches as we start here. Once again, we talked about the importance of hard destruction, and we do have one in the pocket. Julio is playing the role of the Hibana, but you still have those sort of pocket breaks. You don't have to have two hefty hard breaches to dig your way across the fight here. As Mark said, traded out either side. The hatch is going to be easy to get picked up. But yeah, Mr. Punch, he's up there all the way inside logistics, but they don't really care at this point. The flashes are coming through. They're looking for the pressure that they can apply onto the site itself. They've got the smokes, got the covers, got the blinds. They're inside on the back of blue as well. They're trying to dig themselves across. They suffer a bit. JV92 is blinded as well. There's everything covered, but as long as Julio can hold F and get this stuck, that's the important part. On Agiri, they're pre-firing, they're pushing. They're able to take out the third box fight. There's a break, there's a swing. There's the kill and revenge. KZ is all that's left, not for very long. And well, they're able to get it back round. They get Mr. Punch back up. They get the kit. And after a bit of a rush.
It was a very chaotic end there that we saw. I mean, I said it to you the first start of the round, right? Like, they're going to be taking dirt. They want to take kitchen hatch under control as well. They basically failed to do that due to the fact that the player was still up on the top floor. They didn't bother with taking that under control. They didn't bother sending anybody up to that top floor, which meant that it was just going to be harder to take it out. So instead they went to blue so they could go for a bit of a pinch maneuver from that way. They get the plan down, but because they were all blinded, the enemy couldn't see them, but they couldn't see the enemy either, right? So it's like you're all going to be bunching yourselves up at just like 2 square meters. It's going to be very easy for these defenders to just start collapsing on you.
Elevate got the first round of the previous map. There was obviously a different map, different play space, but if they can try and thread two together, well, that's something that they've not been able to do throughout this play day so far. They weren't able to really find any distance or difference here, and you know, for all that we talk about it being a preferred map, and for all that we talk about it being something that's sort of played away, it's also hidden away. W7M will have nothing about Elevate on Club that's any recent relevant data. They'll have to try and sort of piece together pushes and do something a little bit more default, and default doesn't always work against a team like Elevate who love to play around with the map.
Yeah, for sure. Elevate is also a team that likes to move around a lot and suddenly just pop up in these random positions that you might have just thrown out, and suddenly they're there, just throwing a spanner in the works. But as they go on, There's just those first 30 seconds again. It's W7M getting themselves in position, trying to set themselves up for a push eventually, then getting those drones inside the building, doing some preparative work and opening up windows and trying to go for a bit of a challenge. I believe that was DCH that almost got caught off there by rotating through in front of that window. Yeah, Exothermic is ready, but still some utility out there stopping them from going through. The EMP ready to be tossed in as well. There should be a double push. No. Just the bear opening. No electricity there, so they can all just fall off because that wall's been opened up.
Yeah, just making sure that nobody's there to try and trick and play against the wall with the stun. It's a pretty standard way of getting that broken open, and there's the pressure that comes from the range of the Selmas. We are going to see some of this growth and play against it. There's a lot more hard walls to break through. Oh, and there's a take. They were watching it before, but DCH returned to P90 from range. It's been a while since we've been able to call the success of that gun that sort of dropped off the face of the earth, but has found itself popping back into a little bit more of the security of the game.
So really good pick, of course, on Solace. All right, to fire, big magazine. You're just going to be able to stay in a fight for just a little bit longer there. But either way, it's the entry kill again, and more importantly, it's the Thatcher gone. So the Selma that had been placed on the bathroom wall is not going to be popping up so easily. They need to get an explosive in there to make that happen. As DCH is rotating all the way around, he just spotted a drone in the basement there. I don't think he's actually turning around to shoot him. Not quite sure if it was active at that point as well. Oh. Either way, that's going to be another spot to come through. Not the response instantly, though, but Keys and Volts both will find a kill.
There's Mr. Punch with a hop out. Is able to take care of at least one of them and make sure that it stays as a 3 versus 3. But last time we saw DCH, he was on the other side of the world. So he's got to see if he can try and get himself rotated back around. Mr. Punch, though, I said on the previous map, he was a big part of the reason that Elevate were able to fight themselves through onto the top and how far they got in their previous run. And here, wow, we need to see him show up a little bit more than he did in the first map. Onigiri pulls himself back, Hurts knocking on the door, but they sort of make a statement of saying no passing through here. You can see the bubble in the top left corner, a Jim that's getting the read, and Julio, he gets caught out in a bit of a scrappy fight. 28 seconds, and the push is trying to get itself isolated. Mr. Punch is gone inside Jim. Onigiri's going to push up and try and replace him inside the bedroom itself. You can see DCH is making the rotate round on the back end of the main stairs, but he's also gone back down now. He's tucked underneath. He's hoping he gets the call on the plant. The Solace can see exactly where the kid is. He just has to time it. There's the fight here on the bed. They cannot have the bullets pass through. And that is why you plant up on hopped up surfaces. Almost a huge play. Now he's got to make a bigger one to pull this one back.
Good call coming down there, though, from W7M. They spot one going outside, and one is still inside of construction. DCH needs to make a gamble now. He needs to find one. Jumps out for the first, but doesn't connect. Julio locks it off. That is a very good and well late round from W7M there, because again, by the way, opening kill from Elevate turns into a 3v3, but they muscled themselves through the drop down because they thought, you know, we have to gadget our solids. We can see through the floor if the plank comes down, just not realizing the bed was going to be the one safe haven. And W7M did. They used it. And they win the round as a result. And that is going to be making sure that Elevate will be thinking twice about dropping down in future rounds.
It's always that sort of moment where that could be the biggest play. That could be the biggest sort of clutch round.
It could be, yeah.
It's
when it comes down to a 7-5 or, you know.
But the only intel that you're working on is the intel that you got from the pocket. The only intel that you've got is, well, I know where they are, and, well, we've known hop-up places for a long time. There's a big comfy bed in the middle that is made of bulletproof materials, Kevlar.
Yes, you know, I'd like to sleep on a Kevlar mattress as well. It's just for safety, just...
Yes. I cannot imagine it's a nice sleep.
It's actually 2 mattresses. That might be the...
Oh, wow. That's why. That's why you have the second mattress protector. Is it just something that happens in Germany? We'd have to ask Milos.
We'd have to ask Milos, indeed. Yeah. It doesn't happen in the Netherlands, at least. Kevlar mattress.
But, yeah, I don't think it's the thing. And there it is. The play works against them here. We find ourselves on what is a bit more of a stretch of a site. You've got the breakthrough. It's a vertical hold. If you're not too sure of how this likes to pull itself together, you sort of get yourself stacked up above. You can do an extension into kitchen across the corridor, but most teams on approaching this will try and clear construction across the middle. They'll try and get that hatch control, and then they'll try and plant just on the side of stage or tucked in on the brick wall.
The early use of the Twitch there did quite well in terms of taking out some of the Goyo canisters. Of course, Mr. Punch is gone himself now as well, but a lot of the fire he placed earlier down is also off the board. So basically, the Goyo not really having any effect so far in this round. DCH is going to be taken down as well. It's a double entry for W7M. They'll be more than happy with that one. All they need to do now is just hold tight and make sure they collapse around the last remaining players.
Mark waiting for the knock on the door, hoping they swing around without the intel, but you can see they're aware of a dangerous fight. The pre-fire comes with the connection. They are really trying to get the catch, and Herds pushes and pushes the player out of position. As I said, it's a game of shepherding towards this plant, and they're going for what seems like that standard default take. They're getting that break open onto stock, onto the stage. There's one take, there's a fight back over the hatch, and Sapper, a huge kill above. They're waiting for the approach to come round. They've got to rotate there on the back end, and Sapper sends JV92 to bed, but the berry through comes into the site. They've pushed all the way to bar. They realize they can't quite get where they want to go. They're waiting for the pings. They're trying to find it. It's the 2 versus 1, the reverse of how they had it before. They got to move off the previous position. It is something where Sapper can make his own intel. He gets the down onto 1. Julio, with all his years of experience in the 1 versus 1 and a minute on, what can they do? Do they know the plant's coming down? It doesn't seem like he has quite the awareness. We're now in a post-plant situation. Lost the call on the audio, and Julio can suddenly hot-footed out there, pulls himself back, watches towards the hatch, and this is the perfect place to watch Sapper. Is he aware of the danger? They're looking for the fight. The drop is Julio's!
Almost a 4v1 clutch coming down there from the last remaining player on Elevate, but Julio, with all that experience, decided to just pull back, just waited patiently. They had information on any of the other exits he could have taken, and the hatch secured. 2-1. W7M starting off on their attack quite strong here. Now, having to go back to Church and Arsenal. This was the first round we had before. And that was all of them trying to push into right behind the AK rack, trying to get the plan down, but they weren't quite able to, well, successfully do that and live after the fact, because they did get the plant down. Just everybody died within seconds before and after. It's almost like one of those important clutches again. Like we said it before, like that plant clutch, that could have been like a clutch on the other side. Just that 4v1 that should never have gotten that close.
It's we've had now 2 rounds in a row where, you know, if W7M had planted in a slightly different position, it would have potentially been the clutch going through from the solace underneath. There, it's experience. It's experience that W7 have now with the guns of Julio. It's something that we talked about before. We talked about it in Jönköping. We talked about how as a team they've been able to grow behind just an older voice from the scene, a voice that has played on these stages before.
Yeah.
So this is how we can build around it, and maybe that's the difference maker over a couple of rounds. Can it be the rest of this Elevate? You're on the back foot once again, as I said. You haven't really been able to time more than 1 round in a row against W7M yet.
This is one of those extended barrels we've been talking about before on DCH. MPX has been known to be kind of a pea shooter.
Yeah, it needs all the help it can get.
It needs the help. I mean, the recoil is quite simple. It's just like a small circle that you're drawing if you manage to control it. So this might be very helpful to a gun like an MPX. Either way. Minute has passed. DCH still roaming around, preparing himself with a C4, hoping that if logistics does get taken, because remember, that's where they were last time, so they're hoping that they're actually going to take for that control, then start opening up vertically, then they can blow them up to take them down. But I believe that Volps might be able to collapse on them. There you have it, where Herds, DCH taken out, and that's the entry.
We just saw the rotate there. They had the call of the player inside where they heard the rip and the tear, but they've lost. Very open, a very easy pickup there from the guns of W7M. Just had to position themselves with a bit of width, hold the fire for a little bit longer in here. Now they have that control over the top 2 stories. There's still a bit of a buzz from a bit of a pre-place. There's still some attention being paid. The impact is attempting to trick off anything that is on the kitchen hatch itself, but there's no huge pressure for time yet from the sides of W7M. Everything is going to pace apart from that. Volps, at least they'd got most of the work done as the sledge, but now there's going to be a little bit more work for the others to do.
Still to worry about someone being upstairs. They're looking up those main stairs as Keys is going to be taken down by a quick swing from a Nagiri right behind the boiler. Of course, playing with that MK14 on the Aruni, that DMR, that is close and dear to his heart. brings Elevate back into a leading position right here. W7M, the last time they were able to push for that plan, they were able to get that on the board whilst losing members. Now they're going to be one down, having to attempt the same thing with only 45 seconds left on the clock. It's not looking like they might be able to pull that off. They need to find 1 or 2 more kills to create some space for themselves.
They're going to see if they can get the wall popped open here onto Church, put the players out on the back end and go for the little tuck plant close in. They have the thermite as well to make sure that they have a cleaner access behind the little bit of safety that they can get. But look how close the Solace is. Mr. Punch, how long are you going to sit there? Apparently longer than you expect. Gets the fight, gets the second! The B90 pops off. JV92 at least stems the blood, but there's Sapper on the back end. And Elevate tie us back up to a piece.
I don't want to happen there. He's like, oh, it's going to get opened up with an extra thermic. You know what?
I can go through this.
The perfect move is to just run right through, get myself completely exposed by the person who has been holding me for the entire time, take him out, because why not, and then find the second kill as well. All you can do is just commend him for the bravery he's shown in that play, but that should not have worked. They should have been taken out as soon as that wall opened up, because there was only one place he was going to be able to be. But it's a round for Elevate. It's 2-2, and we go back to bar and stage, where we did see a clutch coming through. Almost a 1v4 clutch from Sapper, but eventually that 1v1 where it was going to be the experience of Julio to come up against it, winning the round for W7M.
Will they go for a little bit more vertical control? Obviously, we saw a great retake that almost came together, as he said. It was a 1 versus 4, and they got through most of them, but just missed out on the man tucked in on the corner of the plant. So it turns into a story now for W7M. Do you send someone else? Do you get a bit more of an eye?
Well, they had 2 people up top. They just got both taken down.
They did.
They just need to be a bit sharper on isolating the player and going for a synchronized push on him, which was that issue later on. Because as soon as it was a 1v3, they knew exactly where it was going to be. There was no reason to lose 3 more members to him, or 2 more members.
Well, once again, the
early
Goyo fire canisters are pretty much all removed from the board. They're going for the break and the pressure here. DCH, the slow creep and crawl of the Solace that's hoping to see somebody on a cam, but nobody is droning as of yet. They're just making things awkward for the players on the top, making them cautious of the rotations. They're going to break through onto construction itself as well. They're limiting all the attention, all the rotations en route, and you can see pretty quickly Elevate is restructuring themselves. DCH has pulled themselves around on towards CC. They had a little bit of a sturdier hold down towards that, but it seems like the exothermic will just pop off on the second. Sapper wants to fight on the back end of it, though.
Is that going to open up? I think it did. Yeah, there's going to be the full bathroom now. Well, see-through for the remaining members of W7M onto that balcony. So it's going to be basically impossible to play. And this is where a lot of the stronghold came down into that top 4 previously when they had someone right behind that mattress. But it seems like it might be falling a bit quicker than they hoped to have gone for the last time around. Now, there's going to be a spot. There's not much that DCH can do with it due to the fact that it's, of course, a concrete ceiling, not something you can shoot through. I have to call that out as Sapper takes down a drone and rotates off.
Yeah, it was an excessive use of a drone, but look at this. They've smoked off the windows, and there's the catch. Volks drifts a little bit too close to the fire. DCH takes a bit of damage from KZ on the long-range fight towards CC, but it's Mr. Punch that gets the final bullets threaded through. A bit of a break here. As I said, they paid more attention towards the top, but it does not matter. Mr. Punch, he does some damage, pulls back as they lose herds on the far end as well. Suddenly it's just JV92 and Julio, but they're able to get one. They look for the next. They're onto logistics, and it's a trade out from the engagement, leaving just a wounded Julio. Last time, he was able to clutch out technically in the 1 versus 1, but this time he does not see it. Onigiri puts Elevate 1 round ahead, and for the first time today, I said it a couple of times, ties 2 rounds together. Can they make it 3 to get 4 for the half?
Just going to mention it to you. That's the first time they got those 2. They do it to retake that lead in this match that they had in round 1. It's a very unfortunate first death for Volps, though, but the full top floor basically held on tight by Elevate. They weren't allowing them in properly, and they all fell trying to attempt just that. And now towards the gym and bedroom. We will not see Elevate play CCTV, at least not in regulation.
If you're wondering why, people at home, it's because it's become the easiest to attack.
It's bad now.
It's really rough now. It's so formulaic to a degree. There's not a huge amount of wiggle room you can sort of do with it. There's not a lot of safety with gym bedroom, with the bar. You can go for extensions across the whole floor that have a little bit more growth in. You can play construction and logistics a little bit more. You can play some underneath a little bit
you can.
as well. CC doesn't really offer that. Underneath is pit, and there's a big double door and a window on the opposite side to watch in, and the swing around from stock. It's dangerous. You can control garage, sure, but most teams know how to get control back of garage. With an Azami off the board, it's even trickier. You can't even try and restructure things. It's just, at this level of play, too familiar.
Yeah, and of course the Monty ban, you know, that's going to be making it harder for the attackers, but still, there's plenty of ways to deal with the mezzanines and to take garage. And like, to me, if teams pick CCTV, they know they're better gunners than the opposing team they're against, right? But here at 6 Invitational, like, it's so even that level in like an average that you don't really want to take that risk, especially not if you're Elevate and you are currently a map down already.
So gym is where we go. This was obviously almost the clutch before, but almost isn't quite the biscuit. The grenade pressure from underneath. They want to try and force out the players on the top of red first. They have drones, they have missed the punch. KZ is able to get a bit of revenge from the previous round or so, and now they're going to focus down on towards Mark. Caught out by a drone, they have some attention and awareness, and KZ's got themselves caught out on the rotate. It means that they cannot just tuck their way across. At this moment in time, they are playing their life. Oh, they put some damage in, they tried to get the shield broken, they tuck them tails around, and they're looking for the next fight. The pre-fire comes! Mark gets some revenge, he's right by a drone hole, and DCH is here, offering some moral support, but unfortunately it's not enough. Oh, it just might be! A bit of revenge and a bit of a pull back. They at least keep the body balance even. There is Volps and KZ gone. They still have Hertz to potentially lead through with the Iana, and they still have the fabrication of Hard Breach that's going to pop on the opposite side. Sapper is in a dangerous position. He's playing a bit of a risk here. If he can get the swing round, it could be deadly. If he's droned, it might not last so long.
No, for sure. As soon as he gets droned, there's basically no safe route out for him anymore. So just a simple drone would be sufficing. Ooh, Julio, are you going to check this? Yeah, that's a player, but he managed to rotate out just in time. So he's going to be in some sort of safe ground now. But it will allow the W7M members to start moving up towards construction and actually put up the pressure onto the side because there's no one in gym.
JV92 holding onto the windows, just misses it, but Sapper does not. Swings back round, Hertz tries to get some revenge, but lost out on the pre-fire fight. Julio does finally stop it. But now Julio is on, once again, the wrong end of a 1 versus 2 clutch. He was able to pull it out before. Got the plant on the bed and then put the pressure from the rest of the round. But here, what can he do? 40 seconds is a bit of time and a bit of wiggle room. Onigiri and DCH, though, they're two operators that give themselves a lot of intel potentially on the backboard. And you know that Mr. Punch and Zapper are watching a bubble apiece. You can see the one on the top. They know exactly that the player is here. There is Jim and there is a Maestro bubble that's making things so awkward and uncomfortable for players that aren't even there at this moment in time. They've pulled themselves back. They're peeled round. There's one on the back end. I'm not even sure where the other has got themselves tucked in. Oh, there they are. And there they go. Dropped, lost the aggressive swing. It's 10 seconds left. They're going for the plant. DCH, he hears them pull off. They've still got the cam. They've still got the intel. They've still got the read. There's the second pull back. 5 seconds. He's waiting. He's pulled back. He's rotating around onto Jim. And he's out of time.
Didn't quite want to stick the plan there. He knew that as soon as he was going to, or as soon as that clock hit 0, he was going to be pushed and there was nothing he could do. So decided to go for the gunfight instead, but sadly not biting on Elevate's side, which will leave them with an extra round and put themselves up 4-2. 3 rounds consecutively won by them here, but now the round swap or side swap will come through, and that means they'll be on the attack against W7M's defense. This is where it also needs to connect. They cannot stop putting up this pressure now. Because if W7M manages to get back into it, if they take those next 2 rounds, it's going to be a very difficult second half for Elevate.
Now's a moment for surprise. Obviously, this is where the coin flips. If I'm going to talk about W7M not really having a huge amount of intel to go on based on what Elevate like to do, it's kind of the opposite right now. W7M, there's loads of footage on this map, and there's footage of it played at the highest possible level. So, Elevate, what have you been able to piece together? You've still got to win it out. Knowing is half the battle. The other half is a battle, and the ability to swing guns into your opponent's face. That is the pressure. That is that point for Elevate, and that is where we're going to have to see if they can try and keep that pace going. Sapper and Mr. Punch are having phenomenal games, but they might need a third effect to come in here.
Yeah, we spoke about it the previous time these two teams met. It was Onigiri that, you know, needed to step up a little bit earlier to give themselves a good fighting chance. But you can say the same about DCH or Mark at this point. If just some one of them is going to be able to connect even more, that could be enough to land Elevate this map in their pockets. As a spawn peek attempt was quickly averted, by the way. Hertz was trying to peek in from New Blue, but instantly got some rounds back his way, so he decided to fall off, and that allows Elevate to play with a bit of more freedom now and less concern, because I don't think they're going to be trying to go for another spawn peek right away.
Holding themselves in, getting some attention paid towards Dirt. They know that there's a play around there roughly, or they might have some idea based on audio, but that mute jam is going to stop anybody getting the true read in. They're hoping to maybe get a catch on an ankle or two, but otherwise there's nothing too thrown in their favor. Elevate sometimes can be a bit slow and cautious on their approaches here, and it gives W7M time to think, but also time to stew. They're ready to utilize their utility at the correct time. They still have a pocket ADS for a reason, but they also have a couple of C4s and a couple of impacts. So the longer the game goes on, the more dangerous those become.
As I have to say, we had a Dokkaebi ban in the last map, and Onigiri might be here to show as of why. there's an MK14 on that operator. He loves these DMRs, but also the ability to lock anybody, dead or alive, out of their cameras. And that might be crucial if they want to go for an approach, for an attack to, well, stop any piece of utility that might be remote controlled.
Oh, JV92 has the pocket and the angle and waited. It's not the most common place to see a player, and that's why it took them a bit by surprise there. They've rotated themselves back around. They're going to see if they can try and, I guess, still build behind it. But a minute on and Elevate now can start the cacophony of explosions over the hatches. They're putting the pressure onto Kitchen. You assume Moto will get popped open as well to give themselves the width to do this. The push and the breakthrough onto Church itself. Those Selmas are going to get muted out. They're not quite going to be able to pop off, and well, there's not really anything to get rid of those apart from some pressure from above.
Yeah, Impact's coming through, and the only person currently carrying Impact EMPs is going to be Onigiri's. On the other side of the map, so he's not going to be able to help as quickly, needs to rotate around. Not sure if that happened in the meantime, but that is going to be DCA just spotting out the player in there, inside of Dirt. They know that is going to be another problem they will need to deal with here as Keys is leaning back into the fight, blows up his C4, doesn't get a kill, but JV92 will.
Yeah, another important take there for the guns. And you're looking at 15 seconds, so can they try and dig themselves through? No is the answer. JV92 able to get one more for the round as Volps ties it together. Onigiri, all that's left, but with 5 seconds to try and find his way through to the side. He at least stops the Flawless. But JV92 stops the round. 4-2-3, and their first defense is theirs.
Bit of a disconnect in Elevate's attack there if we're looking at the bigger picture, because we had the breaches going down from the main stairs on Triple Wall, for example, or at least the attempted breaches to come in. But the only person carrying the Impact TMPs was on the other side of the map, holding down a tight angle next to the boiler, not being in a position to move out quickly without someone being there to take his place for him. So that wasted a lot of time and basically turned into that Hail Mary attempt that we saw by someone pushing down the hallway, the hedge drops coming through, and all of them being shut down one by one due to the fact that it's just not effective that way. The basement requires a lot more work to be done. You need the entry kill as well, or at least an extra person on your side to often trade out what is often that massacre you walk into.
4-3 Elevate. You still have this advantage, you still have this lead, and you just have to try and find that confidence once again. Losing the opening gunfight is something that on their attacks seems to slow them down quite a bit. They came up with the idea of, well, we've got to just hit the hatch. Okay, at least they came up with a plan B, but the plan B was not great. It throws you into a tricky situation there. They had to remove their pressure elsewhere. They couldn't quite get a lock in. We saw, as we said, Onigiri, he was the only one with pocket EMPs, and he was on the far side of Narnia, and even hit the rotate by the end of it. So
we were playing Sister to VMA, and you know what I just said? The sign's kind of bad now compared to the rest, and you really only play it if you're confident you're better at gunning than the other side, because it is just that step-by-step program that literally anybody can follow. Which makes it so dangerous to use as a defensive map now, or defensive side, Skis is the first one to fall after. Why is he in front of the open breach? That is weird.
Instantly on the open breach. Hertz might have himself caught out a little bit. If DCH is aware, it's impossible to rotate out of kitchen. At that point, you're just trying to survive for as long as possible, but you also hold a player out of the engagement. However, if this locks itself into the 5 versus 4, if KZ does not get picked up, he does, it can be a bit of a dangerous trade-off. Julio almost gets caught out on the rotate background. JV92 is waiting for the fight from range, looking for the angle. Hertz does find DCH though. Gets the catch on the back end, bites their own escape out of it, and well, that's a massive kill to take.
They weren't aware of the fact that Keys had been down, as Mark is going to be able to find a kill on the opposite side of that top floor. And there's phone calls coming through right now. That means all the cameras are off. Everybody's having that ringing sound in their pockets. So if you were hiding before, well, you no longer are. They will be aware of your position. Zanagiri is fully aware of someone being out there, but JV92 had these sixth sense tingling and is rotating back up quickly.
Yeah, that's siege timing, and 4K right there just pulls back, and they've gone for the rotation round and the pressure onto the back end. They have the 2 big breaches, and you sort of do this sort of take if you don't think you can convincingly get control of Garage. It means things can become a little bit more spicy for the player in that situation. They got to see if they can try and force the player out of red is the next big drive. Smoke's popping over the side. They're getting themselves covered. You look at KZ, you look at Julio, both quite injured. It will just take a bit of a scrap and a scrape from, well, guns at this point. All the grenades have been thrown and used. And Hertz from under the hatch takes the head off of Mark. And I said it could have been big that he was caught out inside kitchen, and he's proven that the escape is the bigger part. The pings came through. Sapper couldn't quite get connection. 30 seconds. And they're trying to drive the kit into the site.
Another phone call coming through, which is going to be allowing some safety for Sapper here, who's currently inside. They are aware of the fact that someone is on rafters. If they manage to kill him, a plant can happen. But no, he's getting taken out from below. It's Keys from the lounge and JV92 to take down Onigiri. And it's going to be another round for W7M, and they are bringing it back to 4-4. And I just have to say, it started off perfectly for Elevate. They open up the wall, they get the injure, not aware they got the injure. So the pickup comes through. And then they had a player locked out inside the kitchen, which they then had to let go as well. Everything seemed to have been going Elevate side, but they missed the kill on both opportunities they had right there. And that's how W7M managed to get themselves back in.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Yeah, it's turning into a bit of a problem here. The loose threads of W7M are really causing these issues for Elevate. Elevate think that they've got the awareness, they think that they've got themselves, and they're taking their time. And that's that sort of trade-off, is if you're going slower, you assume you know more. You assume your control is more succinct and direct, and you can pay attention to things that matter. But if something goes wrong like that, like Hertz being able to fight their way out of what is a deadlock, they are stuck there in that situation. You know, you can sort of hit the hatch and get a big rotate there, but at that point you know that the player's moved off, and you know that you can, okay, still sort of get yourself some control over the stairs. You can still sort of put yourself in those positions. They went for the fight option, they took it, they lost it, and it just allowed Hertz to then go, okay, well now I have everywhere else.
Yeah.
Because the whole map is
ground floor is now mine.
Yeah.
And that's painful for Elevate, for sure is. But there's still plenty of opportunities to get back into it. We are seeing Blackbeard on the board.
Nice.
Onigiri's not using the DMR, he's using the MK17. Quite a hard-hitting rifle as well at the same point. We're using those shields potentially to hold on to the repels or these kind of areas a little bit better, just so you can tank 1 or 2 shots before you get taken out. It could be the difference maker.
Could be. It's down to, I guess, Onigiri to try and find the confidence to make it happen. You can see confidence is still in spades for W7M. Hertz has the angle up from Jim. He's looking down potentially towards anyone that might be hitting the opposite side. They have some control. They also still have Solus. They still have the eyes on the gadgetry that's otherwise being popped itself together. There's a drone that's just been caught out, and that is what Solus will do. And from this range, from this story, a lot of stuff that will find itself threaded into the site will probably get caught through the soft.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I mean, there's a lot of soft walls and soft floors here on Clubhouse. As another drone gets taken out, there's going to be another 6 in total. Oh, that is just enough to have been spotting out by hers there, so they're going to be aware of the fact that Sapper is going to try and move in.
Gosh, Solace is pretty good, and well, so is Sapper. Even with the intel that the nuke was coming across the board, KZ gets caught out, and Sapper's given the KZs to the city. They're going to see if they can try and get control of the kit. They have the ping, they know where it is, they know that it's being played off to the opposite side, and Volps finds Mark again. He's been a big part of this hold. He's able to keep themselves locked down and pull Mark off the board, who's had a bit of a bite over the past couple of rounds. The half of the hard breach is removed, but you still have the Salmus.
And it's going to be the worry that W7M, but also Elevate will have. A lot of the walls are still left soft. There's a lot of angles you can be found from, especially if you're getting these pings on your position, because they can just go for a wallbang. They know he's going to be prone now. His C4 will be tossed out, so Sapper's just waiting for that to come through, pulling a grenade, saying like, 2 can play this game, so you better back off before I will blow you up. And it ends in a bit of a standstill here with, well, ground being forfeited by the side of the defense.
I'm not entirely sure what Elevate are trying to shape themselves up here. They've been caught out on the back end. There's that long fight. It's tricky to take. There's the Blackbeard's shield pop. They don't quite get the swing back around. They take a bit of the damage across the board. But here it just seems that W7M keeps swinging back in. Elevate, once again, slowed, stumped. Volps pops off on the back end. Puts them into this nobody versus Volps. Gets the lockout, gets the final, gets the 3rd round in a row for W7M, and gets them only 2 away from taking the first set of a full fat 4 points.
And those 4 points will definitely get them a long way towards getting themselves to the playoffs. Again, a timeout being called by Elevate. We didn't see any coming through from W7M in the last map either. They didn't need it. But the big trouble they ran into here in Bar, Emmy, is, I mentioned it like a minute before the round ended, nothing is reinforced around the bar. Everything is soft. There's ankle holes everywhere. You are not safe if you walk into any of those rooms. But what else can you do? Look, you need to take the rooms at some point. You need to be entering the building. There's no way of shortcutting that. And that's how they found themselves taken out, because they weren't able to isolate the player or locate the player inside of the stage, take him out as a result, because otherwise it would have been safe to move through.
It's that sort of awkward approach that they were doing as well. If you're trying to make the break and it isn't quite happening on the default side, on towards the stage, on towards whatever, and instead you're pushing billiards, you need to have a bit of pressure from inside strip. You need to have some damage done onto those big quad walls. You can do that. It's, you know, it takes a little bit of manpower, it takes a little bit of dedication, but it still feels like, if anything, that's synonymous with what we're seeing from Elevate's pushers here. They're cautious, they're slow. You're against W7M. They're the #1 seed. They're a lot of people's favorites, and it wouldn't be surprising to see them in the final, let alone take it. However, you are still here on the back of the work that you've done here. You're still here on the back of, you know, sure, W7M were a little bit wounded in terms of player counts at Charlotte at the beginning of the year. Elevate couldn't go.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing where they could have been a higher seed. They could have been.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, there is going to be a bit of a surprise for some of the people that might be holding onto the bingo card with their hands. There's a Caveira on the board. An opportunity for an interrogation. However, a Jackal as well on the opposite side. So whenever Keys does not use the silent step, you might get spotted out.
Gold lobbies are shaking right now.
Gold lobbies are shaking. They're looking at this game right now and saying, how can I improve Keys? Teach me the tricks of the Caveira.
What? Gold lobbies are like, these are allowed to be played. Caveira and Jackal aren't always banned.
Sometimes not, no. 99% of the times they will be.
It's not actually the first Caveira, if I'm reason to believe. I think it was played in the G2 Koi game on the other stream. I don't know how successfully. I'm not quite tuned in there. I don't want to spoil anything as well accidentally, but I've heard rumors.
I've heard the rumors, all right. Well, it might be a bingo card thing, it might not be, but either way. Elevate, they need to get it together because they've just lost 3 rounds in a row and basically looked somewhat clueless in most of those rounds as well, like not really being able to formulate any attack. The last one, for example, there was no real top floor pressure. Everybody was trying to go in horizontally whilst that was being covered off perfectly, and the way to deal with those players would have been to actually go from the top floor. And well, right now they're trying to quickly open up, but impacts are preventing that from happening. It's going to be making sure that a lot of these Excaliburs are going to be used. I believe that's 8 now in total, unless someone else is going to be coming up with an impact.
the combo there, the Bandit alongside the Kaid. Obviously, you assume that there was a claw potentially on that hatch, although no, it wasn't. They've instead got Blue, and they've got Moto entirely locked in. And that makes things quite awkward. They do have some stretch, some pressure, and obviously the Thatcher's on the board, so they're not entirely locked out for the entirety of the thing, but look at this. They're giving themselves a little bit more room and a little bit more stretch. Julio, he's got himself lined up. That is a prepared angle. That is a prepared
very
position.
prepared.
And that is a C4 where he has practiced this throw a lot of days.
Fine too. There's two very close. Keys is coming in as well. He's going to try and go for it. That's one injured. Gets a second. No! Is he going for the third? No, he will not. But a C4 might come through. No, it's stuck. He didn't line it up properly, but still, the double kill from the Caveira there. Just, you know, showing how confident they are just walking up that hallway.
I cannot believe with the Louison pistol getting the lead in on the two downs, the swing round. Oh, man, it's just a bit of a tragedy there. The cautious nature has suffered. They had the holes and the angles above as well. They were in a position. They still had the chance. There's JV92 with a heavy hitting. Pockets of Kaid, seeing if they can try and stop the drop. It comes round and tucked quite closely. It's been a bit of a slip through the C4. That one definitely connects, and Mr. Punch is left watching down the long angle. DCH gets caught on his drop on the kitchen hatch as well, and well, he's at least able to get one before the door gets shut, and it might be closed and locked. 6-4.
It's not looking good for Elevate here in the slightest. I mean, just the Caveira walking in and getting that double kill. I mean, that could have happened with any gun. That's not specific to the Caveira in that case, but that just shuts down a lot of the approach. And what did we see from Elevate after that happened? They dropped the hatch with the diffuser. That's what they did. Yeah, not quite the interrogation, but you know, it's still that double kill, still did the job. And the C4 coming through, and then the round was over. There's nothing, that's it. Like C4
the thing is,
gets dropped, there's no control.
With that Cav play as well, got the double, swung around, saw that there was a third person, pulled back,
and killed the two.
and then pulled out the SMG to kill the two. That is just everything you need to do in that situation. If you are, we joked about it before, but if you are a Cav player and you're looking to improve, it's not all about interrogations.
No, it definitely isn't. First of all, it is about securing the kill, right? That's your most important job.
Yep.
If it's safe to go for an interrogation, you go for an interrogation. If it's not safe to go for it, you secure the kill, you take the second fight. You don't want to take the fight and lose it, and then the person gets picked back up, and you suddenly gave away the entry kill. Either way, Keys is ready with a impact. Might be wanting to use that one on any of the claymores that might be placed outside of his door. That is almost guaranteed going to happen. Although the only person carrying them is going to be Onigiri, and it seems like he's using them on the other doors, so not really worried too much about it. It is going to be the rappel up. That's going to be the entry kill as well, and Keys will escape with his life as he takes down Mark, one of the heart breachers that is in pocket for Elevate. Now they will have to do with the two remaining Selmas on Mr. Punch. As we come through, there's going to be the security of the diffuser. It's still afraid of anybody being around in the garage. Evil Cam had been taken out, so no need to be upset about that one. But there's still W7M players close to them, below them, ready to go for jump outs on windows. Use those explosives to their advantages. And it's something Elevate need to prevent from happening.
W7M, they are in a very good position right now. They've still got a couple of rounds of wiggle room. They've still got themselves stacked up, and well, now they've got an alternate approach coming against them here. The Bandit in play, the control of the hard walls, the sort of pressure that might be let here. Two drones feeding on Onigiri, a route through with the Ash. They've moved to a different situation. This could be a bit make or break. Ooh. There it is, KZ. I said at the very beginning they were sort of the two players I wanted to see hit heads. The best performer and the worst performer for the two respective teams in the last showdown. And if this is a way for it to go, them getting the trade-off there could be a signifier.
3 members remaining on Elevate. Let it be clear, if they lose this out now, they're not going to get a single point out of this encounter. 4 points will be given to W7M. It's not putting Elevate in a very good position here, but it's what they will have to learn to live with if that's the case. That means these last 3 will have to give everything they have to stop this from getting out of hand too much. There's 55 seconds they have to make that happen. They have a couple of grenades. One gets tossed in, is not going to deal any damage. Player on the steps there as well, staying hidden. DCH has no clue he's there.
I mean, the Bandit ready to swing round. They put down their charges and pulled themselves back. Hertz played a position last time round. The trade-off and the kick getting dropped just on the swing round on the door itself. Another smoke in 30 seconds. And there is a huge take to put all the pressure in the world on Mr. Punch. Gets one, cannot find the second. And W7M get a clean set of points. Did not drop a map the same way they did in Berlin and made the statement, yeah, we are a favorite of this tournament.
And also shows that they can play these best of threes from the get-go instantly as they get on swinging. On the first game of the Sixth Invitational, 4 points will go to them as they take a 2-0 victory. And Elevate, unfortunately, will still be at 0, having to regroup and come back tomorrow.
It was always going to be one of the hardest games for anyone to play in this tournament. It was the one that Elevate said it was going to be a tough one. They wanted to win it, but everybody does. However, this group is highlighted as a group of death. This group is one that might even turn into who has been able to take maps away from W7M is the one that isn't eliminated at the bottom of the board. It's not a great start in that case for Elevate. But there is a lot more possibility. There's a lot more Siege to play. It's best of threes. This is them for the day. These teams can recuperate and try and have a conversation and see where they can go from it. The rematch wasn't Elevate's this time, but it might not be the last one.
It might not be the last one. They might meet later on in the bracket again because they are done with each other for the groups. You play 4 games over 5 days. This is the first again. They will be coming back tomorrow to see if they can pick a point that time.
You can see that they're a bit beat up about it, but it's the first day of SI. It's the first SI that some of these players have played, and it's a year's worth of Siege for their most anticipated game. It's not easy. It's not easy for anybody's money. And, well, it might be easy for our analysts. Oh no, wait, they're both Apex South. We'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that game down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Yeah.
Welcome back, friends. Game 1 on Stream A has just completed. Elevate, unfortunately, unable to go through W7M. We're here back at the command center to have a chat about it all. I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me, all the wonderful Mandy and James. Look at them, looking wonderful. But I gotta say, Elevate close, but not close enough to wrap it up, James.
Yeah, a little bit of a repeat of the previous time these teams played each other back in Berlin, where Elevate played and picked Cafe, and they just weren't up to scruff this time. Same as last time around, W7M had their number. I think W7M likely got a really good read on the map veto, so that they likely knew they would be going into Cafe. They let Elevate pick it, knowing full well that they would have plenty of substance when it came to it. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case for Elevate when it came to W7M's own map pick, and they ran out of steam, 2-0.
Yeah, it was pretty tough in the end for Elevate. I think that the thing that they got stunted in the attack was that they couldn't win out their early rounds. It was W7M had this Azami Solus Mute combo, and they were holding on to the entry points of the building really well because of it. And as a result, Elevate just couldn't quite crack into that early matchup, and it really shut them down in that attack. And then going into the defense half, W7M were really enabling in the attack utility they brought. There was a lot of playmaking, individual utility that I think just allowed them to break into the building a little bit better than Elevate did.
All right, so a lot of work here came down on Cafe, but then you go into Club, and I hate to beat it over the head with a Club again, but it seems like the attacking side is something to look at for Elevate with a bit more scrutiny.
Yeah, well, to be fair, like, it started pretty decently on their defense. I really enjoyed that very first round. W7 had such a cool attack onto the basement. They kind of did a little bit of a Ying distraction in dirt, and then Rush blew into sight, tried to get a plan. Elevate did manage a retake and did eventually manage to win that half out 4-2. But as you alluded to, when Elevate switched onto the attacking side, they had absolutely zero substance, and they lost 5 rounds in a row to then lose the series.
Does the W7M style carry on to the second map? Because you talked about flexibility when we did the pregame, and in map 1, is it still the same?
So that's a big point that I was going to go on about, right? Cafe and Clubhouse, very different maps. Clubhouse, you need to be more diligent, especially because Maverick got banned out, so you have Thatcher. That means when you have Thatcher, you got to play the mini games on the wall. It means you need like 3 or 4 people on the wall. You just generally need to get more done to get things open, right? But the thing was, once they switched onto their defending side, the philosophy that W7M brought was quite different to what Elevate brought. Elevate was sort of torn between playing their strat and then being in the right place at the right time. Whereas W7M's strats were a little bit more loose, a little bit more open, and I think it enabled like 1 or 2 players to just be in the right spot to disrupt Elevate in the like major parts of their push. Like just before the execute was about to come through, there was a W7M player there, whether it was like Herds on the Solus or whether it was KZ on Kavira in like those final 2 rounds, it was always a W7M player there.
I'm really wondering how Volps is like IGLing this squad, because when we were talking about this before the day even started, it's like Volps is IGL, and then Julio is the guy that's kind of keeping the mental proper in there. Do you feel after watching Jönköping that this has improved, even not having played that much in between?
I think absolutely. I think it's definitely, with Julio being on that hard breach anchor role, I think as a result it's really enabled the remaining 4 players of W7M to have a lot of talent in the server. Not only that, but Volps as well being on the IGL, I think has brought a lot of strategic advantage to that roster. I think as a result he's been able to enable this roster into a much more flexible playstyle than what it was before, with the side of Julio just handling what needs to be done in the server. Those are the major things going on. I think the combination of the things makes this a really strong team.
Yeah, I feel like flexibility is the name of the game for W7M. When you're a team that can afford to pick Grim over and over, you clearly have a lot of flexibility in the way that you're playing, in the utility you're bringing. I, for one, love the Capitao that they kept bringing and the crazy executes they were going for. Reminds me a bit of old school phase where they would look at the clock and be like, look, there might be 1.5 minutes left, but we've got the util, we've got the positions, let's just try and execute. And it worked out for W7M more than it didn't. Another thing I really liked, and this happened to both on both maps, Cafe and Clubhouse, was that we saw a lot of Twitch play from W7M, specifically looking to counter the Vulcan canisters that Elevate were bringing on the Goyo, and it was pretty free. I think Elevate were kind of distracted, getting a little bit lost in the sauce about all the other things going on that they didn't realize right at the start of the action phase. There's always that Twitch drone rolling through and cleaning up all of the utility on site.
So because of that 2-0 win, I'd just like to remind everybody of how the point system works here. at Invitational. If you win a series, you guarantee yourself at least 3 points. But if you win 2-0, you get an extra point and you make it 4. And that's exactly what happened now with W7M beating Elevate 2-0. They get 4 points and they are in the lead in the group. Of course, G2 and Koi is happening as we speak, and I'm not entirely sure of how the score
match,
is.
by the way.
Saucy match, yeah, especially after that intro. Seems like things have reversed on map 2, so we won't spoil anything, but you can go watch it over on stream B. Now, W7M will be playing G2. That'll be tomorrow. I'm very much looking forward to how that game comes out. But to wrap things up, we talked about W7M and how good they are, how flexible they are, and the roles that each player is really fitting into. Elevate. It's game number 1. They still push their opponents pretty effectively. How do you try to fix those issues, especially on attack?
Especially on the attack, that's a good question. I think that Elevate, like you said, they're actually doing pretty well. On the defense, I really wanted to commend their Clubhouse. Clubhouse is one of those maps where you kind of have to play the strat in some way, right? But you don't want to get too stuck into the strat. Otherwise, you're going to have players that are not quite in an active position or in that strategy, right? They're not going to be actively contributing to that round, stunting the attack. And I think Elevate found this really great balance of playing off each other and just being in the right place at the right time while also playing their strategy. I think for the attack, they kind of need to replicate that pace. They need to be together, playing at the right timing, but not getting too lost in the attack strat they're trying to go for. They just need to make the pacing of it work, and I think that's what's really stunting them. I think it's just nerves, to be honest. It's day 1. It's really hard to enable yourself to make that play when you're nervous.
I think Elevate are struggling a little bit with their map pool at the moment. They've got some maps that they're really, really good at, and I think that the fact that W7M have the ability to ban 2 maps before Elevate gets a pick. You know, we've had different ban formats at the like over time, and I think this format where W7M could just ban Elevate's 2 best maps. It does punish teams that have a smaller map pool, and I think Elevate probably fall into that category right now, particularly when their Cafe, which is meant to be one of their best maps, they consistently struggle against W7M and potentially against other big teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them continue playing Cafe during the tournament and looking to fix it, and perhaps when they're playing less strong competition, it might work out. But there are no free games in their group, that's for sure, and they really need to get to work on those Clubhouse attacks. Otherwise, this map that they've been hiding and trying to surprise is not really going to find its feet. You need to have a good attacking side.
Yeah, and for Clubhouse, speaking of which, they're going to play SSG tomorrow. So
Clubhouse team.
Yeah, so that's it's going to make it more complicated. It's like going up against BDS or Wolves on Clubhouse. Like, well, you don't really know what you're going to get. They're going to be good at it, proficient anyways. But that's the first matchup of the Invitational. We kicked it all off, and I don't know how many dozens of games we're going to have. I'm going to have to recount that off camera, but it's a very good way to get our show started. 7-4, 7-4 between Elevate and W7M, and W7M picking up 4 points. James, Mandy, is there anything else you'd like to add? We're kind of free in time here before we put up the B-Stream feed. So what do you think? We're good?
Good game, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with that. Good game.
That's the one you were looking forward to today, both of you.
Okay, look, this isn't just because obviously I'm a bit of an Elevate fanboy, but I do feel like this game failed to deliver on the expectations that we had set. We were hoping for a 3-mapper. That's what we had in Berlin. We didn't have that this time, and hopefully Elevate can have a little bit more expectation on them for their coming games.
I was going to say, even though it was 7-4, 7-4, I felt like those were both very different maps, but they were both exciting in their own ways. So I really enjoyed watching that series, even though it was 2-0. And I just can't wait for Elevate to see how they can come off the back of this tomorrow and if they can roll that improvement.
Well, for all the fans of W7M and Elevate, don't you worry, they'll be back tomorrow to play in around 25 hours. So, hey, I'd say don't go anywhere, but you can just stay here. Let's be completely honest. Friends, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break because we have results coming in from the B-Stream, so we'll see you in just a bit.
Him, but they're struggling to really make anything happen, and this must be where you really start to feel nervous as Koi. If you haven't already been, you lost the last map, it looks like we might be here. Also, I hear a streamer with us, Tim, so hello those of you who have just tuned in with us. We had a 6-0 half for Koi, in case you missed those lines a few moments ago. They were 6-0 up after their attack in half. G2, we thought, had no way of being able to bring things back, but they've got 4 rounds on the bounce. Koi have barely come close, so it feels like overtime could be on the way.
as if you would expect anything less from Des and I. Welcome everybody on the Airstream. Pleasure to have you with us, of course. Now then, let's see how we go in round 11. I said that I thought that round 10 was particularly important for G2, and it's one even more so in a position of being game on. Blur's going to open that construction wall. They're attacking onto Gym and Bedroom, and again, the thing is, for me, G2 feel like they're moving faster and faster here, Des, and you know, hopefully for G2 at least, that doesn't create a situation where they're getting ahead of themselves, but they're certainly not messing about. The confidence is back.
I mean, it feels like they're really growing into the game, right? Alamau had a real soft start to Villa, is now finding himself at 13-7. It's looking good. Leon now being the one who's kind of often roaming on this cap can. Spoke about this a little bit back on Villa. More so the fear of once you know there's a single cap can trap, there's 4 more out there that you still need to find. So it can really impact teams in the last 30 seconds. And what we've seen quite repeated, what's the word we're looking for? Quite often, I'll go for, because I can't think of the word that begins with R. What we've seen quite often is that teams are leaving it until the last 30 seconds to go for their execute. And there we go. This time round, Alamau's far too in his ADS and gets himself caught out. 2 men down for the side of G2. No one lost for Koi. Feels like this might just be that round, Tim, unless we see some real big hero plays. One of those coming out of Benja.
Looks like it could be the time for Koi. 4 versus 2, just starting to fall away. They're controlling the map well. It's sort of forcing G2 to chase them around, really. They know there's no opportunity to be putting the diffuser down. The only thing put down is Benja as Deepek finds his kill, and that leaves us now all up to Blur. 1 versus 4. He's just got to find some kills. It's the only thing he can do, but the only thing he can't do as Deepek shuts him down, and that leaves us with Koi taking map 2, and we are going to go all the way to 3, Des.
All the way to 3, maybe even all the way to overtime there, Tim. It's so hard because both teams have been so good across different maps here, winning each other's map. I can't tell who's going to take Theme Park, but I'm sure you want to find out, so let's go to a quick break. And when we come back, the wild ride of Theme Park awaits.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back to the epic conclusion of this best of 3 between Koi and G2. And on any map it could possibly go to, Tim, we're going to Theme Park, a map that Koi have played once in the last year. That was at the Berlin Major, and they lost.
I was going to say, I think it does sort of lean into G2's favour. We know that G2 are pretty good on Theme Park. Koi not with the best record for it. It got through the bans, but I'm just not sure it's where they want that decider playing. However, they have just one map too, which I always feel leans you into that third map.
For sure, and I've got zero doubt as well, there's been a good bit of prep work going on. You wouldn't just blindly let this be the map that you go to. You would have banned it out because, truthfully, when I was doing predictions yesterday, I thought this was the map they'd ban, but they chose to ban Cafe instead.
Gotta remember, though, we are in a long tournament here, and through the group stages, teams will let maps through that they don't really want to play because they want to keep hold of some maps for those important playoff games, and they don't want to show everything. So at this point, it is not necessarily about picking all of your best maps, but it can come to bite you. It's a dangerous game. It is, it's a tricky line to tread.
And we should also stress as well exactly how the point system works. It's a little bit different than SI than previously. If you win 2-0, you get 4 points. You win 2-1, you get 3. If you lose 2-1, you get 1 point. If you win no maps, you get 0. So both teams at least are walking away with something when it comes to points from this series. I don't know about you, Tim. I'd much prefer the 3 over the 1.
Absolutely, and I'm sure both of these two teams will as well, Koi and G2. The thing is, in the group stages, there's plenty of teams qualifying, but it's still important to get off to a good start. A good start on day 1, day 2 can pretty much cement you going forward from there, in towards those playoff places.
If you want to take a look at how that last game went, in case you did tune in on from Stream A and didn't have a chance to catch up on exactly what happened, Deepek, the demon of Clubhouse, going 13-5 with a 91% cast, had an absolute screamer of a game. Doki, our hero from Map 1, who was, 23-6 or something crazy? 6-10, a much quieter game. You can't hold it over him as it's a team effort to win these games. But when he fell quiet, there was no one really on G2 to step up, unfortunately.
No, and this is what we said. Coming in, that was the big problem for G2. They needed somebody to be putting those numbers up. Alamau went some way towards that. With his 13 kills, not a bad game from him at all. But then looking across the rest, there's just not enough going on there. And that's been the big difference, really. You look at Spike, you look at Leon, 11-9. There was nobody stepping up to quite those numbers for G2 to support Alamau.
Absolutely that. And this is maybe what we're going to see coming into Theme Park. A map they are a little bit more comfortable on. One that they're coming in saying, well, we know this map. Koi haven't played it in officials for a long time. It could be a really shaky start for them. The only thing I'm most worried about is, are we going to see another Villa? Where we just see Koi struggle to get started, where it's not the kind of performance we know they're capable of having because it's a map they're relatively unfamiliar with.
That's going to be the big concern. Koi showing that they have an ability to play from behind, absolutely. But do they want to on a map they don't play very often? I would say almost absolutely not. I think for me, that first half, it needs to be at least 3-3 for Koi. They've got to have themselves in the game at least, if not ahead. Otherwise, it could run away from them.
I think we have one more graphic for you in just a moment as well, looking at who was, of course, the MVP on that last map. But then we should be ready to get into Theme Park. As far as I'm aware, the players are all about ready. They're pretty good to go. So when that gets underway, I'm keen to see who kind of puts the stake in the ground as being the top EU team, at least temporarily.
Well, that's the opportunity you get by being first to play. You do get to go top of the pops to begin with. But yeah,
although technically never really top of the pops because W7M winning 2-0 get 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite looking forward to a bit of Theme Park because we don't get to see it too often either.
No. What map do you enjoy casting the most?
I used to love Consulate, and then obviously it went out of the map pool, and I love playing Consulate, and I just wanted the opportunity to mention Consulate. In terms of casting, the Chalet is my current favourite.
Yeah, I enjoy Chalet a lot.
Really like Chalet.
One of my favourites.
But I do also enjoy Theme Park, which is handy.
I also enjoy Theme Park, which is ideal, Tim, because that's where we're going. In we go to our third and final map in this best of 3 between Koi and G2. 1 apiece so far. Winner takes 3 points. Loser walks away with just 1.
Here we go then. Coming into the third map, there's a bit of me that's just really hoping for overtime.
Just a freshest bingo card, is that the only reason?
Not because of that. I mean,
also partly that.
The fun of us coming in and having map 3 overtime on the very first game of SI 2023 would certainly not be lost on me. But it's just the entertainment factor that I want. Give us every bit of this that we can because it's been a great game to watch so far. We've had big individual moments. We've had great team play from Koi on Clubhouse there through the first half particularly. You know, and I just want to see as much of this as I can now.
Interesting ban coming out here with the Monty and the Flores being taken out. Not a ban that either team have opted for in previous games on this map. More towards target bans, I'd imagine here. G2, back in the old days for sure, when Pengu was on side, obviously a big Monty team, maybe a bit less so these days, but Koi just not wanting to deal with it. The interesting thing about maps like, well, and specifically looking at Theme Park, is I remember for a while when it first came out, barely any teams would touch it. G2 are one of the first ones because what they'd do is they'd get someone on the Monty, they'd march through the areas of the map that were really difficult to take and just get into really unsettling positions for the defenders that force them to move back out of fear of that shield being dropped, a pistol coming out, and you losing your life. So I think Koi is looking to slow G2 down by not giving them that option, and equally the Flores comes through, suggests you're going to see a few maybe muteless rounds, but some really dense utility setups, shields, ADSs for example, that kind of thing. So we'll keep a close eye out on exactly what lineup G2 bring in this first half.
G2 going to be kicking things off on the defense again. It's been the same every single map so far. G2 have started on the defensive side. We saw them work that out for themselves on Villa. It was perfect, but on Clubhouse it was an absolute disaster, which we're going to get out of them on Theme Park. We're going to see right here and right now. Don't go anywhere. We are starting round one, and it's going to be down in Armory and Throne Room to begin with.
Classic site as well. I think when anyone thinks of Theme Park, this is the site they tend to think of, though many teams opt more for the upstairs sites as well, playing towards Initiation and off towards Bunk and Daycare, though that's what you'll probably see in the second and third round. Some teams over the last year as well have started employing lab and storage as well. Hasn't really been the go-to for a number of teams, but where teams have started employing it, it has grown in popularity. The thing about this site that I'm always a bit uneasy about is for many teams, they'll get a wall open, and then the defending team is like, well, that's it, site's exposed, we can't really play in there very comfortably. We've got to go and play deep up towards yellow, for example. Doki, they're looking to get cheeky on the rip, looking for a little bit of a spawn peek. Only thing is, no one there to be found for Koi. They keep all five alive.
Not as of yet. One of the reasons that this site is particularly strong is there is very limited vertical play above it. So whilst G2 are sort of having a presence up there at the minute, they won't probably fight too hard to keep hold of that top floor. There is a little bit of work you can do out towards the yellow wall, but nothing around the throne really, which is where a lot of this sort of site-based defense will be mounted. Now, I'd like to see as attackers, Koi maybe you need to open a couple of the walls. For me, it's not enough. It was a criticism that I had of Team Liquid for the longest time, was we would see them struggle to attack this site every single time, and they'd open the maintenance wall and just try to push in through that one breach, and it just never really works. For me, I want to see that yellow stairs wall opened, or maybe the barrels wall, you know, try and get 2 points of ingress into the site, much like you do on Church and Arsenal of Clubhouse, just to try and force those defenders to work on multiple angles.
Bit of time to figure this one out, but Spoit has been droned in, taking over large parts of the map's got to be careful of that soft wall off towards yellow. It did have a hole in it, and there was a player on yellow stairs, but for now at least has avoided death. That drone's still at his feet, and I'm sure G2, they see that drone coming forward, they know exactly what it means. One of the entries are not going to be far behind, and that's exactly what Blur is waiting for.
Yep, Kanto's on the book. He can start opening up what limited vertical angles are available. Crying's going to take Blur down, so that's a good start from Koi, and not what G2 wanted to see. They've got control of yellow stairs, so they could think about the potential breach onto yellow wall, maybe just one of those Selma charges, just to give a line of sight through there at least, and then think about the actual ingress point into sight, which at that point I would imagine would be maintenance wall.
My only real complaint from Koi so far in this round, because they're playing it brilliantly, is it was about 40 seconds in, I think 1 minute 52 we got down to, everyone's in the building for example. It wasn't until 1:52 that the drone started leading Spoit into the building. That's really 40 seconds of time they could have been getting top floor control that has been somewhat given away. Now with only 45 seconds left, they're just starting to get themselves set up on the ground floor. My main point being they left everything very, very last minute to worry about what's actually happening downstairs. And as you may well have just seen in the top left corner of your screen, there is a G2 player lurking inside a lab and storage. Could be the backstab that wins G2 the round.
Deepak manages to get the kill onto Benja, leaving us now 5 versus 3 in favour of Koi. They need something big from Virtue, and he manages to get one. That is a big, big start, taking down Deepak. But the trade immediately there, and that team player that I referenced from Clubhouse is just really starting to pull forward. It's transferring onto Theme Park, but okay, he goes big, gets himself a double, and all of a sudden there's in a 2v2. Leon's putting the diffuser down. He's going to have to stick this or the clock will run out.
Oh, he pulled off out of fear as well. Now Crying's left in. For a second there, it looked like Doki was going to go for the swing and could have cost him the round, but no, time runs out. And G2 do just about hold on.
G2 have got away with one there.
They have.
In reality, it was 4v2. A couple of big kills from Doki. It was a big player. We didn't catch it. I'd like to see where that came from. But ultimately, as you say, Leon just pulling off that diffuser. Maybe he didn't have a choice. I don't know exactly what the situation was. But what I will say is, you were going to lose the round either way. So you might as well have kept hold of it.
Pros don't fake, Tim. It's a classic saying, and it's there for a reason. I think if it stuck that, it'd have had time before Doki managed to round the corner onto yellow and come for the firefight as well. So one of those that you look at and just say, yeah, I should have stayed on it. It's going to happen. No one's perfect.
Of course it does.
Let's not worry about it all that much. But for G2, a good start after what was a pretty bruising performance back on Clubhouse. They get the first one on the board.
It was a pretty bruising start to round one, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know, they've had to fight their way back into it. Now, I know you'll be excited, Des. We did mention the pick rate of Aruni.
Yes, we did.
And we do have some Aruni player here. I think, as I say, I think we did have a little bit on Villa. But we definitely do now with Virtue bringing along those laser gates.
Yay. That's all I really wanted to hear.
Say the line!
Say the line, Tim. Okay. It's very much a moment for you when people start tagging me and reference that in hashtags. It's beautiful stuff. But yep, we've also got the mirror on side as well, so G2 very much looking to waste a lot of time here. Burn through utility, just slow down Koi once again.
This is horrible.
It's classic Ratty Doki. Just why are we surprised by this?
Horrible.
I'm not surprised at all.
It's just the sort of peak you hate. You go up on rappel and somebody's on the threshold of the door and they just haven't quite gone far enough to be like,
it's entirely your fault and that you had the tool at your disposal to deal with it in terms of drones. You know you did.
Absolutely that. It's completely your fault, but it's still one of the most frustrating things. Doki's going to be playing around the top of Dragon Stairs then. Actually, as I say that, he dips himself away, deciding that the heat is getting just a little bit too hot, and he's going to get himself back towards site.
But again, the speed that we've seen from Koi in this round is a lot better. Not forgetting it was 152 last time until we had drones at Spoit's feet. This time around, they've already been in the build, they've already sniffed Doki out, they've already forced him back, so they've gained an extra 20-25 seconds there or so when looking to make their push forward happen.
Kanto going to be just getting back onto the drones, checking control ahead of him. He's on the flank watch at the moment, doesn't want anybody popping up on this side of them. The majority of the push is going to continue through cash, bathroom and into office, but they're going to be playing into a mirror window, so definitely need to be careful there. There is a real opportunity for G2. You can't give those away though, Benja. Just standing a little bit too close to that window, giving an angle, but does largely get away with it.
Only lost one of his arms. Timmy's all right.
He's not a problem. He'll fight on.
Now we'll see it at a long distance here as well if he looks correctly. There is someone looking to push their way through. Leon has got himself inside, looking to do some damage, but no! Virtue's got the long angle. All too easy to get that shut down. And again, that's only the first one in the round, but for G2, it feels calm, it feels composed. Koi still trying to assemble answers even as we get towards the last 60 seconds.
Going to be a time factor for Koi here, I think, more than anything. As you said, they're going to have to start rushing because they're just not really in a position. They don't have any control over the map necessarily. Certainly don't have any, real access into site other than that position in break room. But that's been dealt with. Deepek's playing on the windows. You know, they're not established in there anymore. The kill onto Leon saw to that. So it's going to be very difficult for them, I feel, at this point in the round to start really mounting that final execute.
I mean, at least bouncing a second one back here as well. Koi slowly starting to see their ranks thinned out as Blur lets his man pass. That's the mirror taken out, and now Spoit's at least inside of the room itself, but can he really go much further? Given all the utility sat around and the angles no doubt being watched too, into a final 3 versus 3 with 20 seconds to go. It feels like Villa all over again, Tim, when it comes down to these last second executes.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit of a rush here. Cryin trying to get himself in and get the diffuser down, but Blur, he's going to take out Spoit. Doki finds Cryin, diffuser down, round over, as it's Benja that manages to find that final kill, and that is G2 2-0.
It does feel a lot like Villa again. It feels very slow from Koi. And I don't even like blame teams that like to take it slow and make sure things are properly checked. They've got a plan that they're formulating on the go, but it's lacking that last little bit of oomph in the final few moments, right? We're getting to the last 30 seconds. They haven't got all the control they need. They aren't ready, and things are falling apart from there. G2, for the most part, outside of Doki, have just sat saying, okay, come at us when you're ready. Like, we're ready for you, but you're taking a long time to get here.
going to be heading into round 3 then, and this time it's going to be initiation and office. Not too much of a surprise, and it's becoming a real theme within this game. It's becoming a real trend.
Real theme, did you say?
A real theme. It's almost as if we're on theme park. It's becoming a real trend where teams are just coming in and absolutely dominating the first half of the game, and then, you know, leaving it up to the other to have to fight back. Again, a 5-1, 6-0 at the minute for G2 wouldn't massively surprise me, because, you know, as much as the numbers might say otherwise, KOI haven't really been, you know, consistently in the 2 rounds in a position to put a defuse down, to execute on site. You know, they've not been getting in those positions. They didn't even challenge into site in the last round, realistically. So definitely a little bit more attention to that needed from KOI.
Really only crying so far, getting himself involved as well. Set at 4-on-1. The other members, Deepak somewhat aside, yet to get themselves on the board. So it has been a slow start for KOI. They don't write them off. I imagine if we lose this round, there will be that tactical.
Oh, it's too easy.
This bothers me more than it should, because this is the 3rd round now where Doki's been poking his nose around Cash. KOI know what he's trying to do. Last round he built in confidence, he smashed out a couple of panels and looked to get aggressive but couldn't. Yet here they've just kind of gone very nonchalantly, oh, you know what, should we drone it first to make sure he's not trying it again? Now let's just step up and see what happens. And he's got himself a big freebie.
That is...
I'm sure there's a good few clips on Sports channel of him doing exactly the same.
Spike taken down then, and that is the opener for G2, an advantage to them once again in the 3rd round here. Kanto's working across that bottom floor, just maybe again looking to play what limited verticals there are on the book.
Absolutely. And this again that's going to take all the wind out of the sails for KOI. Again, I expect probably a tactical timeout after this round, because it feels very reminiscent of Villa. Think again when Doki was holding them back around Art Studio on Villa on the downstairs defense. Time and time again, he was just keeping them at bay, pushing them back, running the clock down to 1 minute 30 until we saw KOI getting inside the building. Although it's not as bad here, Doki is still getting away with absolute daylight robbery, and you're letting him do it time and time again. He's 4-0. Not once have you traded him out for a kill like this.
That's it, and you really don't want to see the Doki that you saw back in map 1 of Villa, where he really ran away with things. Scoreline overall tells you that it was closer than you know, it possibly was, and it was a huge fight back required from KOI. Now we're going to hear EMPs going off, I think, somewhere. We're not going to have... Oh no, the breach is going to be triggered, but we've got kills raining in, and they're all going in favour of G2. It is now 5 versus 3, and another round that KOI have almost certainly lost here. Beautiful little shot taking the Nitro out of flight from Deepak, but he's all alone and he's all dead as Doki manages to find that final kill. G2 take the round. It's 3-0. And quite excited.
Alamal's very excited. Do we have the timeout coming in here? I didn't actually see it get pulled up on the screens or not. In fact, there it is. There we go. There is the timeout coming in for KOI. As said back in the first map, you tend to see this quite a lot after 3 rounds. You've tried a few different sites, you've given it a good run, you've figured out what's going wrong, or hopefully someone has. Otherwise, it's just a chance to break a little bit of momentum. Meepy there, some commands coming across the team, some ideas being put forth, because they are being torn asunder by G2. Very largely by Doki in the early round, even when he isn't having an impact. It's the damage he's doing to the clock as well, Tim. It isn't just in the form of kills.
Absolutely. Doki's been a nightmare for KOI today. They've not been able to handle him. Particularly in the 1st and 3rd map, a little bit quiet in between. But right now, the concern for KOI is coming into this, we said theme park is not a great map for them. We've seen them play it once recently, they've lost it once. G2, by contrast, we know are pretty good here, as they're showing us. A great mastery, a great command of the defensive sites shown so far from G2. And KOI, I think the longer this goes on, the more difficult it gets to break that down, because G2 know that the 3 points are awaiting them for a 2-1 win. You know, what a great start to SI for a team that, let's be honest, has struggled throughout the year. You know, they've gone through a lot of ups and downs. The performances haven't been at where they would want them to be throughout that time. So to turn up here and get a solid win against a team that they know is going to go, at least you would expect, to the playoffs. I would, you know, have thought KOI would make it out of the groups. It's a great start for G2.
It is, and for me, the real big thing I was excited to see for G2 this event is this still a work in progress, or are we starting to see the finishing touches being put on this art piece? And I think with the addition of Benja, it does change a lot about the team. Citizen and G2 have been synonymous for years now. Since what, 2019, when we had Citizen move over from Na'Vi? Him moving on is a big change to this team, not just in terms of how they play, but also culturally inside the team, inside the camp of G2 itself. So far, it's looking okay. I don't want to get too excited when we're only 3 rounds into their 3rd map of playing, but it is looking like this team is starting to find its fit and its form.
Doki once again getting aggressive on that side of the map. This time certainly a lot more caution being applied from Koi. Leon was vehemently watching that window and waiting for his opportunity. Spite round the opposite side of the map. Going to be looking to push into Cafe when the opportunity presents and start to get that that vertical superiority gained. But Benja can't quite find. He knows that the drone's in behind the box, but there's just nothing that he can do to take it out.
For now, it's just trying to burn through the...
I mean, he could use a nitro on it.
I mean, he could.
I guess.
It might be a case of excessive overkill, but why not? A drone onto Doki, and there he goes. That's what they want, because inside 60 seconds here, you've cleared out the man that has given you so much trouble across these first few rounds.
Amaru going to be going in through the window to support Leon, both of them inside of break now. Crying, again, steadily away. You know, he's getting his kills, but it doesn't feel like he's had those big moments that we know that he's capable of as well. Plenty of time yet to come. Benja, he's just marking out a nitro there. I think there's maybe a little bit of intel on that floor above him, and he's just asking Doki, who is sat, as we can see, on a black eye camera. So what's happening there is Benja's just marking the position of that nitro, and he's waiting for Doki to call it. And as soon as Doki, watching that camera, tells him that there's somebody above him, he will pull the trigger. Now then, Kanto, I think that drone was underneath, and Benja was, I was just going to say, the drone... Oh, this is dangerous. Benja, no, he was far too committed to the nitro, and that is beautiful play from Kanto. What has happened there is Kanto has sent the drone underneath, he's seen the pre-placed nitro, and then when Benja's attention was taken trying to get that nitro back in hand, Kanto goes in with the information and gets a kill. Beautiful play.
Trying to catch out Alamar here. He's just dancing away on site itself. It's a big 2K for Virtue, though. Spoit and Kanto deleted as Cryan finally steps up for the trade. A 3v2. Koi, they have the chance to get this round on the board as we get into that last 40 or so, and they've got what they need to get it done.
Blur's just going to hold his angle out through Lab there. Just try and again watch for anybody pushing from barrels. Cryan manages to find Alamo. It's all up to Blur 1v3. Deepak, opportunity to put the diffuser down, but he doesn't need to. He's going to pop up and get himself a kill instead.
Easy peasy. All right, it's a start. Is it going to be the big transformer for them? It still remains to be seen. And I think even in their camp, you can see on the screens there, it's still quite calm and composed. They know there is still a lot of work to do.
If you recall, coming into this, I said that I felt that Koi really needed a 3-3 first half, or better. You know, I didn't.
It's a big ask on Theme Park.
It is a big ask on Theme Park. You know, I just didn't really like their chances if G2 get too much of an advantage going into the second half of this map. So another couple of rounds coming up that are particularly important now for Koi to try and just get themselves further back into this. And you know, it's going to start here and now with this attack that they're going to be bringing onto Bunk and Daycare. Again, it was a good round for them. They were in control of the site towards the end, but you got to remember it was the 4th choice site for G2, which is a question mark that I will raise. You know, they've already had a very clean rotation of those first 3 sites. Do you really need to go to lab and storage, or can you just rinse and repeat and go back through Armory Throne and on you go?
That's it. I mean, for here, this feels very similar to what we saw out of G2. I think it was in round 2, I want to say, when we had these setups of the mirror protecting inside of office, sorry. Last I recall, it was actually when Benja basically let Spoit slip past him and get control of study and then command the whole area around waiting room 2. This time around, it should be a little more aggressive, a little more composed in their defense, I think. Again, you've got Doki trying to go quite aggressive and hold them at bay. This will be a big test of character for Koi. They've had their tactical timeout. They've had a discussion about how to deal with Doki. They should have an answer.
Doki, he was only a couple of seconds behind the pace there, and he might have been finding himself another, but it's actually Virtue who's going to kick things off. DMR kill onto Spoit, leaving us 5 versus 4. Doki can't quite find the angle, and he's going to force Leon up onto the roof. He's going to maybe just spray through the hatch there. He's not going to find his man. He knows it's unlikely, but it's always worth just throwing a couple of bullets in that direction. You never know what luck you might get, but great start for G2 in round 5.
I'll never forget. I want to say it was in the, I think it was in the UK league that we have in the Nationals, where we had the blind fire and clubhouse from construction spawn through the single construction wall that killed a clash that was standing on bedroom door. And it was literally just a random couple of bullets being fired. And I was like, that is all the justification you will ever need to see why spraying through soft walls and soft floors is always a great idea. You just don't know what you're going to find.
No, you really don't. Kanto, just again, using those drones. We saw, you know, the ability to not only use the drones, but to directly impact the round from them last time out from Kanto. So he's going to just be trying to do a little bit more of that work and potentially work vertically underneath. Cryin knows that there's one out there on arcade stairs, but he doesn't manage to land any shots. He's going to take a little bit of damage himself, and G2 are going to back off from there. He can throw his nade in all he wants, but it's unlikely to find him a kill. Dorky manages to get Leon. 5 versus 3, 1 minute 10 left to go.
Oh, the timing on this. I really thought we were going to see Doki step forward straight into the nade path. And again, it would have been another classic siege timing moment. But as much as these nades are raining in from below, Koi have found no one on the side of G2. All 5 still alive, and they're down 2 members with only 55 seconds on the clock as well. Tim, it feels like this round is going to go against them.
Yeah, Koi are a little bit scattered at the minute. We've got Cryin out towards Cafe. We've got Kanto currently working on the opposite side of the map. You know, they are very, very solo as it stands, just working, you know, 1-for-1 pushes, and it's just going to give G2 an opportunity to win those fights quite easily, potentially.
Okay, well, as it feels that fragmented Tim, it does feel like it's going only one way. We get into that last 30, and Koi trying to kind of step forward here, see what they can find, but it's looking completely the wrong way. Alamar gets himself a freebie, and the second one rifles on through. Kanto is left alone against 5. G2 will go up to 4-1, and that 3-3 half that he said they so sorely need on the side of Koi, Tim, it's now no longer a possibility.
It's not, and as you say, if you're a Koi supporter, I think at this point you start getting a little bit concerned. Now, let's not forget, G2 have still got to do it on the attack. You know, not always the easiest.
We saw Clubhouse. It's
not always the easiest of tasks, but like I said, I just feel like G2 have an edge on this map, and I feel like it's not something that's going to worry them. A 5-1 half, I won't quite call it disastrous for Koi, but it is certainly going to be a very difficult mountain to climb.
But it's not good.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal. It's a slight inconvenience, you might say.
Certainly is. It's not going to be easy, is the reality. It's going to be a very difficult mountain for them to climb, to come back from that. They've shown us that they can. They took it nearly all the way on Villa, so there is still the possibility. But for me, they really want to be winning this round. It's an attack onto Initiation and Office. Last time around, we saw the spawn peak from Dorky, and they didn't really get themselves established in any sort of position to be able to execute Koi. So for me, you know, what do Koi need to be looking to do here? And I think first and foremost, get themselves established with some map control in numbers, not spread out and playing solo, which has been a common theme a little bit for Koi here so far today. Get themselves established in an area of the map as a beachhead to start building from. Just do that, and then worry about the rest.
And they are doing that, right? So I'm seeing Cryin coming along here in the Amaru. I'm straight away going back to what they did last time, which was zip their way up inside a kitchen, take over with 2 men together at the same time, and sort of start your push from there, which I like, because the go-to expectation on this map is that you push inside a cache, you push inside a cafe, and those are your 2 points of entry where the team really starts to base their assault from. So if you've got a slightly different idea, I'm all for it. That is, of course, assuming they go for that path, because Cryin may not even need to make use of the Amaru Gara hooks here, instead just walk in, rocking the gun instead.
Okay, he sees his opportunity, can't quite find the shots onto Leon, does do a little tickle of damage, but that's all that Dorky really wants. The kill would have been perfect, but he's got himself away into the map, no damage taken, more time wasted, and that is the first minute, looking pretty good for G2.
And Cryin still vibing up on the roof then for now then, so I think trying to get themselves some hatch control, which is no doubt open right underneath him. And here comes the push in through Cafe, one of those more normal pushes that I spoke about for this map, so that is their beachhead to get things started and underway. Alamar, the one looking to try and challenge that angle, is slightly wary of the hatch that sits above his head as well, but it's Benja to be taken down. Good start for Koi.
It's better from Koi. It's what I wanted to see. Push in numbers, get yourself established somewhere, and start working from there. Another nade is going to come in that will get the final kill. No, it doesn't. It takes a little bounce, doesn't quite find its target. Might be an opportunity for Virtue to be collected here. Alamai just being cautious for the time being, making sure that the push isn't coming. But I would imagine before that bar ticks down, he will take the opportunity. Dorky manages to take what little health Leon had left. Not that it would matter as he found himself a headshot, but just holding the reverse angle on that mirror for the time being. And that's going to leave us now in a 4 versus 2 effectively. This is a round that Koi can win.
I was going to say, surely there's just no way Alamau can get his man back up there because it's so risky. They had no control over the arcade balcony, and you can see that from Alamau almost losing his life on the exit, but now he's a little bit penned in. Koi know exactly where he is. If he comes out of this one alive, he's a miracle worker. Finds one, wrapping around for the second, and finds his miracle. Man. How has Alamau find two? He's the miracle worker himself. It's a 2v1. Crying being taken down, and Alamau with a massive 2K gives G2 the 5-1 half.
That is absolutely huge for G2, I'll be honest, and I think, you know, a lot of other people coming in here, I don't think that there was a clear favourite, if I'm honest, coming in today. You know, I said I thought it was going to be a good game, a close game, but I think, you know, many people would have probably swung towards Kai a little bit, given that they had the win major, you know, everything else. The roster disruption for G2, you'd have given an edge to Kai. But G2 are looking, and I said in my notes that I wrote about G2, I don't always understand the expectation that falls on G2 anymore. You know,
it's the name. It's like TSM.
It is the name.
Right?
You know, but the last major title that they won was SI 2019. You know, that's the reality. Beyond that, yep, they've won, you know, EU League finals, couple of bits like that, but they've not been to that point. And, you know, at major LAN events like that, I look at it and I think I don't always understand why this, you know, we need to sort of curb our expectation of G2. And I've done that myself coming into this tournament. And this G2 is a team that I'm looking at now and I'm thinking, yes, this is something that we can get excited about.
Yeah.
This looks good. It looks entertaining.
It's like I said, are we putting the finishing touches on the final picture, or are we still in like a builder phase is what this event was going to show? And I didn't want to get too excited by, as I said in round 4, by the third map in their first series played. We'll have a much better judgment of them by the end of the week. But what we're seeing so far looks good. The only thing I'll reflect on is a lot of this has come down to Doki today.
Yeah.
Map 1 was him popping off big time. Here on map 2, it has been him being a massive disruptor hanging around Cash. And truthfully, Koi are the kind of team that should know how to deal with that sort of play. Given they've won a major, they've dealt with this sort of thing before, but have looked a bit scared almost, a little bit unaware, less sharp than normal. I'm not going to say G2's success is all down to Koi not playing well. It's definitely a factor, but I need to see them against other real high-level competition to get an assessment. I can't wait to see them play against W7M, for example.
Oh, very, very fair, I think. But yeah, absolutely. You know, for G2 fans out there, there's certainly room to be excited. Koi manages to get an opener on to Doki. Going to be a big start there. Now then, Koi, they need to start winning defenses immediately here. They want to be getting numbers back on the board. It's going to be 4 versus 3 as Alamau manages to get the trade against Leon there. Benja just pushing in here on the knock. This could be a bit cheeky. There's a couple ahead of him. There's real opportunities for kills to be found.
They've just dropped away, yeah. Otherwise it could have been mega. Oh, Blue! He's in such a great position on the side swipe, but can't connect. And now Benja's left alone on the upstairs, hoping to catch more on the way through, but they know that he's there. They know exactly what's going down. He's going to find absolutely nothing. Koi, a much better round coming out, as you come to expect. They switch over to the defensive side. Crying especially is having an absolute field day. Finishes off a couple for himself in the round, and no doubt about to find the third if Benja keeps on missing shots like this.
Benja going to be pushing in behind that nade more than likely. No,
there's the Yokais.
Dip himself away, as you say. There's everything that Crying needs here. There's no way that he loses that fight. Manages to find his kill. It's going to be a headshot, and that's going to be Koi taking their first defensive round. As I said, they needed to be winning those immediately, but there won't be too much panic in the G2 camp just yet. Obviously, first choice site coming out for Koi there. You know, so you'd expect them to win a defense or two. The thing is here, look at it like this. G2 need 2 rounds.
Yep.
All they need to do is win the third choice site.
Yep.
For Koi.
Yep.
That's all they need to do. So they can lose Armory Throne, they can lose Bunk and Daycare, or Initiation, depending which Koi choose to go to. It's going to be Bunk and Daycare. So they can lose Bunk and Daycare, and they can just win Initiation Office both times. You know, so long as they can show that they can win one of these sites, this should be good. It's a big should, though.
It's a big should. Capital S, Tim.
Big should. Maybe even a capital H.
I was just about to say, if you're really pushing the boat out, capital H. Not a capital O, but we're halfway there.
We're getting there.
Still, I think from Koi, yes, good first solid round, especially out of Crying. Big 3K, as mentioned. that third choice, when we get to it, these two sites on the top floor, I think, are actually relatively similar. They don't really play out all that differently. It's just different sides of the map, really. Different sides of the same coin, if you want to look at it like that. It's going to be a very similar setup to what G2 employ with this mirror window at the top of yellow, looking in towards study side, or in towards, oh, what are you calling it, study? In towards office side, sorry, and looking out towards cash. Now, what's going to be a real teller is we've got Spoit, who has been, yes, watching some of his own videos, it turns out, Alamau. Maybe in a spot here where, unless G2 are prepared, could get a big catch out, but it's not unforgivable if you have a team make use of plays like that and then get caught by exactly the same thing.
Spoit's just going to dip back into bathroom, keeping pressure on that cash side. Doesn't want to be letting G2 have any ground for free.
Oh, look at this, Tim. A drone comes in first.
Imagine.
What is that all about?
So weird. You know, we've seen that 90 corridor area underneath the default cam, exactly where Kanto is playing right now. We've seen this become, you know, such an important spot over the last couple of months. Thinking about ripping the nitro there.
C4 him there.
Let's go back out again. If he throws it just right, catches it underneath the door for him, then yeah, he might just be able to reach far enough, but the angle is being held. As soon as he pops his head up, if he does, it will be trouble. Nitro not far enough out, doesn't manage to get the throw there, and Benja, he's just going to continue holding this one to see if he can pick himself up a nice opener.
Patience of a Saint, and realises as well that it's the Sledge pushing in to get some support, but it was Doki pushing tight, but no! Loses his life. G2, though, have shut Koi down. They've found themselves 3 kills so far already, and sure, Crying gives them a little bit of breathing room with a kill onto Blur, but it's still a 3v2. They've still got so much utility, Tim. 3 flashes, 2 nades, drones out on the field. Really, there should be no excuse for G2 to be losing this one out as the plant is going down.
Absolutely, this is the moment for Koi now. 2 versus 3, there are moments in games that you just feel you have to win, and this is one of them, and they're going to have to come out big with a clutch. Benja does manage to get the kill onto Spoit. It's all up to Crying. 1v3, Diffuser down about 30 seconds to do something about this if he wants any opportunity to be able to disable that activated Diffuser. Now then, he's moving around the corner. There is a man there, but G2 know exactly where he's coming from, and they are not going to move a muscle, Des. They're just going to hold their angles now and wait for him to move into the crossfire they've established. There's one to his right, there's one inside his sight. There's the flank. Crying does a great job, though. Manages to find his kill, but on low health, there's nothing else he can do. And Alamau is going to push G2 onto map and series point.
Big round from G2. That's starting to break that deadlock a little bit here, where it looks like defenders will be running away with the game. Here, they're the ones about to run away with it. Sat at 6-2. One more round will get them those 3 points and send Koi scurrying away with just 1. Now, obviously worth noting, Tim, we have 5 teams per group. On a different day, each team gets a bye. So the 2 games we've had so far, you will see a standing where we'll have W7M on 4 points, Elevate will still be on 0, we'll have one of these teams on 3, the other on 1, and of course the team that hasn't played also has a break, I believe that's SSG. So with how things are starting to square up already, although it's still only the first day, you can see things starting to warm up and get a feel for what might happen. I can very much see a bit of a scrap between teams like, well, to be fair, all 4 of them except for W7M, I could see fighting out for 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a hard-fought group, is this one. To be honest, you look across all of the groups and it's the same. There's, you know, it's going to be very close in a lot of them. It's very difficult to call exactly how those groups will shape up at the end of things. And it's just the world of Siege that we live in at the minute, Des. You know, we've seen that bar raise year after year after year, you know, for more and more teams. And, you know, the days, we've said it countless times, the days of dynasties, the days of teams just taking over, they feel long gone.
Oh, it's regions now, Tim. We've won the last 2 majors in Europe. What are you on about?
They feel long gone.
They won Berlin. They won Jönköping.
In reality.
Both majors based in Europe, though. I'll give you that.
Yeah, exactly that. But yeah, for individual teams, you know, winning an SI and winning a major is pretty much dominating the year now. You know, and that is, I think, a trend that we'll see continue. And it seems like, you know, Koi might struggle with those expectations.
Backs away here for a second as well as his gadget was timing out. Has managed to avoid that camera that was hanging around Catch, actually. So if it recharges back up, you've got a little crawl down that waiting room hallway and may find himself a kill or 2 on the way through if the side of Koi aren't careful. Here he goes on the march forward. A couple of pings coming out with the EE1D as well. I don't know if he knows. Oh, yes, he does. There was one towards the right. Does he know about Spoit? Because Spoit was still hanging inside his showers. But with that brief moment of panic, Benja could go big. Spoit brings down Doki. Clearly G2 making a small error there in not realizing that Spoit was still lurking around.
They will certainly know now, and they need to adjust and make sure they deal with it. And that's exactly what Benja's going to start doing. But no, still haven't dealt with Spoit. He manages to get one onto Cryan, but it's going to be Leon who manages to find the kill onto Virtue, swinging the manpower in favour of Koi for the briefest time. It's going to be 3 versus 2 with 1 minute 40 left to go. G2 feel like just need to take the foot off the gas here. They're looking at pushing directly into sight here. Alamau sees his man to the left, but he just can't find the shots.
Timing again. So close to finding his man, but not able to collect it. One walks into. Of course they do. It's Alamau charging straight into those Capcan traps, as juicy as they come. Nice blur left in a 1v2. Again, a player that's been pretty quiet throughout the series, Tim, but we know what his clutch potential is like from back in the old days on Na'Vi.
100%, but definitely one of the things when you come away saying, right, what can G2, even if they win here, you know, what are the next steps for G2? How do they improve on that performance? You know, one thing you've got to say is they need to be getting a little bit more out of Blur. There's nothing wrong with, you know, he's in that support position. You know, you don't necessarily need to be getting tons of kills, but we haven't seen the diffuser going down a lot either. So if G2 aren't going to play that side game, if they're not going to play that execute game, they've got to get a bit more out of Blur.
I know there's quite a bit of conversation around when Blur got picked up. Like, why would you pick up Blur? You need a support player. You picked up another fragger. Well, interestingly, back before he joined Na'Vi, Blur was quite the supportive player. Turns out pretty damn good at it as well. But what the main reason why they picked him up was, not the only reason, of course, one of the main reasons was he's a pretty quiet guy. If you've ever seen Blur, he's a man of very few words. But I remember Doki, I was chatting to Doki about it at the time, and he said, we've already got a lot of really loud voices. You know, there's me, there's Alamau, for example, we had Citizen. We don't need a fourth voice in the count. We need someone that's actually quite quiet, who can kind of play well and do their thing, whilst the rest of us worry about kind of IGLing and making the calls. And as we heard earlier on, I know Doki declared that he was the IGL. Alamau is the IGL of this team right now, so it gives a little bit more composure knowing there are a couple of quiet players, because Benja equally is quite a quiet guy too, that they're starting to get some semblance of control in the back room as well.
10 seconds to insertion.
It's going to be 6-3. It's going to be 6-3 to G2. They've got another 3 opportunities to close this out and take 3 points, not the full 4 that are available for a 2-0 win. We have come to map 3, so 1 point at least will be dropped for whichever of these 2 teams wins. But I think in the grand scheme of things, that's not really going to matter too much. You know, in these groups, I think a couple of 3-point wins will almost certainly be enough to see you through into the playoff stages. Virtue is going to be taking a bit of damage there, just conscious of the potential peak. Koi just deciding that they need to have a little bit of confidence in the play, step up and maybe start getting a bit aggressive. Deepek just taking the drone outside. Needs to be careful he doesn't get blocked out of the way. Benja, he's going to be taking a nice opener onto Kanto with the nade, and that is advantage G2 once again. But can they make it pay this time?
Can they just? I mean, I think finding the opener onto Kanto is a big one, but the issue again the last round, everything was going G2's way except for Spoit. They just ignored him. They worried about getting control. They played all the right play, you know, forcing Benja on the nut, for example, up towards waiting room. Just waiting room would be an interesting name. Just forgetting about the one player that was still lurking off towards their right-hand side. Now, once they dealt with him, sure, things change, and sure enough, that's exactly what they're looking for. Benja this time round almost finding their man, but Spoit gets away in about half HP.
Spoit's done this a couple of times where he'll take a bit of damage, but he manages to wriggle away and continue to cause a problem, but absolutely not this time, as it's Doki to step in and shut down the Oryx. 5 versus 2, and surely this is the moment surely this is the moment that G2 are going to open their SI 2023 account with a win. It's certainly looking for all the odds like that will be the case, attacking onto Armory and Throne. I don't believe they've breached a wall yet, but it is down to Leon and Deepek to hold on.
They've got 90 seconds, Tim. They can take all the time in the world here. And the thing is, G2 have been really good at this. Where maybe historically I wouldn't have said that about them. They have got the option to take their time here, communicate as a team and get set up. It's 5 versus 2. There is no excuse to be losing this round.
Going to have Doki just working from above with the IQ scanner, trying to take out the mute jammers. Just needs to find the right angle to get through the metal joists in the floor there. And once he does, we're going to have that wall opening up. Just looking to work the yellow stairs now. Then that could be a nice nitro, but no, doesn't find its mark. They're going to find themselves another man down as Benja crawled into a difficult position and leaving us now in a 1 versus 5 for Deepek. We've seen him clutch time after time, Des, but I think this might just be too much to ask, and that is going to be the opening win for G2.
Wow, a rivalry that for the last year Koi have dominated, but G2 finally get themselves on the board and show that, again, this might start to be the formation of the final picture for this G2 squad.
What a great performance. You know, I think we've got to give plaudits to both teams there. I think that's important. You know, Koi had a great performance on Clubhouse.
Yep.
We saw good resilience on Villa. I think ultimately, as we suggested coming in, the map choice won the day for G2. Koi Theme Park, not a great map for them, and we see that that continues to be the case.
Just one of those that I'm looking at and just thinking, would this have been any different on day 3, day 4, day 5? Yes. All that really matters is G2 have looked fantastic. Good trade play, good team play, clearly very good communication, so a massive shout out to all of them. I believe though, Tim, we are ready to throw over to the desk where Milos, Fresh and Anne are waiting. And we're back again, apparently, for Stream B.
There we go.
Stream A, we've got rid of.
We've passed Stream A back to the desk, but Stream B, you get to...
So it wasn't Fresh and now. We would have thrown back to them as a prep for their next game over on A Stream, but here on B Stream,
yes.
Still with us for now. I'd say the wonderful timing on that, actually.
Welcome back, friends. Hello. Very abrupt, but we are back here on the stream. And just as you saw, we just had a match end, but we're not going to talk about the G2 Koi here because we are on Stream A currently. We're going to set you up for our second matchup because we have a schedule to stick to here. So, welcome back to the Endless Desk, the Command Center, as we like to call it. I'm Mostly your host. With me on the desk, as we've had earlier today, are Mandy and James. How you guys doing?
Excellently. I had sushi for lunch and now I'm ready to talk about some games.
Yeah, I'm doing good as well. I went for lunch with you, actually.
Yeah.
That was nice.
It was pretty nice.
That's my invite.
Well, you went away with Emmy.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much.
It's fine.
Anyways, not to spill any tea or anything, but moving on. M&M versus Wolves is up next for us. And we just went through an EU matchup that just ended for the G2 win. Now we have to go through M&M and Wolves. And let's bring up Wolves first and have a chat about them and see what they would have to offer in this game. The permanent quarterfinalists, some people would say, but Wolves are looking to break that. But first, they have to go through things here in the first stage of the groups. James, what can you tell us about one of the best teams in Europe?
Oh, they are certainly one of the best teams in Europe, but they struggle consistently to break through in those international events and in those BO3s. They've made it to every single major this year, but they haven't won a single playoffs game in any of them. This is, of course, their first Six Invitational, which is quite something considering how much of a reputation Wolves have now gained for themselves. This is a real breakthrough moment for them. They're looking to finally take on a best of three. They're going up against one of their close rivals from Europe as well. well to do it. I think they have a good shot, but it certainly won't be easy. This team can't seem to shake the jitters.
Look, you say that, you know, this is the first Invitational, but Bibo and Rise have been around a million years.
Yeah, and in fact, two of the most... well, Rise is actually the oldest player at this entire tournament.
True.
Unfortunately for him, MV Taylor didn't make it, so he does take the candle there. And both him and Bibu, some of the most experienced players in the game.
That's true. Well, we'll talk about that in more, but we have to put up their opponents on the board. M&M Gaming. Interview with Wolves. There you go. That's very good.
My name is Rise. I play for Wolves Esports, and I'm IGL and the flex player of the team. So we're in Group B. I think it's a balanced group. There is like really good teams in it, but I think we're part of these good teams. I expect a great match against Team Liquid, and actually I'm really eager to see what Sonics has in store for us. So it's an exciting group for us. Well, the team we're looking to play the most at this SI is probably Team Liquid because of the previous performance, and also M&M because they're a team from our region, and we have passed with them. They beat us last time, so we are really looking to start this tournament the best way possible. Well, the preparation for the 6th Invitational is obviously the best preparation we've ever had. Everybody wants to win it, so we had to put the extra work for it. Our expectation for the SI is definitely a deep run. I think we've always had the potential to go deep in tournaments, and now it's time to prove it. So I've got a message for the M&M boys. It doesn't matter what time we will face against each other, we'll bring you down.
Well, thankfully for M&M at least, they are not starting too early today. But to close things out on Wolves, Mandy, what would you like to say about them?
Wolves, I think, yeah, this is their deep run. I think Rise actually just wrote the story for us in that interview. For them, they need to push past that quarterfinal stage if they can. They've been around for so long. Every single stage they improve. They've gone from being like 8th place, 8th, 9th in EU, then 5th, 6th. Then they were consistently 1st and 2nd, and now they're consistently at international events. It's then about being consistently at the top of every international event, right? That's the next step for them.
Well, now to introduce their opponents, to fix what Milos 2 minutes ago made, it's M&M Gaming. M&M Gaming, Molotovs and Marshmallows. Will they be set alight in this tournament or not? They played SI last year. Mandy, I turn to you. How do they look like going into SI 23?
I think they look good. I've got a lot of anticipation for M&M. They're a team that's very present internationally, actually quite similar to Wolves as well. They're often here at these international events, but can they actually show up? Not as of recent history. They really struggled to break through into that playoff stage. So while Wolves are, in my opinion, a little bit of a step ahead, Wolves are trying to break through the semi-final stage. M&M are just trying to break out of groups at the moment. So I anticipate for M&M, with their change that has just come through as well, they're looking to revamp the roster, inject a little bit of new blood into it. And I think as a result, yeah, I'm really excited to see what they can bring into the lobby, because the M&M of old, I don't think is here this time.
Well, let's see if M&M have any fighting words to Wolves. Let's see what they have to say in their interview.
My name is Usus. I play for M&M Gaming and I play Flex. We're in Group B with Wolves, Dire Wolves, Liquid and Sonics. And we're just going to focus on ourselves, not who's in our group at this event. I'm looking forward to playing against G2 the most, so I can play against Doki-san, assuming they get out of the group, which I don't think they will. Our expectations with this SI, I think, to win, because why else would you even bother trying to come? If you're not first, you're last as well. The past year's been good, I think. If you told us at the start of the year we'd be at 2 majors in the SI, I think we'd all be happy with that. We made one roster change. We replaced Neo for Nathan, which I think was a good move. Obviously, we need to see how it ends up playing out. But he brings more to the team in terms of comms, and outside the game, I think he brings more as well, like strats and ideas and stuff like that. My message to everyone at the SI is to have fun.
Thank you very much, users, for that. And I really like the Lunar New Year vibe that's got going on also. But to wrap it up for M&M, James, do you feel they got it to actually get to the quarterfinals?
I don't know. Quarterfinals, that's pretty ambitious. Look, these guys are consistently here at these international events, but they are consistently unable to break through to that quarterfinals, to those playoffs. They haven't made it to the playoffs either at SI last year or two of the majors that they went to. But of course, they are going up against Wolves. And recently, these two teams played in EU World Finals. M&M won 2-0, so it's a real grudge match for Wolves. I think M&M might have it.
Look, I think I'm going to go ahead with the pumpkin spice latte of takes, which is both of these teams suck at best of threes.
Oh.
They always get to quarterfinals, and then that's really come close to it. Whenever there's a big match, they falter. So I really just want to see just better performance from both of these two. That's why I called it that way. What can I say?
You didn't have to slap the facts like that, no?
Look, for one thing, I want to make it actually work and actually say something, poignant. But our maps for this series, again, a 9-map pool, 4 bands, then 2 picks, 2 bands, and 1 decider. They'll be on the screen in just a sec, and here it is. First pick, that's M&M. They'll take us to Chalet. They start off on the attack. Clubhouse second, that's Wolves' pick. They start off on the attack, of course, and then our decider after Wolves' ban. General take on this, James. Thoughts?
So I was a bit uncertain of what we would see picked out by Wolves. It turns out it is the Clubhouse. Now, they've won this twice and lost it twice in recent history, and while they don't really ban it very much, it seems to be one that they have a lot of close games on. For example, they beat Mirage 8-7 at the Yonchiping Major. They did take down FaZe Clan as well at the same event, but they've had some losses. I think that one, hopefully, like you've been alluding to, Mandy, they've been working on things behind the scenes. But the really exciting one for me is this Chalet. Wolves are a very good Chalet team, but M&M love Chalet. I think at one point last year, before the Yonchiping Major, they were on a 15-match winning streak on Chalet. So a huge map for M&M, but a big opportunity for the Wolves to upset on M&M's favorite map.
I think that this veto phase kind of tells the tale of the philosophy of the two teams. M&M, they're a team that they don't change a whole lot. They're in their ways, they like how they do things, and they like their culture. They're going back to Chalet. This is an iconic map for M&M. They have a crazy win streak on it. They've got loads. The win percentage on this map is insane. For Wolves, I think their philosophy is slightly different. They're a team that is keen to learn new things. They do have their way of playing games, but I think in this big break that they've had, they've been able to expand their map pool a lot more, and I think just this veto in itself will tell a tale between these two teams.
Who takes it? Name and score.
I'm going M&M. I'm going to go 2-1.
All right, Mandy?
I'm actually going to go Wolves because I feel like they've expanded their map pool more than M&M have. I think they're expecting M&M to go Chalet here, and it just feels like Wolves are a little bit more ready for their opponents.
All right, friends, thank you very much. We are all ready to go. As you see, the players are loading in, so we'll toss it to our casters. Intero and Pengu, take it away.
Thank you so very much to the desk, and welcome everybody to our very first day of the 6 Invitational. We're on match number 2. Things are a little different. We're not doing best of 1s, we're doing best of 3s. So if you like Wolves, you like M&M Gaming, and you like competitive matchups, Nick, today's the day for you. This is Group B.
Yes.
5 teams in this group. Don't get confused here. Wolves, as you see on your screen at this exact moment. Dire Wolves from APAC. M&M Gaming on your screen this exact moment. Also from Europe, Team Liquid and Sonics. We're going to start off in Europe with 2 European teams.
How nice.
In Chalet.
Yeah. And I think Chalet as a map is actually a great place to start for any team, but in particular for Wolves and M&M. And Mandy and Dev, they spoke about how both of these teams, they like this map personally, but also just how the map fundamentally functions. You can play actively both on defense and on attack. It's somewhat strat heavy and strat reliant, but it also speaks to gunplay and coordination. So it's a great place to kind of warm up this best of 3 for both teams. And then we go to more structured maps such as Clubhouse and Cafe.
You think it's fair to say, as we watch the operator bans roll in, that there will be no shortage of Twitch bans with the changes that they made to her? Do you think that this is not an optimal operator to be removed by M&M Gaming?
I think Twitch is going to be a stable ban throughout this tournament. Solis as well is something that I expect to get banned as time progresses. Today, Solis has just kind of gone through and escaped the ban phase. I think that's going to change though come day 3 and 4 and forward.
Would you care to elaborate on that for the...
You want me to elaborate on it? Well, if you saw the WCW earlier,
Oh.
Castle, bit of a target ban there. I mean, Solids is the newest operator in Rainbow Six Siege, and it's basically like an IQ on defense that can see anybody using their gadgets, people that are droning, where the drones are, and as we all know, information game is such an important thing at the competitive level of Rainbow Six Siege. So being able to shut that down, figure out where it is, and there we go, first round, Solids on the board, because it is just that good.
Yeah, what a shock. The operator being brought in, as you said, an IQ on defense, has a gadget that can see active drones, active gadgets, and then also be able to spot them for your team. She is incredibly good at the moment, and when information tends to be the name of the game, drone denial is so critical. We went through an entire year of Mute and Mozzie being the meta solely because they prevented the attackers from being able to gain information and know where best to attack from. Solace does the same thing, and while yes, technically, she is unable to shoot back when her gadget is out, you could still put it away and do some serious damage. And she doesn't exactly have a bad kit either. I know that the weapon is kind of tucked away on the two GIGN operators, the P90 is the SMG that you will see P4 running on Solace right now. You're going to run the MP5 if you're playing Doc and Rook most of the time, but the P90 is certainly not bad. It's just outclassed on those two operators. Good kit, good gadget. Solace is very flexible and is applicable on pretty much every bomb site here in Chalet.
Also worth noting now, with the extended barrel buff, essentially, it doing 15% more damage for every single bullet. Some weapons are going to see more play now than in previous patches. The P90 is one of those weapons where just getting 15% more damage throughput is going to give you a sway in some gunfights.
There's the gadget being shown off perfectly by P4, not just catching Uzis' drone, but also where he is while on that drone. It's the same as you see from IQ. When a defender is on their phone, as you see, whether they're watching an outside cam or if they're on their drone, they're visible by those electronics. An abundance of artillery thrown in now. Mowgli being called out by the Dokkaebi. Just playing by his Kiba barrier. Uzis, the very first kill for Eminem, and the very first kill in this series. P4 is down for the count. We only got to witness a minute of that Solace on the board.
Eminem are known historically for a very good team at getting opening kills, but not that great at actually converting it into a round victory, so they might have the lead right now, but historically, they throw it away shortly after.
Oh, I felt, oh man. That was, you feel the blood start to flow there. You get those little squeals? Because that was a hell of a play by Mowgli, and if I'm Eminem, I'm a little unhappy with that one. Taking out two very serious contenders on that team, both the Dokkaebi and the Buck removed from action. Heartbreach still in the hands of Nello, as Eminem have made space inside of the main lobby. Not all of them in the building just yet.
And now Wolves, I mean, you see it on your screen, they can fall back and be passively on the bomb side. 3 Toxic Babes, Yokai Jones and Pocket of Rise. They lost P4, the most active member of the squad, so to speak, but they still have a minute to go. And, you know, the attackers of M&M had to go through the map, clear out Ivy, Chimney, etc., breach open that hard wall towards the bomb side, and they don't have Dokkaebi to hack the phone, so that opening comes to P4, it doesn't really give them any real advantage now.
Still have secondary hard breach as well from Uzis. Zero being a very flexible operator on this map, and right now has an incredible kit, frankly. All of those Argus cams, Sam cams as they are lovingly referred to as, have been expended. As Uzis will watch the exothermic charge go off, leading into office. A long line of sight towards the B-bomb chassis, but not a lot of time to work with for this M&M attack. And Mowgli is putting in serious work. He takes 4 members of M&M down before Uzis is silenced by Bibu, and it might not have been a team effort in terms of kills. Strategy-wise, it was. Wolves will be happy with their performance in that first round.
I mean, it's no secret that Mowgli is probably the player to look at on Wolves' side here, but having such a phenomenal opening round in the very first game for his team, single-handedly turning the tide when they lost that early advantage when P4 fell as the opening death, that really sends a message to M&M. They cannot mess around, and they need to get better at converting that opening kill percentage into an actual round victory, because this is consistently a problem for them, not just for this tournament or the previous or stage 3 or 2, the entire year in domestic play of EUL, this has been their #1 enemy.
Oh, good lord. How long has it been since you and I casted together, by the way? It's been.
Well, we did Young Shipping Major.
Yeah, which was
November.
November.
And then it was NAL a while before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NAL was in October.
Yeah.
It's good to be back, man.
It is good to be back.
Good to be back.
Not just to be back, but to be back at a place we've been before.
And it's not even us.
No,
It's nice
not
to be
even.
back from Tim being back is especially nice.
That as well.
We have had the misfortune of a number of tragic things that have happened in Rainbow Six over the last couple years, obviously. And the health concerns surrounding Tim, aka Ace of Pyrite, were added to that list and are probably some of the more recent that jumped to mind. But to have him back here in action, to be able to see him, to be able to physically give him a hug and tell him in person that I'm glad that he's doing well, and
yeah,
seems like he is back in as perfect condition as he can be, is really, really heartwarming. And I just as from one caster to another, getting to hear him and Dez cast that match earlier today, Koi versus G2, it was quite a treat. That said, round number 2 underway. It's a downstairs defense in the basement, not on that main floor. Main breach already opened up in the first 45 seconds. Not bad timing for M&M, but if you look on the side of Wolves, outside of a single mute jammer, not much denial for them to contend with. It's entirely possible that P4 has put most of those jammers somewhere else, as a Thatcher remains on the board, and you also have those pocket EMPs too, so a mute jammer would not be long for this Earth. Solotov throws out an nade, takes some damage in the process.
Not just that, but Wolves are very much actively roaming on this Chalet basement defense, right? There are 3 members that are not on the bomb site itself, 2 members holding it down. Bibu, playing that flex player, is playing the in-between role, half on bomb site, half on the roam, and M&M either have to make a push onto the bomb site, make an aggressive play to force these roamers back, or then to go back upstairs to roam clear. With half the round gone, they don't really have an option to choose between anymore. They have to just hit this side and win their gunfights, because with Wolves having this roam presence, they shouldn't be able to just walk in like you normally could on a Chalet basement attack.
As Tyrant taking some serious damage, as Rise is the only one off of the board at the moment. The first minute took a while. Solotov sees another, and I believe he smacks the booty, Nick. Mowgli goes down as well. M&M, a mirror of what we saw out of Wolves previously. A complete opposite performance, as it's now M&M looking formidable, not losing a single player, though some have taken their lumps. Tyrant is a small gust of wind away from the afterlife. Final 45 seconds. Shinka posted up inside of blue, watching that wine breach. A little bit farther back, you've got Bibu as well. Ton of noise being made by M&M as Nello walks in, gets diffuser in hand. Shinka cannot escape his position, and neither can Bibu. M&M answer back with a flawless round to tie things up.
And really good discipline as well from M&M's side. They get an advantage for once, they hold on to it, and then they just wait for 20 seconds. They drone out the remaining defenders on the map. Okay, they're both on the bomb side. That means that we can just walk on in, start establishing that plant, and now they swing, we get the kills, a bomb goes down, and we can successfully defend that post plant in the 5 versus 2. Worst case scenario. And they did actually do a mixture of both, right? They got that bomb site direct presence, which then forced the roamers to go from the top floor down to that first floor, and be a little closer to the bomb site. Then M&M walked up the West Main stairs in towards Kitchen Dining West Main, and they got 2 picks, and that really just snowballed around out of control in their favor. Wolves, they do like to play the game on kind of like 2 different ways. One is the more strategical, okay, the enemy needs to problem solve. That's kind of what these mirror strategies are going to be functioning around. Okay, this is going to be annoying to deal with. It's a lot of disturbance for M&M. They gotta use smoke grenade utility to clear it out. The other aspect is what we saw in round number 1. It's the aggression, where you choose an area to just hold, and you just fight for your life throughout the entire round. That was when Mowgli got that 4K, which, well, he didn't get a single kill in the previous round, so aggression so far seems to work best for Wolves, but it is only the beginning of round number 3. There's still much more to go.
If you look at the way that these 2 teams have played over the last year or so, they've collided on 4 occasions in 3 best-of-1s and 1 best-of-3. All the way back in stage 1 when they were going under LFO, it was M&M to win a squeaker of a matchup 8-7 on Villa. In stage 2, Wolves won on Cafe 7-2. Stage 3, they both went back to Villa, but it was Wolves who persevered this time by a score of 7-2. The EUL finals went for M&M 2-0, a 7-2 on Cafe, and a 7-3 on Skyscraper. So, A, these teams like to play Villa and Cafe against each other.
Yes.
And Cafe will be the tiebreaker should we get there, so that'll be fascinating to watch. M&M obviously losing the first bout on Cafe 7-2, but then winning the second one, a follow-up contest 7-2. So they will be in good shape. And the EUL finals were not that long ago, whereas Stage 2 feels like an eternity ago. So M&M will clearly have the upper hand just based on recency.
Also, in most matchups, you mentioned the scorelines, it was very one-sided, right? 7-2, 7-1, 7-3 is a single or
blowouts. Sure. Most of these matches have been blowouts.
Exactly. I don't think that's to be expected this time around, to be fair. Different story. Just goes through.
These maps could be blowouts. We'll see. Nello has good coverage. The teams trade out. P4 and Nathan both on the board. Mowgli and Solotov now get on the board. Mowgli another coverage from above as Wolves Rise goes for the run out, guns them all down. Tyrant close enough but makes a ton of noise.
Wow.
He gets shut down by Bibu. The strategy seemed good from M&M. They had the coverage they desired, but Wolves not conceding that top floor, had the angles to play outside of the building, and they clean up very quickly on that post plant, get the diffuser as well to regain the lead.
It looked, at a glance, it looked like M&M just were going to steal that round, because once the exit goes through that, you jump in through the window, no one's not stock mirror, there's no C4s on the plant, no toxic babes, etc. And once the plant successfully goes down, you can win it in a 2 versus 4 as the attackers, from playing outside the building, essentially, on that post plant position. But Wolves, they retake it so well. They basically give up the bomb side almost voluntarily, which is very uncommon in Rainbow Six Siege. And a statistic that is kind of different when it comes to Wolves is that they have one of the worst statistics when it comes to how often the enemy will plant against them when Wolves are on the defense. And what that means is that teams just really commonly will get the bomb down, but Wolves' success rate as a team obviously is quite successful, both domestically and not that great internationally, but they make it to quarters typically. So despite teams planting against them very frequently, they still win a lot of those retake rounds, which is very uncommon for any team in this game. So who knew that just letting the enemy get what they want, you can actually benefit from that yourself. It's atypical.
You watch all the companion streams that have been going on recently, whether it's Super, whether it's Fresh, whether it's Jesse, and Laxing has been doing a lot of them as well. These companion streams where you have some experienced players go over it, it's always fascinating to see the way that they cut into the retake strats that teams will plan out. Now, all the way back in round number 1, if you can recall, the bomb site was upstairs in this bedroom office, and we got a good look of P4 on Solus. The operator has not come back out since, and might as well not have returned, as P4 dies a very early death, and 45 seconds in, Shinka will join him. Suddenly, with over 2 minutes left in this round, M&M Gaming have a ton of breathing room in a 5v3.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the game right now, this is a round where statistically, it's over, right? Now the members of Wolves, they just have to go absolutely nuclear. This is where you don't think about risk versus reward. You just think about pulling back this round from a lost position in this 3 versus 5. They need to get aggressive now.
It's like they say, it's 3v5 or 5v3, the most dangerous lead in Rainbow Six Siege.
Well, certainly.
This is where you see teams start to get kind of dumb. Things get real stupid, real ignorant, real fast, Nick. Take chances, and you're correct about that. When you are at such a disadvantage, if you try to play safe, you don't have an advantage in terms of numbers, you likely don't have an advantage in terms of gadgetry, you're going to get droned out, and the utility from the opponents will almost certainly be better than yours. You have to go for the swings. You have to go for runouts, jump outs, take gambles, and try to walk away from it. Now, M&M have read into this correctly, as most experienced teams will, and realize that you take 40 seconds, you do discovery, and then you get your chess pieces in the right spots on the board. Solotov commanding those library stairs by Solarium. Mowgli trying to hold off at least 2 separate players. As there goes the Firebolt, softening up Bibu. Mowgli cannot contest against Solotov again, who almost goes for a second. Bibu takes one down, but that's about it. This is a seesaw of a match, and it seems like you might have been correct with your assessment, where you said, I don't think this is going to be a blowout. And so far, with the way these rounds have played, it certainly seems like they are relatively evenly matched.
And to make it even better, it's a best of 3, which means that even if a team ends up having a wonky performance or doesn't exactly show up, whatever the case might be, first game jitters, right? We have at least one more map after the first one, possibly 2 more maps to go if we go the distance. There's not really any excuses to be said here where, oh, it was an early match, or oh, you know, we were nervous or whichever. You can work through all these problems in a single best of 3 scenario and just take the first map as your warm-up, say, all right, look at the next 2. But the point system, or the point distribution system rather, you want to get a 2-0 victory as much as possible to get those 4 points on the board to get like ahead of your group. So sacrificing a map for whatever reason or for first game jitters, it's definitely not ideal. But of course, unlike other majors this year, you're not going to outright lose just by losing the first match.
I'll tell you this much.
Okay.
You don't need to be current undefeated SI coach Fabian.G2 to know that P4 going 1-4
it's not great.
Isn't a recipe for success.
No. Especially when you're playing an active operator like Solus, where you only get real value, well, 2 of the rounds, you only get real value by actually being alive. That's even worse, right? If you're a Rook or a Jaeger, we can put down your utility, and you die early, it's not the end of the world. You can watch cameras and stuff, give information, come up with ideas. When you're playing active operators like Vigil or Solus, where your gadget has to be actively used throughout the round, it's terrible.
See, the operators that P4 have been playing, they've all been those intel denial operators, or inversely, they can work as intel gatherers. Mozzie's a good example of that. Yeah, he denies information with those pests, but also gathers it if you end up getting one of the drones. The same with Solus. You deny information by being able to precisely plot where your opponents are coming from, but you also gather it by seeing where they come from too. In this case, he'll be back on mute for yet another attempt at Garage. Wolves, completing their cycle through the first 3 rounds, went to bedroom on the top floor, garage on the basement, bar on the middle floor. It looks to be the same so far. Unsuccessful for Wolves, though, on their second bedroom defense. M&M seem to have repeated the performance that we witnessed from them on Garage. Can they do it again on the same bomb site? Well, Rise, no more. Kiba barriers will persist, but all the others that he might generate over the remaining minute and 30 will be no more. First kill goes to M&M yet again.
And MM are just doing a classic style of fishing right now by putting out the hook, waiting for something to move in the water, and then striking, right? They're getting all this information with the drones. Dukwi phone call comes out. They might just get 2 free picks on the round.
Okay.
It's easy, isn't it?
The last couple rounds, Solotov has just been, well, he's been styling. I mean, what else can you say here? High flying, profiling, styling. He had that pick as well on this same bomb site from above, if you remember, when he did see the booty and then smacked that booty inside of Kitchen. Solotov now getting 2 entry picks. Another 5v3 advantage for Wolves. They had this in the previous round, and I know that we joked that it's probably the least secure lead in Rainbow Six, but M&M did not toss it away.
Now, in this time, again, there are only 30 seconds left, but they're taking every single second they can afford. They have 2 smokes on the side of Thermite. That's going to be important throughout this round. There are bulletproof cameras, but there's no ward on the board, and Solotov just keeps finding kill after kill.
Oh my, are we going to witness another flawless? Yes, we are. Suddenly, the action happens fast and furious. That is not the result that Wolves want on this bomb site so far. M&M have not surrendered a single death when they've attacked Garage. That is exceptional. 2 flawless rounds happening on the same bomb site. M&M find themselves in a position where they cannot lose this first half. That was the read from Solotov that I talked about, and yet another, both from similar situations.
Yeah, on the hedge drop as well. That's just unfortunate timing.
And I will say this, I don't know if it's just the lack of Solace, who will come out yet again, P4 1-5. Can he survive past the first minute of action? That's what we'll see. But it honestly does seem like, at the moment, the drone game from M&M has steadily improved after that first round. Yeah, there was a bit of a backward slide in round number 3 on this exact bomb site, but that was because they didn't do what is a typical take of Bar Gaming, right? They hopped in, went for a quick plant, got out. I don't think we're going to see that again as we go back down to Bar and Gaming on the first floor, the last bomb site for Wolves on their defense, and it will mean that we have seen 3 of the 4 bomb sites. No Kitchen.
I think you're correct. I mean, M&M so far, they've attacked... You are correct, in fact. Okay, you are correct because M&M, they've not attacked the same bomb site twice at all throughout this match, right? They go for a complete reverse of what they did the first time. So for Master Bedroom, the first round, they attack Library. It fails. Next time, they go for Trophy instead on the Trophy Solarium side. Complete opposite take. For Basement, well, direct attack presence into the Kitchenette's control. That was the first round. Second round, they go top floor. They roam clear from top down. So since they went for a rush direct attack on Bar, the first time they attacked it, we can safely assume they're going to go for a full-on map clear roam of a sort, like a more typical approach would be to this map. Now they are bringing the same similar type operators, right? The Flores to clear utility, the Zero to gain information, and of course utility and grenades, and they keep finding opening kill after opening kill with little to no effort from outside the building. That is Wolves' biggest issue right now. I'm not sure if they're the ones swinging or getting swung, but seeing as M&M have not entered the building yet, you have to assume Moki was trying to get aggressive in that round and therefore got punished.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's really easy to be an armchair analyst and look at the numbers on the left side of your screen and say, well, I mean, clearly the team's just not performing up to snuff. But it's not even that Shinka doesn't have a kill. It's not even that P4 and Rise combined for 2 kills between them. It's how they've died. Rise will die on roam. P4 will die on roam. They won't really shoot back. And despite the fact that information for Wolves is a major part of their strategy, it doesn't show up. They're not able to capitalize off of what they get. Is that an ineffectiveness with the Solus? I don't know, but now 2 are dead. Both Mowgli and Rise are gone. Yet again, another 5v3, but Bibu's still alive for but a moment. Tyrant takes him out of action. Solotov knows he has the pre-fire. Plenty of ammunition on the last bullet. He'll take P4 down. Shinka unable to find a single kill on that first half. M&M put the first 6 rounds in the books. They take 4 of them. And now I feel like you might have been a little off base when you said this is going to be an even match.
I mean, I'll defend myself, my honor, and say that this is Chalet defense for Wolves, which typically, now this before Solus, we don't have numbers with Solus open really, Chalet typically is rather attacker favored. And the Solus didn't really get utilized that well as you spoke about, so that new operator didn't really change anything in that regard. But also, Solotov isn't making this a fair matchup, right? He's reading every scenario perfectly. Normally, it's based off his teammates droning for him, but in that round, he walked in through piano with no drones, no information. He still perfectly reads the player who snuck into office, pre-fires it, and takes down the opponent without even taking a single point of damage. It's not really fair, and it's Solotov, who we speak often about from M&M, thought stage 2 and stage 1 of EUL, but there's uses, I believe, in stage 3, the most recent one, that really was the quote-unquote star player, statistically at least, from this particular team. They're both showing up to great effect. Of course, Solotov more than uses so far, but overall M&M, as a team performance, are looking quite good so far.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Shall we talk about that first half? Let's do it. Tale of the tapes! 6 rounds in the books. Wolves winning rounds 1 and 3. M&M winning rounds 2, 4, 5, and 6. Rounds 2 and 4 for M&M were both on, or rounds 2 and 5. Apologies. Got my numbers mixed up.
Oh, it's okay.
Numbers don't lie, but sometimes I do when it comes to those numbers. Both were garage attacks from M&M Gaming. Both were flawless. The bomb site rotation for Wolves, bedroom up on the top floor, into garage in the basement, and bar on the main floor. There was no kitchen defense that we saw. M&M getting the diffuser down a couple of times, and Wolves only having a single round with an uncontested first blood, and that was all the way back in round number 1. There was a trade in round 3. Other than that, M&M starting things off with an entry kill, most of them in the column of Solotov.
Certainly did.
9 kills, by the way.
9 kills, by the way. 9 and 2 is a pretty good stat line to have here. And I mean, this is gonna, as we kind of see, like, you know, give confidence throughout his defending half. And that's something that you need, because to successfully defend Chalet, the easiest, if you will, is to hold off your opponent's entry points aggressively and stall for as much time as possible. Solotov, he's doing just that.
For what it's worth, Solotov has 9 kills. All of Wolves combined have 12, make that 13. Bibu walks in and actually takes out Solotov, who got a kill onto Mowgli. First blood still technically goes to M&M, but it is a trade.
Yeah.
I would call it a trade.
I'll call it a trade. It was responding pretty quickly. They cut him off guard. He couldn't run back anywhere. And it's also a worthy trade for Wolves because they shut down the most, efficient fragger from the side of M&M, and they gain a bit of map control now, a bit of breathing, if you will. Now, this is a basement attack, so they gotta clear much more of the map so far, and M&M, they're holding on for as long as they can.
Nello retreats back down to the basement as we hit the halfway point of the first round of M&M Gaming's defense, 7th round overall. You've lost the Yana, and you've also lost the best gunner for Wolves.
Yeah.
But you've also lost the Oryx and the best gunner from M&M. So, I mean, in that sense, it's a wash in terms of ability, though I would say that Solotov is easily been the best person in this lobby. Oryx is able to move around the map very quickly, and on a bomb site like we see right now, which is garage down in the basement, if you want to be able to retake that top floor very quickly and be a thorn in the side of Wolves, that's the operator that's going to be able to do it. It'll hurt that M&M doesn't have him available.
No, then they do have lobby control for any sort of verticality that can be done by Wolves because of that mirror window instead of dining. It means Wolves are into blue stairs attack with main breach.
There's a flash that goes out. Multiple flashes go out. P4 walks in, removes the head of Uzis. He's got control of the bomb site. Down goes Shinka. M&M rebuffing this attack. Nello's still on the stairs. And he wipes them all out. M&M seem to be on even footing with Wolves, but they persevere in the end. And I don't know if it was Wolves just having a general lack of knowledge as to where those off-site players were, playing close enough to the bomb site, but technically not in it. And M&M will stretch their lead. They're now just 2 rounds away from putting Chalet in the books. This is their map, to be fair.
Yeah.
Wolves
and they're really good at it, too, like historically, that is.
Wolves will take a timeout, by the way. I think this is an appropriate time to do so. At least you got to see what the first part of the first or second half looked like.
Yeah, I mean, it's now or never, right? Because if you lose the next following round or any round of the next, 5 or so, you'll be forced into overtime in a best case scenario. You want to avoid that. I will say for that last round that we just saw in the basement attack for Wolves, they made the right call because they couldn't roam clear in time, didn't have enough map presence. They knew there was one person top floor, one person top dining with that mirror window. So 1 minute to deal with all of that map control, not doable. So they go for the most optimal play that isn't the best execute, blue stairs, main breach, fireplace stairs, and they basically trade 1 for 1, which isn't the best case scenario for them. They kind of swoop around the bomb side, they get in deep, but they don't get that initial control when Nelo was playing fireplace stairs. So Nelo, really being a pillar in the middle of it all, brought the round back with that double kill towards the end of the round. And Wolves, they can't really get any control that they want so far. And it really comes down to opening kills in most of these scenarios. If Wolves can get a shutdown onto Solotov and they get the opening kill, that can really change the tides around for them. Solotov is the only, I would say, super proactive, super aggressive player from the side of M&M who's actively fighting Wolves on the entry. So if he either stops doing that by getting shut down frequently enough, or if he just gets shut down period on the opening kill, then Wolves can do so much more with the time. And last round it was 1 for 1 trade, but Solotov did manage to eat away 1 minute and 20 seconds of the round, so even though he died, he still got a ton of value. Okay, just do that.
10 seconds into the round, and not long into his tenure on M&M Gaming. Nathan is taken out, running by a window. I believe it was Doki in the G2 Koi matchup who made some comment, Nick, about, next person to get spawn peeked is a loser or something like that.
Yep.
I mean, it technically wasn't a spawn peek. I don't think Nafe was contesting that.
Nafe was trying to run away.
I think
you didn't want any of that.
He was trying to escape. And you know what that is? That's the second opening duel won by Wolves in this matchup. All the way back in round number 1 is how far you have to go to see the last time it happened. M&M holding aggressively above this Bar Gaming defense on the main floor.
So now we can talk that statistically Wolves, they got what they wanted and what they needed, right? They have half the map, or about a third of the map in full control of theirs. With 1 minute into the round, opening kill, Nave, Legion, active gadget, they charge up throughout the round, has to put them down. Really good value here. But the most difficult part of this entire attack is what you're looking at right now. Clearing out the top blue stairs and chimney position, where the likes of Solotov and Uses will be playing to actively hold them away from achieving their goal. Now you have utility, flashbangs, 1 grenade left, Sophia soft breaches as well. So from the side of Wolves, they have every single tool they could possibly imagine, but they have to execute it correctly for this to work.
Still posted up inside of Library. Solitov watching ever so intently, but nobody from Wolves will give him an inch. Tyrant not too far away, playing at Chimney. Kiba barriers providing a good amount of protection to conceal him from the enemy. Down goes Nilo. M&M suffering yet another casualty.
A minute to go. Uses trying to make aggressor on the blue stairs, has to look for something. We speak about this. The 3v5, this is where things have to get aggressive or things will fall apart.
First kill for M&M in this round on the board. They are so close to match point, but they'll need to find a couple more kills. 4, in fact, in order to make it happen. 3, make that 2. Uses just guns down Shinka and Rise. Neither bother to look up. Now it's Mowgli's turn. Can he confront that high rate of fire in the Vector? Right now playing off the deployable shield. They'll flash out, but he's the victim of the flashes. Uses still tucked into Chimney. Keep in mind, Solitov is there. I don't know if they have the location of the Frost. Tyrant now descending the stairs. Mowgli with diffuser in hand going down. 20 seconds left. P4 covering through the hatch. He's the only set of eyes. He gets Solitov on the drop, but they know where he is. The jig is up. Timer will continue to run. Mowgli playing behind the bar. Impact nades go in. Mowgli jumps up. Uses another kill. He's been phenomenal so far. Now it's P4 to grab Uses. Tyrant will need to clutch out with diffuser down, but it's an escape from P4 back upstairs. Timer continuing to tick away. Does Tyrant have information? P4 back down the stairs. This is a game of cat and mouse at this point. Neither seem to be able to find each other, but Tyrant making a ton of noise drops, and P4 seals the deal, and no comeback from M&M will be had. A very impressive performance in the post plant by Wolves.
Yeah. It's not a clean round whatsoever, and a big blunder in the midst round where Uses would have enabled or allowed rather that double kill from the verticality above. But the 2 versus 3 was played beautifully. I assume that Wolves had information on the lobby side fireplace because no one was covering it. Mowgli was covering the hatch drop from bar from library instead. Got the initial kill, made it into a 2v2. But P4 playing the 1 versus 1, not even having to use his mouse at all. Doesn't even have to fire a single bullet. He baits the run up towards top floor for post plant, then walks back down the blue stairs. And the read, it's really good from M&M because they challenged it, but because the hatch up above inside a small box library was reinforced, that means that if the defender goes up, there's no easy way down besides the library hatch, which is not ideal because you're so far off the diffuser and you're going to be dropping into a less than ideal situation. So wonderfully played strategically from Wolves, but the mid round, we need to work on it. And with M&M choosing the dining kitchen bomb site, we have now seen all 4 bomb sites being played out, as Wolves themselves did not opt to go for this bomb site a single time on their first 6 defensive rounds.
I always want to call you out when you say we need to do this. I know that you're speaking on behalf of the team, but I always want to say, like, you know, you don't play. Anyway,
I'm engaged watching.
No, you don't. You're not on the team.
You know that you know that meme where it's like you have like a coach, like a social media manager person or whatever, and like they like celebrate the team. They're like, you're not in the team, bro. You know, it's one of those. It's like you think you're so cool, you're involved, but it's like you're not even in the team, man. I guess that's me.
Let him know.
Let him know?
You let him know, yeah, tell him.
I think if I asked Wolves I could be like an imaginary member of their team, I think they would accept me, actually. Because Shinka and I, we're tight. We're gonna jersey swap. You know that? Who are you jersey swapping with, Parker? Who are you tight with?
So,
nobody?
It's a hell of a lot of copium that you're...
It's not copium.
that you're sucking on there, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd play for Wolves. Sure thing, man.
You're not gonna answer my question. Who are you gonna jersey swap with?
I'm about to become the starting point guard.
Do you even have a jersey?
Raptors.
Oh, that's right. You don't have a jersey. You're just a caster.
That's all you are now, too. Rise, dropping the Candelas, tossed on in. It's a Solarian take, but M&M are aware of this. Wolves going for broke.
What?
M&M have pushed them back fully, and it was Rise outside. Look at his face. He knows it. There was that look of total and utter defeat. Not going to happen. Not even a single kill. M&M, their 3rd flawless round. Diffuser surrendered by that window and trophy. And M&M Gaming moved to match point. A valiant effort from Wolves. I liked it. We saw the same style of that risky, incredibly quick, get in, fight your way out play from M&M earlier in the matchup. Wolves tried their hand at it. It did not work. And that's a hell of a time to do it, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly at this point, it shows that Wolves are still in this mentally. They're allowing themselves and being okay with taking these high-risk situations despite being down pretty badly here. And you spoke about Ryze's facial expression. I mean, it sucks to be that person who has to be Ying on a winter repel, not even in the fray of the battle, right? You're just chalking in your Candelas to blind the opponent, create some chaos, and hope that your team succeeds in the mission at hand. All 4 members die, it's not even close, and you have to just be like, well, I guess it's my turn to die now. You walk towards the nearest entrance to the building, and immediately you die too, and it's a flawless loss. It is mentally a frustrating and difficult thing to deal with, and it is a best of 3. Wolves do have 2 more maps to fight on, but this is not the chalet nor the opening showcasing that they wanted from this event.
So the first kitchen defense that we saw as well, and it ends up catastrophe. And now with the matchup on the line, it's Spawn Peak City, baby, and Usis, newly elected mayor. Down goes P4. Solotov also looking for a Spawn Peak, but could not find one. Wolves will be quick to open up the breach. There goes the exothermic charge, but all that said, you've lost your buck. But secondary gadget goes down with him. EE1D expended to try and catch Solotov. Ryze cannot connect. Solotov relocates, and no way. No way he's going to try this.
It's a madman.
Oh no. Oh no. No. But Solotov still wins it. A defeating performance for Ryze. Wolves realize now M&M in that very familiar spot that Wolves have been unable to overcome before, which is the 5v3 that we've seen about 4 times so far in this map, Nick.
Yeah. I mean, P4, rough time here. They note that the buff on P4 did not have the secondary heartbeat gadget, so they don't lose that, but they do lose Mowgli as well. So a 2 versus 5 now for Bibu and Shinga, trying to clutch it up to go further into Chalet.
Shinka might end his very first map here at SI 2023 without a single kill. It would be quite defeating and not good for the mental of this team. A minute and a half to go. This round all but over at this point, barring a miracle for Wolves. You want to build suspense, but you also want to be a little bit honest. And at this point, honesty would suggest that Wolves have one hell of a job ahead of them. And M&M showing excellent patience. Suppressors will make it quieter, but you'll still hear the gun.
Yeah, I mean, there's no drones for Wolves either. We're just walking around with Xing and Bibu looking for kills, and M&M, they're not handing it to them. They're playing it patiently, as they should.
Tracers go over the head of Shinka, but a bit of a delay onto the Legion of Nello. Cannot connect. Not even a single point of damage done to Nello, actually. The only thing that really helped Wolves was that they had an abundance of time, but Tyrant will ensure that Shinka walks out of this matchup without a single kill. 3 flawless rounds so far. A 4th flawless within the grasps of M&M, and well, they close their fingers around it. 7-3 on their map to take a 1-0 lead in the series. M&M absolutely stomping Wolves with a great team effort.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful bait there in as well by Nello. He ran past the angle, and when he was shot at, well, that's when Ty went for the flank there. M&M looks like the better team playing together, and honestly, it's a good look for them. I think a lot of teams, they are doubting them for this event and favoring Wolves in this matchup. But M&M, they're proving those haters wrong.
I mean, it was M&M in the EUL finals a couple months ago.
It was.
Toppled Wolves 7-2 and 7-3. And it's yet another 7-3. Wolves have some work to be done before we go to Clubhouse in just a couple minutes for map number 2. We'll see you in a sec.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
What a dominant performance by M&M Gaming in map number 1. It was their map, to be fair, but Chalet seemed to be over almost as quickly as it started. And in the trend of what we've come to know from these two teams, Nick, 7-2, 7-2, 7-2, 7-3, and now 7-3. Those are the score lines of the last 5 maps that these teams have played against one another. Now we go to Clubhouse. This is Wolves' map. Before we get there, what led to the 7-3 in favor of M&M?
I mean, individual performance definitely played a factor. We see that in the highlight reel right here. Solotov pretty much stole the show for 2, if not 3 rounds on Chalet. This right here, 2 wallbangs back-to-back in the same round. This round is over, right? Your 5 versus 3 round is flawless in their favor. And that really is the problem. M&M, they won, what, 4 rounds in a flawless manner? That should not happen, period. So, individual performance, Wolves did not show up. Now this is Chalet. It's a aggressive map where you have to try and fight your way throughout, especially when you're the attacking side to get map control. But Clubhouse is very much opposite. You can force kills and force good positions by strategically picking apart the map, right? Breaching the right walls in the right order, etc. and kind of going through your ABCs. So I do think that when it's going to come down to how these teams will function on Chalet versus Clubhouse, it's going to be rather different than one another.
Now, I'm going to be the guy who's less analytical than you and point to the 2 things on my screen that are most glaringly obvious.
I see them.
Shinka going 0-9 and Rise going 1-8. I think for somebody like Shinka, it's more excusable. Yeah. I don't think going 0-9 in an SI group stage match is excusable ever, frankly. It's a terrible performance. But for somebody like Shinka, who plays support-oriented roles, is on drone a lot on attack, is using gadgetry and utility to enable his teammates, 0-9 doesn't show the full story. But somebody like Rise, who tends to be on more aggressive roles, who tends to be closer to the front lines of battle, while still using utility and still helping his team, going only a single kill, dropping only a single kill, 1-8, not great. And I think that's where the spotlight needs to be. Wolves always seem to succeed when Rise plays well.
That's actually true.
It doesn't matter what the rest of his team does. I've seen players on that team also drop breadsticks, drop donuts, but if Rise and Bibu or Mowgli are performing well, sometimes that's enough. But when Rise doesn't do well, the team almost never succeeds. And if that level of gameplay comes out of Rise on Clubhouse, we're looking at probably a 2-0 for M&M.
I mean, we often see Rise, especially on defense, kind of play in that middle area, the gray line, if you will, between aggression on the roam and then like being the side anchor. So it makes sense that statistically, if Rise isn't having a great time, the teams, his teammates rather, are falling apart before he can really get to act upon it. But Rise in attack, on the other hand, is often finding himself as like a aggressive secondary entry. So I do agree with you that statistically, Rise is the player to look at for that specific element. But I mean, Clubhouse is a different ball game. I think there are different things that Wolves can leverage now. Operator ban-wise, I'm curious to see if they'll follow that same trend of the stable operator bans, or maybe a bit of a target and castle that was on Chalet, or if we're going to see something new come out of these teams for this matchup, because these two teams, they know each other quite well.
Well, fearing the information that comes from Yana, we've already got 1 operator banned differentiating from map number 1. It was Nook and Twitch that were banned out in map 1, and this time around it's going to be Yana and Dokkaebi, so completely different attacking operators. A Yana and a Doke removed from play on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I was going to say on Clubhouse. Not a Heartbreacher ban that we typically see. No Thatcher either. So we're going to see, I mean, the big thing here, key giveaway here, right, is that we're going to be losing a whole set of grenades from the attacking lineup. You're only going to get 1 set now, with Sledge that is, unless you play the Nuke or you go flex onto a Glass, for example, etc. And that's just going to change things up a little bit, where we don't often see Nick on Clubhouse because it's not like a big map where you can kind of escape around and sneak your way into the bomb sites necessarily as much as, like, let's say, Bank. So curious to see what secondary grenade operator the attackers will bring from both sides, or if they're just going to stick with a single grenade operator, or as Wolves are showing us, none possibly as well.
Is that WWE background? Is that the Becky Lynch background that says "I am the man"?
I actually was thinking the same thing, but I don't know for sure.
Because Becky Lynch is the man. I know that Caliber Jacob was overjoyed at the WWE tie-in with The Undertaker and Becky Lynch. Undertaker obviously being Blackbeard, Becky Lynch obviously being Thorn, but I gotta say, I was quite a fan as well, and I'm glad to see teams doing that. But of course, they both have their own custom operator backgrounds too for their teams. I think it's 40% off right now.
Yes, I believe all esports skins on bundles,
40% off.
And I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's the first ever actual sale as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember.
It's the biggest one, I know that for a fact at least, the 40% mark that is.
I think it is the highest, yes. That's
so go cop your skins here, buddy. Something like that.
All right, Clubhouse. Wolves will start on attack. On defense, M&M, and they will run with the Solus themselves. Saw the newest operator added to the game, played by Wolves a number of times on Chalet, but never really as successful as we would have hoped. Nathan is bringing the ITA shotgun instead of the P90, so imagine Solus is going to play on this basement defense, very similarly to what we see out of a smoke, likely holding somewhere towards the stairs, somewhere towards church, in all of those angles that can be covered by a shotgun at relatively close range. Wolves have already breached the top floor. They will clear from the top down, but it doesn't look like there is an extensive roam from M&M. Mowgli is up there. He gets droned out. Solotov not too far away, but still what appears to be two bodies down in the actual basement and one playing on the middle floor. Rise off to a good start immediately. 1 minute into this round, 1 minute into this map, has tied his kill total from the entire first map. He picks off M&M. Now down goes Uzis. Tyrant will follow. Oh my.
Oh, it's over.
Hello in a 1v5 with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Now this is a bit of a change. 4 flawless rounds for M&M on Chalet. Wolves might have their own too. They will come face to face with a shotgun barrel at the bottom of main stairs. Plenty of time for them to be able to open up hatches, floors, gain information. And it looks like Wolves are just going to go in through the other side of the bomb site. Nello contending with one. No way he's able to get a single target. Wolves, a flawless start to their map. They've screwed their head on right. And they're starting off similar to what we saw in map 1.
I mean, that is the best possible way to start this off, because for Wolves going to map number 2 of Clubhouse, it's all about the mental game, right? Getting back into it, gaining confidence, and having a bit of fun. And we can see right now from the player cam, they are indeed having a fair bit of fun just off that single round where, let's say they end up losing that round in the flawless in reverse, that's going to be sad faces, maybe a bit of quietness, etc. And that can be really hard to bounce back from, where M&M, they have the momentum going to Clubhouse. They're feeling good, they're feeling confident. You saw it, Solotov shut down and lost his opening gunfight against Rise, and it was full speed ahead the moment that kill went through. There's really good aggression and confidence shown by Wolves, despite having a bad Chalet game.
For those of you who are just tuning in, this is Group B. You might wonder who else is in this group.
Oh.
Well, the team that has the day off, as far as I'm aware, is Direwolves. They have a bye today. Team Liquid and Sonics are facing each other over on our sister channel, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. If you're re-watching this, and the VOD should be up shortly after the conclusion of this matchup due to the staggered start times of the two streams. They are still on map 1. They are quite a ways behind us. I think it's like 15 to 20 minutes behind, give or take, which can amount from anywhere from 3 to 5 rounds, depending on how teams play and depending on how quick the rounds go by. But we're not going to spoil the ongoing scoreline for you, but just know that it's still in map 1, and it's a close game between Liquid and Sonics. And if you're curious, this is the Sonics team that benched Kansan and picked up Citizen, bringing him over as he Brexited the UK and came to he came to the North American shores. So if you want a first look at that team, you're welcome to. At international competition, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how Sonics will progress to this tournament, because I do like seeing Citizen back on a different team, or a new team rather, should I say. M&M, however, they're just holding on. You see 0 roam game towards Master Bedroom, only 1 minute and 10 to the round, and they're just waiting patiently for something to happen. And Mowgli might have pinched a member here. Whether he knows that or not, we'll find out once this drone crosses his doorway. Don't know the whereabouts of Nave, and that could be a free pick for Wolves. Or not.
It's one of the slower rounds that we've seen in the matchup between these two teams so far. Usually action comes fast and furious. For legal purposes, that is not a reference to the movie franchise of the same title. Wolves in hot pursuit. Well, it might not be a basement defense, but they understand that at least one player lies down there, and Rise hunting ghosts. Solotov wastes as much time as is humanly possible. 1 minute left. M&M still defending this top floor. They've allowed Wolves free range on the main floor, and the explosives will go off to try and displace those defenders playing in tricky positions.
I like this from Solotov, you know, because he's the Solus, he can keep on flanking main stairs, always know there's a drone on him or not. Always going to be a threat. That means the Wolves are on a timer right now. If they wait too long, they will get flanked. They have only 2 drones left. Make that one. They have to act in the next 20 minutes.
But they can't get in through the breach. Mowgli, the very first kill, answered back by Nathan. P4 down for the P4 takes down Nella. He's down for the count. Rise goes down as well. Both these teams trading blows, 3-3, staying power from M&M, as there's a Doc still on the board and all 3 stim pistols still there to bring him back to life. Meanwhile, Shinka's in the middle of the bomb site, both bomb sites in fact. He's got diffuser in hand, but doesn't seem to be comfortable as to where he wants to plant. Final 10 seconds. We are about to hit the point of no return for Shinka, as now he loses another member of his team. He'll engage instead, 5 seconds left. Diffuser in hand, down goes at what could have been an impact, and it's Solotov to finish the deal. The timer would have given them the win, even though they got all the kills at the last second. Either way, M&M persevere, and just like in map number 1, second round goes in favor of M&M, and it's a tie game.
Could be a familiar story being showcased here, and that particular round that we just saw, it really explains the strengths of an Unreal like Solotov was playing on the Solids rather. You're playing basement, you can flank the main stairs, kill 3-4 flank drones at various times, then you run down all the way to basement, come up the blue stairs, kill another flank, get a kill, and now because Solids has cleared down the stock area below the bomb site, you can now deny anybody from planting in most positions on the cache bomb site itself. That's why you saw Wolves kind of struggle with where do we plant. Shinka running back and forth. He recognized he has to plant on the green box table itself because otherwise Solids with the impact grenade will take him out immediately. But the issue is Wolves never cleared out the dock on the catwalk rafters of Garage, so because the wall is open between the bomb sites, if you plant on the green table, you can get seen from Garage. So there's no safety net whatsoever for Wolves, and a bit of a missed opportunity for them to really capture that round. It's a great punish by, well, we can argue, the star player of this best of 3 so far in Solotov. Really finding value time and time again. Playing an active Solus as well is something that I think that every team should look towards.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because while it is low-hanging fruit to look at the kills that somebody has, he also wasted how much time in that previous round and consistently lives in the back of the minds of Wolves. And when it's a 3v3, and one of those 3 that you're facing off against is somewhere on the map, you have no idea, there's 15 seconds left. Wolves have to pull off a plant in 15 seconds with no dedicated flank watch because somebody has to be watching the diffuser go down. And then there's 2 other players on M&M who can do some serious damage to you. Solotov has not just wasted time, but also put Wolves in a very tough position. And that's something that doesn't show up on a scoreboard, but it's still something that is huge value for the team.
And it's the same way we saw in the very first round. I think it was Nave playing the Solids. He was playing very passive on the main stairs, kind of telling M&M where the drones were coming from on the attack, but couldn't do anything about it. When Solotov plays the Solids, he is actively where the drones are coming from to shut them down immediately and then run away. And it's always, you know, killing one drone, fall back one room. And because you have such precise information as Solids, you should be in the front of the round to utilize that as early as possible. It's another slow round for Wolves. They're battling against the CYCLOPS here from Nave. Now, they do have Thatch available. We have to double EMP each hatch. And if you don't, you're gonna get tricked. And if you don't use any, you're also gonna... Oh, that was too close. That was way too close.
Nate was off by 1 millisecond, losing the Electric Claw and also losing the hatch in the process. P4 tastefully applying those X-Kairos charges, and only 2 of them go off. There go yet 2 more, but the Electric Claw actually works this time. A look of confusion will be on his face. The EMP goes off, the 2x Kairos go in. That should be more than enough, and barring a Nitro Cell below Rise, that's full kitchen control for Wolves with just under a minute to go.
Pace-wise or pacing-wise, it's not the worst, situation. With 45 seconds, you can execute, but you have to act fast. Wolves are looking to do just that.
Look at the hatch, Rise fishing for kills, Diffuser going down. Nathan needs to throw that Nitro Cell. Shinka in the midst of the toxic gas, just breathing it all in. Almost all of his HP gone, and instead, he'll engage with the Kiba barrier and the Azami of Tyrant playing behind him. All 10 players still up, but they will start to drop. Shinka, the first casualty, P4 follows. Rise on the hatch, he'll need to drop now to retrieve the diffuser, and he manages to do so successfully, but his team is being winnowed down. Uses the first one from Eminem to die, but now it's Mowgli in a 1v4, and he just doesn't have enough bullets. Eminem stitched 2 together to take the lead on Clubhouse.
Typically, that exact attack from Wolves would actually work out in favor of the attackers, but one small thing is different now than what it was like 8 months ago or 12 months ago. Asami changes every single thing you know about Rainbow Six Siege fundamentally as you know it. If Asami doesn't have the keeper barriers on the AK's position where she was playing, well, that entire round could be over for the attackers. You get down that plant successfully because the Toxic Babe was only hitting the default position. The C4 can't reach deep into the bomb site because the C4 member is playing third box, which is so far away, you can't reach. That means that if the keeper barriers couldn't keep the members of MM alive in that crucial AK's position, Shinka can comfortably start establishing a plant because there's no cover for them to swing with. But Asami is an operator. Nello was holding on to those keeper barriers and it allowed his team to therefore swing out aggressively and establish a counter, execute rather, on towards Wolves. It's looking good for them. And again, the grenade utility is so scarce. And for pretty much every single of these rounds so far, Wolves are running 0 grenades because of that Iana ban. Normally it's Mowgli, who typically plays Iana for the side of Wolves. He's on Ash duty pretty much every single round so far. And sure, you do have soft breach destruction, but the Ash breaches are not going to get you kills. They're not going to shut down vital positions, but they can take out utility. So you can achieve a similar goal, but not the exact one that you might be looking for.
Exothermic charge going off quickly. A new bomb site for the defense of M&M, likely because Cash and Church have been locked down. Not uncommon on this map to see a bar stage defense on the first floor. Maybe not as common in EU as it does tend to be in North America, maybe, question mark, but up to Jim they will go. This is often known as the tertiary bomb site, the one that teams like to go to the least, as it, in terms of historical win rate, does skew towards the attackers. And, well, it's a problem with that first Selma. Does not go off successfully, but windows get opened up. That one might have actually been shot. First kill goes to Eminem. Mowgli down, P4 now down as well. The young guns that were picked up by Wolves are just not finding their stride in this matchup. Mowgli continues to perform, but that's about it. Nice shot from Bibu. Numbers not equalized, but getting a little bit closer as Eminem now loses their first.
Yeah, you can argue a bit of a questionable swing there from Solotov because that is arguably not when you want to, apply pressure onto your opponents because that's a really stable foundation. Losing one member is not the end of the world, of course. It's still a 3 versus 4 in favor of Eminem. But things are slowly progressing now for Wolves because they're struggling to find openings. So if Eminem are giving it to them, that might just be what they need to find success in one of these upcoming rounds, or perhaps in this one in particular.
Sorry, didn't Frost get nerfed?
Technically?
And yet we still see Frost's fragging out. Isn't that crazy?
Almost like her
really makes you think. Down goes Nello. The zombie no more, but with a minute left, most keeper barriers should be there. And out Tyrant now in a rough spot. Wolves have clawed this one back, and Rise is just in. Hello! There's another player right there as he uses. He didn't expect there to be 2 of them. Instead, now uses has multiple targets, but it's a secondary shotgun, one of whom is down. It's the ace. It's Bibu in a 1v2. Not really retrievable. He gets splattered by Uzis with the side shotgun. We spoke of the Frost, and boy, the Frost did ever appear. 3 in a row for Eminem now. It was a confident start the clubhouse by Wolves, but that confidence seems to have evaporated.
Yeah, and that's even Zolotov peeking aggressively, handing that kill to Bebo for free early in the round, so it could have been even more in favor of M&M rather having one more member alive for that late round stage. I mean, I will say Nave rotating downstairs with that C4, basically saving users on the Frost, beautifully executed with information regarding the timing of when to pop that C4 itself. And I mean, Frost sure did arguably get a little bit of a nerf, but still gets that Deploy shields, still get those Frost mats, which statistically, I think there's a couple years back now, but the official Rainbow Six Twitter account, they made a blog post about the efficiency of certain operators. And funny enough, Frost's success rate with like how often enemies end up in her trap was actually higher the higher rank you went into. So if you're a Diamond player, you have a higher chance of running into a Frost trap than if you're a Silver player, for example. And if we were to apply that logic all the way up the ladder, then Pro League would be where she is the most successful. And you'd always say, but how do Pro players get hit by traps, you know, Capcom traps, Legion mines, and Frost traps? There's a lot happening in these rounds, right? Whether you're playing ranked, casual, Pro League, there's people communicating, drawing information, you're nervous, sounds, etc. It is very easy to miss one very tiny detail, and that tiny detail might just get you killed.
Hold on a second here, Nick. Solotov is in the meat locker down below.
He's cooking.
Food spoiled, unfortunately. Oh, Rise will come back. Solotov might be able to see this on his gadget, and he gets spotted inside a kitchen, a tough spot, but impacts will allow him safe passage out. He hits the hatch, and he's down into the basement. Again, Rise and Solotov will do the dance down on the beach. As Solotov, who wasted so much time last time around.
Yeah, I mean, you see it again, right? He gets one drone, pops the hatch, drops down, and just keeps on, you know, keeping Wolves guessing. Where is this man? Where is he gonna flank? And now he can come up any staircase, and because he's Solace, he can see all the drones, if there are any active, shut them down, or just kind of slither on through unseen, undetected. C4 misses, nice try.
It was a good read. I mean, there were two players of Wolves out there, but with the double windows open, it might have just been a missed opportunity or a missed call based on sound.
Now, the issue for Wolves now is going to be around the bandit trick of Nello. They do have EMPs and, of course, Ash verticality with the Buck 2. So it's a bit of a dance now. Nello has to choose between the double wall of CCTV main breach and the single wall of construction. Right now, it sounds like something's getting opened up. I'm not sure that's garage, it's construction being attempted, I can't quite tell. But something is being opened up. It is construction. Okay, there we go. So Nello is just gonna sacrifice that area of the map and not care, just stick to his double breach instead. That's where their priority lies.
And Nello died in that position last time around, but the one thing that was a bit of a saving grace for M&M was that Selmas didn't work as effectively as they wanted. There was that thin line that prevented them from getting out. Nello, in the old-fashioned bandit trick, it will work, and he fights from the same position. Bibu takes down Solotov. First pick goes in favor of Wolves, but it's answered back quickly. Uses with one. Mowgli, yet another. M&M and Wolves coming to blows very fast, and they are trading out. To a 3v3 we go. Tyrant in this position has two targets lined up. Lets one go right through his fingers, and the last two remaining of Wolves are inside of Cash. Nello narrows the number down to one, and it was Rise involved in what could have been the first altercation down by Kitchen as the last man standing of Wolves. Both Nathan and Nello so low on HP that Rise could very easily pull this one off, but there's still those stim pistols in the pocket of Tyrant. And he takes matters into his own hands, gets the trade, and it's 4 in a row for M&M. They are just blitzing their way through this matchup.
It's crazy to think that Wolves started off with a flawless victory of the basement roam clear attack, and they looked so dominant in that opening round. And then nothing has looked anything remotely similar as to that in the following 4. I mean, we're making small mistakes here. I keep saying we. Wolves keep making small mistakes, right?
I need to remind everybody that you do not.
I do not play for Wolves.
Do not actively play for any team.
That's also true. I do not actively play for any team. You know, in the previous round, it's the CCTV breach. They try and open up the soft wall between the bombs, and they assume that there's no way Nello is trying to bandage it because he's going to die if he does. So they kind of sloppily assume that, and what happens, Nilo does actually successfully bandit trick the wall, they don't get the breach open up, the round kind of falls apart. Nobody went below, no one contested garage. Garage itself was not breached open for a late flank either, so the catwalk player that is Doc, I believe that's Tyrant in that round, can just hold the walk in, use his Doc stim pistols if he wanted to, he did keep all three in the pocket, and M&M have a stable ground to work with, right? Wolves aren't really making it difficult for M&M to problem solve these things. If Solotov had stayed alive in that round as Solace, they also had Plant and Eye from below. They did successfully deal with that problem, but two more arise in the presence of that disappearing, and Wolves, once again, they come out the loser.
No timeout's been taken so far. Wolves will likely do what they did in map number 1, just wait for the first half to subside. And then when we go into the second half, that's when you will call the timeout. And I mean, there's obviously strategy here. Lilun is an experienced coach. You've also got Helby backing her up as an analyst and secondary coach, and also looks great in a pair of leggings. But that's neither here nor there when it comes to coaching, or maybe it does. Maybe it provides the confidence that his team needs when they can see him wearing those, though those team secret days are long gone.
They are long gone, yeah.
Either way, Lilun does not call the timeout and will wait till the second half. Now, if you are in this position, let's say you're a coach, I don't know, let's call you Fabian.
Okay.
If you were in this position,
yeah,
would you call a timeout now, or would you do what it seems like Wolves would do, which is wait until the second half?
I'll wait till the second half, because you can take a timeout now, talk about your next one attacking round, and opponents that you've already attacked before, which, you know, did work out once, didn't work out the second, and just really talk about your defenses when you get there, right? Because Clubhouse also is a strategical map itself, you can choose different ways to defend, aggressively, passively, work around the EMP coming because stature's open. Also, with Diana being banned out, maybe talk about what do you expect M&M to do when you swap sides, because you have many more rounds to work with once that side swap comes out. You only have one more attacking round. And they have changed things up. Wolves are playing both Nook and they're playing Ying, more executed operators in the Ying, and of course the frag grenades on Mowgli, which they have been missing in the previous 5 rounds. It's a different look, and it can be the difference maker.
It's assessing exactly where everybody is currently laid out.
It's a quiet round, but it's going to get very noisy very soon, because EMPs combined with Ying Candelas means they will go through guaranteed.
First bit of damage being done to Mowgli, the Nook, attempting to get in without M&M catching it. Does not work. Now it's Rise to take some damage. Candelas go in. It's a trade to start things off. P4 walks in with all the confidence in the world, but it's misplaced as M&M just pushes out Wolves, leaving Mowgli to die. He was the last man left, and then he wasn't at all. First half, M&M 5-1 on Wolves map.
Impressive.
Exact same position that you want to be in as you were on the previous map, except M&M's doing it a single round faster.
You're improving so quickly. Again, small...
He'll be back. And in greater numbers.
There, again, it's small mistakes in Wolves, right? I mean, we can look at what happened in the execute there. EMPs goes out, denies ADSs, great play from Ying. But Ying, which I believe was P4 in that round, also died with 2 smoke grenades in pocket. And Ying got taken out from the B bomb side chassis, from the opposite bomb side of the entry point itself, because there's no line of sight being denied. If one of those 2 smoke grenades had been spent in that particular area, that grants Ying a free, and everybody else for that matter, a free entry to the bomb site. And then you can utilize these Cadelas who are blinding the members that are close to you. So the smoke denies the far players, the blind denies the close players. You now have a stable entry point. The second reason why that's so important is because the main breach of church wasn't opened up. You had to go through Moto door and just fight your way through it. And, well, if Ying gets shut down and nobody else can see because of the Candelas, no one can follow up on that play, and it all just fell apart. Now Wolves, they're starting basement, no tactical timeout taken yet, so they pretty much have to win this round to have any value in their attack timeout, because otherwise it's, you know, it's overtime at best for them.
Now, the one thing that does, I suppose, give some confidence to fans of Wolves is that the first bloods and entry kills have been relatively split down the middle for these teams. A lot of trades coming in, and there have not been the same stumbles for Wolves the moment that a round begins. Now, it's the mid to late round that has been the single biggest issue for Wolves, and you witnessed it in the previous round too. M&M suddenly gets 3 kills before you can even finish blinking. That's not the position that you want to find yourself in. 5-1, first half, Church, Cash, and Jim, the 3 bomb sites that were played. Church played 3 times, Cash twice, Jim once. And it's been M&M for 5 rounds in a row, and Solotov walks right in, and he sends Mowgli to the afterlife. Proximity alarm be damned, cams be damned. That's a pretty strong entry for M&M.
It is, and oh, that's a nice one tap, a little bit of punch, one shot goes out, Nave gets taken down, but Uses follows up with a trade.
Shows you how much damage that DMR does, as it almost kills Uses, takes out over half of his HP with a single shot. Diffuser retrieved now for M&M, as there's 2 DMRs in play, well 1, you saw it on defense.
I mean, P4 could be the hero this round. He has gone unnoticed inside of the club and can flank at any moment. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with, I mean, Shinka and Bibus has to relax on the bomb side, not take any risk, because if one member falls, the bomb side cannot be covered. P4 has to get at least 1 kill on the flank, preferably 2, create some chaos, and then they can capitalize off that momentum.
It's crazy, right? Because there's P4 on this late lurk.
Yeah.
He walked in. They should have cleared Clubhouse. They did not.
Ooh.
Evade the drone. It was looking the wrong. I was looking at him the whole time, but you never saw the lights go up. There's 3 bodies present inside of Bar. P4 could catch them quite easily. The only thing working against him is the gun. His hand is not the most reliable from multiple engagements. Slow fire rate, pitter-patter of the UMP. M&M have gotten out of there, though. So the opportunity for P4 might now be lost.
Oh. I mean, if he flanks Kitchen, he has hatch control, can deny most plant positions, and he's done that. This could be huge.
Are they going to try to come back? Yeah, there go the smokes. Tyrant posted up in a position to cut them down. Shinka taking some damage. Your eyes will need to be on P4. He will be the difference maker for this round, and if Wolves want to win, you need something big out of him, especially since he's losing all of his teammates. But there's P4 from above. He can't buy a kill. He needs to go for the drop, and he can't even do that. Series point for M&M as they've won 6 rounds in a row.
They got what they wanted, right? The late flank worked out, baiting the strip position worked out beautifully in favor of Wolves. They even got a 1-for-1 trade, which is like the best case scenario for them. They get Kitchen Hatch retake control. They know there's going to be at least 1, if not 2 members inside a dirt tunnel because they were previously on the hatch. And P4 right here, that was the diffuser carry of Uses on the line. Had half HP when the round started with that gunfight, had 1 HP after the whiffs, and then you get shot down. There's like 7 seconds left on the clock. If you take down Uses and Nilo behind them, the round might just be over and Wolves get their 2nd round, but instead, it's 1-6. And a bit of a mental disaster, I can imagine, from the side of Wolves, but in particular Shinka. Right? He did not manage to get a single kill in the previous round, and we talk about how numbers they don't tell the full story. There's also a matter of like he plays support, the round is often over before he really gets to get into the building, etc. But if you get 0 kills on the first map, and you're 0-6 on the second map, that is a very tough situation to be in as any player.
5 seconds remaining.
0 kills for Shinka so far. Might be one of the worst performances that we have seen in a best of 3 by a player in recent memory. You know what? My brain is so full from all of the Rainbow Six weird little anecdotes that we've learned over the years.
Okay.
I cannot recall the last time that in a best of 3 at an international event, somebody has dropped 0 kills for both or all 3 maps. And I know that that data's out there somewhere. I also know that the data is out there somewhere, depending on how you pronounce it. See, I like to play both sides of the equation. Yeah. So I always come out on top. But
you are right, though. And I had the same thought. It's like, I feel like this happened somewhat recent, but
I think it might have been Sandbox. I think somebody on Sandbox might have got 0 kills.
That sounds, yeah.
I think somebody on Sandbox in a recent event dropped 0 kills for a best of 3, but I don't want to speak with the most confidence on that. And frankly, it's such an unlikely thing to happen that it's not a stat that I actively track or actively keep in the back of my mind. Either way.
Yeah.
I know that the spotlight on Shinka is going to be quite bright, but it's not just him. This is a team failing.
Absolutely.
We also gave some credibility to Shinka, saying, you know, you play on those support roles. You're not necessarily tasked with getting all of the kills. CYCLOPS walks right in. Bibu decides to re-engage, doesn't know where the Nook is, and M&M find their very first pick. What could be en route to a 2-0.
I mean, look at this. CYCLOPS plays Solace on defense himself. He goes undetected, you know, nobody bothers him. Then he plays a Nuke against the Solace. He says, I'm gonna go basement and just hunt down this operator because I know that if he goes uncontested, he'll be an issue on the flank, on the you know, when we're trying to plant late round for verticality, etc., and shut down so many of our drones. CYCLOPS plays the operator and then perfectly shuts it down. Now, he did have a teammate join him in, so it's a team effort again, but M&M, they have such a good read on how to play a certain style of siege, but also how to combat it when that round flips on its head. And that's why right now, they are just one step ahead of Wolves, and they're just gonna storm down the bombs at any second, and CYCLOPS gonna lead the charge.
Oh, and this one is all but over with the crying if they can get a couple picks here, but Wolves are answering right back. They've read into this M&M attack, and they've stopped them in their tracks. But Solotov and Tyrant have sustained serious damage. Solotov knows there's one to his left, but instead switches on over. And after sacrificing Bibu, but now Shinka as well, Solotov tries his best, but can't get it done. Wolves showing some signs of life as they quite literally fight for their lives here in this matchup.
Great start, and then things just went off really quickly. And Wolves, I will say, there are some scenarios that I think they are one of the best teams in the world at, and it's when they're rushing a bomb site on attack. They just have a really good understanding of where to go and how to get there, and also stopping a rush from happening against them, as we saw in this round. They're playing in all the important positions, right? Bathroom player, office has been covered. The only opening that they gave to M&M was the main stairs, but no one really exposed themselves to that area of the map. Therefore, no value was really lost for them either. So Wolves do have a really good understanding when it comes to a particular element, but I don't think M&M is going to be rushing the next 4 rounds in a row and just give Wolves overtime or something. M&M, they have these rounds so they can say, let's try this, let's have fun with that, let's just kind of do something else and see if it works. Not for practice purposes, because it's not the place to do such thing, but because you have the freedom in terms of round leverage to just take risks sometimes. And that previous round, I'd argue, they did not need to rush in a 5 versus 4 lead, but they could because they've built such a big lead they can afford to.
The problem with that is what happens after that, right? I feel like a lot of teams can kind of get to that fork in the road where it's like, hey, let's keep the ship steady and just sail a course that we're on and we're going to win.
Yeah.
And there's other times where it's like, you know what, these guys suck, let's blow them out of the water. And you just decide to spawn peek them. This is exactly what we saw at M&M when they were in this same situation on the previous map of Chalet.
Yeah.
And M&M says, let's go for broke, let's get into the bomb site, let's pull our brains out of our skulls, slam them on the desk, it's going to be great fun. Give the people at home something to watch.
True.
But that can turn the tide very quickly. And we've seen teams blow leads because they've gotten really cute when the match is on the line. Now, all that said, the stat that we were tracking has been blown up because Shinka has gotten a kill. So the series will not end with Shinka failing to get on the scoreboard. I'll see if M&M are able to regain their footing. And Shinka was in this very similar spot. We'll be looking for a second kill, playing down in dirt. The soft walls and the shotgun in the hands of the Goyo functions very similarly to a DMR.
Oh, certainly.
Uh-oh. Does he see anything?
Not a thing.
Oh, he might get it. Still in that position. There you go. Shinka collects kill number 2 onto Nathan, but just like that, M&M sweeping through the rest of Wolves. You know that Shinka is playing inside of dirt. You know he needs to get back to the bomb site. By your numbers, you don't need to be a mathematician to know. That leaves Bibu all alone. Shinka gets back quickly, though. There's late setup for what will be a heavy execute from M&M with 4 of their operators still on the board. They're down their primary hard breach, I was gonna say, but I mean, you got 2 others
like
with
all
you.
of them.
You've got 4 hard breach for M&M. You've just lost Hibana to open up those hatches, but guess what? You got Ace with a Selma charge still in pocket, 2 can openers from Tyrant, that secondary hard breach gadget. And goodness knows how many Nello still has as he's on drones right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for Wolves, though, you have 2 C4s that could get you a kill each, leading back to a 2 versus 2, and time is ticking down. You know, Shinka is on the go. Those canisters will be available to just deny entry points and do damage towards M&M. So time is definitely something that can be played around here. Once C4 goes out, doesn't net any value, really. No damage being done. Bibu still has his in pocket. M&M with 25 seconds left. They have to push this go button relatively soon.
Nello's got that exothermic, still one more to go. You've got 15 seconds left on the clock, so only the kitchen hatch will be opened up. M&M cannot afford to be a bit too late on this one. Tucked into the corner on pulse spot. One player from Wolves, but now Church is as free as the day is long. Shinka engaging, but there's too many guns looking in his direction. M&M pulverize Wolves with the same scoreline that we are used to seeing. It was a 7-3 on their map of Chalet, and then they upset Wolves on Wolves' map of Clubhouse, 7-2.
Impressive performance, I will say. And they did it on 2 very different maps as well, because the way you play Chalet and play Clubhouse is not the same whatsoever, and they showed both playstyles successfully today. And I will say Solotov really understand the range of Solids and how to play or play against her made a big difference on both maps, gaining so much value and just having that slight edge overall. So they did not really play the operator to the best of the ability that they can do.
Hot start for M&M, and this was some internal chatter that went on amongst all of the talent as to what the expectations of this matchup would be. Wolves are so highly regarded and tend to do quite well when they compete in Europe, but they've had some struggles internationally, and now in an EU versus EU matchup on an international stage, it's Wolves struggling. And they fail in their conquest to defeat their fellow, I suppose, peers, if you want to call it that. You can't say countrymen, because they all come from different countries. Yeah. But either way, it's Wolves losing out on a big, big series, and M&M performing so well. And it might be the most impressive performance of a team, dare I say it, so far. That's it for you and I. We're well ahead of schedule. We're keeping to a fixed schedule, so we'll be back with the desk in just a couple minutes. But in the meantime, there's still that Liquid Sonics match going on the other stream. Either way, we'll see you soon.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the Command Center. That was a very quick series, I have to say, and it ended with a few thoughts of us here to give on that matchup. M&M Gaming rolling over the Wolves to get us started here. Get us started. It's game number 2. We're already going through our day, but thankfully we're not alone here. I'm not alone here on desk. I'm Ostamatic. With me are Mandy and James. And we have to talk about it because this did not look like the Wolves we expected to see in the server. But first, let's talk about M&M, the winners of the series. Impressive performance.
Very much so. It started on Chalet, which, as we know, is one of their best maps. I believe they've only ever lost it once in history, all time, and that was in Jönköping to Cyclops. They have bounced back. I thought maybe that would be the end of the Chalet era for M&M, but we've seen that there's no stopping him. There's no stopping Solotov in particular. That was a dominant map, and I think I personally don't fault Wolves too much for letting it through. Wolves have some decent history on the map. They even beat W7M in the past on Chalet, but I think that they just weren't quite at that level, and they had to be able to bounce back from a loss like that, which definitely did not happen in map 2.
I think the big thing with M&M is that they're a team that likes to play to their strengths. They are super good at what they do, and that's the danger in M&M, especially on a map like Chalet, especially when you have a player like Soltov who's just super good at like inserting himself in the building. Wolves didn't really quite respect that. A lot of their rotations were slow, all of their fall-offs were pretty slow as well, and I think they were punished a lot for it in that series.
All right. Well, so Wolves, some things to look back on and try to save through here. And just to update you, in case you don't really know how the point system works here for the group stage at SI, if you win 2-0, which is exactly what happened with M&M, you get 4 points. So now M&M are up 4 points in their group. We'll be waiting for the Sonics Liquid matchup to see how things go and kind of set things up for a group B. Now, let's talk about maps at least individually here. 7-3-7-2. Talked about, Clubhouse. Things are quite tough. It seemed like there was such massive communication from the Wolves side that they weren't able to properly react to M&M, even though we know they can.
Yeah, this is the real distinction between a team and what a team is capable of and what a team is able to actually pull out on the day. And unfortunately, what my take on the situation is Wolves are like a good Clubhouse team. They actually, had a 2-map winning streak on the map coming into this game. But after Chalet clearly got in their own heads, maybe they were a little bit more confident going into Chalet than perhaps was warranted. And as a result, when they got knocked back, they really struggled to get back up on their feet and run away with it on Clubhouse. Because in my opinion, Clubhouse should have been an open and shut case for Wolves. M&M have a 7-match losing streak on Clubhouse that they have now just broken thanks to what Wolves have given to them on a silver platter. So this should have been Wolves at least pushing to map 3, but I think that they just got a little bit too cocky maybe going into map 1, and as a result weren't able to stay their nerve going into Club.
Yeah, I think for the Clubhouse game, it was pretty interesting. It just felt like M&M had a little bit of a better grip on how that particular Clubhouse game went out. Thatcher and Maverick were both in that series. Both of them weren't banned out. And what that means is that your early game is going to be really weak, right? You're going to have all your walls open pretty quickly. And as a result, you need to focus a little bit more energy into that late game. Every time that Wolves got to that late game, they ran out of drones. They couldn't get info into the site. And it happened time and time again. M&M end up with a 5-1 half off the back of it because they know M&M are going to kind of serve themselves through the mid to late round, play out the execute, and they did it to perfection as well. Lots of Kiva barriers. We saw smoke being used to like the full extent in that map as well. It just felt like M&M had a little bit of a better grip on what the important and advantageous parts of the round were compared to Wolves.
All right, so just as we had before, M&M keep it up, I guess. Do the same thing that you're doing now. We'll see them against Dire Wolves. That'll be in around 20 hours or so tomorrow. But Wolves go up against the Sonics. Now, the game for Sonics and Liquid is not done yet. That's why we're here kind of wrapping things up for our first matchup. If you're looking at the Wolves, you see they have everything together. They have all the tools that can make it happen. What do you think are the last things that they need to fix up to actually move and get some points on the board.
I know, like, you can speculate the map veto picks, whether it was right or not to leave Chalet in. You could speculate really specific, minute details in picking this operator or playing a certain way or using a certain strat. For me, it's really a mental game for Wolves. So everyone knows what this team is capable of. They're twice EU World Champions, 3 times if you count the collective 2022 standings. They are capable of being one of the best teams in the world. But they need to get past this mental block that they seem to have every time they come to these big BO3 games. Funnily enough, as we talked about in the pre-desk, M&M tend to have a little bit of that same block, but I think M&M are just comfy in this matchup. The head-to-head between Wolves and M&M, right? Like, everyone kind of agrees, Wolves is the better team, but M&M will consistently beat them.
The weight of expectations really coming down on Wolves. M&M coming in and saying, you know what? Whatever. If we do well, that's great, but we're making it to pretty much every event here, so that's awesome. But then on the other side, Wolves are in the mentality of we have to at least make it to quarterfinals, and maybe anticipating too far ahead before they even get anywhere near the quarters.
Yeah. For me, the big thing that Wolves need to focus on now is just chilling out a little bit and not overstressing or perhaps being too disappointed in themselves. You win some, you lose some. Just go next. Go into everything with a positive mindset. Know what you're capable of. Don't get in your own heads about it. And especially, like, don't pre-write the result of the next map when you lose the first one, because that is, I mean, maybe they would disagree with me, but that is really what I feel like happened here.
That's the BO3 shocker that we talked about with Wolves, is that this is a big struggle. Maybe when they sink from the beginning, they're never able to get themselves out of it.
Yeah, I think it's a big stamina thing, right? Like, a BO3 is it takes a lot more energy. It's a lot more taxing than a best of one would be. I think in general, in this first 2 days, teams are going to be playing to their strengths. You can't really know the map pool for certain of another team. And so whatever map that you pick is probably going to be something that you're comfortable on. Now, M&M, they had the first pick, and it was Chalet, and they're very, very proficient at it, right? So, of course, they're going to push through on that map. It's going to be a long, hard map for Wolves. I think, like Dev said, they had to do a bit of a reset going to Clubhouse if they wanted to bring back the series. And best of threes are taxing. They require a lot of stamina. And I think as a result, by the time that they hit that map 2, off the back of what was really tough loss on Chalet, they couldn't quite reel it back in together. Even though it felt like they sort of knew the win conditions for each round, they couldn't get the ball rolling to close out the rounds.
Well, that was our matchup on Stream A, 2-0 for M&M versus Wolves. M&M leave this matchup with 4 points on the board, the first 4 in their group. Now, at the same time, it's Liquid versus Sonics that's happening, and Sonics are leading 1-0. I will leave it at that. You'll have to go and watch it all on the B stream, and actually, once we go off air at the same time, you'll be seeing Sonics and Liquid playing on your screen. So if you want to catch it right now, that's okay, but you can wait like 30 seconds and you'll be seeing it here on the stream, which is great. So you don't have to go anywhere. You can just get yourself some snacks, get yourselves ready for the continuation of our matches. Liquid versus Sonics on the screen for you in just a sec.
As well as the ability to create some pretty good soft destruction. So why the heck not? Twitch still a great op, and if the 417 is a good gun, well, you might as well run it. So Nitro still going to be out here for Ask, but very well met by a Hibana on Repel Geo.
I want to welcome everybody from the A stream as well. Gentlemen, welcome to a very interesting series. Some would say a surprising one, but for the Sonics fans, they're feeling very well-oriented right now as they're up 4-1 against Team Liquid here after just shutting down Team Liquid's own map pick back on the first one, looking to try and win it 2-0, and with just 3 rounds needed to be able to do it. Gunnar tries to make a play from down below in the basement, but it is read like a book by Ask, immediately shuts him down and stops that play potential from evolving.
Well, minute and 10 seconds left for the Sonics now. They've lost Gunner, so no sneaky things going on about the map any longer. Might have a potential issue here for Rex, and as Palu is directly behind him coming up the stairwell, going for the gunfight, but Palu will gun him down. No other positioning beneficial for the Sonics, especially after Citizen goes down. It's going to be all left up to Grixer, who's downstairs inside of the kitchen. Ass is going to be on the receiving end of this push. He has very, very minimal HP as he is on Solarium, but can he hit this flick? No, it's going to be Grixer first. EE1D out, and this would be probably one of the craziest rounds ever if I see him get this. 2 big kills out of Grixer here, and oh my goodness, almost a third as he pre-fires through the floor. That EE1D almost bagging that 3rd big kill that could have really opened the gates for him.
Rixer still trying to make this play work. Running out of time though, and the Toxic Babe still standing in his way is the other big problem here. Finally, Palu gets the jump on him by swinging it out from deeper in Solarium. Shuts down the round. Nice attempt at bringing the clutch down to a closer point, but just not realistic to be able to win that one out. So Liquid rebound a little bit here at least, bring it back to a palatable 2-4 scoreline at the end of the half. They've got some serious work to do right from the jump on the second half if they want to stay in this.
And the Sonics are not letting off of that accelerator, immediately going to kitchen and dining room, not even defaulting out. No master play, no basement, straight to what they want most. And it looks like it's going to be quite the strategy as well. We've got some laser gates working their way in here, the Warden as well, on top of, well, the usual criminals that we see here. Azami definitely working her way in, whether it be via bans or just in the operator lineup. She's usually there, and then the Frost as well, which we see on any site that has to do with Windows. And this one most definitely does.
So let's see if it'll deploy as effectively for the Sonics as we were seeing from Team Liquid. No direct trip-ups, of course, happening over the course of the half with it, but still slows things down quite a bit. It prevents those immediate window hop-ins from happening. We'll often see here, Ricks are already deploying all three. Quite a few repicks ending up coming out for Liquid as well, just to make sure they are properly oriented for this site take. For the most part, it's just going to be people swapping around to different operators. You can see Lagonis and Ask switching out there, putting the hard breach onto another one of their players, and then adding a second one behind Lagonis. Also, no huge surprises, though, when it comes to the overall lineup for Team Liquid.
Nope, not at all. All of the mainstay fraggers here nowadays, especially after Sledge got his little nerf, huh? Nobody really trying to use him as a hardcore entry, even though they will tend to take the gunfight still, just given the fact that, well, I mean, if you're playing the op, you still got to do something, right? But yeah, Ashe as well as things like Yana are definitely a heck of a lot higher on the importance list now, which is interesting for Ashe because she really hasn't had a buff. It's just been everybody else getting nerfed around her that has made her come back to such a prominent position.
Gunnar sets up a nice little one-way for himself on the top of the stairs. Probably not really a one-way by definition, but more so in the fact that his opponents probably aren't going to catch that one before he gets the shot off. So
it's a Rainbow Six one-way.
Yeah.
It's as close as we're going to get.
Closest you're going to get realistically in this game. So it'll work out for the definition.
Been working on my Mirage one-ways. Yeah. They're coming along.
Well, we've got Liquid trying to work on the floorboards here, see if they can knock out anyone from the Sonics down below. It does appear the Sonics have completely vacated the area, so no surprises to be found waiting in the depths of that master bathroom right there, just holding into pretty straightforward anchor and extended positions here while they wait to see where the first bit of real, actual player-focused aggression is going to come in from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and this is the waiting game for the Sonics right now. Remember, Liquid really like using that opening minute and a half for drones and angle work from the majority of the outside of the building. Unless there's like a super easy room for them to get a hold of where they can do relatively the same thing, you're not really going to see them try and pressure all that much. They want to keep all of their utility up and abound to try and get some angles open or anything else of the sort to try and benefit their offensive assault. Already lost a handful of drones here, but nothing to really call back on. Still have 6 available to them, but this is where the problem's going to start bubbling to the surface. Gunnar will get one. Palu immediately refrag onto Geo, but Palu does not look down to his right. A very well-placed Frostmat will pick up one, but Nesk will take down Citizen. Somebody has to get resets. Nesk, he's on an absolute tear. 2 people are actually down by Frostmats. Nesk will finally go down. Palu's still down. Resets low HP. It's a 2 versus 2 here for the Sonics.
Sonics not necessarily realizing they had the opportunity to crunch in on this one, though. Palu gonna get finished off regardless. Just Lagonis and Resets now. Resets no longer down for the count, of course, but soon is just going to be him in play. 1-to-1 exchange brings it down to a 1v1 outright. Resets has retrieved the case, but immediately Rexon has his angle when he tries to rotate through kitchen. Another one for the Sonics up on the board, just 2 to go.
All of that droning for no recognition for a hatch and Rexon being upstairs. That's the key thing there for Liquid. Like, if you're going to do all of that heavy lifting in your info work to try and figure out where everybody is and what's going on with the site, you can't have little mistakes like that where it's simply, oh, it's a 1 versus 1. Yeah, I have no idea where that person's playing. No clue. So it's just very unfortunate there for Liquid. But Sonics having the redundancy throughout the entire map, that was the key thing for me. The Frost mats really playing quite heavily into that. And just the positioning of those Frost mats. I know it's very nitpicky for me to point this out, but him simply putting those off to the side of the window instead of putting them directly under is what killed both of them.
Yeah, Palu did a double take.
Palu,
his POV.
He shot directly down, and that's why he messed up, because his right leg is the one that hit the Frost Frostmat, and all you have to do, you have to breathe on it, John. If a pixel of your ankle hits a Frostmat, you are in the Frostmat. So it's just very smart play there.
The second he moved his crosshair back up again, he was like, ah.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, I didn't shoot it, did I?
He's like, oh wow.
I'm going to die in half a second.
Is this the cause of my own actions? This is, oh no.
A real life freeze frame moment.
You're probably wondering how I got here. Yeah, that's literally what Polly was going through there for a moment.
Took a flight.
Yeah, I took a flight from Brazil to Montreal to get my ass kicked by the Sonics, apparently. So the Sonics playing extremely well, looking to seal the deal here on round 8. And I mean, it would basically be a shot heard around the world if they were able to pick up both of these rounds back-to-back going forward, close this out 7-2, and just be like, hey, everyone's on notice now. The Sonics are here to play.
Absolutely the case. It's going to be curious. It's going to be interesting to see how their second game goes more than anything, just because now they've been revealed. They've shown their hand, so to speak, in terms of the play style other teams can expect. So I would expect their next opponent to be a little bit more prepared as well for the kind of crazy shenanigans we've been seeing out of these direct entries from players like Grix or Citizen's own shenanigans that he's pulled out on quite a few rounds as well. We have seen Liquid adapt pretty well to this and start to counter it out a lot more directly, especially at the tail end of the first half on this map, where they're fending off the direct entry play. But now we've got Nesk catching at least one member of the Sonics, but can't get a grasp on him. Citizen wins out another 1v1 and shuts out Nesk.
Well, he is going to take the fight up against Palu, but it would be quickly refrag the suppressed G36C, tagging him. I'll take him down, but a pretty beneficial kill, especially on Yana. Not only extremely scary, but that Yana clone, so beneficial to the offense. You can find so many positions from these defenders and practically unlimited uses, minus the cooldown. So Liquid now reeling a tidbit, as Palu will get that refrag, but he's right back outside the building. This is what we've seen from Liquid quite often. A minute 30, and now you're starting to see some play around the outskirts of the actual site, but this is exactly what we expect out of them. Palu might run into some trouble here. Doesn't look like we have anybody over in the library space, but we do have Grixer here on the blue stairwell. If he peeks out, has to take the fight up against Ask, or he might get pitched out by the top floor. Oh, they've got info now. And this is where the hot water ensues. Rexon, though, he's got it covered. Fantastic comms here from the Sonics. They have got everything on lockdown. Liquid thinks it's so easy. Just walk in here and get themselves a Rexon, but obviously not the case. But for Ask, it might be. Gunner, downrange. Gets taken out by a singular shot out of that EBR.
Smooth shot from Ask as well there. Just locks in onto it. No hesitation. Immediately pops off the head of one of the players on the Sonics. Evens us back out. This is a relatively calm battlefield for how little time we have left on the clock, but I'm very quickly going to make mincemeat of those words here. Flashbangs prompt the entry to work themselves in from Solarium's side and partially into the master bathroom as well, but they don't have the intel confidence to move forward yet. They don't seem to have the drone play to try and push this one forward. Going to try to play it off their hard breach instead. The patient play is working, but now out comes Geo. Finds at least one, tries to go swinging into the other two. Way too long range with the shotgun in hand. Everything falls to Grixer here now with the plant starting to go down onto it. Is he ready to try and counter this back out? Does he read the Solarium player? He does! Gets one on the ground as well, but can't get the planter. He'll finish it off and Liquid stay alive.
You have to feel for Grixer there. Didn't know exactly where that plant was going to be going down, but we have that ability to look through walls, so he probably will never know until he goes back in this game just how close he was to being able to just pick off that case and win the round for them. Very well done from Liquid, staving off map point and match point here. Able to stay alive on that offense, but Sonic's definitely making things quite difficult. I really do appreciate, though, how Liquid went for the initial play that we saw more, downstairs, clearing out the roamers around kitchen and things along those lines over in like the dining area, and then immediately circumnavigating back over to library and trying to set things up all over again, get that crunch over on the library stairwell and start breaking down the Sonic's play from a different perspective. It was very, very well met, and now Liquid able to at least lose one more round without losing the map.
Into the basement here now after a teeter-totter start to the half, going 1-1 for both teams here. No clear winner has been presented just yet as of the first 2 rounds that have played out. But this could be the one that starts to define it here, especially if the Sonics come back in with a statement to set up their 6th out of 7 rounds. They need to close out this game. Quite a few repicks there once again for Team Liquid as well. Not really to any crazy picks. We're going to see the Dokkaebi come back into play for Ask. We've already seen that in quite a few previous rounds. Palu, of course, going over to the Buck is the only real outlier here currently.
Yes, indeed. Can have the Dokkaebi working her way back in. This thing has been pretty strong for Liquid so far here, using that to be able to clear out some of these hard-to-reach positions from the Sonics, get that info game going, just make it a little bit easier on themselves. Grixer's going to be the one downstairs in kitchen, and wouldn't you know it, it's going to be a good old-fashioned bandit trick here on the garage panels. And Liquid, I don't think have an answer to this at all. The only thing they could potentially do is try and pitch in a couple of Nesk's frag grenades through that drone hole, but that would also more than likely require a little bit of burn, as Rexon's ADSs are probably placed around there as well. So Liquid quickly recognizing, hey, we can't try and take from the garage side. We're going to have to try and rotate around to big garage and go via trench.
Phone call has gone out to allow Nesk and more likely one or two other players of the squad to clear things out here on the second floor and begin the process of working their way down. That Stokes was just mentioning a few moments prior. You can see it once again on the inside of the dining room as well. Citizen as well as Grixer still holding this position, as of course they also realize that Liquid were going to have to rotate into a top-down clear eventually, so they want to get in the way of that in the most proactive fashion possible, and it seems to be setting up on the inside of the kitchen is how they've chosen to do that.
Team Liquid, how far can you think forward, Sonics? Yes, that's how far
there
forward.
We go.
Exactly. That's how far forward we can think. We can think pretty damn far forward, and now able to at least break things down into a 4 versus 4.
Yeah. Big point here is that Liquid has slowly been catching on to the shenanigans being presented by the Sonics, but they never really truly been able to get ahead of it, has become the issue, as we just saw there with Grixer picking up another kill. Once again, tying it up. Palu finds the trade, very much so on to Grixer as well here. So it goes back to my point here about how the Liquid seems to be able to contain the situation. They just can't seem to predict it in advance is their main problem now. Cam Hack coming up here as well. We'll see if that presents anything for our attackers on the inside of the building. Shouldn't really give away too much here as you don't have any cam-based operators. Those defaults should be long gone by this point, but we have bulletproofs indeed that our attackers are still going to be able to see quite a bit from. Not getting over the most amount of intel in terms of what's going on the inside of Wine, though, is going to be the big issue from that, though.
Was that a bulletproof above the door for Blue?
I think it was, yeah.
How the hell did they get that thing up there? What? I know they got the other one, but my gosh, that is crazy. And, well, luckily enough, that didn't really take too much communication, did it? Liquid just try and force it immediately into Wine, and wouldn't you know it, since nobody is trying to deal with the garage panels or anything over in garage, all 3 players are focused on Wine. Kind of weird how that works.
Pretty much the case. No presence coming down main stairs or anything like that either. And while, yes, like I was talking about before, Liquid does counter out the aggression that's coming out from the kind of star roaming players right now, like Grixer, and of course what we were seeing from Citizen as well. It's always happening after the fact, and that's the big problem here, is they're always kind of chasing their own tail, trying to catch up to things while still also worrying about their own execute. Sonics, as a result of that, now up on map and match point here to try and shut this one down 2-0.
This is not something that you can say all that often, and definitely not something that walking into today I thought that I was going to be saying so early on for the Sonics, but they've basically outskilled Liquid. They have more gunfight potential than Liquid does, and that's not something, again, that you get to say all that often, but it's true. I mean, just look at the 2 boards. Look at how Sonics is playing this map. And, I mean, even past that, all of the benefit that they're getting out of all of these roamers and everything else in between, right? Especially from, like, Citizen and Grixer. But then you get down to the site play like we got in the last round, and then you still have Rexon, who's 13-5 right now after he picked up another 2 kills the last round. It just seems like no matter what well Liquid goes to, it's dry.
Let's see if they can find a bit of an oasis here, as now they need 3 rounds back to back to back, a feat that they have yet to accomplish on the inside of this series. Most they've picked up consecutively has been 2 so far, so they're going to bring a gargantuan feat to the forefront, and arguably the worst position they have been at so far in this series now. So this is going to be, like you said, a big ask from Team Liquid to try and bring this back from the brink. Sonics are sitting nice and cozy, I would imagine, right now in their current position here, trying to close down one final round, I believe over in Kitchen as things currently stand.
Yeah, Sonics doing their best chuckle all the way to the bank with this. Liquid gonna try and keep things at least somewhat relative to what their overall strategy has been for these rounds so far on offense. A slow rolling move here, trying to get the Selmas up on the window. I didn't think it was muted out or anything, obviously, since we don't have access to any of that. So it looks like the first one ended up just going to the side, sadly. And they will eventually get the window open, though. G is going to take some heat, been via a drone hole or something of the sort, but either way, Gunner is actually going to be the first person to get a kill, and it's going to be on to Nesk, somebody that we really needed to see step up inside of this round.
Gunner here setting up that bit of an awkward zombie barricade as well, making it difficult for Ass to swing around to this one. Citizen with the cutoff just when the pressure comes in as well. Team coordination at the forefront of the play yet again from the Sonics and paying off in huge dividends, this time preventing the trades outright. Still all 5 alive right now for the Sonics, and Lagonis being forced outside of the building to try and reposition, I believe, towards Trophy for a last-ditched attempt to work their way in.
Ask even saw the bullets coming out from Citizen on the cross, and he still chose to try and get up the stairwell. That entire strategy was set up for Sonics to be able to benefit each other inside of that main hallway, and it works out so very swimmingly. Now Liquid, they have to try and get not only 2 kills, but a plant down, and a minute remaining here. Palu, as well as Lagonis, 2 of the top frags right now, but now Lagonis dead and gone via the angles upstairs that Grixer has through the floorboards. It looks like this might be all she wrote. Some big kills here, and it's going to be the collapse for Palu, actually, as he'll open things up, and somehow, some way, Sonics have botched this to a point where in a 1 versus 2, and Gunner does not have the power position. 40 seconds remaining. He's been tagged by the DMR. These things do so much damage nowadays, and it's going to make it so easy for Palu to take him out. What a round that the Sonics went back.
Huge comeback there from Team Liquid as well. A massive steal with the player pushing in his lair, just getting away with a double kill Colat, and 2 more players falling down directly after that as well. Huge mistake, and we're going to see it here. It was Palu picking up that double. Of course, you can see Resets finding a 3rd kill elsewhere also. Beautifully done there, and a massive mistake from the Sonics to allow that push to go through.
I mean, Sonics had everything going in their direction, everything going in their favor, and yet still not able to get it done. And that's why every time that we talk about Liquid, we always talk about these mainstay players, because you never know what's going to happen when they're alive. Sometimes Palu all of a sudden kills 2 people, Resets gets a frag, and now Liquid have a round that was a 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5. Just absolutely disgusting stuff. And you can see there's still that fight in Liquid. They want this game, but can Sonics push them that much closer into the graveyard? We'll have to see. Liquid already has 1 foot in. Sonics just needs to give them a proper push.
Definitely an important point there is that last round, really only a singular black mark we have so far for this team on a very clean sheet of otherwise clean paper here. For the members of Team Liquid, though, that last round has very much rebounded them. He said, giving them the confidence to fight for at least 1 more round. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough to bring them back from the brink entirely and give us that full 3-peat that they need to trigger overtime here, potentially a 3rd map along with that, if they can go the full distance. Sonics, of course, out and about yet again. I believe they are going to reattempt the same exact site. Does look like it here, as they'll call that last second play from Team Liquid a bit of a fluke. Let's see if they can quickly correct upon that one to still shut things down here, 7-4.
Yep, it's at the Sonics' fingertips. It's tantalizing, well within their reach. We'll see if Liquid can try and thwart that game plan. So we have switched things up, obviously. It's going to be a kitchen defense here. Some strategy going on the top floor, but that's exactly what you would expect. I have a panel missing out of one of the office walls here, but that's more than likely just for crosses. Either playing out or in, depending on where the Sonics members will be at the time of arrival from Liquid, which looks to be not too far off. I do believe we have a Gon 6 in the secondary pocket of Reset, so yes, he's looking to do what we saw, I believe, from Rexen earlier on. Is either him or Grixer. They did something of the sort when it came to this strategy, and he's going to work his way in, but he's not going to stop at the door. Oh no, he's going to propel himself forward. Piano will actually be the home to the gunfight. Nesk will take down 1. Rexen fires back, and oh my gosh, a swath of trades back and forth, including a Claymore from Palu, as it'll be a 3 versus 3 going into a minute and 50.
Neither team getting a huge advantage out of that one. As you can see, Sonic still has some upstairs control to play with as well, so Liquid not even getting that piece that they really wanted to try and attain from the trades. Because of the fact that Sonic still had a bit of upstairs presence, you arguably could say that they're in the winning position from that previous fight here, but we have to see how the next 30 or 40 seconds to go to really get a much better judge of how that is all going to follow through into the execute itself here. Geo, as well as Citizen, now positioned downstairs. Rex in the lone hold upstairs, looking to try and prevent disaster if Team Liquid can set up and collapse upon the other 2 teammates here. It's actually looking like Geo may rotate into assist with this one as well, but great rotation, more importantly, great patience from Liquid. They catch Rexen right next to a soft barricade there and are able to take him down as a result of it.
Yeah, Paulu's been on that angle for an entire minute, just waiting for somebody to try and rotate up the stairwell, but sometimes that's what it takes in Siege. You know, you let the defense sit there and kind of rest on their thoughts, rest on their minds, and potentially someone might try and go for a rotation and try and get in behind the offense that could be doing something, but as we saw, Liquid was just waiting for that to happen. Gio's going to take a lot of hits, but oh my, Gio walks him right into the corner and takes him down via the Nitro cell. Lugonis will pick up Citizen, and now it's down to the clutch for Gio. Can he get it done with the SMG-11? Such low HP walking into the situation as well. Palu, aware they could potentially come from down low. Oh, Palu's going to get down via a Frost Mat over in the corner. Lugonis, he has to win this. Big problems. Oh my, low HP for both of them. A singular shot back and forth. It's going to be the shot heard around the group stage for Sonics if they can get it done. And Gio will. He seals the deal for the Sonics. 2-0 up against a runner-up from Jönköping.
We talked about the potential clutch factor that was going to be coming out from this new roster, and specifically from Gio as well, and he brings it out just when it's needed in the very last round of the game. It's Sonic's victory, 7-4 on the map, 2-0 on the series against the second-place finisher from the last major. That's a statement and a half right there being made with just one player swap. The Sonics are looking better than ever, and very much so, at least for me, are looking like potential contenders for the Hammer if they can continue that performance throughout the rest of this group stage.
I mean, wow. Just so very impressed by what the Sonics were capable of inside of this best of 3 up against Liquid. I mean, Liquid passed everything, right? They still played their game. It's just that the Sonics were better here today. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try and get this figured out. I mean, past that, just that last round, I know every single person on that board was like, the goddamn Frost Mat. Why did it have to be a Frost Mat? Just randomly in a corner that takes out one of your players in a 1 versus 2. Lugonis doesn't have a chance to try and pick up a player in a situation like that. Has to try and get it done himself. And Gio once again showing his prowess when it comes to those clutch moments.
Not the only time we ended up seeing that happen as well. There was a previous round where 2 different players from Liquid had gone down to Frost Mats. Just seems like things were overwhelming this team and they need to go back to the drawing board, recenter themselves, go for a nice reset to focus up on the next game. They unfortunately weren't that well put together compared to the Sonics. That'll do it for myself and Stokes on this. We'll go back a little bit later on in the day. We're going to go to a break right now, and soon we'll have your analysis desk ready to break this one down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello, friendos, and welcome back to the stream. It's SI 2023, and we've just gone through our first half of today's broadcast, and our winners are set and done. I can't believe it that it's gone so fast, but Sonics are able to take up points in our first series, 2-0ing Liquid. That's 4 points that Sonics put up on the board in Group B. They're tied with M&M 4 points each. We're back. Hello, I'm Milosh. What's up? We got Ann and Jack back on the desk. Friends, let's talk about our winners here. Sonics, I want to tie it back to when we started in our pre-match. Citizen, I know it's only one game, one best of 3. Yay or nay?
Yay.
Yay.
Absolutely.
Hey!
Big thumbs up. Yay.
Yeah.
I think, you know, it was the ambition that we talked about with Sonics in terms of them going for top, you know, I said it, I believe he's a top 5 player in the world. Them going for that player shows their ambition and intent. They're at this tournament to win it, and they've just put out an absolute statement by beating the Intermission Major runners-up, Liquid, 2-0.
I mean, yeah, if you look at it this way, it's a great adding to the team. It adds a lot more fragging power, in my opinion, and you really create or solidify that nice front line that you have together with Grixer and Rexon that can really set up, well, guns blazing into the building, and that's exactly what we saw today. Really good teamwork coming out from Sonics as well. I had the opportunity to listen into some of their comms, and they're really trusting each other. And that's special if you think about it, for the fact that this team has only been together for such a short time with their newest addition. They're really trusting each other, and they're making that vocal as well.
And Citizen said that in the team interview that they got some time to practice in Pennsylvania. So, but it wasn't, you know, weeks and weeks like with other teams. But from you both listening, I guess, to Sonics and their calls, are they calls that are good enough to go into the fresh stack for, you know, the anti-VP stack? Or
do you know what? I think so. I think genuinely is what you want to see when you've got a team is you want somebody to bring in an idea, and then you want everybody on that team bring in further ideas about how can I improve this plan. And we saw that a few times with the, you know, with the Sonics, where they call, oh, we're going to do this. And then Citizens saying, right, well, if I'm going to do this, I need you to do this for me. It's a lot of primary information and a lot of making plays together. I think when you see teams that are looking to go deep in the tournaments, it's all about making plays and making them together and having those multiple voices. It looks, and I will say, it is only the first day of groups, but it looks like Sonics have got that.
I mean, yeah, they really helped each other out. They were sending each other in certain directions that they really needed them to be, but also they were very disciplined. I mean, there was a round 1-4 on Chalet where the team was planning to do an all-together take-off bar, and Gunnar literally after that round said, well, I was just making smiley faces on the rocks outside the building because that's how disciplined I am. He did not rush in. He did not go for any kills. He just trusted the team to do what they would do best.
He has impressed me so much. I said this in Yunchping, is that the progression of a player for Gunnar to go into not a frontline role. He's playing more of a, I'll say a supportive role. He's not necessarily always playing the supportive operators, but he's enabling his teammates a lot more. And how vocal he was for such a young player. He's the second youngest player at this tournament. How vocal he was and leading, it sounded from the comms again, like he was a leader on this team, and he was constantly bringing ideas, being very vocal. I was really impressed with, you know, just listening to him. And he is also the hype man for the team. Even if you're outside a different building, you are hearing him.
The Canadian, I guess, on the squad, the scream that I cannot wait to hear when DarkZero get playing here in the group stage.
Exactly, yeah. Another thing I really wanted to point out was the amount of attacks coming out from Sonics. They did win 3 of them on Villa and 4 of them on Chalet, and they really, in my opinion, were prioritizing the right things. Was there a roam? They made sure they cleared that roam together, not just picking people one by one. And when they needed to go for such like a rush side execute, they were all together in that plan as well, really prioritizing the things that do matter.
To be honest, I will give another pumpkin spice latte take, which is a very mild one.
Go ahead.
I just started drinking coffee 3 days ago. You can blame Parker for that. But it seems like for SI in general, whichever team is just good on attacks and could put as many attacks on the board as possible is the one that'll probably win the entire tournament.
Yes, and if we may mention some attacks from Liquid, I think they were a bit sloppy from time to time. I'm mentioning a few Chalet attacks where I think I've counted a minimum of 3 Frostmats that were activated by the Liquid players, especially in that last round as well. Geo got that clutch because one of the 2 players on the side of Liquid was in a Frostmat, and the other player was on low HP. You have the man advantage post-planned, and you give it away by walking into your Frostmat.
Oops.
Yep, oops.
Either that or a nitro to end, the last round.
I genuinely think that it was quite a bad day at the office for Liquid. I think we were looking for from them, particularly reaction after Jönköping. What was going to happen? How were they going to react? Because, are they going to be this team that can just get themselves going again, have the motivation to go again in this tournament? And they've come in and they've put in, let's be fair, a pretty mediocre performance on both maps so far that you're kind of wondering where do they go from here.
And that's why we always preface things that this is only game 1 of the entire tournament. Teams have been scrimming for the past, 4 days? So don't worry. If you're a fan of any team so far that's played or any ones that are upcoming, day 1 is one that you can always scratch away. It'll come back to bite you if it didn't perform well because you want to make it. But because 4 out of the 5 teams can make it out, it actually won't be super bad. Taking an L here and there. It's all fine. We all take an L every now and then. Right, Jack?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, I took a lot of draws rather than L's, Milosh.
That's true.
That was the self-burn. Before you got me, that was the self-burn.
That's true. Look at us now, though. We all look fantastic. You have a great shirt on. We both have great nails. Look at that.
Hey.
Oh, I'm not.
I'm doing nails with Parker.
I need to paint my nails, so I'm matching with you all. Is that what it is?
Sounds like it. I'm thinking
Maybe.
bright pink, yeah?
Parker also has like pink and blue or green or something like that.
Really?
Shout out to our makeup artists here. They're fantastic, by the way. So yeah, always make it. It's been a long time since we've seen everybody here at Invitational in Canada specifically. So yeah, it's really fun to be in a second home here in Montreal. But we want to wrap things up. We want to update you on how things have gone so far in groups A and B. We got graphics for it. Group A is up first because we're just kind of tie it up because our shift is over. Like between Mandy, Dev, of course, Fresh, and myself, our shift is over for today. You'll have 4 more analysts or 2 sets, and of course Jackie, that'll be in my spot for the rest of the day. There it is for the standings. Up at the top, 4 points for W7M because they won 2-0. That's how you get 4 points. But G2 defeated Koi, but it was a 2-1, so they get 3 points, and Koi gets 1 for getting 1 map on the board. Elevate is at none. Of course, Space Station has not yet played today. We'll be seeing them later on, specifically tomorrow, where they play Elevate. So look forward to that. On to Group B for that standings update. And it's actually even simpler because both M&M and Sonics were able to win and win 2-0. So that's 4 points. They're tied at the top there for those 4 points. Wolves and Team Liquid unable to score a map in the series. And of course, they're left with no points. And Dire Wolves, much like Space Station, will not be playing today. They'll be playing tomorrow. That'll be a game against M&M Gaming. So very exciting to see. And very excited to see how Dire Wolves actually play in here because, it's a big stage to be on. They've had, big stage position, at least in the groups over 2022. But it was more of a surprise. Well, I'm very curious to see how they've learned or what they've learned over the past year in preparation for Invitational. And because we still have time, our schedule is fixed and we won't have our next game for another just under 40 minutes. I want to ask your general opinions because I love to hear my friends' opinions on matches, especially W7M and Elevate. 2-0 for W7M. What are your general thoughts just on the score? Are you surprised? Is it...
No. I think
you could have said that to the Apex Southcasters.
Yeah, I did, to be fair. I think for W7M, I think they're coming into this probably as tournament favourites.
One of, yeah.
I think if you had to say most people pick a team to win it, they're saying W7M, given the performance across the year. They've started out strong, against an Apex South opponent. And they play every map as well. It's not a surprise to see a LATAM team that plays 9 maps be able to win out 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either. I mean, there's 2 teams this entire year that have attended all majors. W7M is one of them. So I was not expecting a loss from them today. However, last time they played against Elevate, Elevate was able to take 1 map from them. So it's a bit of a worse scenario for Elevate looking right now. But then the other team that has also participated at all majors, Wolves.
Yeah.
They take a loss today. And that's in my box of things I probably didn't expect today.
Tails between their legs, Jack.
I think, there's a few criticisms that get leveled at Wolves. Just best of 3s in international events. What are we at? We're at an international event with best of 3s. And I think particularly the map bans there for me was the fact that they let M&M go to Chalet, when Chalet is like M&M's favourite map by far. They've only lost it once in the existence of that roster. I think it shows the shallow map pool that people are worried about with Wolves. And M&M, they went, after Chalet, they went and played Club, which is a low preference map for M&M, and they played it remarkably well. Shows they've worked on a lot, and I think Naif's bringing a lot to that roster as well.
All right, thank you very much for your input. If we could just annoy production for a second and put up the schedule again, just to remind everybody of what's coming up. There'll be a bit of a break, so you can take the next half hour to kind of chill, get yourself some snacks and maybe something to eat. But you'll see, when you come back, there are 2 matches that I'll be running practically simultaneously on the A and B streams. And the graphic should be on the other side. Hey, here it is. Thank you very much. We've already gone through the first 2 matches on Stream A and B. It goes as so now. Stream A, BDS versus CYCLOPS. Look, these are the most 2 explosive teams of their regions of APAC North and France, but really EUL in general. And then on the other side is Stream B, Astralis versus OXG, all NAL. There's a lot on the line for this game, not just in points, but this is pride also. DarkZero versus Heroic, and I'm really curious about the, I guess, wounded Heroic going into this tournament, and it's M80, which I am still calling Matey, to start things off here in our tournament, and they'll be going up against FaZe Clan. You mentioned W7M as one of the teams that people will think, oh, they're just going to win it all. FaZe is definitely up there pretty close to them, maybe a tiny bit higher also.
Yeah.
Excited?
Every LATAM team is dangerous. Yeah, I'm excited. Sure. I'm also excited, actually, to see how Astralis OXG plays out. Because we've not seen either of these 2 teams since NAL Stage 3, where both of them had horrific stages. So they're now on a big event, they're against familiar opponents. So I'm expecting that to actually be a really good game.
Yeah, anything you're excited for?
I'm excited to see some of the rookies play later today. You know, first, international event like that might be bringing some shakes, might be bringing some unexpected performances. That is something I'm looking forward to.
All right, thank you very much, Anne and Jack. That was it for us here on the desk, at least the 5 people that were the morning shift. The afternoon and evening shift is coming up in just a bit. Jackie will be on here. I can't wait to see Jackie on camera again. Of course, all our analyst crews that'll be coming up for it. Thank you very much. For those at home, take a quick break. We'll be back in around half an hour or so to continue with the second half of day 1 matches at the Invitational. Can you believe it? We made it in one piece.
Last man alive is Necrox. His MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and go. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, like, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the 3rd round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called this god from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I mean, I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was like mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew, like, if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon. And the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure. Like, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, you know, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. Like, the crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, like, is this real? And then to have like all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans like chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
My name is J9L, and I play Lurk/Flex for Astralis 6. First got introduced to Rainbow Six Siege in, I think, Season 3 on Xbox, and I thought it was a really cool game, and yeah, I started grinding it, so it was really fun. I got hooked on Rainbow Six Siege just by like the mechanics of the game and like kind of how unique the game was. Like, it's not like any other FPS. Before my first ever official game, I was very nervous, but once I got on stage, like, the nerves kind of went away and like, I was just feeling good. The Six Invitational means like a lot to me just because like I've been watching them ever since like, I don't know, like 2017 or 2018. It's like the biggest tournament, so I'm excited to be playing in it for the first time.
Ooh, hair looking fly. Hello. Embracing the middle part.
Jackie, we're on. Jackie, we're live.
We're live?
Yeah.
You guys don't do that to me.
We are. We're live.
We're not live right now.
We are live, yes. Jackie, we are live right now.
Please tell me you're joking. We are live right now? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, welcome back to the Six Invitational. Was I on camera seriously being like, oh, I look good, my hair and everything like that? Okay, well, apparently my IFB isn't working, but that's totally fine. But super excited to be back. It's been a while, and I was gonna say, you know what, I missed y'all, and you all have my heart, but you know who else has my heart? Demo and Ollie! And thanks for having my back.
We got you back,
No, you did. Y'all were like, you're live right now. I was like, okay.
Right, we're all back. He's saying you were live, Jackie. She doesn't trust us. Well, that's
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I
100%
thought y'all were joking. No.
Well, we do like to play a little practical joke from now and then, don't we, though? Yeah, we are practical pranksters of the set.
You know what's funny? I was like, you two, I trust you so much. I think that was on camera, me too. And I was like, I love y'all. You make me feel so comfortable. But okay, anyway, let's get things rolling here. We do have a matchup to talk about. And y'all are excited for this one, right? Okay, BDS versus CYCLOPS. CYCLOPS. Show me some enthusiasm, demo.
Woo! No, sorry, that's really off-brand for you, Demo. What do you mean? That's quite off-brand for you, Demo. What, me going woo? A little whoop or a holler? I mean, I'm a bit of a psycho sometimes when it comes to Siege, am I not? I think you can be, yeah.
You're not psycho.
I mean, I am.
Speak positively, good vibes. Remember we talked about this. I'm just keeping your heart open.
I'm just fan. That's me. I'm Twitch chat. That's me.
You're Twitch chat?
I am Twitch chat.
What does that mean?
And whatever Twitch chat is thinking, I'm also thinking it. And then I'll say it. I'm for the people.
Ollie, moving on.
Yeah,
okay.
I hope that's not always true.
We do have a lot to talk about, though, but before we get into that, let's start off with our first team, and we're going to introduce you to BDS. Take a look. I think. Maybe? Maybe not. I'm still not quite sure why I can't hear anything, but I believe that we're not going to be going to that video of BDS. So, do you want to chat about BDS?
I'd love to.
We could love
about
All right,
BDS.
let's talk about BDS. Okay. So, I wrote down, let's get down to BDS. Get it? Like business?
Long week. Could be a long week.
Come on.
Could be a long week.
Okay, all right. Well, they won the Stage 3 Major, and I believe they haven't lost in 6 months, and they're easily a favorite here. A lot of people looking at them, but the pressure is on when you're on top.
It is, and one thing I think for me, for BDS in this competition, is I think this has probably been the best opportunity that we have probably had of a team who could maybe do the back-to-back. And remember, we haven't had a back-to-back champion since 2019. That has not happened. If you're at the top, you don't stay there very long. Yeah, BDS, one of the things that I wrote in my notes for this is one of their maybe weaknesses could be the pressure. It could be that expectation that Everyone they else are on top, you know, and we've seen so many times where a team that does really well at a major, does really well at an event or in a stage, then there is that pressure and there is that expectation. Yeah. Are BDS going to be that difference maker? Are they going to break that chain?
Yeah, and Ollie, frankly, last SI was kind of a mess for BDS. That rhymed. I didn't intend for that, but I feel like they're going to be so fired up for this SI. They've had such tremendous growth, but do you think that this is going to be the year for them, especially with LeakyFac?
Quite possibly. Obviously, the LeakyFac change is getting on a little bit now in the grand scheme of roster changes and moves. It's been on BDS for about 6 months, so it isn't the newest thing, but if you haven't been keeping up with EU or you've not really been keeping up with Siege up until Invite, then yeah, guess what? LeakyFac is now on the roster. And BDS has sort of morphed into this sort of new age of team where we'll talk of frontline, backline, and you'll hear a lot of the analysts mentioning things like that as opposed to the more traditional style of talking where we'll talk about supports, fraggers, and flexes. BDS really sort of put themselves into that newer bracket, don't they, Demo? Yeah, I think BDS, I feel they made the move that I think maybe Wolves should have made a few months ago. And I think you need to bring someone in new who can really change your play style. BDS, I think, for the longest time, were a rigid, very stale team, did the same thing over and over again, similar to what we kind of have with the Russian scene, I think, inside of Siege. And it's kind of evolved with that, with EFAC. Him coming in has been able to give them a playmaker, someone who, if something isn't there for them, they can go straight in and say, okay, let's go for this. And we've seen the plays EFAC makes. He can change an unwinnable position into, oh, they've won the round. That's what he can do. And I think that's been a massive stepping stone for that side. Obviously, mixing CYCO, who... You always, I know we mentioned EFAC. CYCO's been with him the whole step of the way. You can't doubt this team.
Yeah, well, how does BDS feel about this SI? Take a listen.
My name is Brian LMSTBC. I'm playing for Team BDS as a flex player. So we are in Group C with CYCLOPS, Lost One, Astralis and Oxygen. I think it's a pretty good group for us, to be honest. I think we are the favorite. It's a trap group. Like every team can be like surprising, so we have to watch out. So for this SI, the preparation was pretty good. We practiced a lot. We work on solidarity, on the love we have for each other. Since we picked up LeakyFac, he brings some new way to attacks, new way to defense, aggressivity. He brings everything. I want to play the most Oxygen to get my revenge from Charlotte Major. In the quarters, we lost against them. I just want to beat them in the best of 3. This is a message to all the team here. We know that you underestimate us a lot since those years, but we just won a major, so now you have to respect us. So good luck and have fun, guys.
Well, BDS has always seemed to be so close, but the hammer just out of their grasp, Ollie. They had a great year, strong team, but what needs to happen for them here at SI for them to be successful?
I think they just need to have a good tournament, Jackie. I know that sounds really straightforward and is almost a bit of a cop-out answer, but BDS, we know that they are a team of quality. You could hear Alems talking about it there in the interview. He was mentioning how there's been a good, refreshing change since bringing Leakfak into the roster. And, you know, we could sit here and talk about Shaika and Leakfak all day, but let's talk about Renshi.
Left-handed god.
Let's talk about Alems. These are two players that have really come into their own with that change as well, and it seems to have enabled them as a team to be able to do more and more. And they've got one of the best supports in the world.
Don't forget about Brit, because I think for a long time, I think probably during stage 1 and stage 2, he was off the game. He wasn't at his best. I think obviously SI as well, he wasn't at his best. But stage 3, he's back to where he needs to be. I think he himself has found his character again, being able to clutch, being able to do all that. I know that you mentioned saying you just want a good tournament from BDS. I don't think with the group from BDS, I don't think it's not a real big challenge for them. I think their group, you would expect them to go in and win every game because they have that caliber, they have that standard. I think everyone else in their group, it's not as if I'm discrediting everyone else, but BDS are a different level. It's not as if they're in there with W7Ms or your Kois, the teams who have went on and done really good things at majors. I think that we'll see BDS really get challenged whenever we get into our next stage.
Yeah, and we've talked about BDS at length now, so let's talk about their opponent, CYCLOPS. Take a look. Looking sharp. Okay, so Ollie, let's get right to it. CYCLOPS, they have been the top team in Japan for a couple years now, but going into this event, they made their first major roster change in a while, bringing in Arkali. So let's talk about what his impact will be like.
I think a lot of people will sit there and think that this is a roster change that was probably due, Jackie. I think that we were looking at CYCLOPS and we were thinking, you know, they need to make a change. They need to do something. There's only so many times that they can place mid in international tournaments and do very well domestically before they're going to have to bring something new. So unfortunately for Gatorada, he was out and Arkali was in. A relatively unknown player as well. He hasn't really got a whole host of competitive or tier 1 experience behind him, but he could be that little thing that CYCLOPS need to just give themselves a new lease of life.
Yeah, and Dem, a lot of people have written off this 16th seeded team, but they play a strange, unpredictable Siege. And what's your saying? What do you like to say?
I have a lot of sayings these days, Jack.
Okay, come on. You know what you say.
Doesn't matter how.
Don't you do that to me.
It doesn't matter how you've played in the past. It all depends on how you play on the day. And
you see that, Ollie? Come on, Demo.
This is,
was the show not rough enough for me? We were live and I was fixing my hair. Now you're going to play with me like that?
I'm not playing.
Okay. Continue, though. Okay.
Yeah, how it is. No fencing for me. Just straight in.
Okay, no
I would love to come here and say that CYG are going to go and beat BDS and go on to top the group and then move on and win the hammer. I'd love to say that, but I'm not an idiot.
You have said that in the past, though.
Yes.
You have said that in the past.
I know, but then BDS went and did what they did.
Last year, talking about this SI.
I would say if you put the CAG, this year CAG, against the BDS we've seen last year at SI, I'd go for CAG all day of the week.
I think anyone would.
But BDS was a hot mess last
Yeah,
SI.
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Now.
But not now, because BDS are just at the top of their game. Yeah. Like I mentioned before, I think that BDS aren't really going to get pushed. I would say, though, if any team's going to push BDS, I think it's going to be CAG. Mostly because the playstyle you mentioned about CAG, they are just
mercurial.
You don't know what you're going to get with CAG. Yeah. You know, it's in for a penny. It's the lucky dip. You don't know what you're going to come out with it. I think for CAG, a big tournament for them. I think they have a good group. I think a really good chance of them getting out of this group if they can play the way that we expect them to. And if they get off to a start today and they go and beat BDS, which again, I don't think they will, they could honestly get a bit of momentum behind them, because we know if that team takes off, who knows where they're going to end up.
Well, let's see how CAG is feeling about this SI. Take a listen to this interview.
My name is Arkali, and I play for CYCLOPS Athlete Gaming, and my role is entry fragger. I joined CYCLOPS a month ago. I was in a local league, in a local team, and CYCLOPS needed a player, so I took the opportunity, and I got recruited.
I just really wanted to go to CYCLOPS because, you know, they're like an international level team. Our expectation on this SI is to go to playoffs for first. CYCLOPS haven't made the playoffs for like all the international events, I heard. Just try to win. You know, I want to lift that hammer. Team BDS is looking really good, so yeah, we're looking out for them. My message to my opponents is, let's just have fun.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see how this team comes together with Arkali. And Anatun has also been an X factor for this team before, Ollie.
He really has. And I think that one of the things that Arkali said there in the interview was that they just want to have fun is probably one of the most dangerous things about this team.
Yeah.
They're a real hype team. And you'll see that when the game's going and when everything gets underway. They're quite a vocal team. They're quite an energetic team. If things are going their way, they're going to be up and out of the seat. They're going to be shouting. They're going to be cheering because they do have a lot of fun when they play the game. And that's a big part of things. And then you know, you look at who you're going up against, and you're going up to BDS, who, while they've got emotion, they are seen as quite a staunch team sometimes, Demo, and they can be quite straight-faced. I really feel like this is a beautiful clash of play styles, energies, all of that sort of stuff. On one hand, you've got BDS, quite structured, quite known. You really, you know what you're going to expect with the BDS side. Then you throw on CAG and you think, who knows?
I think today, BDS, you have to say the pressure's on them. The team at the top, that's what it's all about, staying at the top, because it's not about what BDS have done in the past. Sure, BDS have went and won Japan Invitational, they've obviously won the Major, won the EUL Finals, but let's be honest, does anyone really care about that? All we care about is what they do next. That is it for BDS, and what they do next is they're going to have to lift the hammer. That's it for me.
Yeah, I think the big thing is CAG is going to play with nothing to lose, right? And like you said, BDS, there's a lot of pressure on them right now. Ollie, talk to me about the mindsets of both of these teams. How do you think they're going into this matchup right now?
I think
What's going through their heads?
I think that CAG will be excited to get out there and to play because they like to give a show. I think they are quite a showy team.
Fun team.
In that sort of a way. They like to put on a good performance.
A wave.
That's great. However, is that going to be enough to get them through? You know, we've got this new player brought into the roster. We need to see how that fits in. Are they still going to be bringing out those same sort of pocket strats that they like to kind of play? We're going to see a bit of a reliance on shields, you know, some more strange, unusual things creeping in there that we don't always see with other regions. And then on BDS, on the flip side, how are they prepared to deal with that? Are they going to directly try to remove that? So, mindset-wise, I think the BDS will have quite a solid plan of how they want to approach this.
Monty ban has to be a...
You're going to be looking at some sort of a shield ban.
I'm looking forward to see Anatun. I think he's probably been one of the best shield players we've had in the past 2 years. I think, you know, he's kind of taken the mantle from Pengu, who was that for a long time. So they've got some really strong characteristics. You know, I think they've got some really good high world-class qualities, but it's just the consistency of doing that against the bigger sides. They can go and do it against, you know, teams in APAC North, but that's a completely different caliber to what they're dealing with now, and that is BDS.
Okay, well, I believe that we're ready to move into the map ban phase, so let's see if we can get that information up on your screen right now. What are y'all anticipating here? Anything that's like popping out to you that you're like, ooh, I'm gonna see this, or?
Ban your clubs, CAG, ban your clubs.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a map that, whilst both teams do preference it, it's definitely one that, as CAG, you're going to want to remove. Not surprised to see them remove that second. Chalet getting thrown out there as well. Isn't necessarily a map that BDS like to play all too often. It is their lowest preference map, so it makes a lot of sense to see that removed. Although, just because it's the lowest preference doesn't mean that they won't play it at all. We've already mentioned BDS are in a fortunate position in this group where they are pitted as favourites to take it, so they can do a little bit of funny business with these map bans, and they can try to keep things back a little bit, and I think that's probably what we're seeing a little bit more here. Bank getting removed as well by BDS. Bank has always, for me, been a classic CAG map. It just screams their play style all over the place.
Comes into the swing of things. We know that with CAG. I look at this map pick, Ollie, and I think BDS just have the depth. I generally don't think BDS have like a bad map in them. I think they're, again, probably Chalet. You'll see the Chalet ban a lot from BDS because everyone in EU plays Chalet. Because I think, you know, you look at our M&Ms, you look at our Navis as well inside of EUL. That's always a map that they're really good at. So you never really see BDS taking teams to that map. So that makes sense. But I'm sure they can still play it. Skyscraper was really good performance that they had against Heroic at the EUL finals. Heroic really didn't have a look in at at all during that skyscraper. BDS, I think their defense on that side has been phenomenal. I think they know exactly the way that they should be playing skyscraper. Those long extensions across, try and defend the dragon, try and defend in towards drum. So they have their finger on the pulse whenever it comes to skyscraper.
Okay, I just got word that our teams are ready to go. So let's send it over to Faluke and Hap for BDS versus CYCLOPS. And yes, y'all are live. I got fooled earlier, but y'all are live, Faluke and Hap. So take it away. It's coming.
Oh, how's your hair? Mine's looking fine.
It's looking fine.
Oh, live. Oh, I'm so... Poor Jack. I mean, if it happened to anyone else, it would have been a lot worse. But Jackie's just so like pure and lovely and cute and innocent. It was a very magical moment.
It's her production
Even
laugh in my ears.
Not believing Demo and Demo going, Jackie, we're live. We're on. Don't do that to me.
It happens. Don't worry.
Hey,
we got a game of Siege.
That's Hap. Neither of us.
Yes.
And Jackie. And we have CYCLOPS versus BS. They're just getting the last players into the lobby.
Yeah, just
They'll be in a moment. It should be ready, but it's going to be quite exciting because, okay, people expect BDS to win this group. For my money, the one team that could upset the car is CYCLOPS.
It's always CYCLOPS, right? Like if there's any team that can make an upset happen, it is going to be CYCLOPS. And I started thinking back to one of the earlier engagements these two had. It's not Mexico, you know, they played there twice, but it's the 6th Invitational before that, where...
The cameraman just fell over.
Please, someone check on him. But either way, it was Cafe back then, and CYCLOPS really played that aggressive game of not letting BDS, same for Empire, into the building. Back then it was an 8-7 loss for CYCLOPS, so there's definitely something to be gained here. But if we look at the bigger picture, BDS, they have just won the Jönköping Major. So they are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with here. Now, we have to say there is a special friendship between CYCLOPS and Medics, and they're quite upset that it is easy observing. So,
okay,
we're not going to go into details.
No, we're not going to go into details, but it's always fair to say from our perspective, they're in a good mood. CYCLOPS are in. And this is the thing that I'm really enjoy about this matchup, about these two teams, is we know these two teams, we know these two rosters. They've played each other about 3 times in total, generally, of the existence. And these times go back ages. They go back 2 years. However, even with it going back so long, there's only a single roster difference on both of these two teams. Obviously, BDS, they made a big change slightly earlier on in the year, and it came to massive success with Likefak. But here, for the first time in 3 years, CYCLOPS have changed a player on the roster. Gadarada is gone. In that spot are Cully.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how this is going to be helping CYCLOPS, if it helps them at all, because they have been that team that has been, well, at the top of APAC North for quite a while. They never really had too much troubles ending up in the top 4, and you know they've managed to make it to majors. They've managed to, well, beat the giants that were in their groups as well. But they always seem to have been their own worst enemy, right? It's like they play well, they start off well. They're about to be winning the game, and suddenly the car drives off a cliff and the other team is able to take it. So I'm hoping that CYCLOPS has been able to fix that issue. But of course, they're coming up against BDS. Again, reigning major champions. Likefak coming in on his rookie season.
Is the cameraman okay?
The cameraman is having some troubles, don't worry. Yeah, Likefak coming in on his rookie season, rookie stage, instantly winning the major, just like Spoiled did with Koi.
Comparison of how smooth this shot is.
I think this is a crane that is
no, but it's just so funny. I really enjoy it. I'm having a good day. It's a good first day. There's good SI vibes. But you were saying Likefak coming in, doing the business.
Yeah.
Rookies have had good business. Rookies over the past 2 majors, Berlin and Jönköping.
Yes.
Still practicing my pronunciation. However many months after the event. Both of them had a young gun rookie in the roster that helped lead them to success. Could this be the biggest, youngest, gunnerist rookie to do the business? Arkuli. Obviously, there are other rookies that have come in, but This is the biggest stage.
I mean, it would be a first that an APAC team would reach a grand final. It would be a first an APAC team would win like a major tournament. It would be a first for APAC to win the Six Invitational. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen for a very first time for our colleague to continue the current trend that we're having with rookies being successful on their entry stage. But for CYCLOPS, I guess their main goal is going to be to get out of groups first. And after that, see where they will be ending up. See how high they can bring it, which teams they will be fighting. If I'm quickly looking back, both these teams actually having the same performance in the last Six Invitational, ending up on the 17th to 20th spot. Gotta say though, BDS did have some issues back then, and later that year they made that roster change. And as I believe, a lot of anime is being discussed right now.
What?
Yeah, something like that. I was just checking.
Oh,
the
you're
chats
referencing, yes.
Yeah, no, referencing the chat that people can see.
You gotta talk about what the audience can see.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm telling them what they're talking about. They're talking about anime right now before the game. So if you ever wonder how you prepare for your first game at the Six Invitational, this is how CYCLOPS and BDS do it.
If you missed it as well, the maps that we will be finding ourselves heading into: Skyscraper as the opener, into Border, into Oregon. Now, Skyscraper is a map, there's not a huge amount of teams, especially any of you that really enjoy attacking Skyscraper, really enjoy bringing a game to it. BDS are one of those teams, though. They have, to be a lot of people's money, one of the widest map pools of anyone. Now, they still have bans and things they don't like, but they seem to have a good game for a lot of these sort of outlier options.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at the stats, it's been pretty even, 4-1, 4 lost, banned against them, 22. Overall, I think I might have cut out there for a second.
Yeah,
either way.
You said some very poignant.
I was saying a lot of numbers, and I'm not going to repeat them. But overall, it's like pretty 50-50
that's why you got silent.
In whether or not they ban or get banned and all that kind of stuff.
There's a little picture-in-picture on the ban screen.
Oh, yeah.
Nook is the first removal here. Gone instantly off the board. Now, the way Skyscraper can work on the attacks and what makes it a little bit awkward is for sort of the big journey that you often have to take over the top. If you're thinking about attacking towards, say the sort of terrarium side or the opposite onto Dragon, it's a huge bit of effort. It's a huge bit of motion over the top and externally rotate. You've got to either try and cut your way through, take a bit of a risk and a gamble, and it just means long plays become a little bit more dangerous. BDS got quite good at this. But CYCLOPS, Skyscraper sort of sits in a place where they've played it. The statistics are swayed by the Japanese league. They've, I think, played it there 4 times, maybe, and had pretty good success on it.
Yeah, they've found success there, and of course that gets picked up in the stats. Usually we look at them and be like, all right, well, it's Japanese league. It's not really the tier 1 league that they're working in, so how much is it really going to be worth? The Japanese league is one of the most competitive leagues there is in the world in terms of national leagues. A lot of prize money as well. A lot of these teams actually do care on winning it, so it is always a good measure to take those into account. And as we get going, the first round is going to be in the exhibition room. So we're going to the east side of the building. Now, what we do sometimes see here is a clash going outside and stopping anybody from using that southern wall to open up. But for now, no clash. And that means the attackers would have some more freedom to start opening up these walls.
One of the things about this group, and I know we talked about BDS seen as having one of the easier rides, people have a similar idea of CYCLOPS. It's not that the two teams have been phenomenal, but they've been consistent. And the rest of the group is generally made up of teams that haven't quite had that same consistency throughout the year. You're obviously looking at RXG, you're looking at Astralis, you're looking at teams that have had success, but also unfortunately had the opposite of that. And here is a good moment. Whichever of these two teams take blood really does set themselves up for the chance at sort of cementing a top spot early on in the day. Talking of early in the day, here is Anaton seeing if they can try and catch BDS early in the day, waiting on the side of the breach, hoping they don't get caught out, looking for a repel and a long fight. The pressure's going to come from the other side. Brede.
It's going to find it as well this way. There's no drone there to check, so got to make sure that they
They're
actually droned it out because he's...
Yeah, they've pulled back. They have the reveal. Someone on a camera, a Claymore down there. The Soulless, they do have the hard wall to put it up. They're thinking about the time. There's the rappel over the opposite side, watching out towards the swing out. There's the run, there's the motion, there's the spray through the flag. And a P90 claims another victim for the day.
Solar seeing quite a lot of play so far during the Six Invitational, and you know, this was helpful as well. Realize, God, his Claymores are being set down. It might go for an actual breach or a repel further down the line. It's exactly what they did. And what CYCLOPS did there is leave that wall soft. They could lean outside without really being detected, and as long as no drone comes in, you are still unspotted. That's still a free kill opportunity, and they grabbed it well. That's an opening kill. Now up to converting it.
Wow. First step is sort of pulled away from them here. BDS, they sometimes do take a little bit of time to warm into a game, especially into a series, and with the second off the board, when Shiro not entirely locked out, they might be able to get him picked up. They just have to try and draw some attention away because they know pressure from CAG isn't usually that far behind. Gator, he's tucked in close, just behind the dragon statue. Arkali gets one for himself. Likefak actually put them as a bit of curiosity that I'll talk about in a minute as the fight starts to break its way over the side of Terrace. The catch on the C4, the pop of the E1D. They're tucked in the corner, but with Gator getting a double, well, certainly Alems is all that's left. Will CYCLOPS open up with a flawless round here? It's down to Alems to try and stop that.
Wouldn't be surprised if they do at this point. I mean, CYCLOPS is known for their aggression, and BDS has been against them 3 times before. They know exactly what they're running into here, but they just need to be, you know, finding themselves. You mentioned it before. They need to warm up in that match. They need to find a ways to stop CYCLOPS dead in their tracks. But you can do it sooner rather than later. That's a spot. Not actually able to convert it. Anaton with another kill. That's a flawless round from CYCLOPS.
Wow, you could not ask for a better start for a CYCLOPS fan. But the thing about CYCLOPS fans, as a CYCLOPS enthusiast myself, you never know how a game is going to go. You've never known how a game is going to go. CYCLOPS is CYCLOPS.
Worst enemy.
If this is your first time ever watching Siege, if this is your first time ever watching this region, CYCLOPS are their own worst enemy. They can play some of the most confident, deadly, dangerous Siege. It's so often quoted by teams that meet them on the online that they never know what to expect, or meet them on LAN even, but they never know what to expect. They're not used to playing against a team like CYCLOPS. But sometimes CYCLOPS are CYCLOPS, and sometimes things will pull away. Their first roster change in 3 years is potentially huge, and I briefly mentioned it before, that Arkali versus Likefak, I'm really curious to see how this comes together. Not in an idea of that they're sort of playing the same roles, but it's 2 rookies on the biggest stage with 2 teams that have been here before. Whichever one of these starts to potentially hit a bit of ground, that confidence could be one of the biggest factors in how they swing and approach each other. Because SI, it doesn't handle like no other horse, baby.
I'm just going to quote a certain host we have here, Milosh. It's the granddaddy of them all, as he calls the Six Invitational. But the thing is about Likefak as well, he joined the lineup, and that was the first stage after 7 consecutive stages. Shaiko did not drop 100 kills, instead Likefak did. So he's definitely one of those impact players, but he needs to keep that up, especially here during SI.
Bedroom, as the second lean into here, is a site that you don't really see.
No, I was going to mention it.
Too often. It's
not one.
Probably the lowest pick rate across all the 4 regions here, and there's a lot of pressure that can be applied onto it. You don't really have a lot of wiggle room. There's a lot of softs above. There's a lot of ways of a route through. You can get some direct angles, so they've made some direct angles of themselves. Anaton with the little peek out there on the side of the mirror window just to keep an eye on an oppression that's coming through. The role of the Thatcher is on the board. They have obviously the Selmas as well to cause some damage if they want to, and a Twitch for good measure. They're making quick work of at least the hefty bits of the hold above.
I don't know where 2 of these players are, but Gator is going to be taken down first, at least in a DBNO state, not quite confirmed. But there's no one going to be able to pick him up because, you know, you can see that the angle is currently being held, so all they can do on CYCLOPS' side is just waste time, see if they might find themselves in an opportunity to go for it. Shaiko, you know, he just casually walked into the site as Likefak joins them, Bride as well, and kills are starting to flood in.
Well, CCC at least gets one back and should be able to get Anaton up, but still puts them in a pretty decisive situation here where they've lost control of the site. With BDS and the blue of them flooding in underneath, Brede is going to see if he can try and find a little innocent pocket to get the plant in. There's a fight that gets a bit scrappy. They didn't quite expect it, but now it's suddenly CCC trying to drive back some of this control above. He knows it's all opened up behind him, though. And now he knows he's the only one left. Everybody else has been caught out here, and this is the problem with this site. It can become very leaky very fast.
So we don't often see it as soon as, well, they're inside and the top is receiving massive amounts of pressure. There's not much you can do with that verticality. It's not as safe as it is on different sites, for example, or different maps, rather. If you look at Clubhouse and you look at Bar Stage, there is relative safety when you want to be using these verticalities. You don't really have that on a map like this. So many soft walls these attackers can utilize against you. And that's well done there by BDS. Equalizing that score, not wanting to roll over instantly to CYCLOPS and their aggression, and, you know, telling, you know, we have some aggression of ourselves that we're going to be showing you today to try and continue their win streak against them. And now we're going to karaoke. This is usually the first site you see when we're headed towards a skyscraper. It's now going to be the third.
It was almost a flawless response to a flawless first round. Only one body was dropped in the engagement, but the fact that they were able to just swing their way into sight, this is the thing I sort of highlighted before about BDS on this map. They're confident attacking it. They know how to sort of get the gears turning. They know how to try and find those little pockets and places to plant and construct themselves opportunities, which some teams in the growth of Skyscraper, because you don't really see it too much, you don't get a great taste and ability to grow from it. A lot just ban it. Just have the ability to remove it in the best of ones that we have in most of the leagues around the world.
That's it, right? Like when we go through these best of threes, you often see like these maps that are, well, less played or maybe more one-sided, and that's how they develop in a meta like this. Either way, we've seen it quite a lot in Europe actually from BDS, also from Koi/Rogue. So BDS definitely know how to deal with it on several top-tier teams. We're at the 6 Invitational as well. Phone calls going off. That is going to be stopping any of the CYCLOPS players from moving just momentarily here. That's going to be a shoulder pick coming in from the Mira. Mark 14 willing to connect.
I mean, the Vector's a good gun, but
not on range.
Not on range against a Mark 14 with that lineup that they've got here. The pressure as Army has been let through on this. We've seen it banned and otherwise used pretty frequently alongside a Solus that's been on the boards for most of the rounds throughout our maps today. So the pressure here breaking its way across the back. They're looking for the top of Black Stairs. A great bit of the use of the Flores drone and operator that BDS do love and have talked about the benefits that can sort of be used to here. Break across. That should be able to get both those as Armies. Pops off just around on the side. The keeper barriers will get removed, and that makes all of these holes. Oh, okay, maybe the Vector should take those fights. Cully.
I mean, it's kind of the thing, right? It's a one-shot headshot game, so the Vector has a high fire rate. Again, another bit of a run-out coming through from Black Ray, takes down Shaiko. It's going to be another one of these top fraggers of BDS off the board, leaving only 3 alive here with 1:10 left on the clock. Now, there's been some openings, but most of them have been made by CYCLOPS, actually, to bring that aggression towards BDS. As that drone rolls in, it's going to be able to spot 2 players out on the other side of that wall, so they're going to be fully aware of the fact that the majority of the push is coming down from the drum side.
Curly getting himself a bit closer to the fire here, wants to swing round onto Dragon. As soon as he gets the idea, there's a ping, but there's also a soft wall, and the Echo drone is filtering all that intel towards them. They have some control over the back end of the main stairs itself. They know when the approach is coming, and with 40 seconds, it's going to have to be directional. They're going to have to start trying to formulate a play, and Gator stops the first bit. Brede gets battered back on the Geisha balcony and forced to a slightly different angle as Army's still tucked with some safety round on the hard wall, another smoke canister, but with the angle and idea, can they get a catch? There's Likefak, and there's at least Brede picking up some revenge for that, but it does just leave them, it does just leave 15 seconds. It won't be a second flawless, but once again, 4 players alive.
Well done by CYCLOPS there. I don't know if you saw it there, but a breach they had into Geisha was kind of messed up. Not going to be able to be vaulted, not going to be able to be crawled through or even run through due to that. They forced to go for a different kind of rotation. Not quite sure how impactful that was to BDS in their entire round, but okay, help but think it's definitely going to stop whatever they were planning at that point. That puts CYCLOPS in the lead, 2-1. Back towards the exhibition, the first side we've seen, the one they won flawlessly as well, as they brought that aggression early on. But that's the thing, they've just shown some of those tricks. I don't think you're going to be able to pull them off again against BDS, especially that that southern wall, having it open, trying to go for a pre-fire that way. I think that will be watched this time. I think there will be a drone just checking if someone is playing in that corner.
It would make sense. I mean, this is the thing about CYCLOPS. As I said, they're very hard to play against on their day. They enjoy the fights. They have the one unknown entity to see if they piece together. For context of where Akali came from, it was another, obviously, Japanese league team, called Crest Gaming, who actually beat CYCLOPS in the Japan Invitational not too long ago, 2-1. So they sort of said, we're not having that, we're having him. Brought him into the roster and seeing how he can go. This is his first big play with the team.
Kind of if you can't beat him, you buy him. Right?
Yeah, can't beat him, buy him.
Mentality right there from CYCLOPS. Thinking it was time for a change, finally, after many years. Now on their first big test to see how it works out. Who knows, they might be the new hope of APAC for this tournament here. After Elevate, unfortunately, suffered that early loss.
Oh, the drone just slips by and just tucks its way into karaoke and then pulls back. They get it. They're going to see if they can pull themselves out. Shaiko's concerned about a jump out. Fair enough. Has been a consistent problem. This is set up here. The mirror with the Azami barricade behind it gives you a view and gives you a bit of safety. The mute jammer as well. Just to stop the breach. It's such a fun extension and nothing that you see too often. It's a play that you can see BDS, they're trying to whir and piece together how to pull it apart, whether they have to. They're generally going for a wider take this time. They've got themselves slightly set up here on the balcony, but they're not going to risk it. They knew that's where they suffered. So instead, get inside the building, get internal, get on the opposite side, get your way in via Geisha and push across the second story.
Definitely letting BDS know that they are looking to go aggressive. Just some pre-fires going out of the window, not really accurate, just to suppress it. Let them know, hey, if you stick around too long, you might just get shoulder peeked. And that's the pre-fire coming in from Alems. He's not quite able to connect fully to Anaton, but he's stuck in deep. He's not going to get the kill, however. Alems shuts him down, but that could have gone the other way.
Oh, EFAC there with the take underneath. Good bit of utility combination there. They had the call. We saw a bit of damage and destruction coming up, and Akali's going to see if he can step in as a bit of a surprise factor. They still have the mute jammer. They still have some time, but there's also time that plays into BDS's favor here. The first two kills are theirs. The aggression did not quite pay off this round. And with a player stuck either side, Shaiko can hit that, but it's a bit of audio. Where are you going, Arkuli? If he can get unchecked here, he might be able to pick up a player who's behind him if he knows the player's there. Suzuki is gone. There's the watch, Bride. He was ready for that. And there is the flawless return.
So we have two flawless rounds on exhibition now. One in favor of CYCLOPS, one in favor of BDS. And I don't know really what to say about BDS. Well read. They figured out the positions. They managed to actually isolate those players, use utility, get the shots in when they were needed. I have to say though, Anaton going quite aggressive after the first shots were missed by Alems. He just decides to completely cross the window and try and take it from the other side. Unfortunately, misses his shots with the Vector though, otherwise that could have been a different round. BDS so far 2 attacking rounds. I think they'll be okay with that for now. Of course, they would love to have more, but I think they'll be mostly banking on their defenses here, considering, you know, the attacks are, in general, the harder thing to play.
Oh yeah, on this map especially as well. You're looking at tricky places to play yourself into. That's always one of the big problems here with Sky, is it's tricky at points. Yep. The way the building is structured isn't as formulaic in terms of design as other maps. There's not the easiest, you know, sort of route through. If it's music, it's jazz. You're trying to piece a story here. Oh, there's a drone that just gets caught out at the very end.
It's unfortunate. At least some information here for CYCLOPS to use. 3 drones actually lost on the side of BDS. That is something we do not often see.
I mean, a combination of a Solus and a Mozzie.
Yeah, it helps, you know, it gets you those drones.
They've also got a mute. There's not a riskier drone round, and not a tougher one. They're damaged, they're not down. They should be able to get the pickup there. Iagator just hopped out onto the top of Black Balcony and is getting himself a bit safer.
Just went for a bit of an aggressive run now. Managed to get a lot of damage done onto LikaFak. And, you know, whilst they might not have the kill now, he's been DBNO. That means any single bullet hits him now, he's going to be dead. So if you are a little bit quicker, if you are the first one to just run through and try and go for that pre-fire, you'll find yourself at success and a kill to come through.
That's it. The others, they've played against most of the same CYCLOPS roster before. This is the first time for LikaFak, and, well, he's sort of showing them why it can be a bit dangerous at points. He's suffered a couple of times in these very aggressive bits of movement and swing out, and, well, if he can try and get in his head, as I said, he is one of the ones I want to see start to get some confidence as this game continues, because when he is on, he is unstoppable. Maybe a bit of a drone work there, played underneath the Mozzie. He has himself, I think, the catch there just on the drone hole. They seem to have some awareness, so they're actually going to pull themselves a bit further back. The pings come through, 1:20, and BDS is still trying to fish for a first fight here.
C4 toss-up maybe from... No, does he have it? No, he doesn't have it. So, well, it's still the kill coming through, but there's going to be a lot of players spotted out as well by that pulse, just playing below, feeding all the information, and then BDS don't really have a way to deal with it, rather than just trying straight on attack. But that's not going to be working out due to these angles that already have been set up. Breeday's now cutting it close around the corner. He needs to worry about whether or not they know he's coming.
It's the thing. EFAC is able to find suzuC on the back end. Shaiko's going to see if he can try and put pressure onto Office Balcony. Gets control of Terrace with a player on his shoulder. The cam goes cold, and Breeday gets Arcully cold as well. Iagator, he looked to do a little bit of remodeling. They've actually pulled themselves back out. There it is. Goes up on the window. That should get punched out because, well, they already know that the player's in that position, so why not make the noise? They're still concerned about the run out, the slight repositioning round on the back. There's Black Gray. There's Black Gray. Breeday knew that that was going to be a problem that he would have to fix sooner rather than later. Iagator gets one. There's EFAC watching the rotation for Anaton, who does get one just before. A great take from Iagator. Now, a 1 versus 1. And it's a Lemses to take.
So far, they're not helping him as he had to rotate back, fully aware. The ponytail spotted out and kill coming through. So nice congratulations coming down from BDS on winning that round to themselves, just to make sure that the the morale stays high. So we're quickly going back over some of these replays. We're headed towards karaoke now. They're not tripling down onto exhibition. CYCLOPS isn't, that is. And are looking to bring it to a different site that they managed to win before. But if BDS get this 4th round, it's going to be a very, well, tough second half for CYCLOPS to come through.
Oh, very tough. One of the big changes I think we've seen from BDS over the past couple of rounds has been the internal flank watch. Sure, there's a danger outside that they are ever present about. You can see Breeday spend a good 40 seconds waiting for the run out there to come around on the side, and they suffered from that window before. They're a team that is taught by blood, it seems. However, look at the positioning there of Breeday on the round before. Look at the positioning there of LikaFak on the round we just had. They're watching for these rotations now. They're sort of trying to get, okay, we have the 5 versus 4, we've got that first kill, now we can dedicate a player to stopping CYCLOPS do CYCLOPS things.
It's kind of what I said, right? Like after 3 rounds, they're going back to sites they've already played. They've shown some of the tricks that CYCLOPS have in their pockets, and BDS, they are a major championship winning team. They know how to adapt. Adaptation is the name of the game. So they are able to just, wait, be patient, because CYCLOPS sure as hell isn't patient. They will start running. They will start peeking everything, and that's how you get free entry kills.
Talking of confidence on the Ash, an operator that we should see have a bit more presence, I think, over this tournament as well as to some of the recent changes. Black Gray might be the first point to call here. Heard the drone whir around, ready for a fight, but it's Shaiko with the pre-fire. The bounce of the grenade just tucked around on the corner, gets caught by the first Wamai disc that was popped through. Expect a run out, fair enough. There's a Claymore there, they're at least looking for revenge if things go away from them, but still, they have a bit of time. Just look how long he holds it for.
Barricade now destroyed by the Kiba. Second grenade is going to be tossed in. Where's it going? Close around the corner, but it's not going to be catching anybody. Player is a bit further away. They now know the second one is gone, though, so don't no longer have to worry about that. And that means that the Shotgun of Black Ray can now suddenly play a lot closer to try and take down Shaiko as soon as he tries to move in.
Might look like he doesn't want to. He's pulled himself around, the pressure starts to come on the opposite side, a minute and a half gone, and they've been able to at least draw some attention and focus, but the longer it goes on, the more somebody has to make a move. It's EFAC. Up around the bottom of Black Stairs is trying to offer a second perspective here on the fight, hope to catch the player, the call of that, the purr of the Banshee, and instead they pull back. The shotguns hopped around towards the opposite side, and now they're right pressed up against the wall on the side of the site itself. They're stacked, but they still need a bit of a force, a bit of pressure. Peppered bullets towards iGator on the far end, and losing this is a big bit of control, but it's still the site that's the danger. And Shiro, he needs to try and draw some focus, draw a firefight, try and get the opposite end to the hammer and anvil approach towards that side on Geisha, but cannot quite catch the player that is loose. So, a drone out, a bit of attention, a bit of a draw in iGator, who's been having a great game so far, is not ready to have this half ended for him.
Yeah, they need to make sure they will knock out one of these deadlocks they're currently in. Either take out Geisha or take out the player in the bar, and suddenly you have a lot more free movement of trying to make happen what you need to make happen. Player coming down from the actual pick coming through. That's a double kill, triple kill actually coming through from CYCLOPS, leaving it only up to Shaiko and LMs right now to try and make sure they win this half.
He gets 1 and 2 down the corridor itself. He's looking to try and cut the kit, and that is currently sort of isolated. LMs, well, he's able to get a bit of a side drift onto Anaton, but you're looking at 10 seconds, and you're now looking at just Shaiko. Not much blood left, and 2 players to try and take care of. No kit to get that planted either. The first swing, well, it's sort of laid ahead of him, and it's our Cullies to lock out a 3-apiece half. And we find ourselves still even batting.
Well done there by CYCLOPS, making sure they stayed patient, because it's literally the criticism I gave them as this round started, because they will start running, they do not have the patience, they will start just, you know, throwing bodies at the problem, and all BDS had to do was wait. That's what they did right now. They waited, but no entry came to them, and that is what eventually, well, might have actually cost them that round, because there was just nothing they could work with. They had to go for a bit of a push, and well, that got them shut down as quickly as that started. Now, headed over to the side swap, CYCLOPS is headed over to the attack. BDS now on the defense. Mentioned it, defense should be slightly, at least, preferred for both these teams. Attack is usually where you need to solve that puzzle the defense tosses up to you. And as I'm taking a look at the right-hand side of my screen, I'm seeing a blitz being repicked to a ace, but then being repicked by someone else to from glass to blitz. So there's definitely going to be a bit of a high-paced push coming down here from CYCLOPS. You know, they did swap out some of those operators that would indicate it. Like a Glass was momentarily on the field, a Ying was. They're not committing to those. They're committing to not even the blitz either. They repicked it off last second. So for a second, they thought they were going to go for it, but they probably want to be making sure they bring some more structure in round 1.
They have the means of pushing pressure onto this. If this gets fully locked in, you've got a Thatcher on the board, you've got the ability to crack it across. To be honest, some of the claws that get held as well, you'll see teams break it from underneath too. That wall isn't the sort of sturdiest. You often set yourselves up with the chances and ideas that it might get broken up, and you have to have a plan B. Think of it like, you know, Clubhouse CC. There's usually the steps to the side of it that are the big problem.
2 minutes left on the clock. CYCLOPS on that droning phase. Trying to find out where there is any of these roamers, and yes, there is. Leak effect down below now in the bathroom. But he has been droned out, and then the question becomes, is there anybody hunting him? Well, if you look at our Cully close to him, there's definitely someone who's going to be holding one of his exits, but a verticality is going to be putting up some pressure there. The shotgun through the wall takes him down, and that's Leakefak putting him off the board.
What a great hold there from BDS. The surprise strike from the second story and rocked by the shotgun through the wall. He had no idea that was coming, and to be fair, not many people would. They do like to play this map, and Leakefak now has a little bit more time. I sort of pointed out that you can approach this, and often do, from underneath as a good way of getting control of the wall. Now that option is probably gone from them. They don't want to risk it, and look who they've lost. Well, they've been able to at least take Lems out, but they did lose. Actually, they lost 1 of their grenades. They've got 1 more. Can they get the pick back up? They're ready and waiting for a fight. The spray comes over the top of Black Gray, but they just sneak themselves to safety with a lot of time wasted here.
A lot, like a heavy cost as well, though, on the CYCLOPS side. Heavy
You're right.
Down. Ooh,
there he is.
Coming through.
Did he hear me?
Might have actually. Gotta talk a little bit quieter. You cannot give it away to them. Either way, flashbangs coming through. They're wanting to make that push happen overhead. But in the meantime, they also still need to open up the triple wall in the south. Oh, now stopping that. CYCLOPS bringing back the aggression that CYCLOPS brought to them earlier on. That's definitely going to be making it a lot more problematic opening up that full wall now.
No, because they threw it.
Yeah, but not the full wall.
The full wall, sure, but they at least still got part of the opening done. And that, to me, is still worth it. They had the grenade dropped, the best kind of grenade dropped, and they made sure that they moved around the back of it. Anaton just sees the back ender and Shiro, gets the drop down, is concerned about a swing back round, confirms the kill and pushes it because you got 10 seconds. Caught on a camera at the top of the red stairs, gets that drop, but the players left on the site itself. They got to see if they can try and just hold a bit of an angle. They swing into the fight. They're pretty much out of time and bullets dropped over the top. And Suzuki, well, he'll hold F, but unfortunately they have you surrounded. 4 rounds for BDS.
Good hold coming through there. I like the verticality that we saw from the start, where they were able to catch Arcali off guard, of course, with the help from Leakafak, who was spotted earlier on, using that shotgun to just blast through the wall. They had an idea of where he was, just needed to secure that kill. Well done.
10 seconds left.
And suddenly, like everything else CYCLOPS does, is about regaining that bottom floor under control. They basically almost lose a player due to getting that grenade up. That's a DBNO. You lose basically all your health. Take a single bullet, then you're out. And eventually, they just ran out of manpower and out of time. Not really having an opportunity to make up for it. So BDS leading 4-3. Retaking that lead after they have momentarily lost it. And now looking at the right-hand side of my screen, it hasn't been locked in yet. It wasn't locked in last round, but I'm going to say it. I think they're going to go for the push now.
Do you think?
I'm 99% sure they're going to go for a quick push with Blitz and
this is a quick push lineup?
Yes, I do. I think they swapped out of it because it was exhibition last time, and they actually wanted to go for it if it.
Do you think with a Ying?
No, I don't think it is anymore. I think it's just going to be a methodical push now. That won't change.
A methodical, slow and steady push.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the Blitz on the board and the diffuser in the pocket of the Blitz, it usually gives an idea. I think that camera would have just got, obviously, the reveal of the ammo. They should at least expect someone to zip up, but it's not the biggest giveaway. There's always the idea of playing up underneath. There's always a couple of little spots that you can put some dangers in, and it looks like they might want to charge up Black, try and get themselves in. They're going to see if they can maybe slip a plant into Karaoke itself directly, as usually what teams will do when they're trying to go exceptionally quickly, just making sure that nobody is underneath Arcali. With a bit more width and a bit more of a rotate, they're prodding. A rush can still have some preparatory work. You don't just have to hold the shift key. You can get yourselves prepped and ready for an idea and do some reconnaissance.
Yeah, for sure. You got to make sure everything and everybody is in the right position to actually go for it, because otherwise it's just guaranteed to fail. This is a hot breach.
Come on.
Yes, it is.
Hot breach.
We almost never see this coming through.
CYCLOPS gets Ayagator. CYCLOPS gets Suzuki because the man was not blinded. Things have fallen apart on that push. The Blitz itself was blinded by the Candelas and the pops. Anaton is just taking the pings, waiting for it. It's a glass. It's not the easiest thing to swing, but well, the thing about it is they don't have to do anything at this point. They know where the kid is. They've got themselves locked in. The pressure is on CYCLOPS here to try and push their way back in, and what do they really have in their pockets?
See, this is the thing about Siege. Sometimes all you need to do is nothing.
All you need to do is be a man with fancy glasses.
Well, yeah, or that, but I mean, right now, all they need to do is do nothing on BDS's side, right? Like, they just don't peek, they just throw some utility, keep them busy, but don't really go and give them any gunfights, because that was when it may start to run away from them. But that was like quickly turned around indeed by CYCLOPS as they tried to run through. It's the glass now taken down. It's only into Black right now. He finds his first. Confirmation comes in as well, but with 50 seconds left on the clock, the diffuser dropped, and basically nothing but 2 air jabs and 3 flashbangs in his position given away by the proximity alarm. I don't think Black Ray is going to be able to clutch this out, but we've been proven wrong times before, so who knows? This might be one of those 1v5 clutches.
This is the thing where I think experience kicks in. It's one of the sort of comments that we make about teams that are fresh here and teams that are still trying to get their bearings on the bigger stage, is sometimes you get a bit eager. That's when mistakes happen, when you get a bit too excited, a bit too eager. BDS aren't that. They're on cruise control at this point. They've been in this situation a million times. Pop the smoke. They know they've got to come this way. They know there's no real other route. You can pre-fire across the bow. There's a C4 that's thrown. There's a bit more pressure. There's just a statement saying you can come up these stairs if you want, but, well, you'll be met by death.
And so that might have actually functioned as a informal tactical timeout for CYCLOPS there. Just taking those 45 to talk, not with your coach, but with each other. As, that round was not going to go anywhere. And just to explain what happened there, they wanted to go for the rush. The Blitz had his shield on his back. Yep. That's just because you run a bit faster with your pistol. You just wanted to get in that position, start planting instantly, have that shield covering him as he does, a bit of a turtle kind idea. Shaika was not having any of it. He was in the right position with the right gadget in the right time and instantly shut it down before he could even take any form of a push and rush coming through.
Yeah, it was tricky. I mean, it was the best possible operator to have to sort of know you know, reverse.
I do know reverse card on that rush.
And that's what it is. Shaiko was in the right place at the right time with the right pair of glasses. Saw through the smoke, saw through the blinds, which the Blitz couldn't at that point. You're just, as you said, Hail Marying. You're throwing yourself.
Gotta go for it as soon as you go for the hot breach. There's no stopping anymore.
Nope. And you can only really direct line your way through onto the site. But Team BDS, they are one round away from getting themselves towards a map point here. CYCLOPS, for the first time, they've drifted more than one round away from BDS. They've lost a bit of pace here, and they've got to see if they can try and thread 2 rounds in a row to keep themselves neck and neck and fighting for that very important first map.
Again, mentioning though, attack is where it starts to get difficult, and especially if you have one of those well, new players, relatively inexperienced in Tier 1 on the board, because it's just a whole different kind of pressure. It's a whole different kind of game you're suddenly playing. Defense, you just hold your ground. You do what you prepared. The attack is, you know, you need to be more lightly on your feet.
There it is. They're aware of this angle this time round, but Blackgray just suffers on the end of it. There was a bit of a pre-fire coming through. The grenade is going to see if it can get in underneath. Went very deep, but not quite rewarded. CYCLOPS are playing it with caution. Fair enough. They've realized that there's this sort of position. The hatch is open, so there's a chance of a rotate. They're sort of going to call it and watch it. They have the Ossa. They could try and maybe set up a shield and see if they can push from that side. Another grenade bounced. Another missed opportunity, unfortunately, as the break starts to come through across the top. The roll of the EMP and the pop of the exothermic will get that wall, and look at that, the swing towards the double window, get Shaiko a kill. Suzu C treat CYCLOPS to a bit of their own medicine.
I was going to say that window's getting opened up, the breach is being made, and what does Shaiko do? Just runs right at him, isn't afraid at all. He's taking those gunfights, and as you said, giving him a taste of their own medicine. And that CYCLOPS is a man down with 90 seconds left on the clock, and basically, again, no real control they can work with. Yes, they have a player inside of VIP, but that's not going to be helpful. You need to go further than that. You need to clear out the full top floor. Then you need to fall down 1 floor lower towards the barbecue. And as you run into this deployable shield, well, it's going to be even harder to push through. Uday picking up a kill as well. Arcully off the board. That is going to be one of those operators that could deal with these pieces of utility. And to now close around the corner. Blackgray is going to be joining him soon. It's going to be pure aggression coming out from BDS, slaughtering them.
Well, Anaton at least gets one, but you've always got to remember where the players are, what they've got, and what the site is. BDS have all the cards in their favor. The diffuser can get recollected, but they're still seeing if they can try and force a fight. At this point, BDS have dropped their way back around. They get one on the route through, and Gator has some control up here now, but the site is obviously below him. He doesn't have the diffuser. He's on the camera. He has 30 seconds. I mean, it's like wearing a damp coat. Nothing is comfortable. Nothing's going your way.
No, I don't think this round will turn around either. This might become a tactical timeout from the side of CYCLOPS to have that quick chat, because as you see it right above your screen, timeout requested by CYCLOPS. This is going to be one of those last opportunities for them to bring back this map. But you might be wondering, okay, like, but why now? Well, first of all, you would lose the map otherwise, potentially, but that also means you start losing points, because it is not just a full 3-point victory for a win in the series. It is 4 points for a 2-0 victory. It is 3 points for a 2-1 victory. That means if you lose 1-2, You still get that 1 point that might be crucial in the end of it. And does this tactical break they call, going to be 45 seconds long, needs to be changing this massively because BDS has been playing them perfectly. And what can they do to change this? Well, that's the difficult question because they lose the entries due to, well, either verticality or aggression being brought at them. And then you start thinking it's just basically BDS being better at CYCLOPS' game than CYCLOPS is themselves.
I think that's what we sort of came to expect. I don't want to be a doubter of CYCLOPS. I love watching them play, as I said, and this is it. But we have had the privilege of casting 2 tournament favorites.
Yep.
Today. We had W7M earlier on in the day. We've got BDS right now. And there's no two ways about it. They are favorites. You had the #1 seed and the most recent major winner in the form that, let's be honest, the best form I think BDS have ever been in.
It's weird because when we talk about BDS, it's like before they made the roster changes, always like, if not now, then when will they make the major? Then they fail to qualify, the change comes through and instantly win the major afterwards. And now like, okay, will this like turn into them winning an SI and winning more majors next year or other kinds of tournaments? Well, what it does look like right now, at least, is not a blitz pick, but of course could still be picked out. Glass coming through, Zofia, okay, they might be committing to this. On the side, they didn't initially meant for this to happen.
It's Anaton on a shield as well. It's worth pointing out, you know, if you're not used to CYCLOPS, Anaton is maybe the best multiplayer in the whole world.
Which is probably why it was banned.
Which is why it's banned. You'll see it if you follow CYCLOPS throughout this tournament. You'll see Monty banned against them at a higher proportion than a lot of other teams. They're that good, and that's fair enough. But you still have to sort of have a plan B.
Seeing that, by the way, double frost mat set up underneath the window together with the Surya laser gate. So if this is indeed going to be a push, well...
And a barbed wire.
Yeah, there's only going to be a couple of positions where they can go for this push, and it seems like a lot of them are currently eyeing up that window.
Oh, this could be tragic.
This could be even a quicker end to a push than it was in the last round.
There it is, the rolls, the break, the pressure here over the top. They're looking to try and get width that came through before. Obviously the Claymore's prepped under that. It sort of points an idea. There was a bit of a swing out last time. Last time they pushed as well. They didn't really put too much direct pressure here. If we recall, the Thatcher got caught out with the EMP mid-hand. Here, stacked up and ready to rock and roll. They're going to make sure that they get the full break of this wall. The play on it and the catch just around on the opposite side. They couldn't quite get the angle away from the mute jammer to make sure it come together, so instead that gets dropped. There it is, a mute jammer on a Claymore, not the most often seen thing. There's the hop over. It seems like there's some explosives done. All the Frostmats got caught in the blitz. They're deep inside the site and trying to plant in a very dangerous situation. They don't have the awareness, no. Anaton is able to get it locked and loaded, and suddenly BDS. Oh, there's a little bit of a red flag waving. How did that come through? And they at least get the player on the back end and one on the breach. But the timer now is very close to the wire. Black-Ray, heavy hits and locks off one. They're digging their way back in. Likefak is on the kit right now, and they don't have the angle on the player. The response, you have to swing. You cannot swing. And BDS do not lose this. The first map, Skyscraper, is theirs.
And that's the issue with a plant like that. You need to make sure you're in a good position. And if you looked at where it was planted, there was basically no form of cover that could have stopped them from defusing it. Well done there by BDS. But before we break this down any further, let's head to a quick break before we're back with map number 2.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
welcome back here to map 2. We'll break down map 1 first of the series, and it was BDS versus CYCLOPS on Skyscraper. And in the end, it turned into a little bit of the BDS show. CYCLOPS had some good bite, but unfortunately, some of it turned into bark.
Yeah, we have to say, not a single attack won by CYCLOPS in the 4 rounds they played. They tried some Hail Mary rushes, but those didn't really work out, except for the single plant they managed to put on the board. But eventually that one was denied quickly as well. And that means they find themselves mapped out, and if they lose the next, which is going to be Border, that means 0 points for them and 4 for BDS.
Do you know what?
What do I know?
As far as I know, we've still only had one 3-mapper.
Yes, we did have only one 3-mapper.
So everybody's getting a clean 4. Clean 4s today. It probably will change as the time goes on, but here, as we see, it was scrappy. On the defense, CYCLOPS kept having responses. They sort of let themselves in. Their play was aggressive. They were popping up all over the place. And at first, BDS, I'm not going to say they were shaken by it, but you sort of have, you know, the sleep wiped out of your eyes by the activity, the gunfights. And then as soon as they started to find themselves a little bit more thread, they could pull the remaining rounds together on their defense. BDS were just phenomenal. They were put together, they had the holds. CYCLOPS tried 2 rushes. One of them got the kit down, both of them failed. Yeah, it was sort of a BDS drive at the end of Skyscraper.
It's a good wake-up game for BDS, right? Because they came into it, you know, out of the first 3 rounds, they lost 2 of them. And after that, they were kind of aware of what CYCLOPS' game is. Like Skyscraper, and were able to perfectly counter, only dropping a single more round after that. And we're headed over towards Border now, and you know, Skyscraper isn't really known to be the most aggressive map in the map pool. Coastline used to fall under that, but Coastline has been, of course, removed. I think if you ask any player or talent member right now, you would be like, which map plays the most aggressive? I think Border is definitely being mentioned quite a lot by them.
This is the thing. You can sort of see it here over the split. I mean, Shaiko with the +6. There's Brede as well up top. They have the experience to deliver. They have themselves set up on the stage. Nobody quite had the same shining effect from the side of CYCLOPS. There wasn't a stand-up performer in terms of guns that there sometimes is in their showdowns. It's still all to play for, obviously. For them, they can still try and pull out the win, get the majority of the points. But, as you said, Border is up next, and Border is a very aggressive home. It's paper thin. You sort of go from one corner of the map to the other in the blink of an eye, and a firefight seems to last pretty much every single room. It's going to turn into a bit of a bloodbath.
Yes, it will turn into a very big bloodbath here, and then you start thinking, all right, is this going to be favoring BDS, or is this going to be favoring CYCLOPS? Well, if we're just looking at the statistics here, out of the 15 times CYCLOPS has played it over the last year, this is including the Japanese league, by the way, they've won it 11 times. Some of the notable teams they have won it against would be Exet, would be Elevate, Reject, Talon, Direwolves, Invictus. Those are fellow Tier 1 teams. The rest has been the Japanese league teams they have been coming up against. If we're looking over at BDS, they played it a total of 3 times over the year, which isn't a lot, but it was often banned by their opponents 30 times out of the 42 bans we've seen. They've lost it once against Sonics, they've won it against Secret and what is now known as Wolves. But the thing is, if you look at BDS, you do think of Gunners being on the team.
Nowadays,
yes.
Don't get me wrong, they've always been Gunners, but the star that was always next to the team was that there was a star in every role on the team. They had, for some people's money, one of the best flank watchers in Renshiro. Ever since the beginning of the game, they've had one of the best planters and clutchers.
Brede,
They've got one of the best IGLs in the world, and the roles that Lems has played, and the sort of flexibility there. They have Shaiko. You are all familiar with Shaiko. And then they got Likefak, and suddenly they had this doubling up of a role. The sort of swap out there brought another big gun into the game, and it made them more malleable, which is something I love to see from them.
And that's the thing, and you know, we mentioned that, you know, Brede, he's one of the best supports in the world and the best flank watcher, but they as well, if they need to step up, they will step up. They'll take up that fragging role upon themselves, and that's what makes BDS so scary, because often when we're, for example, looking at their cafe, and they cannot quite clear out the utility you need to on the top floor, They just snap their fingers, all 5 rush in, and win the round. Somehow they get away with it. And that's because there are all these amazing gunners.
Well,
I think we're going to see a bit more of a push coming in.
That's a response to rush rounds that went away from them. I mean, Warden, he's in a fun situation right now where there's not really anything that directly counters his ability. The MPX with an extended barrel can be a heck of a gun. Valkyrie and Warden means that we're not going to see it in this showdown at all, both removed. But it removes that stop against the blinding plays of the Ying, the Candelas, and the smokes. Hey, who's that? Oh, that's Ying. They're already up there on the board.
I was going to say, like, them just removing that is going to show that we are going to be seeing more quick-paced rounds coming down from Cyclops.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not to be afraid of that.
But it's border. It's something that you give an idea of. As we said before, Monty, you just remove it against Cyclops. It's, you know, it's sort of known. It's how games get played, and fair enough.
Frost on the board as well is going to be stopping some of the window jump-ins from Cyclops. Maybe tucked around some of the corners as well to stop default plant positions. If they do go quick, that's often where you catch them off, but as the Ying gets 6 picked off to a Nomad, the Hibana turns into an Ace, and that slows it down a little bit more. Turning to an Ossa, so no Heart Breach.
No. One of the things from the previous map it's worth noting, I walked through, saw a lovely talent in the green room, including self-proclaimed genius Demo, because all of his predictions...
I have to throw him under the bus for a second.
Well, let me finish my story.
Okay, you can do that first.
Self-proclaimed genius Demo, because all of his predictions come through, and he said, seeing BDS have the responses they did to Cyclops, the one factor that they're not used to, those rushes, he is now so confident in BDS taking this.
The thing is, though, when he was the guest analyst at the European League and APAC North, he made a bold statement saying that Cyclops was going to win the Invitational.
Yeah, he did.
But he now doesn't have faith in them anymore.
I mean,
BDS.
Hey, it's been a couple of months.
It's been a couple of months, and
I just wanted to throw in self-proclaimed genius. Talking of Black-Grey, they're looking to try and pinch this player underneath. It's Like Fak, and there's somebody on detention, somebody on, and then somebody's getting out of there. He's not going to sit around and see what happens if 3 Cyclops players decide to try and drive themselves through you, and fair enough. They get that clarity from underneath. Pop the grenade on the player to see if anybody's underneath the door, but there isn't. They now have the angle and the watch. They're hoping somebody tries to get a response, and, well, nobody has. Did you see that, though? They actually just ran out, baited the ping, and then went back in. They sort of tried to see if they can draw some attention from it, maybe keep them guessing a little bit longer. And Shiro, he's looking down the hatch. He's playing quite aggressive, but Cyclops have pulled themselves back in. They're sort of prodding. This is what we talk about, this map being paper thin. That's almost 3 engagements that we've already seen in entirely different rooms over the past 20 seconds.
Now, the complete bottom floor was under control by Cyclops, but I believe they've basically all fallen back. Blacker will still find a kill onto Like Fak, though, and then it's an instantly trying to fight back through these hatches to find a second. His grenades are starting to follow up. It's actually an aggressive push down the metal stairs, which will find a kill. Alems takes that Anaton, instantly rotates back up, knowing there's still players below.
Look at this, Alems, he's trying to see if he can put the pressure back down. They've got some awareness and opening underneath them. It's dangerous territory, but the site is one they've got to push themselves up to. The shield gives them some swing. Shaiko gets the swing. Gator gets caught out, and the Osa's shield can only really watch. They have the kit, they have some idea, but without anything else really offering it, they've just got to try and drive for the pressure in the plant itself. There is a single player. Renshiro tucked on the other side of a soft. He's been playing this before. The impact swung. He thought the shield was deployed. The bait of the play, and Kully's going to keep pushing. Here's the Grismot. Go gets got. Bride gets caught. Suzu C gets one, and Suzu C! On the back end, Cyclops, from things starting to fall apart, pulls it together and pulls the first round.
Well done there, and a slight slip up there by BDS going for that impact. That might have been the decisive factor, because suddenly Kully can take that side under control. He can find himself inside, cut off the rotation instantly, and you find yourselves in just a big disadvantage if you are the defenders at that point. So Cyclops take the first. They did that in the previous round as well. Those first 3 rounds, that is when BDS struggled. They needed to match the game of Cyclops as they went. So we're going to give them those 3 rounds. Let them see if there is anything different, if there's anything they need to get used to. As Grim being brought back, we are seeing the bees. Maybe.
I mean, we'll see it if it gets locked in. We'll see if it sort of pieces together. The swap of the Grim from the Nomad. Even. It's also partnered with a swap. There it is. Back to the Nomad, Ayagator. I was going to say it's partnered with the Dockerby from the Ace, so there is still a catch on loose players, but they're still going to set themselves up with the Nomad, because there's a caution paid. Look at Lemt in the pockets of the Oryx. I was going to talk about this operator a little bit before. Think of how you think of Oryx on a coastline. If you're not really familiar with how this can work, it can be so quick and deadly. There's a lot of hatches. They're spread out around the 4 sort of corners of the map and spaces that you can dig your way up from. Well, 3 in this case, because one of them is just a big open space with 2 stories. It gives you a lot of routes. It gives you a lot of options, and it makes getting clarity over your roam clear tricky with an Oryx.
It definitely does, but they swapped off the Nomad as well, so they're really going to be reliant onto drones and the potential phone calls to come through, which the first already has been used. And not really any ground being gained here by the CYCLOPS members, except, of course, for the fact that there is a player currently inside of 90, just holding down the middle of the side, spots the Azami of Shaiko. That's the head taken up. That's the second one. No. Response from Lems is there.
Yeah, they're a very important fight to lean in, but look how much damage they've taken. Oh, look, they've taken a little bit more. Anaton and Arkali both removed either side, with EFAC getting one back of his own. Suddenly a 3 versus 2. Suzuki on the sandwich window sees the toesies, but doesn't quite get the rest of the player, as EFAC's able to pull himself a little bit further away. A C4 still in pocket, but look at how much time there is. The drone caught out, playing themselves above, gets rid of the mute jammer, but gets themselves the angle and the watch down on the split side. They've popped themselves in, and they're trying to look for the fight above inside the bathroom, hoping to get the rotate, but the positions of BDS are, well, both on the second story.
Yeah, they don't really have a safe way down either, because they're unaware of the positioning of these CYCLOPS players. So using any hatch most likely will result in your immediate death, as those are, well, probably going to be watched for at least players near them. As CZC is clearing it out, they're also figuring out that, okay, so this entire luggage area is clear, the tellers is clear. I think we can just straight up walk right into it. As he walks into the verticalities, the leak effect that takes down Anaton, suddenly it's a 2-on-2. Diffuser still down, could be picked up in just a couple of seconds, but that forces Arkali to take the gunfight himself as well. He's going to do that, but doesn't quite connect to the shots, and leak effect leans in again, finds the kill. And a 3-on-1 turn into a 2v1. Suzuki, the last man standing, and MK14 and Diffuser in pocket. 45 seconds to play with, but these Banshees are going to be giving away the game. What's he going to do? How's he going to be playing this out? Verticality in favor of BDS. If he walks through this door, that is going to be almost guaranteed death. Somehow still makes it through. Digs himself in deep. The Diffuser is going down. Are they aware? Definitely putting up some pressure. He rotates around, tries to find a second spot, but there's openings everywhere. There's verticalities everywhere. There's no safe spot for him to just hold F.
Oh, look at that. Renshiro just sort of leaning around, offering a bit of a spritz and a spray, and there's the rest of it. They never handed over the vertical ground, an important part of the play. It'll often seem, you know, people pull clutches by retaking it. At this point, they just sort of never gave it up. They said, if you want to try and take that fight, you can take it, but it doesn't mean you'll be very successful. Bathroom tellers. We'll head on to next, potentially. There's still time, and there's still options here. Hey, look at that. They're back. Ying and the Glaz. We haven't had it yet.
It's not been locked in yet.
It's not been locked in yet. Maybe they were waiting for a bathroom teller site.
Could be it. Could be what they're waiting for. I mean, if you start to think about it, right? If you manage to smoke that off and somehow stop anybody from using the wall inside a bathroom by taking ventilation under control, surely you could go for a bit of a quick push and instantly plan outside the window, but it is quite a dangerous move to go by. Fun fact, by the way, for the first time in 12 rounds, the opening kill did not result into the round conversion for this game. CYCLOPS managed to get the opening kill, but not the win as BDS took that round. So overall, it's been pretty much who gets that first kill takes that round. Shows you the importance of that first initial kill, that the aggression can pay off to you.
5 seconds left. If we talk about verticalities, this is another important one. You sort of get yourself control here over the top of bathroom. You make sure you get a bit of a stretch. That, the aggression there at the top of the stair set. They're going to try and buy themselves some time. They have to rotate out the triple wall as well. BDS is sort of saying, well, we're not going to give you anything over directly above the site or even the outside of it too.
There's a lot of verticality on the fountain that they're creating into workshop, so really wanting to make sure that no free ground is being given away in the workshop towards the bathroom. Making sure they can start and continue to challenge that. Now, Suzuki is very close on the B window. Drones are here as well. Doesn't spot any PC utility that could give away his intended plan. He does have the diffuser. He does have smokes, but he's also the one that can look through these smokes.
Has the gun 6. Nobody's going to get blinded by that, but the audio will give a bit of a game away. They're on the far opposite end. There's the smokes, there's the cover, there's nothing handed to him, so instead goes for another deeper smoke. There will be intel. There's play and spray that's coming from above. That's what's just done the damage to SuzuC. He's lost a little bit, and Breede's still rock solid. SuzuC does find EFAC, though, and it's the 2 remaining players over the top of the hatch just suffering a bit. That's behind you, CYCLOPS, unfortunately. That seemed to come from the far end. You can see the player off on the opposite end of Armory. That is the problem of opening up that much of that. So now they're going to see if they can get the watch over the top. They didn't fully commit to the plant and the push. Fair enough. They're able to get the first. They didn't quite get the lockdown on the second. Gator at least drew some attention, but with SuzuC finally getting the end of CYCLOPS, they have a 2-body advantage. DarkZero going hyper-aggressive, caught out by a drone, has to pull back.
SuzuC still on the side, by the way, with that diffuser. He's just not planting because it's not quite safe, and now decides to stick to it, but he's still afraid of the hatch to be used. But he needs to be afraid of something else because they're trying to retake the ground now. This keeper barrier is actually going to be providing them some safety, but it's going to be a double kill to come through. It is going to be a Thorn device, though, that stops one of them from moving in. Breede now needs to push close with that shotgun, stops that diffuser from getting planted, but a minute left on the clock in a 1v3. He is stuck in this position. He's stuck in the bathroom.
I mean, we talked about him being a clutch master. This is the hardest one he'll ever have to win, and he doesn't. Black-Grey had the lockdown from before CYCLOPS. They got an advantage, and they made sure they didn't suffer because of it. Okay, the kit planter got caught just at the very end of that before they could truly get it locked in. But the fact that they'd done all the other work to make sure they were in a position, it's not just a matter of getting the kit down. We saw that demonstrated better than anything in the last round of Skyscraper. Yeah. If you don't have the network, if you don't have the logistics to keep that player supported, to keep that diffuser protected, you may as well just throw the round in as much as you're throwing yourselves into the building.
I'm still kind of intrigued by the fact that, you know, you use that glass to cover through a smoke. That's the point of the glass. You can see through as one of the 2 operators that have the ability to, Warden being the other, currently banned. And then just jumping in that smoke as you're the only one that can actually look through, take so much damage. You're literally a bullet from every single gun away from death. Managed to find 2 kills, still survive in that bathroom, no one being there to stop you or tell you otherwise. And then, like, get the plan down, or try to at least in the last 30 seconds of that round. It's like that man survived on like 10 HP in the middle of the site for like 2 minutes straight. And that's an adaptation now. It's going to be Frostmat.
Yeah. It's a...
So Razor Bloom shell next to it.
The Razor Bloom actually did get a kill on the previous well. It wasn't the one on the window, but there was a Razor Bloom that got a kill elsewhere. I did enjoy the Azami to cover up the player on that window.
Just moved a bit too quickly.
Just moved a little bit too quickly behind it. And, it, you know, it was a clever adaptation. They knew where the kit was going down. BDS had the awareness. They're quite good at getting that sharpness on the intel. But, as I said before, the importance of friendship was shown off. The importance of ow is suffered on the wrong end of Alems there, caught in 90, but DarkZero does find Black-Grey as a bit of cover, as a bit of support, and Alems is able to actually slink away and escape.
Again, those entry kills are very important in this game so far. Opening made, CYCLOPS is looking to provide some returning fire to one of the attackers that's outside the detention wall. Not going to be able to open that up, at least not now. They need to be using an extra Selma. That allows CYCLOPS to just hold on tight now as Gator looking to snoop around, but using the window against them, or maybe even enter from the main entrance, see what he can do from there on. Looking to see if there's any goo mines down on the ground. Not the case. But if he passes, CYCLOPS should be able to just pick him up freely.
The roll of the drones, hoping to catch the loose player, gets caught out, and Arcoli's going to just sort of keep himself propped up and ready for an engagement that might otherwise break across it. BDS still have a long stretch, and he just misses his moment. Looks to lean back into the fight onto Fountain, but pulls back, hoping not to get sprayed through the soft. They are still stacked up in that position. There's drones still coming from the side of Armory. This is a bit of a no man's land. If he can go unchecked, it's big. Doesn't go unchecked, but does get revenge, at least for the kill that goes against them. Did they just see the tip of a gun there on the little tuck? There it is, and there it isn't. CYCLOPS is able to get Arcoli off the board. Minute 10. 4 versus 2, they found 1 body, but it was the one that was almost taken out pretty immediately, so the rest of BDS are still sitting kind of happy.
Oh, that's just a 2-round burst coming through the head of Anaton, leaving it only up to CYCLOPS with that diffuser. And where they managed to find themselves inside very early on the last time around, is now up to him to try and make that 1v4 clutch happen. He just found the first, as you saw, Leak Effect taken off the board. But there's still a player on the east, there's still going to be a player near the offices, and then one roaming around as well. No one directly on the side, but they don't need to be. They have that verticality. And as soon as he gets too close to Breed A, that's going to be a double swing coming through.
All of that's being yellow pinged as well. They've got an eye on him from somewhere, and they're making sure that it's put well together here. CZC pops himself back in, gets himself set up slightly elsewhere. It's a dangerous drive here. There's a fight over the top. You know that it's going to get swung on from somewhere else, and they have to rotate out. He's expecting it, but with 20 seconds, let's not give it to him. You can see the players got underneath. They know where the kit is. They know where it needs to go. It's not going to get there. 2 apiece.
Was such a Shaiko move as well, by the way. When he gets shot in the back, he just turns around. He's like, okay, I'll take this fight. That's fine. I trusted myself. What do you say to me? Said it to my face again. Wow. I don't know what Gator is talking about, but he's very impressed.
He did get popped by the 2-shot.
Woo. Yeah, very true.
It's very different to some of the other old chats that we've had.
Yeah, for sure.
On the day-to-day.
For sure. Especially their pre-games are let's classify it as different. As we head towards the workshop and the ventilation, again, the frost mats are being brought in, and this is just a direct counter to CYCLOPS' preferred playstyle, which is opening, Shift W, and maybe tap spacebar if you're next to a window. And they want to stop that. They want to stop it dead in their tracks, make sure they actually need to work for that entry, and make sure they need to think about where they want to be jumping in from. And of course, there is ways around it, don't get me wrong. Just a single grenade is going to be taking down that frost mat, but that is extra preparation, extra time, extra sound, which will give it away to BDS and allow them to get into a better area to deal with said situation. As for now, they're still roaming around. We see a bit of a heavy presence towards the CCTV area, but the Blitz is now finally on the board by Anaton. He's again putting a shield in his back. It's not something you often see from that Blitz. It might just be for extra movement speed as we go from the start, but...
+2 defense.
It's actually minus like 10 defense.
What?
Yeah. Suddenly you're no longer bulletproof if you phase an enemy.
Oh, that's true.
It's crazy.
You can reverse in.
You can reverse it, you just can't shoot back anymore.
This is the danger, though, because we've seen how vertical defines this site. We've seen how it defines the push. You know, sure, you might have been able to get yourself a little pocket, but it was shooting into the toes. The pop of the Candelas over the top, the blinds at sandwich window, they're right in onto the site and they're right out. Brede has the lockdown on one, hopped up, the Blitz goes around, gets the drop onto the next. Anaton gets caught by a Lems from the far end. There's the Lems traded out. Arcully has one, catches the Banshee, gets caught in the face by Shaiko. It has been blow for blow and trade for trade, and CYCLOPS have come off worse for wear. But Black Grey, well, he's able to at least put the balance back in. The one benefit to a rush, a lot of time. The downside, you now got to try and piece together the rest of what is left. And hey, remember when there was 2 players with the vertical control? Hey, remember when it was like Likefak and Renshiro? Hey, remember how that round ended? Oh yeah, it was in a BDS favor.
The Fuser also down into an area where they, I think, can easily hold it from up above if they want to. So it's going to be an even harder task to recover this. They have it, that verticality indeed. So it's going to be very tough to recover. A window jump in out of the question as well due to that frost mat being out there. And once Renshiro is holding tight, he's definitely going to be spotting out some feet there. Knows one is going to be on that main door. Holds his fire. Oh, the smoke grenade coming in. That's actually very big. Brain is allowing them to potentially move in now.
Well, they're going to try and find an angle. It's Gator from range over the top of sandwich window. Black Grey just drives up the stairs. They covered and baited the movement and the motion. They're looking for this last player. It's a 2 versus 1, but it's Renshiro. And he's tucked himself by the hatch. 50 seconds is a lot of time for him to try and survive here in the 2 versus 1. And with the kick going down, Black Grey goes down too, but they heard that. They heard the drop. Oh, there's a lot of damage done. The Finker gets themselves a bit of health, but you can quickly see the movement to the top of the hatch. Gator, he's looking for the fight. He's going to hit the beepers and cause a bit of awareness, and Renshiro will hear that going. He might be a bit concerned. They're still holding off. They're making it a 2 versus 1. They're trying to force the fight. Black Grey's going to see if he can stick it this time. The reveal of the player, the tuck round on the back, the rotate, the spray. Oh, he gets the catch, Renshiro! Big brains and breaks away from the fight once again. Gator picks the kid up and goes to see if he can lock it down pretty much instantly. The movement is now going to be down to the opposite side, Renshiro. He doesn't have an impact, but he has a gun that can do a lot of sprays. However, he's only got 2 clips left in it, so he can't do that move too many times. On the far end, they're watching for the rotate. They're tucked behind the bomb chassis and round on a corner. He's forcing the fight to come from a specific angle, but it's going to come from the one door he's not currently watching. So Ayagata is able to get that locked in. The response from the last time it went away from them, this time they took the vertical fight.
Well done by CYCLOPS there again. That smoke forcing them to reposition just slightly. And even though the initial rush didn't work out at all, they managed to recover it. You mentioned it, a lot of time left on the board. You can start working your way in slowly. And as soon as you bring it back to equal numbers, it's a lot more doable. Especially if BDS still worried about a platform happening due to those smokes, trying to get themselves in better positions and being caught off as a result of it. And that puts us in the lead of CYCLOPS. Just a single round for now on their attack. I mean, they've definitely been doing better than they did in the last map. Of course, they will have to keep that up as the sides will change in just this next round, because Border is one of those maps that is actually attack-sided overall.
Over to Customs. For this, the last chance at a hold and the last chance to see if they can get this locked in. It's a little bit of a wiggle room site. It's not the most disliked, but it can be a bit awkward depending on how the teams like to approach it. And with CYCLOPS, you never really know how they're going to approach it. It seems like slower and steadier rather than some of their usual MO here. They've got a good break and breach. They should be able to get that detention wall open itself pretty easily. There's also a way of utilizing those thermite charges to get open the wall on the back end, regardless of what is put on it. It makes things a bit awkward there, as you see, on the eastern side of the site, because, well, you've suddenly got an entirely open can of worms.
Flores drone coming through, is just trying to find some crucial piece of utility, and that's going to be the bubble, the evil eye taken out. That is going to be oversight on the entire site gone now. Maestro only just finding out about what happened.
No,
no,
Mamma mia.
My bubble is gone. And now having to just provide overwatch himself. His detention is going to be opened up. Doesn't seem like there's any reply coming through. No opening made with the Bailiff, for example, to try and attempt a impact trick to go through. Of course, Shaka the only one carrying them and nowhere near the site.
This is where the problem comes through, though. Hey, what's that? Border? Where you need to have a vertical hold? Yeah, that's right. You find the same here on the site. That is why there's only really a single player underneath. You've got to get yourself locked in on CC. They have some angles and problems here, caused down from 90, and there it is. There's sometimes a shield at the far end. Instead, they have this tiered system of Aruni gates, but look at this. Inside the site, looking for the breakdancing Maestro, glances right over the top of him, but just heard the pop of the secondary, and there it is. Gets the first fight, looks for the second around the back end, caught by the camera, didn't quite get it locked in. The pings are coming through, and EFAC's going to see if he can try and get some response and revenge for Enshiro dropped inside the site, but it's pre-day. They get Arcully in the meantime. Once again, we see this vertical turning into a bit of a problem because it's left a little bit untested. The pops through, the chance at finding Likefak isn't quite his yet.
It's a DMR against a DMR. This one is a highly powered scope compared to the other one. The head just missed there. The ping's coming through, and that's the kill for Likefak to still come in. He, well, took the ground after the initial strike came through on the, well, the teller's area. Managed to avert that crisis and put themselves in a 2-man advantage here.
Shaiko moved towards the fight in the hope of somebody moving in close behind it, but it was really just to do this. Allow them in, see if they can get the kit planted, but a rotate's coming around. They have a lot of awareness. That's how the team functions. Got one, looks for the second fight, slips themselves round and just sees it, but caught out. Lems is alive, but very wounded, and with only 40 seconds, they're going to see if they can try and dig their way through. The castle wall is causing a couple of problems. They're going to maybe hit the hatch and get a Lems up. They still have the vertical control, though, and that's sort of the be-all and end-all. They don't even need to go for the player as of this moment in time. They know they're trying to dig and fight their way around. They know where the kid is. They've got that put down on the floor because of the hold above, so why give that up? Giving themselves more angles themselves, making things problematic. I mean, this is entirely how you try and hold this. Lessons to be learned. This is the power of having a second story.
It is, and with 7 seconds left, there's no way Suzuki is going to be locking this one off. Confirms that kill for the statistics. Pushes up with the last second, but gets taken down by Brede, and that brings us to an even half here. And we mentioned it before, Border is slightly attack favored. They probably would have liked to have 4 rounds here on CYCLOPS, because now they go over to the defense. And they're going to be up against the French powerhouse, the current reigning major champions. And if there's something we have seen over the course of the years, that if a team wins a giant tournament like a major or the Six Invitational, they drop off instantly afterwards. But BDS not really having shown that yet in their performance against CYCLOPS. Of course, it is still early days.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
But it is a team that has been on the top for, well, the majority of the last 3 years. Never really having to win until Jönköping, but, you know, that's crossed off now. That's a whole lot of pressure removed off their shoulders.
Getting a major was once upon a time impossible. Then it became very possible, you know? And then it became this sort of situation. They were always the group favorites. It's always the thing to remember here. As BDS, there was never really a shadow of a doubt that people expected them to come in. It's not like some of the other groups where there is some hit and miss moments. There's some chances for upset. With how BDS have been playing, they are the opposite of the underdog. They're the overdog.
Okay, yeah, the overdog. Or just the dog, yeah.
Dog?
I'm fine with that.
Is it dog and underdog, or is it overdog and underdog?
I don't think it's called overdog or dog.
I'm not going to...
Oh, it's the overcat, according to Easy.
Overcat, underdog.
Overcat.
You didn't say that to Maya, only to you.
I'm sorry, I'll relay it to you.
Thank you. The overcat. They're the overcat of this group, and they're ready to pounce. They're looking for a dig through. Nook just taking out that core camera, and it's in the pockets of, well, a surprise factor here. Likifak. He's had some bigger moments this game so far, and now he has the chance to try and finish this off and cement it. CYCO still on the positive that he had before, but if they can start getting this as a twofer here, these grenades underneath, a good play towards that shield. The pressure does force the player out. There's nobody to get the lock-in on the kill, and they don't quite get the full damage they wanted.
Bit of damage done to Aegator, but not confirmed as he just walked by. Just waiting for the next ping to come through now. Likifak also waiting for the hatch, because a potential drop could always come through. Grenades coming up from above is definitely going to be moving out these players into different areas of the office. Might actually catch Bandit!
Oh!
And it's a good stuck on the desk right there, and that's the entry kill for BDS.
What a disaster there, played against them. They sure had an impression that players were playing on that wall, but getting grenaded out, it's just a cost that really isn't paid too often, because you expect that play. They had nothing to try and catch it, even with the Wamai in pocket. Of 2 grenades thrown, or 4 grenades thrown even, 2 of them came from the top here. Or maybe even 3, actually. There was 6 grenades at the start. Okay, maybe they just burnt through the Wamais and still found success. They find it. Arkali gets caught out. No more discs coming from them either way.
Arkali droned out there. He probably didn't know how close he was to be picking up a guaranteed kill as Lems goes down. Blackgrave will find him, and Aegator now on a bit of a flank. And CYCO does confirm the kill. It's the East Stairs that is now back into control of CYCLOPS. Blackray in 90 as well, is looking to retake Fountain. CYCO is still quite close. He might... Aegator.
Aegator, they're real.
Oh, no, wait. The wig?
Aegator! Oh! Diana's bright hair gets the cover. Bride's going to see if he can get the cover. The plant's there, and Shiro is all that is trying to buy him a pocket of life here. It's a 3 versus 1. Suzu C with the Alder burrs his way through one. That was almost... that was almost a clip that would have hit highlight reels that I don't think they would have enjoyed.
See, sometimes we're saying, oh wow, that's incredible trigger discipline coming through. This was just not having seen the player standing still there. CYCO, of course, bright white hair on a white wall.
It really was like a, wait a second.
Wait, did I just see someone there and then CYCO just moved into a different area? Like,
if
no, I
CYCO
didn't.
hadn't have moved and had just turned, CYCO would have got a free kill there.
It would have, yes.
Iana, tough to see on walls.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Guess we need to nerf her by giving some hair dye or something
Or we'll
like
just
that.
give her a deep tan.
Or that.
Like a tanning booth.
Still, the hair though is it was the problem out there. Don't think you you fix that with tanning, but
a hat.
A hat could work. Yes. No. Surely.
It's
like a beanie or something.
Yeah,
it's cold out here.
Cold weather in Montreal. If anyone is coming to Montreal for Final Days,
yes,
pack warm. It's cold.
I mean, it's not minus 52 cold like it was before, but it's still definitely cold. Like, you don't want to underestimate it.
I forgot my hat. I got a hat.
You forgot your hat?
Yeah, I got a hat for Christmas. From a Canadian friend, ironically.
I'm actually going to say, like, you getting a hat for Christmas and then forgetting it is probably the most Emmy thing I've heard.
Yeah, that was a lovely hat.
Still have it. Just
keeping my house warm. All right.
Important as well.
Hey, Ossa, what can you do here? See if you can try and break some control. We've seen a bit of Ossa play. I really enjoy seeing her on this map. I think with those sort of walkways, the gangplanks, there are some straight lines that sort of dig your way all the way across. This is one of them. Arcully, he wants to try and lean in on a fight, but he's quite isolated. Suddenly, a grenade is caught out. The first has gone, but they brought themselves a lot in the pockets before, and they have a lot in the pockets this time. A smoke goes as well, I'm assuming to burn any follow-up, but look at this, Arcully, he's trying to get himself a little bit of width, concerned of some of what might come behind him. Gator is still buying some attention on those east stairs, but they have a ping at least on this player, tucked in on the side of break. BlackRay gets one on a Lems, though, before he's actually able to slip his way back around.
Not the response that was needed from BDS there. They knew what the player was. They tried to set up for a double push, but the kill came through and not the response from BDS. And well, that's definitely going to be costing them. Proximity alarm is given away. The fact that the player is out there. See a pre-play C4 being prepared here, and Arcully is going to be given a call when to blow that up to Scissor C. Should be resulting in another kill to come through. He fell back into Fountain. He's really trying to make sure that they still have that top floor under control, or at least can fight to take it in control. Lickfax is going for some pre-fires, not really connecting to anything, and BDS not really having anything to work with here as of yet. Just a minute and 15 left on the clock.
Yeah, that's the danger here right now. Is border, as we said, it can be paper thin. You sometimes spend a while setting up, but it gives the players a lot of loose movement they can make. They've got eyes on the site. They've got to drive towards it. These armies done some rebuilding and restructuring, but with Ranchero suffering and getting picked apart by the impact and Pokeballed at the end of it, BDS's time is sort of getting slimmer and slimmer. He's going over the top to try and find a fight. CYCLOPS just takes a tear there with BlackRay getting a bit of revenge. French revenge. Bride gets a little bit more for the revenge, but they're still looking for this. The player inside, rebuilding, restructuring, the architect that is in the 2 versus 2. I've talked about the importance of that verticality so many times when it was in the pockets of BDS. Now they're going to see if they can try and drive against it, pull themselves back down without it against them.
Should be aware of the fact that Gator is inside the side. It is going to be the shield set up. That's definitely going to be the giveaway here to Gator. If they manage to find a scale, they could go for a plant, but it's Anaton over the shoulder that provides him the cover that is necessary. Lickfax now in a 1v2 situation with 7 seconds left on the clock. He's going to get taken down as well. Gator gets that final kill, and that is going to be CYCLOPS extending their lead to 3-5.
For the first time, CYCLOPS have threaded 2 rounds in a row across this and the previous map, and they've given themselves a bit of a distance here on the showdown. They've got some lock-in. BDS, they're aware of it. They don't want to find themselves sitting on map point. They want to try and break the momentum, make sure CYCLOPS' 2 doesn't turn into 3, because to be fair, it's close, but they keep just losing a little bit of intel, a little bit of an idea of how they've got themselves set up. That kill over the shoulder, it was a bit of a shoulder jiggle peek they gave the game, tucked themselves back in. They didn't expect the other player from the bathroom door to be watching all the way across the fight. So suddenly they've gone, no, we've given them not a freebie, but it should have been a little bit more of an anticipation of this extra player.
It should have been, but it wasn't there, unfortunately, for BDS. Right now, they need to get 2 rounds in a row to make sure they stay even with CYCLOPS. And as they're headed to ventilation and workshop first, verticality again going to be the name of the game here. Want to get down to control, otherwise the plan's probably just not going to be happening. But we'll see how they'll play it out, because what's been the issue so far is just CYCLOPS, like BDS clear part A of the map.
Yep.
Then they move on to part B of the map. And then CYCLOPS decides, you know what, it's time to retake part A again, which just has been cleared and now left by BDS. And suddenly they find themselves in the CYCLOPS sandwich, and it's just not working out for them. Not able to get those guns on the board or kills on the board. The CYCLOPS turns it back into their own favor, even though they just lost like the entry kill, for example, or they've lost a lot of important ground.
It's just a very dangerous thing about this sort of map, this sort of setup, is that you have the option for movement. You have the option for mobility. There's hatches, there's routes, there's rolls, and there's a lot of softs. You can really pinpoint these deep angles from cuts and corners that are uncomfortable to try and lean in on a firefight. It doesn't quite have, as I talked about, you know, weird architecture, weird structures, formulaic and jazz on Skyscraper. Border is heavy metal. Everything is noisy, everything is aggressive, and everything is willing to turn into a fight at the drop of the hat. And they are a team that loves to express themselves across the two-story devastation that it is. They've got to catch on the drone. The Mozzie buying themselves some attention. That one is caught out as well. Now theirs to be used and utilized, but there's probably more pressing things, aka pressure over the side of CC.
As the interkill, BDS have been looking for Gator off the board. That's the Capcan gone. I'm not quite sure how many of the EDDs had been set up, but could still reap back from his grave. That first initial kill is very important, especially in Gator. He's one of those more flexible players that just likes to move around, and not having to worry about him is just going to be an immense relief of pressure on BDS.
Bit of a moment here. BDS, they've taken their time out. What they talked about and what they structured might have been the structure of their approach. Able to take the first fight here, and Shaiko knocking on the door maybe of the second. Anaton sprays round. Here's the break of the wall. They've still got Black Ray inside CC as well, but his attention is being paid towards break, and will they be able to pinch out Shaiko? Sprays through the soft and expects somebody to meet. Just the spray through the soft will buy them some time and attention, but it seems like BDS want to focus more on time itself. They're not giving so much as an approach here to Cyclops to take away from them.
Minute 20. PDS still trying to gain some extra ground. Black Ray only just spotted out. Are they going to be trying or able to reply to that at least? Some pretty far is coming through the wall, and there it is. The pickup from Shaiko on the opposite side. That's what I needed to do before. That's that little collapse that we needed from them. CYC will respond on to Renshiro, but Leak Effect already knocking on the door of the actual site, opening up tons of barricades and doorways into the actual site. And if he manages to make it through with a kit, this might just be a planned attempt from BDS to come in.
That's it. Shaiko, you can see, is getting an angle above as well. CYC still pocketed and trying to find a pocket of safety here. They've got a couple of angles towards 90. They might try and isolate that player, or Leak Effect might just do this. The pings on the one, drop down, rotate it, gets caught out. Anaton, he had a little bit of the blessed siege timing there. Is able to win out a fight in suddenly 30 seconds. So Shaiko has to pull away from the second story and push towards the site itself. He's round the back of a bandit. Arculli's able to get one more. Alems, the pre-fire comes around, but Shaiko just wins it out, pushes them into a 2 versus 2. So let's see 4 on the board. The kit's still trying to dig its way towards the site. They've seen that there's a fight on the far end. They're going to take it and turn it into a 2 versus 1. The drop comes on the hatch, and they're able to get a Capcan, and that's Brede though! Just gets the cement through in the chaos.
Shaiko did his job there, right? I mean, he managed to pick up 3 of those kills, but as Gator died first and said he might be able to reap one from the grave later on. It's exactly what happened there, bringing it closer than they might have liked it to be. Also, Leak Effect potentially got a bit too aggressive out there. No real support to go for an instant trade if he would be to die on the actual site. Could have tossed it away, but BDS, they hold on for now, 4-5. Bringing that round back, needing one more to make things even. And we're headed back up towards that top floor. This is where East was retaken by CYCLOPS, basically striking BDS in the back after they had so much control already, and we're looking strong to win that round. So, BDS, what are you going to do to change that? It seems like a line is being brought out. It seems like a Nomad is going to be on the board. Those 2 operators will definitely help you with stopping the movements of CYCLOPS, or at least make them less effective. But you're also going to be paying attention to Arculli, who's playing on that pulse. Just a simple C4 could be the ender of dreams right here.
5 seconds.
Doubling up with the Frostmats, making sure there's no quick route through. But to be honest, what we saw before there from BDS was slow and steady wins the race. They have themselves a stretch. We saw grenades take care of some of the business from the top floor before, and well, with that potential, they've actually pulled away from anything to catch that directly. They might try and give themselves a little bit more width and expectation elsewhere. We have 4 of those in pocket. We also have the 2 pocket EMPs, which haven't really been too direct of a force here, but it seems like they want to direct their force straight towards to swing onto CC, the pop of the Lion. BlackRay holding off behind the Azami, and there it is. Straight through on the break. They're inside the site. They're looking for the fight itself. Hot droned across the board, and well, Breede's going to see if he can plant it. The first fight goes either way, and well, Breede can get this still locked in on the far end, and with the echo off the board, nothing can stop it. A post plant, all within a breath, and now it's a 4 versus 2. Renshiro almost caught out in the approach background. Breede does get a very important pick on the site itself, and there's Renshiro heavy hitting, but cannot quite slip the way away. They've just got to get the kit, and BDS tried to give them the Cyclops special, but unfortunately that is only brewed in Cyclops affiliated stores.
So this, counter defense should be coming in just momentarily. They have it. A final kill comes in. The pace was there. They found themselves through, but they weren't able to deal with the player in the small office quickly enough, and they just gave enough time to Cyclops to deal with the push that was coming through. Just enough time to get them in an instant reply area, position, timing. And now it's map point for Cyclops. They want to take a point at least, preferably 3 from BDS. But that all starts with this next round. Bathroom Towers. If they manage to win this one, they will be pushing us to a map 3, and with that, we'll be making sure that they at least take a point home from this game. Put themselves on the scoreboard. Allow themselves to stay in a fight for the top 4 position. Because that's all that matters in the group here. If you end up 5th, you're out. And of course, have to say it, first has a different kind of seeding, 2nd and 3rd have a different seeding, so does 4th. But making it out of groups is the most important part, first and foremost. And every point counts for that.
Every single one. It's
maybe every round.
Every fight matters. Every kill. Every kill. Every
bullet fired.
Every breath you take.
Every step you take.
I'll be watching you.
Yeah.
You may think we missed the line there, but actually, Easy, our observer, piped in down our ears to give.
Oh, did he? I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah, it did it to me now because I'm playing. Yeah, Easy was helping us sing that song now. Anyway.
So nice of him.
Cyclops, can you take this? It is their map. They're pushing themselves closer and closer to a potential 3rd, I think it would be the 2nd, 3rd map series in a day. The final one is Oregon against BDS isn't easy. Doubling up the Claymores, the first one hides the 2nd. You can get a big pop and reveal with the play around, hoping to get the catch on a bit of a swift movement. The distance there, Nook drawing some attention towards themselves, and look at this pace though, Renshiro. Ooh, that one won't quite pop off. The mute jammer just on the other side, we'll keep that sitting pretty for now.
As soon as that mute jammer gets destroyed though, that's when that drone blows up. So as an attacker, you have to be a little bit careful there if you remove that utility. Make sure no one is quite close. Anyway, the tension has been opened up. BDS still trying to approach from the eastern side, eastern top side rather. Taking offers under control seems to be their, well, main priority here. And castle barricades definitely do help, provide them with some freedom. But just afraid of the fact that someone could be using the break room balcony to fire back at them.
Look at that, the Flores drone rolled through just as the player was going for a swing. Give CYCLOPS a little bit more awareness of this, the pressure. They have the upside down rappel. They got sprays through every single bit of soft, and they want to bounce grenades over the top. The Nook
what a timing.
Just comes around the corner, and Hyagator didn't quite get the full slip and see of that. It's a fight on the window and a drop grenade. Anaton, he's trying to hold on for dear life. Hyagator's taking it, and BlackRay gets one more over the top of the rafters with Alems. Finally stemming and stopping some of the blood that's otherwise popping across the board inside the waiting room, but he is only waiting for death if he sits steady for now. He's got to try and recuperate, rebuild with Breede, and see what they have ahead of them. A minute and a spray through a couple more soft. We talk about how dangerous this map can be, how sort of tricky it is to go for this fight. They're going to make sure they don't get caught the same way they did before on the door.
Moving through. knowing someone is going to be inside of customs, but as Alems is taking some ground, he finds himself near the site. Opening will be made with the RC Rotero. Is going to be at least putting up a bit of extra pressure, an extra way in for the attackers to utilize. Still on the 2-on-4, 40 seconds left on the clock, and CYCLOPS, they're doing what they need to do. Nothing, just sitting still, waiting for BDS to make the move.
Well, this is the one thing, they're holding it without the verticality. For the importance, I talked about it before, they open up the castle and make things a little bit more dangerous here for the players trying to make an approach. That is a very clever bit of use of utility. It makes BDS suddenly have no safety in approaching the wall itself. The one thing that they do have is a man advantage, and they're making sure that it's tricky for them to dig their way through. Brede sees the first fight, takes it, doesn't see the second, and we will see the third. CYCLOPS, they look out their map, they take a guaranteed point from BDS. Can they take more?
That point is going to be the most important thing. Both of them have a single point now, looking to find the other two to be gained in this game. And with that said, CYCLOPS, they fought back here in Border. They showed why they like to play this map. And they're here to fight. They're here to stay. They're here to get out of groups. And Oregon will decide.
I mean, that's it. It's Oregon. It's everything that you sort of want. And, well, we'll be into it soon. First, a quick break.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
in the
hello.
This is how spooky
How you doing?
it is for us casting. But it's spooky because of the atmosphere that we have.
Yeah.
You can see it on the faces of the players here. BDS are the favorites of the group. CYCLOPS expected to be second. CYCLOPS might just shake the tree. See what French apples can fall out. Delicious. But in French. Or in Japanese. I know neither language.
Delicieux, maybe? I don't know.
Ooh.
Something like that.
I'm assuming that's the French.
Yes, that wasn't the Japanese. I was trying to attempt there, but
as far as I know, you don't know Japanese.
as far as I do know, I do not know either. But we just had the second map to come through, and it was quite a close one actually in terms of the first half, because that one wasn't even split. Just afterwards, CYCLOPS was kind of able to take the reins in, just like BDS was able to take the reins in that first map, as they managed to close it off with a 4-7 eventually, just losing a single round on their defense against BDS. And that's an odd sight to see.
Oregon, though, I mean, it handles differently. You know, it's got its own sort of shape to it. It's got its own structure and sturdiness. Of the three that we've seen, it's the most familiar, I think it's fair enough to say.
Yeah.
Sometimes called Oregon, because you sort of know how it's going to play out. Now, BDS, they can be a great team on it. There's talk of how they were once one of the best teams on it. I think they've pulled a little bit further away from that. The game itself has shifted a bit, but we've had a shifted BDS recently.
We definitely had, but that doesn't mean that right now their Oregon is going to be suddenly like very shaky, I think. I think they're going to be just fine. It's just that they need to be able to deal with CYCLOPS and their movements early on. But I think a map like Oregon actually leans into that just a little bit more. I mean, if you think about it, it's just a couple of staircases, really, that are part of the main attack anyway.
Yeah, it can be a sturdy map, but you know, Oregon is built like a steakhouse, but it handles like a bistro. It is in some ways pacey and quick, but it's a sturdy building. It's a lot of brick and mortar. It's a lot of swings. You'll see standard setup, standard takes. This is obviously the border that we just had before. In comparison to the Oregon, and border is the opposite. Border is quick, swift, and aggressive. We finally get some positive players across the board here for both teams, actually. And to be honest, this is one of the things that we expected and hoped. It was never going to be an easy blind side on the guns. It's the team play of BDS that you would assume would take them over the line. We are going to, I would say, a more generically team play driven map next.
Yeah, so like it's not quite like Clubhouse, but I think it leans closer to Clubhouse than it does to Border in the way it plays. Yeah. There's still the step-by-step plan you can follow for a lot of the basic attacks, and if there's anything BDS are fully aware of, it's the basics on how to play Siege. And they play it really well. So CYCLOPS, they need to make sure that they're going to be bringing their best game, be as disruptive as they can to make sure that BDS is not going to be finding themselves with any success throughout the remainder of this map. And as they're slowly starting to get ready, CYCLOPS is doing the last little bit of, you know, team talk going through. Bit quiet on the side of BDS. Just getting focused, getting in that zone. It's important as well.
I'm in a very fun environment with SI. I always am. I love SI. I love Siege.
So do I.
Which is why we're here.
Yes.
After however many years.
Very true.
But the golden rule of SI and the golden rule of big tournaments is there'll always be new viewers. It's a great time for new viewers to get in.
Yes.
Get into the scene. And this, for me, is a really good setup of two teams explaining the differences on maps, because they have similarities as anything does within a meta, but the approaches that they build, they're not the opposite ends of a spectrum, but the parts of the spectrum that they build on, they're usually some of the best at it. The aggression, the coordination from CYCLOPS. I'm wondering if we'll see another Warden ban come through, limit the play. It wasn't entirely played against. Last time, they didn't really do as much of the blinds. Now they won't do any. Ying is removed. This is it. The responses to each other is sort of that sign of respect of, you are the best at this style of push. You are fantastic at this style of push and this style of hold. How do we limit you in this engagement? Monty.
For sure. The Monty is open, but if you start thinking about the map, it's not really the map that leads itself to the best of Monty's abilities, right? Of course, there's definitely still uses you can get out of it, but often when you see a shield, it's a blitz that's rushing down blue. And I won't put it behind CYCLOPS from actually doing that in 1 or 2 rounds. They are going to be on the attack. So we might actually do see that happen. And, you know, maybe we even do see the Monty coming out every single round from Anyton to make a statement that if you do not ban Monty, you're kind of throwing against us. Either way, we're getting underway with the last map of this matchup here. 2 more points to be given away. Both these teams currently have a 1 on the board. Let's see who's going to be taking that home. Now, BDS starts off on the defense. They are going to the basement first. That is all basically default. There's no true weird question about that. As we look at the picks.
There isn't. No, we go down to
There is a Monty for now, but...
There is a Monty for now. I mean, this is the thing about Anyton, and I hope we truly get an explanation because, you know, if Siege is an aspect of 2 things. There's 2 big circles with Siege. One of them is the practice, the prep, the preparation, the conversation. The other one is how you play on the day. And the intersection is the result that you get. Us picking up Anyton and why so many teams ban Monty, sometimes Monty doesn't quite hit the mark anyway, regardless of whose hand it's in.
The overlay is saying that there's no drones left, but I refuse to believe that because I see one jumping around.
Yeah, the overlay sometimes deceives you.
Yeah, it has been deceiving us here.
Oh, there we go, 3 of 5.
There we go. Okay, so only 2
We just had to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's, I don't know, something to do with the friendly fire not being active because all of the gadgets were gone as well.
Yeah, it could be.
Who knows? What we do know is Likefak set himself up in shower corridor waiting for an approach here, and this is what you'll often see, a bit of an aggressive lead in, but also just draw attention. You can waste a lot of time, you can run a bit of a route. We talk about how there are similarities to Clubhouse. This side has started to get a bit of a reputation for having a top floor hold. Not a hold truly per se, but mobile utility is a big part of the current game, and our Cully cuts it in half. Gets the take, gets the lock in. There's a couple of mute jammers either side, but he's hoping to see if he can roll straight into a second engagement. The hatch drop could come through above him. He's waiting for the pressure. There's a bit of a drive down onto Zulu. The corridor right at the bottom of White Stairs, and Likefak's trying to see if he can dig himself a route out. But look, there is also a watch coming through on the far end. Anyton, he's holed up. He's waiting for any route the player takes. Renshiro can't really offer too much support. Digs his way out. There's pings on the player and the repel that comes up. So they just Grizmod it off and Gooman and hope. But what an early strike here for CYCLOPS.
Yeah, for sure, and you lose security, and that means that the players up top certainly don't have the support anymore. They need to fall back into secondary positions. That's exactly what Likefak is doing. But also the players below certainly cannot really rely on that being a stronghold anymore. So truly we have one isolated player right now to the rest of the BDS hold. And it's up to Likefak to see whether or not he can make it back. But as flashbangs come through, Likefak is going to be known. Anyton aware of the area, or at least position that he's in. But Likefak goes for the swing, finds the kill, and instantly digs into Armory.
What else can he do? No impact to open a rotation next to him, but 2 barricades in his pocket if he really wants to bunker down. He's trying to draw attention. I guess there's more than one way to make an omelette. That one doesn't quite land the mark. It goes a bit wide. It's a bit of damage done. The pull of the pin out of his pocket. The hatch doesn't get opened by a grenade. He was almost gifted a lifeline incidentally there, but look at the structure on that door. That's a man that's done a little bit of DIY and enough to build a bit of an angle. Takes a lot of damage. In the meantime, Arcully gets his second as Shaiko gets 1 off the board. There's 3 for Arcully, and he finally gets down. Blackray gets 1 in exchange, and Shaiko, he is all that is left here. Needs to find 2 more for his 4K. The slow creep round to the back of the Habana. Blackray needs to try and find someone to support, and you can see Shaiko, he's tucked up there, trying to piece together where he is. They don't really have too much of an idea, so Suzuki is just going to sit and wait patiently for Blackray's call here. The flash comes round underneath. Blackray has the knockdown, and CYCLOPS, for the 3rd map in a row, get the opening round.
Well done there by CYCLOPS to convert that round in the end. BDS, they made it quite close to some extent. And Shaiko, he did do the right thing. You know, he was trying to listen for a bit of a sound cue so he could act upon it, but it was a bit too slow. Gave time for the player to come towards the back stairs and, again, have that little bit of a pinch maneuver that we have been talking about time and time again that will just shut you down. BDS going for another laundry one, though. They are running it back just to make sure that, well, what happened there earlier on, that is going to be the main driving force to rerun this, because that's an early kill that basically throws off the entire hole that you might have been able to pull up, and that's all gone. The entire round is basically null and void in terms of having your strategy tested, and that's why they rerun it. They want to make sure that it actually works. They know it works, but they just need to be a little bit more careful on that middle floor.
Monty baited and swapped out for the second time in a row. They start there, and then they move on to something slightly different. We also have, obviously, the quick zip possibility here. It can be a good drive towards top floor players. We can have those, but we're not going to have them at the start. Pretty much all of the BDS players have got themselves set up for strategy B, which is, all right, let's give them the top 2 floors. It's a very valid way of holding it. Hey, remember when I talked about Clubhouse having the adaptation of going to the top floors many times ago? Well, there's a quick fight that almost nets them. The catch, Likefak is somehow slipping away there. There was one body that was offered to them. But as once upon a time, Church and Arsenal was held on the bottom, this site can be done in exactly the same manner for just as much success.
He just escaped with his life like 3 times in 5 seconds there. He should have been dead at that point. It's just that the lack of information. Cyclops wasn't ready for a player being out there. They thought it was going to be clear, and that's why they lost it eventually. Breach coming through though, opening up the hatch that will lead
Twitch
into
drone,
mid.
run!
Yeah, don't stay close.
Get out of there!
Anaton is pinging, though, what needs to be opened up. So he's eyes yelling from the Twitch drone here. So, okay, you need to open up this, you need to open up this.
Yeah, it's like a little teeny tiny Anaton in there that's just sort of leading the fight. Cully was able to get a big opening 3-piece. Gator.
He fell off.
He fell off.
Yeah.
You can see him struggling. Oh, no! Oh, maybe. Cully gets one. There was a second player that seemed to swing around. They didn't go all the way through. They were seconds away from saving them. At least they got a trade. Renshiro gone. The Jaeger. Well, it's not the worst one to lose in this situation. They do still have the control and what needs to be played later on in the round. The pop through and the stretch, and well, there's an angle to get that hatch open and force the Freezer players to play in trickier situations across the border server, but still, that's not really how you want iGator to be removed from a round.
No, not really. Just slipping accidentally and being being picked up as a result.
Yeah, Cyclops.
Fortunately, though, Garahook not that effective on the bottom floor. It's good to take some quick ground, but that's going to be about it. Same goes for Renshiro. You place your utility and you're gone. A Shaiko finds our Curly somehow. Thinking to be inside already.
Yeah, fantastic take there from Shaiko, playing a spot that is named after him, ready to swing and rock and roll from either side. He doesn't have the support of Pillar as of this, and look at the drop. But as soon as he's stuck, he's looking for a fight to come around, pre-fires the knees and the angle. There's nowhere he can really go, so they open themselves up. Gets the spray on Likefak in the meantime, luckily across the board. Shaiko pushes, cannot handle the recoil. It just whiffs over the head of the player. It's not the easiest, and now Black Ray slips his way past the shield. Shaiko still doing damage and has the kit at his feet. And has the last taken out. One apiece. Hey, Cyclops, they always get the first round. Hey, BDS, they always got the second throughout this series right back.
BDS responding as well, rerunning laundry there, realizing slight mistake cost them the round very early on in that in that round. Wanting to basically improve on that. And even though we did have a bit of a slip up from Aegater on the hammer route, it does happen every now and then. Probably wanted to land on the beam, but you know, just missed it. Just missed the mark.
Attackers need to locate
Went all the way down the stairs, got picked up for it. At least the trade still came out of it. So, you know, Cyclops in the end didn't really lose too much with that slip up.
It's a new
tactic.
New banana peel operator.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that what the drone in the teaser was?
Okay, whoop.
Throws down banana peels.
Oh yeah, that was.
Everybody thinks
that would
it's
be
like
so funny. I would love that. It would. So obviously, there's been a recent trailer, a teaser for what will come as an announcement of the newest team to join the ever-growing story and repositioning of our wonderful operators throughout this game. There was a drone in that. There was a drone in that you might not notice, realize and recognize, but it's there.
It's definitely there, so if you haven't seen it, you should, after this game, take another look at the trailer.
Yeah. It's actually quite blatant. You probably did notice it.
Yeah, if you...
It's full frame.
If you haven't noticed, you probably alt-tab whilst in ranked instead of on your drone.
Yeah. It's very obvious, but we'll hopefully get a little bit more of that, probably later on. For now, look at this, a fight over the top. They have the pings on the player. The blinds on Alems. He's going to see if he can swing somewhere. It's a lot of noise. They're tucked low, and they almost win it out. Ayagator late to get the lock in. Anaton does find Ranchiro at the same time. Arcully is looking for a fight against Shaiko on the far end, but that is an explosive bout of control here onto Tower. At the bottom of it, EFAC, he's looking up wantingly towards a fight that might come, but with the drone out, with the man advantage, and with the danger that's otherwise coming across, there is a slip through there. Catch on the mute jammer, and they got to pull themselves back round. Shaiko gets a bit of width, pre-fires across the board. See if he can get some pressure, and EFAC as a loose danger. What can he do?
But to at least find one of the roaming CYCLOPS players, otherwise come back towards the site, defend it with his life. CYCLOPS, they're not slowing down. Already having one round on the board, now 2-minute advantage on the third one that we're playing. I know whilst we had the little break, I went over towards the analyst desk and Jacob said, you're witnessing Anaton winning the 6th Invitational. So
Jacob said that?
Yeah, Jacob said that. Jacob is now convinced that CYCLOPS is going to be winning the 6th Invitational.
Is that a curse?
It could just as well be as Shaiko goes down.
Yeah, Shaiko got caught by the curse, but Likefak has the cover and has himself caught as well. Bride, all that's left now as the two others get cleaned up, a 4 versus 1. He is a man, he's a myth, he's a legend, he's a danger. And he's able to get the first fight there at the top of white, but he has a minute to see if he can survive the rest. Just blinded and has to pull his way off the watch towards trophy. He's still sort of jiggle peeking the dangerous door here, and with everything else otherwise stacked in front of him, will they rotate their way around? They do still have pocket utility. And are we about to see a bit of it roll out? The C4 towards the top of white does not get a bite, but they're going to go for the plant. They have the cover. They have the round. CYCLOPS, they're second. They're one up.
Yeah, the quick run from the thermite came in as Bride was too busy tossing out that nitro cell towards the white stairs. And I get why he did that, because he didn't really have any of the information. If he was able to find the kill, he knew it was going to be clear. If it didn't, he also knows it's clear and can suddenly focus on the other two areas, being pit, being the trophy door. But it was just too late, and as a result, they sneaked through. They already had the cover up and running, and there was nothing he could do. And CYCLOPS, they find themselves in another lead. And BDS, sorry, I was about to say BDS, but that's not correct, true, as of yet, are continuing their tradition of returning to the site they have just lost, as they're going for the top floor again, realizing there's something they can do to improve on it, maybe going for an alternate hold here to find themselves in set position where they are able to get that advantage earlier on. Because CYCLOPS, they have been on point so far. They have been able to hunt down any lone players from BDS, and even if they aren't, they've been able to just cut down the players on the side itself as well. So BDS truly should be worried about the way Oregon is currently going.
It's early doors. Every single map so far has been a bit of a back and forth between the two teams. In fact, this is absolutely mirrored of all of the previous two maps as well. Depending on how this round goes, could be the break from tradition. BDS have traditionally got themselves back to a 2-2 across both, regardless of how the map ended up going. So here, CYCLOPS, they can drive themselves just one more ahead here, back onto the double down on Dorms. It could be a slightly different story. They proved a lesson learned before, though, BDS. This one might be a different tactic. The pressure from small tower rather than big, no quick play, and who's that in the pocket of Alems? Man that's good at stopping smokes, but that's not really what's going to be played here. Instead, 6 frag grenades are going to start trying to cook up a problem in kitchen.
Oh, Alems gets the first away, Gator shut down, and it's going to be 2 of those grenades off the board instantly. Another 2 already used, meaning there's only 1 in Arcully and 1 in Black Ray's pocket left, and where they probably wanted to go for some fishing down below to see if they could find an opening, suddenly it's turned into something more dire. But Anaton, luckily, is going to be allowed to play the Montaigne. One issue he has, though, is that there's someone behind the bunk beds on his left and there's someone playing on the corner on his right, so doesn't really have a clear-cut way through. His impacts are being tossed his way to see if they can deal just a small amount of damage.
Anaton, he's got himself prepped up and locked at the top of white stairs. He's just going to play problem child for now. Draw their focus, draw them in. There's smoke canisters to be used against him, but there's a lot of explosives to come through first. They know that he can't really dig himself in properly and confidently. He can get a couple of steps, but from that, you've still got to do more. He's baiting a fight and attention, and there's the first smoke canister, bounces off the shield, but the radius still does the job it needs to. Arcully looking for the fight on the back of the bed, sees the shoulder. They don't have to fully extend, but when you know that grenades might follow up, there's one bounced off the wall, does a lot of damage, not quite enough, but it allows blackgray to move up behind them. Anaton, the next smoke canister pops off, a minute left, and there's still one in the pocket, the shield. He sees one at the bottom of Zulu, gets the block onto the Nitro, but he gets blackgray behind him, and a bit of a devastating blow there. The call and the damage just enough to get it on the back of the shield.
Still going well for CYCLOPS this round. BDS definitely looking to bounce back. Anaton now on 10 HP, well, probably even less. Let's give it like 1, make it 0. It's going to be only up to Arcully now in a 1v5 situation. An ace clutch within 35 seconds is what he needs to put on the board if he wants to win this round, but what will most likely become a tactical timeout of sorts. No, not even that. A flawless round for BDS as he jumps in from the white window. It's going to be allowing BDS to just fight back.
Still the exact same scoreline we've had in the first 2 maps. It's actually the next round where things started to differ. In Skyscraper, where BDS took it, they took the 2 in a row. In Border, where it was Kags, they took the next back. So, as weird as it is, this could turn into a telling round. It's also the first time we've had this sort of doubling down of sites as well. And we go back to Laundry. 1 apiece, 1 win each. Which face will we see from both teams, to be fair? They keep pulling out their A strat and their B strat. We're seeing different holes, different lockdowns, and different extensions. There was the second time round almost the early take against EFAC. Would that have changed the phase? Maybe not. CYCLOPS popped off and they had 4 players alive by the time the round ended, I believe. So they were still quite comfortable, but still, those early moments can shape a little bit more.
It definitely could. As we head back to Laundry, we'll find out whether or not it does. BDS, I'm looking to see if they're going for any different kind of take than they did in the 2 rounds before, but doesn't seem to be the case. This time EFAC going up a bit quicker. There was no Amaro on the board, so nothing to really be afraid of. Scans are being checked just to try and figure out where the main attack is going to be coming from, but quickly all those default cans at site should be shot by CYCLOPS. And the early RC is coming in from blue and barrels, looking to see if there's any utility he can find. There's a shield there, but Brede was paying attention. Takes it out, makes sure that that shield stays at least, and now Shaiko is ready to challenge barrels as well.
Yeah, 2 shields, 2 cross angles, attacking blue against BDS is deadly. It's not in any sense easy. It's nothing that can be pieced together here. They're going to see if they can, I guess, get some grab. EFAC suffers against Anaton, though. Pulls himself back around Freezer. They pushed hard, got a quick take, and then pulled themselves back. Renshiro almost gets caught out as well. blackgray playing against the Jaeger. The angle doesn't quite work in their favor here, and well, there's a first take, but first takes can not always lead to the success. They've still got to see if they can try and get some of the wrested control across the map and the site itself. They're cautious, which is a growth that's come from this CYCLOPS throughout the showdown with BDS, where they can't entirely trust what is ahead of them.
Minute 45. Shaiko waiting behind his shield. Renshiro on the back stairs, just putting up some pressure. CYCLOPS still desperately looking to find an entrance. Now, some Xcars are going to be popping off. It's going to be dividing some of the attention that BDS has, but nothing really to be worried about as of yet. Of course, the entry kill that is on CYCLOPS' hand is going to be quite helpful, but they will need more than that. And within the next 80 seconds as well, because they will start to, well, have to start to push, but they don't really have any control horizontally, and that means they will start dropping down these hatches, and every time that happens, they just get shut down by a player in barrel, so they need to shut that down quickly.
What are they piecing together, CYCLOPS? Well, Shaiko is piecing together Arcully's head, pulls himself back against the E-Box and takes one for the trouble, and then rotates back to his favored position with the shield still intact. The Flores, it's able to at least get one shield there, force the player to a slightly different situation, but to be fair, he still often plays it without that shield there. Anyway, Gator, he's trying to drive some attention, but with 45 seconds, there's only so long that you can do this. Flashed by his own petard and Lems. Well, he's able to hoist the rest of the round. blackgray tucks himself, goes for the replacement position here. There's the player that can swing around from the corridor itself. There is a bit of wiggle room and motion. They have either side. Suzuki takes the drop onto Moto and is able to take one right inside. The kit, well, there's the swing. There's the little tuck corner that gets rid of them. Shaiko still locked in. A 3 versus 1 now, as he has just dominating that position. Black-Grey seen there by the Bulletproof on the far end, and Alems sees that through. 3-2, BDS tie 2 rounds in a row and take the lead.
Well done there by BDS, and that means they now are in control of the match again as well. And you mentioned it before, like the place, or at least the door towards the blue area is called CYCLOPS. It's called CYCLOPS for a reason.
Yeah.
He plays it with such confidence, with such comfort is probably what's most important. It's just almost impossible to make him feel any discomfort there. I think you really need to try with bringing incendiary bolts, with bringing flashbangs, with just truly wasting everything that's out there. But then you still have Bride on the other side that's near elbow that will shut down anybody that tries to make a run for him. So he's just in a good spot there, and there's not much they can do against it. But maybe open up the hatch and then try and open up the E-box a bit more to make sure he cannot play there. And that's something that CYCLOPS hasn't done in that last round.
Okay, CYCLOPS, can you pull yourself back to an even half here and see if you can try and keep this level? Oregon does work well for both attack and defense. It can be a very malleable map. It's why you see it so gosh dang much, especially in the season of best of ones that we have in our seasonal tournaments. It allows teams to be able to structure good plays on both. It can feed different play styles well as well. You can see that, you know, it's sort of naturally reined both teams in towards a slightly more direct route. EFAC has himself stretched and with a little bit of a pixel swing there, hoping to catch somebody loose, but nothing comes through. And the longer he sits in shower corridor, the more likely he is to get himself washed.
Just sending out a wild stray as well. You never know if you hit someone whilst moving away. Something that was discussed earlier as well. If you can go for a wallbang, you have enough ammo and they know where you are, why not just attempt it? You might just find yourself with a kill. Either way, Arcully inside of trophies, looking to go quickly over this top floor with a bit of support. There is someone close onto the arcade though.
A very quick barricade from the Kiba knife there gets them locked in and locked out. They tried to swing themselves straight through onto the fight, and EFAC is doing everything to buy them time. Pulls back, and that has been very, very well played there by the recent French addition to the roster. Cut. Kag's approach, cut them off. French Hero does get caught by Anderton on the far end, but the route that they wanted to try and drive through does get locked off. So they've had to slow themselves a little bit here and come up with a plan B. Shaiko, he's watching down from the side in the swing of Split there, not really paying too much attention towards the push onto Meeting as of this moment, which is obviously the chance of Meeting or Kitchen. Usually, if they're going for the control over the top, it sort of heralds the idea and waves the flag for a plant down inside Kitchen. Halem's suffering next as the lead-in, gives a bit of an idea here, as does the pressure around seating. They're going to see if they can drive open the top, force Bride and Shaiko out of their positions with the Lem still in pit, and Arcully, well, actually no, he's dropped out. Arcully has the control there.
Top floor has been abandoned as well, completely by BDS now, so the remaining members all onto that first floor. Likafak has been thrown out though, and that means he's not going to be able to make the run for security or prevent some, well, support towards Bride as well, because he's currently finding himself in probably the most precarious situation. There's going to be a player in dining, there's going to be a player close around the showers corridor as well, and they're coming up from above, so truly he's going to be the next to be taking some form of gunfight, well, at some point rather than sooner than later.
Here it is, Bride with the swing round, gets Black-Grey, but Anderton is able to keep that thread alive. Puts the pressure back onto them as Alems. He's looking for somewhere to try and hot foot it to and try and put some hot feet back into the fire against them. Bride, he's now tucked into the split side, swings onto Zulu, cannot quite get the catch as they're watching from the hatch, but Alems gets Anderton and makes things a little bit more dangerous with 30 seconds left for the approach here. Ayagator, though, finds Bride, leaves just Alems tucked on the corner, tucked on the corridor, tucked all around him, and tucked in 3 apiece.
Well done there by CYCLOPS to just remain calm, try and play for that plant, having the cover ready over Meeting. But I mentioned it before, Bride was playing inside that kitchen, they were all collapsing around him. They were coming in from dining, they were coming in from above, they were coming in from the showers corridor. It was just a moment of, well, a matter of time before they finally fell. And now it is a 3-3 and a site swap coming through. CYCLOPS now on the defense. And again, we see the Solace coming out, at least for now. An operator that has seen quite a lot of play so far during the 6th Invitational, also has netted some kills, has been netting quite a lot of information coming through as well, so far, very solid operator on this playground.
Talking of solid,
Solids, yeah.
We haven't seen too much Solace in the showdown, which is
Not in the showdown, no.
No, and I'm not going to say it's an overall abnormality. We haven't had all the games of the day. We've only really been able to watch, you know, as many as we can watch, because there's ones that are going on whilst we're casting. But Solace has been pretty prevalent in the showdowns that we've been able to keep our eyes on. Apart from this one comparatively, okay, you know, she's a new addition, she's a new operator, she can do what she can do, and that's that. Control those drones, control the intel, make things a bit awkward, and the P90, as proven throughout the day, has been a heck of a gun in the right hands.
Now, Arcula just took down the drone of Alems, who was ready to ascend the tower quickly, and he still is. Just waiting for the confirmation to come through from his teammates, but Sola's still out there. Arcula near the attic. Is he going to be able to respond? Here's the rappel in. Sees the player, takes him down as well. CYCLOPS. What I do not understand is they take down the initial drone, still get the kill, like, because they rappel in. It seems like a slight oversight on BDS's side.
EFAC holding off close and waiting for somebody to try and make a bit of a presence here. It's the Nook that is laying in wait and bait. We talked about this on the previous maps. Is it's sort of the game that they learned about CYCLOPS was, well, CYCLOPS like to sort of swing themselves round. Tucked on a corner, ready to put some aggression in, is how it sort of swings its way in, and they give themselves just a little bit more of a modicum of control. Now, EFAC, what can you do if you're actually trying to put the pressure onto the site? They're on a cam. They have no idea. EFAC slipped themselves in so close, and they've done it absolutely silently. If this has gone uncontested, oh, it hasn't. Suzu C just got wind of it, and Shaiko gets the head of Anaton, trying to break the way across the position that he held them off for such a long period of time. The super aggressive swing of TK goes down. Blackray picks up the pieces. A disaster has struck on the back end, and now Shiro has to try and piece his way through what actually could have been a great BDS response.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that did not really go BDS's way in this round. Let's start it off with Alem's drone being taken down and then still repelling in, being taken out quickly by Arcula, who's been out there. After that, we have Leakefak, who found himself close to the side, but was afraid someone was actually pushing in from the back, and then got punished for it as soon as he looked over. And after that, we have Shaiko trying to put something back on the board. He will find one. He's about to go for his second kills. He's being pre-fired by someone with an SMG. He's about to run out. And then the team kill happens. And then the instant reply to Brita happens. And now Renshiro is sitting here like, yeah, I guess we'll just talk. 40 more seconds to discuss. Because he's not going to be making a move for a round win here. He's just waiting because the last map didn't really go their way. This map has been quite contested by CYCLOPS as well. This round, sloppy mistakes being made by BDS. Those are things they need to be cleaning up if they go into the next one. As 18 seconds pass, it is going to be some pre-fires coming through. They seem to be aware of the side. Oh, CYCLOPS, the first kill comes through for Shiro. Tries to go for a second one, but time's about to be running out. And that means CYCLOPS is going to be retaking that lead here in round 7, putting themselves up 4-3 on the scoreboard.
4-3, and, well, you can see the good spirits there. BDS, it also slows things down. One of the best times to try and slow things down is after a TK on a rush round and a break onto a corner that could have otherwise gone round. It was a down in the engagement, and I think that down might have come from Shaiko.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we're going to see it on the replay. First of all, I don't get this part. Just drone in. Leakefak, just unfortunate timing. Shaiko going for the pre-fire. Indeed, the down did come through on the player out there. Just that TK was decisive in that matter.
So slow it down. Take your time, give yourself that 40 seconds and go, look, it's still back and forth. You know, we know that that's a silly mistake and we're not going to make it again.
And they do know. I mean, they're a championship-winning team, so they're going to be fully aware of what's going wrong and what they need to do to change it. That's probably why they took those 40 seconds at the last round they played, because I mean, it's a 1v4, and of course, incredible gunners on the side of BDS, but if you need those 40 seconds to talk, it might be better to do that instead, rather than call your tactical timeout, because now they still have it in their hands. If this goes to overtime, they still have that tactical timeout to call to get a potential 3 points out of this game.
All right, CYCLOPS, 2 rounds in a row. Now we'll see if you can try and be that difference maker. It's actually the first time of these two teams hitting heads in the showdown that both teams have been able to tie at least 2 rounds in a row. It's either one or the other, and that one has been the one that wins the game. So we have a bit of a tail on and maybe a little bit more give left in this game itself. Once again, back on the Nook, back on the ability to pull themselves into this tricky situation. Black Gray trying to find a fight on his way out the door as Jaeger, but instead pulls a little bit further and further away. Gives them something to think about, but BDS isn't going to sit around and think too long.
Likafak is using the ghillie headgear here to become a bush.
He is a bush.
He is a bush now.
Likafak.
Just waiting, hoping for a rotation to come through. But our Curly is sensing it.
It's quite funny.
Go for it. Can we actually see this?
Da, da, da.
Kind of a bush.
Kind of a bush.
Yeah. It's moving out now, though.
It's out of the bush.
Been made.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, how long can you be a bush for?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, time is still ticking down, right? And time is not in your favor as a bush.
No.
No.
If there's one thing we know about plants, it takes a while.
Definitely takes a while.
But what do we know about Efak? He's not going to sit around. He's going to try and find a fight itself. CYCLOPS throwing some grenades up here on the corner of the pocket and the twist. The Zulu does a lot of damage to Black Gray, but unfortunately does not quite get the full bite of the player. Hey, who's that to your left? Do you know? Oh, do they know? Our Cully is tucked so dangerously close. But two ships drift apart in the night. And the grenade of Efak is going to be there to allow LMs to break their way in.
Yo, canisters blowing up. Again, same happens. Our not finding,
just keep going past each other, and Shiro does get a grenade kill there onto Ayagator. Arkali, when will you strike? Because the iron is getting, well, hotter and hotter. CYCLOPS, he's able to get one with a grenade as well, potentially up through the breach that they had before. They're going around on the corner. Oh, no. Just mistimes the spray. There's the reveal. They will call some support from White as well. You can see there's a player on the bottom, gets the down and gets out of there, pulls themselves back round. And CYCLOPS gets the lock down. They did not need to keep the swing on. Suzu C suffers in his position, stopping the push from the top of White. Anaton goes to offer some support. CYCLOPS is still on an absolute tear. There's the drop. There's the continuation. But CYCLOPS has the full stop for the sentence for a piece.
Well done by BDS there, even though we had some close moments with Arkale just missing out on a player twice, or maybe even 3 times there. BDS managed to keep up the pace there and well, allow themselves to continue moving up and start taking the ground around the side, and more importantly, the bodies around the side without being punished for it. Almost Arkale, of course, coming in with that flank, found one, not the second.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And now, BDS equalizing that scoreline again. As the meeting in kitchen is the next site CYCLOPS want to defend. They're not doubling down like BDS did when they lost the site for the first time. But deciding it is time to move on. Hopefully for them to better things, as they are looking to pick up a victory here against the current reigning major champion.
Back to kitchen and meeting. And, well, if you wonder why this is often the site that teams will go for this, it's probably going to be something that we get demonstrated maybe by the take here of BDS, who do enjoy taking this. Stage becomes the big fight, the battleground, because otherwise it's quite easy to get control of small tower, get yourself the plant in. The difference is the verticality. You need to have a bit of verticality in your control, or at least some pressure on it, to get the plant off successfully here. There's backlines, there's fights, and CAC have got themselves aggressive, but that is why teams opt for this side rather than the kitchen meeting or the kitchen seating area, because of that vertical control. And as I said, often you'll see BDS quite good at putting the pressure back onto it.
And BDS are by no means out of it, and the top floor is already being approached here by Likafak, opening up into games. And if he's not being challenged enough by CYCLOPS, he's going to be taking that ground more than graciously. He's going to be just pushing in, trying to find any living thing out there and just put out of his misery quickly enough so that BDS is actually going to be able to find themselves with a big advantage early on in the round.
Slips their way back behind the mirror window and gets it electrified to give themselves a little bit more safety and make sure those Selmas can't just pop open the wall. We hear a bit of damage and destruction done elsewhere. Bride, they're going to step themselves in, ping the wall, and sort of say the players are behind it. CYCLOPS with a grenade is on an absolutely monstrous series, 15-4 on this map, and he's trying to match the pace some of the players have put down before. Black Ray, he's going to get out of there. He feels the winds are turning, and it's a dangerous one. Zygator is tucked just on the side of split. Pings come through. CYCLOPS gets one more. And now as the fight goes against the LMs with the lockdown, suddenly it's just Arkali left. Has to Try and ace clutch this out. Looks for the first fight. Knows it's a little bit more isolated. There it is. And there's the second. Gets rid of CYCLOPS on the back end, but there's still a minute 20, and they know where the player is. They're trying to find them from the verticality, and Arcali's going to just slip on by as he hears the drone roll out. There's two above, one swinging around on the far end, watching the flank drone, though. Just tucked onto the side of Shower. There it is. So they know where the player last was. They've got the break open. They get the catch. And BDS find themselves up once again, 5-4.
CYCLOPS refusing to lose this game so far. He's really putting up the numbers right now, making sure that BDS is known for one of their tournament favorite positions and are looking to make it that way as well. A tactical timeout will be called. CYCLOPS decided it is time to have that chat that BDS was able to have earlier on when they were losing a round massively. And as that means they have 45 seconds, in the meantime 30 left, to discuss tactics, to discuss what they can do to stop BDS in their tracks, and to make sure that they are the ones to take the 3 points home.
I mean, both these teams know the importance of the points right now. They know that this is a really dangerous game because it sets your pace your first day. It sort of drives what is ahead of you. It drives the attention that can otherwise be paid towards the opposing teams as well. If you suddenly go from 1 foot ahead to paddling your way back, I mean, it's a difference that stems especially. Now, I can't tell you the result of the other game from this group.
Yep.
I don't want to spoil anything as well, but depending on how it goes, there could already be a team that is guaranteed ahead of either of these two teams based on the point system.
It could be, yeah, and of course it's not the end of the world considering, you know, there's 5 group stage days, you play 4 games over those 5 days.
Yeah.
So you can still, you know, beat them and catch up to them. But it's never nice to not be first after a very hard-fought victory, which would be the case for either of these two.
The CYCLOPS difference is pretty apparent in this game.
It is pretty apparent on this map indeed. And I was just going to mention it, you know, kill record for a single map is currently like 27. It's not out of reach. It's unlikely it will happen because, you know, we only have 3 rounds of regulation left.
Yeah, and he would have to get 11 kills to equal it. Over
yeah, to equal it and then get another one. You know, but maybe if we go overtime, and it keeps his current ways.
If we go overtime, maybe. Otherwise, he has to get 2 aces.
Yeah, and then an extra kill after.
And an extra kill.
So that's what I was saying. It's like it's probably not going to be happening, but just to put in perspective on the amount of work he's putting in now right now.
If they can get CYCLOPS off the board early, well, doesn't seem like likely. He's putting pressure instantly towards Blackgray. He's just going to tuck himself a little bit further away. Look at the drone game. They have the full awareness. They're not sort of letting themselves be caught by CYCLOPS' width game. Ranchero has the pings. EFAC has the attention paid onto Shower. They have the Jackal scans as well if they want to try and lay them down. The drone is likely still watching the rotation. There's only one route out of here, so they'll know exactly when Blackray's gone. But you also still need to get rid of him as well. You have to put the pressure onto the player, whether you try and bounce a grenade around or not. Well, there's the reveal that the player has slipped away. You know, there's nowhere else they can go.
Not really, no. And the CYCLOPS going for a chase. He escapes with his life as the C4 popped off like a meter away from him. And that Jackal scan is also going to be confirming that indeed there is no one going to be left on that middle floor anymore. At least the drone is going to be there to double check it, because it's always better to get a second opinion than to just blindly trust whatever results you might have had. And that means BDS now seems to have the first and second floor both completely under control with 100 seconds left on the board. If it wasn't for Arcali just sitting up in the tower, in the big tower, waiting patiently, having to use or having the ability to use his ability to stop any drones from droning him out.
Oh, hiya, Gator. Can't get the lock in, but the smoke will do the rest of the business and confirm the kill. Clever play, pulls himself back. Alems goes on the far end as well. They've lost a bit of tower control now. Arcali's able to get one off, and we talk about the importance of CYCLOPS. Well, now it's the importance of the remaining 3 to see if they can try and bite back where CYCLOPS been able to be so monumental throughout this map as of this point. A minute on. All of them have pulled themselves back down towards the site itself. No more aggressive swing rounds, and the risks on Freezer, at least for now. Arcali is tucked into CYCLOPS itself, and you can see BDS is stacking themselves up for the approach on the opposite side. It's often easier, especially if you haven't really done any of the work around barrels and getting them forced out. Freezer falls, and a mirror window gets popped up. That's rotten timing, and well, EFAC pre-fires the angle. He was almost a couple of steps from being in a much more dangerous situation there, but at least can rebuild on the back end and might try and call for a bit of support from Brede.
Yeah, they can, of course, shoot it out with those Excarios, but There's going to be players around in that freezer hallway that can instantly take it off. So nothing really that they will worry about on the Cyclops side. It's going to be a lot of utility being tossed in. They know someone is stuck behind a bomb chassis. Grenade gets tossed in, should guarantee a kill. It does as well. Brings it back to a 2-on-3. Still in favor of Cyclops, but it's getting closer.
There it is, the spray over the side. iGator finds EFAC on the box, and Renshiro hops himself up a little bit. It's the other side of the mirror window. They've used it as a bit of a spray through. It's Renshiro's, but in a 2 versus 1, Cyclops bring themselves back level, 5 apiece. After the tack timeout, both teams have now found instant success. Only one of them can get themselves over the line.
And who's going to be the first that reaches the magical 6 mark? That is proving that you have a map point, and in this case, even a match point under your belts. Whoever wins 2 in the next 2 takes home the full, well, not the full 3 points anymore, but just the 3 points. If both take 1, we are headed to overtime on this final map to decide who is going to be worthy of those 3 points. But so far, both these teams, and I mean, you mentioned it before, both these teams are expected to be making it out of the groups. But they're truly making it a game right here between themselves to show and to fight who's going to be the better one of the 2. And Cyclops, they're hanging on better than I might have expected when the game started. Truly showing, and I'm just going to name someone. Arculi is fitting into the roster quite well. 10-on-7. The man is currently going, a new pickup of Cyclops, who hadn't really had the experience of any Tier 1 games before this started, before this game took off. Now it's 2 maps and a little bit under his belt.
Oh, will they be rewarded for their hubris or punished? They pull back. If we talk about how dangerous positions can be, that is often playing for their death, and somehow iGator has been able to slip away. Okay, how does this side differ? I talked about it in brief, and usually it's control a small tower, but what makes this a bit riskier is the dependence on that sort of wiggle room that they don't really have. It's tough to bite your way back in, especially if you're going for an aggressive lead in here. iGator is going to have to try and play his life. They're not going to see if they can waste time on small tower. They think they can try and pull the fight elsewhere. There's drones aplenty here for iGator to take care of. They're spraying through the far end of the angles. The Azami's structuring something somewhere, but as the wall gets opened, as it always would on the approach here, how are Cyclops going to see if they can stop it?
Yeah, nothing really there to stop that wall from being opened up, and even if they did, verticality would have been taking that one out quickly. As you see Sludge, you see the breaching charges being used, so that wall's always going to be opened up. It's just a matter of how quickly it would be. iGator escapes a grenade right there, but he's aware of the fact that someone is still around the yellow school bus. As long as he doesn't get droned out, he might actually be able to get away with a kill here.
They're sending drones of their own. The Echo swings round. They're right close on the door. Pops and pulls back. The yellow school bus is now dangerous again. Alems, he had the call that he needs to watch for this rotation, and now they're playing their life. Catches the Echo drone, is concerned about a run out on the far end at the same time. They're trying to offer some support, but Shaiko's inside the site. He's going around the back end, gets an easy freebie, and he looks for the second on the stairs. There's almost 3, but Suzuki is able to catch at least 1. Suddenly, though, Alems with a lot of damage, gets 1 on the back, puts them into a 4 versus 2. Anaton has a minute to see if he can try and hold off on one side, caught out on a drone. Suzuki still on the back end of Showers. They're trying to offer something to holster their way back through, but BDS aren't throwing themselves at this and suffering the consequences. No, no, no. They have experience, they have the man advantage, they still have drones and intel utility, and they're going to make sure that they can punish Cyclops on the opposite end of it. The swing round, the catch on most of Anaton. There's a little bit more, but he's slinks to survive. Suzuki with a C4 catches EFAC as well. They're still trying to find the fight. Anaton takes even more damage from the long-range distance. 30 seconds have gone, and there is 1 more for Anaton. Renshiro caught out and sat down inside the seating area. Suzuki still tucked on the shield, even with the back of Shaiko breaking and ballasting his way into the site itself. They're popped with a shotgun, ready to rock and roll. 15 seconds. They're hopped round close. Suzuki, do you know how close they are? He's about to be revealed in the grander scheme of things. There's the ping. There's Bride with the pre-fire. It is just Anaton left. Looking for the first fight, looking for the cover. They know where the player is. They're pre-firing. Anaton gets the round!
What a clutch to come through, and that is going to be map and match point for Cyclops. That really came down to the wire. He finally found that headshot just moments away from that diffuser going down on the ground. And not enough time for BDS to instantly reply. They thought the showers was clear after they killed the first. But there was a second. CYCLOPS, 1 round away from picking up 3 points against BDS, leaving them with only 1. It seems like the bedrooms is where they want to do it. The top floor is where they want to lock it off. Now they've lost it once before against BDS, but it is doable. Just need to hold on a little bit tighter.
Edgiest seat siege here in BDS. I mean, they have 1 round to see if they can try and pull this into overtime. I don't know if it's our first overtime of the day, but it's definitely a game that you wanted the full test of. Even with CYCO getting into the core of the site, getting a 2K, Lem's getting 1 at the same time. The 2 versus 4 clutch by CYCLOPS.
Yeah, mostly Anaton as well, just
doing the business.
1 HP doesn't care at all. Just takes the
ran
fight.
past the soft and got shot through it like 4 times.
Oh, that's a bit too high, I think. Oh no, that wasn't okay. It was meant to happen. I was just gonna say, if we wanted to win now, it's a bit too high. But it's not attempting to go for that this time. Instantly wants to put a pressure onto the kids' room.
Oh, look at this, yeah, quick pressure round. They're trying to isolate the player inside Trophy and cut them off. The Wamai disc buys Zygator a second, but doesn't keep his shield safe. The drones. Oh, you're just going to impact that, fair enough. He knows it's a bit of utility that BDS have been very good with, and CYCO, he is determined to get into the site as quickly as possible, and that little drone is saying, whenever you're ready, mate, I'm ready to try and swing around with the cover here too. Look at that. Straight into the fray, straight into the fight. Just sees the tail end of a player, and he knows he wants to double dip and swing his way back round into that engagement, but is concerned about the catch over the top of Pit.
Yeah, the Nitro was pulled earlier on. It's not going to be catching anybody, at least though. Stalled out some time for CYCO to go back, not to continue pushing on as he did before. His impacts are being prepared. I think they want to go and grab the exothermic if it was going to be put up. So I have a player down below as well. Brede looking to find an opening to actually go for this opening. There it is. Attempt it now. But as I mentioned, the Orc's still down below. Could just open up some verticality here.
Alems is watching. As I said before, the drone game has been very good, and they might get him if he goes a bit loose, but otherwise, with all the softs and all the attention, they're watching out the door, and Shiro. Ayagator does get CYCO back, and Brede's trying to find a fight close. They pushed into the little walk-in closet. Where can you go from here? Not really very far. The flash comes, the Echo drone, they're pulling themselves back in for the support. Alems wanted to make a little bit of a surprise entrance, but caught on the camera and having to punch his way through. They don't really get the big bang at the end of it. The pop of the Echo drone, Blackray taking a huge shoulder of damage. Ayagator does get himself out of walk-in closet and tucked round, but he's still itching for the fight and gets it. Red Shiro gets caught out on the back end. They're flashed again, but Suzu C wins the one across the bow of Trophy. The top of Armory Stairs falls a 4 versus 2. We saw the reverse of this the last time round. Now we might see if BDS can push it their own way. They're dead in, looking for the locked-in heat. Damage to the Mozzie. Suzu C suffers and gets dropped by Brede. Likefak finds one of his own. Brings us back to the 2 versus 2 control around Pit. The last is at the back of the site. Anaton, the man of the moment of the previous round, might find himself having to do the same with Suzu C suffering the damage. Whether they have the drones or not at this point, it's all just down to what is in front of you with the guns. Brede has the lock. Likefak might have the key. They're looking to see if they can root their way through, and CYCLOPS aren't giving them anything but here. The cover, the drop, Suzu C with the wide swing, Brede with a deep dive into the site, looks for the first fight, can't find it, cannot find the second, and we see CYCLOPS felling the French Giants and suddenly positioning themselves in a very good place in this group.
Look how much it means to them. They just explode into happiness there. They want to beat the major champion. They did beat the reigning major champion. And now they are looking to find themselves a way out of this group. It's only day one, it's still early days, but they got those 3 points that they might have not have gotten otherwise. All I can say to CYCLOPS is very well done, because that pickup you've made on our cooling, sublime.
I mean, it was a rookie day for Arculi. It was also the first SI played by Likefak, and a tough one here for BDS to take at the end of it. They're a team that will grow into a tournament, they often do. And obviously there's still so much Siege to be played ahead of us, but a statement has been made here by CYCLOPS, the APAC team. They knew that they were going to be CYCLOPS fighting, and they made sure that BDS were aware of it as well, almost all the way to the brink, almost to an OT there at the end, but they can hold themselves high that they have taken one of the toughest teams from this tournament, and BDS, they're going to have to take themselves back to a little bit of a drawing board and reapproach it, because hey, regardless of how things go, if you find yourselves in a final against CYCLOPS, you still got to learn some lessons.
Well, they still have the opportunity to learn those lessons. And BDS, of course, they know themselves as well that there is plenty to improve on. And it's by no means the end of the group yet. This was considered potentially one of the toughest games they would receive in their group. Now, they didn't come out victorious, but they did manage to pick up a point, and you never know if that point in the end might be the difference between a first or a second, or maybe even a fourth or a fifth place.
Well, what can you say after a day of SI? But SI is magical. You never really know who is going to beat who, and it's always that sort of swing round of the engagements that we get between these teams across the board and how things shape up. There's always got to be an upset, and CYCLOPS are often a team that delivers that upset.
I'm just happy Demo isn't going flawless on his predictions so far, because he has been talking about them. But without further ado, before any of this game is being broken down any further, we are headed to a quick break, but make sure to stay around.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
I rarely like to give Demo credit for anything, but he did say BDS would be a little bit nervous, and when you're on top, you got all of it to lose. And this just happened. You predicted this.
Oh, no.
You did this. This is your fault.
No.
Okay, explain.
It's shocking performance today. It is shocking performance from BDS. I'm not impressed. It's not the team that I expect to say. I think if any team was going to give them a blip, it would be CAG. But did I think that was going to happen? No, I did not. And I don't know where to begin with BDS today. That's who I know. As much as credit is for CAG, you always have to look at the bigger team. You always have to. That's the team that always is going to get the criticism if they don't play the expectations. And yeah, we're going to be very heavy in BDS today, Ollie.
I think he was trolling a little bit, and it actually happened, Ollie. Like, most people thought this would be a 2-mapper for BDS. I'm in shock. I truly am. Ollie, how are you processing this? What emotions are you feeling? Because he has no words, I have no words right now.
I think there's a lot of people out there that are going to be maybe a little bit disappointed in BDS. I think there's a lot of people that are going to be losing channel points potentially over this one. BDS were pitted as the favourites. There was no two ways about it. We knew what we were going to get with BDS. November major winners coming in what we assume to be good form. And then the stumbling block, the rock in the road has been CAG. That unpredictability that we talked about, they've obviously made the change in bringing Arcully in. You still know what you're going to get with CAG, and it's something that I wrote in my notes as a weakness for CAG, is that they are, whilst they are unpredictable in their play style and how sort of explosive they can be, there are some trends that you can follow. Shields, you know that they're going to try and play a couple of pocket plays, and there's things that you can do to sort of mitigate that, and we saw BDS giving it a go, but it wasn't enough, and I'm really surprised, especially with that last map being Oregon. Personally, I think BDS just lost a lot of steam there.
Let's bring up the last map summary here. Honestly, Demo just kept on turning to you, and I was like, 3-3, 3-4, and just kept on happening. Like, I'm honestly still in shock. I know I keep on saying that, but what fell apart for BDS? Explain that last map for me.
I mean, I think BDS, it's a real big red flag for me right off the get-go.
Red flag?
They're turning.
By the way, that's my nickname here.
They're turning back into the BDS of old, which is all it is, one-man team. The only person doing something for me today was CYCLOPS. That was it. Everyone else was really scared. I don't see the same tenacity that we get to see from EFAC, where he's straight in if he sees an opportunity, he's right in the midst of it. It's the old BDS that we've seen 6 months ago, and we don't want to see that again. They were very stuck in their ways. If something didn't work, they were rigid. They were flat on their feet. No movement, no shuffle. I think CAG, I think they were able to see that weakness. I think one swing here or there, just they stuck it to BDS, I think, in the way that they should have, which is just attack, attack, attack. Don't give them any room to breathe. Don't give them any room to set up the attacks. I mean, I will say, I think BDS, they were ready for the majority of the attacking rounds, I think, coming out from CAG, but the attacks for BDS, they were just... They weren't there. They were not there today. Obviously, you can look back at Skyscraper. Good performance. I thought, yeah, BDS should walk this group. I'm really worried about BDS. I know people can say it's the first day. BDS, get that first win is crucial, especially whenever you think about this team. This is a team who wants to challenge for the hammer, to do a back-to-back championship. It's not good enough for where they want to be right now. And I would start to think, you know, we still have to go through the NA teams as well. We still have to go through a Brazilian side. APAC is the teams that you should be beating, but they're not.
Ollie, I want to get your perspective here. We are rolling highlights right now. Maybe we can reflect back on map 2 and map 1 a little bit as well. But what happened to BDS? Do you think that this was nerves, or were they not able to adapt to the chaotic play style of CAG? Talk to me here.
I think the BDS played a great Skyscraper, and we were expecting that from them. We were expecting a really good, solid Skyscraper. 3 rounds on the attack, everything was looking rosy, clean sweep on the defense. It was border where things really started to fall apart, Jackie. That was one of their bigger problems. The map bans were a little bit strange on border. We sort of lent quite heavily into a very attacker-sided border, given that border can be quite attacker-sided anyway. You throw a warden ban into the mix there, and that plays quite nicely into some of the things that CAG want to bring. It isn't something that they exploited too much. They only picked up 3 rounds, but it was an equal 3-3 split on that first attack on border for CAG. The biggest problem with border attacks was BDS. They weren't able to win.
They didn't play the way border is. Border is not a slow-paced map. It's not a map where you sit there and go piece by piece, build it up. It doesn't work. It is fast, it is chaotic, you need to get in there. If there's a warden ban, why are you not playing your Inks? Why are you not playing your Glass? The same way that KAG were. BDS should not play the meta that you need to. If you're picking border, you have to play it fast. It's such a unique map. It is the chaos map off the pool. And if you don't play it like that, you will lose. And BDS today, they learned that the hard way. I think we were sitting at the back and we were kind of like, okay, Oregon, they should win this. Still, the fact that BDS dropped the map was still really bad because they should be coming in here, picking up the 4 points. Away they go, on to tomorrow. But the fact that KAG even got the point, we were sitting there saying, that's actually quite a decent result for KAG in the long scheme of things because other teams will probably get 2-0'd by BDS. That's where they can make up the points. But they've walked away with 3 points today that you would never expect to happen. And as we know, of course, yes, it's still the blip for BDS. You would still expect the BDS will get a couple of wins in this group. But for KAG today, this is where the momentum for this team's going to take off. As much as what we talk about BDS haven't played well today, KAG, all credit to them.
Yeah, here's your notes. BDS border map 2 equals bad. Those were your words. That's in your notes.
I didn't
I mean,
say
I
it
thought
like
I was
that.
just
I'm
summarizing.
making it easy for you. I make it easy for you.
Okay, moving on. Ollie, I feel like we're kind of harping on BDS really hard right now. Let's talk about KAG a little bit more. I mean, we were seeing a lot of good things from them, and they definitely had the energy and the spirit. They played with nothing to lose.
They did, and it was really refreshing because we didn't know what to expect with Arcully coming in. And he had a few big moments as well. It was nice to see. It wasn't just, sort of the old guard that were really carrying a lot of that heavy lifting and doing a lot of that hard work. They were really able to shut BDS down in quite a few occasions, and that's one of the things that you've got to do. CYCLOPS is always going to go out there and get a ton of kills. It really is about the team around him, and that's one of the things that we've really credited with this new BDS is that the team are playing well, not just the one-man band. But KAG did a really good job of neutralizing the team. Let CYCLOPS get a few kills. It isn't going to matter in the grand scheme of things because they're still going to come away with the win. And that's what they were able to do today. There's still that level of teamwork on KAG. They've only changed one player, so you've not lost all of the synergy. You've lost a little bit, but you haven't lost everything. And they've still got that ability to play off the back of each other in a very quick and fast way. Look,
we've watched a lot of KAG. We've been able to cast a lot of KAG. And one thing I think that stood out for me and you today was they weren't throwing their leads.
No.
There was no clutches happening for BDS today, which is unlike them.
Yeah.
We expect to see the big clutches happening, but KAG just steadied the ship and didn't give anything.
Truly, truly. Honestly, I'm still in shock here, but we still have so much more ahead of us. We're going to be talking DarkZero versus Heroic in just a few minutes here, so don't go anywhere. Just a quick break. BDS lost. What happened? BDS loses to CYCLOPS. Still trying to process that, to be honest. But it is time for some Group D action. I'm super excited about the matchup that we have ahead. DarkZero versus Heroic. I'm Jackie Jing, in case you didn't figure that out. And I have figured out when we're live. There's a little red button on top of the camera. Demo, did you know that?
Good to see all those years of esports has really helped.
Yeah, just figured that out. But I'm with Demo, who I adore, Ollie, one of my besties in the Siege scene. So happy to be with both of you. But how are we feeling about this matchup? I mean, we've already seen such a great day of Siege, so some enthusiasm, Demo, come on.
I know that Demo isn't looking forward to this one as much as maybe some people out there. I'm quite looking forward to it, I'll be honest with you.
Thank you.
We've got DarkZero versus Heroic, and I mean, realistically, what are we to expect here? We've got DarkZero. We can talk about those guys all day. We've got Heroic, the trials and tribulations that this team has been through just to get here. There's a lot going on with this one.
Yeah, there is so much to talk about here. But before we get into it, let's start with DarkZero. Take a look. Canadian looking fierce, got the headband on, the long hair. Feeling it. I'm feeling that energy. They're ready to go. Right, Demo?
I hope so. This is SI.
Yes, I hope they are as well.
But yeah, big day for DZ.
Yes.
You know, I think a lot of ups and downs for them during this year. Obviously, big high at the beginning, being able to win the first major, and then nothing really else after that. And it's a bit of a worry, I think, for me. I think for many people as well. You know, there was some great momentum going for DZ, but they never were able to carry it. Like, to be fair, I mean, even just what we've seen from BDS, it's once you're at the top, it's difficult to stay there. And obviously, I think Troy, he's been at the top multiple times in this game, and he has to go again now. He has to show that, you know, this is where he can maintain it for the year, and obviously go for the third hammer, because that's something that obviously Troy can go for.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. This team has a ton of experience, some veterans, Canadian, Skies, Ollie, so I mean, that's going to help out tremendously.
It really is. They've got that nice balance now. They've got the balance that we sometimes look for in a team where they've got the rookies and they've got those veterans to sort of guide them through the way. A little bit of a role switch up going on DZ now as well. Still got BDS on the mind, but a little bit of a role change going on DZ. Sky's actually moving to more of an IGL role. Canadian taking a little bit more of a backseat in that, and maybe just, you know, doing a little bit of mid-round calling or a bit of shot calling as and when. Try and keep him quiet. I don't know how that's going to go down.
Sky's has fulfilled his role of Ash to Thermite.
He's gone full circle. He's gone full circle. I think a lot of players do in the end if they stick around long enough. But that's roughly what you're going to be expecting there. And then obviously we've talked about a couple of the rookies coming in. We've obviously got Gav coming in from the Challenger League, a really sort of decorated Challenger League player as well, by all accounts. He's
best player in there.
Cracking ratings in NACL, but this is now the big stage.
Yeah, and definitely want to talk about Gav a little bit more. But first, let's see how DarkZero is feeling coming into SI. Take a listen, folks.
My name's Troy. I go by Canadian in-game, and I'm the captain and in-game leader of DarkZero. So we're in Group D. We have FaZe, M80, Heroic, and Secret. I think it's probably one of the tougher groups alongside Group A. We're excited to play some good teams. I come into every event, you know, not like a placement expectation or anything like that. I guess as time goes on, I like to see it as I would like our placement to improve. The team I'm looking forward to playing the most, and I'll go with a team from our group, is probably FaZe, just because we got eliminated by them last SI and would like another go at it. Quick message to all the other teams at the event. Let's go out there, let's have some fun, let's play some good Siege, and let's put on a show.
Canadian. That was such a great interview. The end there. He's just so positive and just Canadian.
He surprised me, Troy. He surprised me, because I was one who was able to actually get the interviews with him. And what my version of Troy, and I think what most people is, it's like this crazy woo guy, you know, who's always there, who's ready to go. But he comes in and it's just very chilled out, you know, and it's like, I kind of asked him, what do you want to do? He's like, no, I don't really want to.
He is a different person.
I'm telling you, you would not imagine. And he's sitting there telling me about, you know, he's very quiet actually whenever he's playing Siege. He's not like this big loud vocal guy that you think. So yeah, I mean, Troy caught me by surprise.
Think of all the outlandish clips and everything where he's like so hyped up. But then
Gio with a UMP who can, you know, stuff like that.
He's a sweetie deep down. But you were talking about Gaveni a little bit, and I would like to pick your brain a little bit more about him being a new addition and how you think he will meld with this team. They're kind of a mystery right now. now. Am I wrong?
I think so, yeah. It's obviously the first time they're going to be playing with Gav. He's not obviously played inside of stage 3. I think he only turned 18 a handful of months ago.
T1 debut at the end of the day, yeah.
So it's a big T1 debut for you. You know, just your first SI is a big thing anyway, and then to only just have turned 18 is even more. You know, we talk about pressure, experience. That's something that someone like Troy's got in spades. He's been to God knows how many SIs, and then you get someone in who's a rookie, and he can be guided by the older players. He can be steered in the right direction at the right moment, and I think it's probably what DZ need. It's something we see quite often in other regions.
Doing, though. If NJR came in,
you've got to bring in those rookies. You know, they brought in Pambazoo a couple of seasons ago. So you really sort of look at it and you think it can only be a good thing from this point out. You know, you've been successful, but after the success, you haven't seen any more. You've got to make another change.
Yeah. Let's talk about having Skies and Canadian as mentors. I mean, that's a pretty
you won't
deal
find
there.
any well decorated as well.
Truly. Okay, well, we've talked a lot about DarkZero, but let's take a look at their opponent. Heroic. Roll it. Okay, loving these team videos, the intensity here. But let's talk about Heroic for sure. Ollie, some chaos, last minute changes going on here with this squad. This team, some could say that they're cracking coming here to Montreal, but how do you feel about them coming to SI?
I mean, we can't seem to get away from this team demo. This team seems to be at every single thing that we work on, whether it's UKIN or NPL, as it is now known, the local national league for Nordics and the UK.
They can't even win that.
Didn't win that. EU, we've cast them in EU. Jokes aside, we do like a bit of Heroic. We've seen them play at many different levels now as well, which is also a little bit of a benefit when you start to think about a team coming into a competition like this and how they're going to approach it. But they haven't had the easiest ride demo. They've not had the easiest journey here. Obviously, Oscar was meant to be in on the roster. Last minute subbed out for Sloth, who was put as a benched player but was still on the active and available roster. So they're not going to be here at their full force. You know, you can't really make that assumption. Sloth's been off the team for a good amount of time now, and him coming back in, is it going to be a bit refreshing? Is it going to be hard to work with? We need to see these things.
Yeah, it hasn't been what Heroic wanted. Obviously, Heroic made the classic 2 changes they always seem to go for after every split. It didn't get the man that they wanted because of issues that they had, but they have to work with it. Like you mentioned before, they could only really get Sloth between Sloth, or they could have went with Murat, and I personally would have went for Murat.
Anyone unfamiliar with Murat is Mr. Officer, obviously. Demo's on first names basis.
We all know who Murat is.
He's on a first name basis.
Don't be silly. But, you know, it's maybe not what they expected. You know, maybe it's something that, you know, it wasn't what you envisioned, you know, your future would be like. What I've kind of went through, I suppose, with this.
What are you talking about?
At the end of it, it actually might work out pretty well.
Okay, yes, a lot of their minds, we can say the least there. But let's go into their minds and take a look at this interview. Roll the tape.
My name is Uno, I play for Heroic, and I'm a support IGL. Our group D, we have DarkZero, FaZe, Secret, and M80. I think we have a good group. I'm looking forward to play all of them. The year being for Heroic was good at the start. We started really strong, then had a little bit bumpy ride on stage 2, made some roster changes into stage 3, and now looking forward to see what we can do. The preparation for this SI was really good. Everything was going well. Then unfortunately, one of our players couldn't come. We had to get a sub slot to come in, but I'm still confident that we can do what we've been preparing for. I think we are actually more dangerous than people think, so I have good expectations for us. The team I'm looking forward to play against the most is obviously DarkZero. They beat us in Charlotte Major, so I wanna have a revenge. For all the teams, I don't wish you any luck.
Okay, gentlemen, that was a very nice interview, but we need to talk about the elephant in the room. Go to them.
Why is she pointing at me?
Why are we
I'll point to Ollie.
Am I an elephant now? Is that what it is?
No, you're not the elephant in the room, but
Maybe it's because I never forget.
something needs to be referenced.
Maybe it's because I never forget. Uno there in the interview said that he is looking forward the most to playing against DarkZero.
Yeah.
Now, cast your mind back to that last time that those two teams played against each other. Heroic had something up their sleeve, in their arsenal, however you want to say, that they don't have this time. They had Benja, and of course they have since lost Benja to G2, and we all know how much of a big impact player Benja can be. I think that puts even more pressure today on the players that have filled his space.
It just feels as though now, like, you've lost that superhero. Benja was the guy who dragged this team from the mud for the past year. Nobody can doubt that. You know, Benja, the stats he put up was incredible. Now I think the shoes to fill, Jim, I think it has to be Jim. Jim's the next player that you look at who is in that same category of Benja, just a track player, isn't he? And yeah, a lot of pressure on Heroic, and well, I think the maps is probably a good place to start to see how much they're actually cracking under pressure, I guess.
That border pick. It's a bold pick.
It worries me because
it's a very bold pick.
But then again, I think you look at the team that Heroic have, right? It's not going to be the flashy strats where you're seeing, you know, this well dialed in coordinated team. It is going to have to be budget. You know, it's going to be your basic B-Tech street stuff that they're running with. Border, you have to remember, Border's a simple map to play. If you can get a couple of good pocket rushes and you've ran over them a few times, you can cheese some rounds in. And I think really for Heroic, again, you're looking just to catch DZ by surprise.
Okay, really quick predictions. You got one word. Go. Ollie, who's winning?
Say the viewers.
Well, if I've only got one word, I can only say Heroic because DarkZero's 2 words.
You know what I meant. How dare you? How dare he? Okay, you get 1 or 2 words.
Oh no, I don't do predictions on this desk.
Excuse me?
No, I think it's going to go.
I don't.
Really?
I think it's going to go to 3 maps.
Okay.
I'll give you that. I think it's 3 maps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ollie, giving me a prediction.
I'll know after the first round.
You're in trouble.
I'll know after the
Wait
first
till we
round.
go to break.
I will
You're
know
in
after the
trouble.
first.
I'm going to send it over to Intero and Pengu. Come here, demo, and show you. How dare you do that to me? Just kidding. Love you.
I was like, what am I hearing?
What wonderful words to sign off their surely not acrimonious desk segment that they had.
It was a bit of back and forth there between everybody, really.
You know what it was? It was scarce love.
Nice. Good one. Insider joke from earlier. Love it.
Just in case you didn't catch it. This is a Group D matchup happening in front of our eyes. DZ won a major last year. Heroic went into that major, if you recall, as one of the presumptive favorites.
But travel issues completely demolished the roster of Heroic mentally before the tournament started.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A harrowing journey to get to Charlotte. And then they just didn't perform up to snuff. They made their way into the qualifiers, and now they're here, and they're ready to take on one of the best of North America. We didn't do an NA finals like EU did, so we don't actually have a proper lay of the land as to which team was the best to come out of North America. But when we did have the NA finals, what was Sonics and DarkZero in the finals?
Yep.
So, I mean, I suppose if you go all the way back a year ago, you could turn around and say, well, DarkZero has some credibility when it comes to being the best in NA.
I mean, certainly. I mean, if you win the shot at Major, it's also an international experience as well. And, you know, we have established, members of the squad. Troy, of course, leading charge. Eclipse now being gone from this roster. So there's more and more new blood kind of brewing in DarkZero. And it's really up to Troy in other ways to kind of figure out how they fit in with the pieces. And I teach them the game, essentially, at this level of play, especially the LAN event where Gav, well, it's his first ever Tier 1 game, period, basically. Big shoes to fill, really.
Yeah, this is going to be a hellish group as well. It's not just DarkZero and Heroic. FaZe Clan is also active in this group. M80, if those of you have been following along, you probably know who M80 are. But if you have not been, that's the old XSET roster. XSET as an org actually stepped out of a lot of esports. I don't know if there's a greater shift as to what the brand is looking at doing or the org is looking at doing with their brand, but M80, which if I remember correctly was started by one of the co-founders / I believe it was the COO of XSET, starting his own organization called M80, picked up that roster. And Team Secret is in here as well. No APAC representation whatsoever. 1 LATAM, 2 EU, 2 North America, and DZ. Well, they're ready to go to war. Now, as somebody who's contractually obligated to talk about DZ.
Yeah.
Are they aware that they are playing a video game and are not actually being shipped off to war?
I think they're going for the full immersive experience because it's got to be a mindset thing, right? It's like, we're going to put on our war paint and mentally get in the server. Because Troy's been doing this for a while with the headband and the makeup, but today everyone, even Mint, the coach behind him, has joined him in this. It's very nice.
A nice show of solidarity.
Yeah.
Now, Heroic don't have their full roster here as well.
No.
That's something that was discussed and should be discussed with Sloth coming into play on the team. I do wonder that when there are travel issues, whether it be in Charlotte or here, whether they're, ESTA or ETA or whatever I think it's officially called, or there's visa issues, what is the mindset of a team? That's the curious thing. Poll results quite definitive, by the way, as we speculate about what Heroic are thinking about. Border being a map numero uno.
Not the player, but the number, yeah.
75% of you, by the way, thought that DarkZero would prevail over Heroic. Who's first ban? DarkZero starting on defense. They ban Osa.
Oh, okay.
Osa on Border.
So Osa, of course, is an operator that can be brought on Border and most, if not all, bombs at attacks, but it's not an operator that we see getting banned that frequently across most maps, besides Bank, perhaps, in this case. Ying, however, completely different story. Almost banned across, pretty much across all maps, against and to most teams, because most people can run her these days. Whereas if you go back 2 years in the past, it was only very few teams that actually were bringing this operator consistently. And Solace! I did say this earlier in our first cast that as this tournament will progress, we will see more and more Solace ban. Like, I'm sure of it, because of just how strong the operator can be. And Asami is that other operator in that same conversation in defense, where they can really define these rounds. They're both gone.
If you've watched all of the matches today on not just our stream, but also our companion stream over on B, not quite so much of a companion stream, I suppose more of a sister stream, there have been quite a wide amount of diversity in these operator bans. A lot of them have been target bans towards their opponents. You and I saw that in our Wolves M&M matchup earlier on. You also might be a bit confused by Heroic's logo. They did announce a rebrand just a couple days/weeks ago.
Yeah.
So their old logo is present in the game. You will see it on weapon skins. You will see it in that operator calling card. That's not what they go by anymore. It's I suppose, a simplified version of Heroic. But the one thing that does remain is that the mask/main portion of the logo still looks like an H.
Yeah, it's still recognizable for what it was before, which I think is probably the best way to go about these kind of rebrands, because it can be hard to keep track of what org you're actually looking at sometimes. So I will say kudos. I've seen significantly worse changes in the last couple of years in esports.
Obviously not looking to drag any esports orgs.
Of course not.
Or what we would say.
It's a personal opinion, right?
You know who did have a really good rebrand was G2, actually.
Oh, you mean gamers too?
Well, I mean, they had the samurai logo and then they simplified it.
No, they did.
And I think that the simplification of it was quite nice. All right, well, let's get underway with our very first round here. That is not Uno, that is Troy Canadian.
That is true. Good information game though. Of course, if you can get these deep drones in the prep phase into the bomb set itself, you have a massive piece of information to leverage against your opponent, because you don't need to go through the door in towards your opponent. You'll just have it right behind them, and it's difficult to be found out, especially with Solus being banned off the board. You don't have that luxury of finding information that is already snuck past you. It's going to be an extended defense from DarkZero, holding onto CCTV. And you got to hold on to this for your dear life, because once you're in this forward aggressive position, you're not going to get out.
Oh, are we about to see a run out from Pambazoo? Yes, we do. It does not go anywhere, though, unfortunately for our dear friend Pamba. Wall blown open, and Canadian gets the very first pick onto Sloth. Sloth standing in on this team as there were some travel issues / I suppose visa issues, if you want to call them that, for Heroic.
Pamba is still holding on, and honestly, Heroic rather, are just tossing grenades from below, not really applying any real pressure with manpower. It's all kind of phantom pressure onto Pamba. He can hold on for now. Doesn't have to move yet because the grenades have been spent. We can stand still in this corner.
Wasting a lot of time. Noodle now in position to engage, but unable to hit shots. Pamba losing out on some HP. Noodle ending up getting the kill either way, and looked for more, but Canadian gets his second. Excellently done. NJR from far away, the pitter-patter of Frost's gun will be the undoing of Heroic, leaving both Grizzly and Uno left to contend. They know there's a Frost on the board, so you have to be very wary of those Frost mats. Not every team today has had that same success.
Nope. No, tend to get stuck sometimes in those mats. You jump through a window. Now Uno and Grizzly gotta make a huge play. Gotta find openings, 1v1s, isolated members of DC. But as we know, DC, one of the most coordinated and disciplined teams in all of North America. They don't typically throw away these 4v2s.
30 seconds left. Grizzly watching Metal. Firing away from inside a break room, cannot connect. Now it's over to Uno. He's in the middle of the bomb site, but they seem to have spotted him from small office. Doesn't matter, he outduels Skies. Imminently winnable right now for Heroic as Uno gets the diffuser down. Canadian getting softened up in the process, but there goes Grizzly. Canadian will look for kill number 4 to set the tone, but it's NJR to pick up his second. I think it was the right call ultimately for Heroic to get the diffuser down, but they lost Grizzly right as Uno hopped off the plant. And it allowed the remaining 3 players of DarkZero to sweep through the bomb site. Cleanup.
It's actually a pretty good read by Uno in particular, who got the kill onto the Beavers member of DC, then recognized that there is actually this tiny portion of the bombs where I can successfully plan without crossing deep and get past that archives angle. And he did get down the diffuser, which statistically, great. And if, you know, both members had survived from Heroic, they could have played out that post-plan 2 versus 3 and arguably been in a pretty stable position. But just as the diffuser went down, both members fell, and of course that means DarkZero can diffuse for free, and therefore so also get the round.
I mean, really the big issue was the entry from Heroic. It took way too long. You focused on Pambazoo and the way that he was playing inside of security, wasting so much time, killing drones. I mean, when you leave a Solus on the board, that's exactly the way that we see teams use her now, but I guess you don't need that. DZ just looked a little bit sharpened, and again, I don't want to call out Sloth, because Sloth is obviously a pro-level caliber player. He's been here before. But to just come right in and try to fit into this roster, that's tough. And we've never really seen teams succeed even close to the same level when they've had to make an immediate last-second roster change.
I mean, it makes sense. It's I think the most successful kind of stand-in performances that we've seen across, you know, the entire history of Siege is when you just get in a player and you just let him be your +1, right? You don't try to fit him into what you had originally planned. You just say, you have to play this particular role or operator, or maybe just give them as much freedom as possible, let them pop off and do their thing, and then you 4 members can play orchestrated, right? Empire, back in their prime, they had that same style where they played a 4-man strat plus joystick. And joystick could just do whatever he wants to do in defense. And it worked so well for them back then. Of course, meta games, the way you play the strats every single round, they change with time. And it's not really not a known strong way to play the game right now, at least. So I do imagine Heroic have tried to implement Sloth into their original strats and tried to play together the team as they've been practicing for this event.
Sloth opening things up, but DZ not quite holding the top floor the same way that some teams like to. Heroic actually have decent map control at this exact moment. Not really being contested.
I mean, they have good map control, but yeah, I mean, considering the fact that no one's challenging them whatsoever up above, it's not really the greatest of paces here. Doom does find Skies, it's kite off the board. Those Nature Claws hopefully were all put down before he fell to the ground. And there is going to be this destruction from below, right? Canadian and Gav, both with a C4 each in hand, both have just been spent with 0 success rate. That's going to be DarkZero's biggest kind of thorn that they wanted to hit in the side of Heroic. That's been spent. Now they've lost all of top floor control, and the horizontal level itself is slowly fading away as well.
DZ have lost Skies, and now Canadian is gone, or at least in a position where he will need to be recovered. So Toxic Gas will continue to go out. Whether Canadian will be able to get picked back up is anybody's guess. Oh, that one is a bit ugly, but it still works. Gaveni decides to push into Sloth. Nothing can be found of it. These are relatively easy kills from Heroic. Canadian still bleeding out, leaving just Panbazoo and NJR to go up against Heroic in much greater numbers, doubling up on them at this point. Now it's NJR softened up by some gunfire. Canadian will not be retrieved. At this point, he's effectively a human drone. Panbazoo has so much work to be done. He catches one through the opening, and two, he actually drops them both. A third could be there, and a fourth, no, it's not to be found. NJR is the last man standing, and he needs to choose correctly, but he gets jumped on by Grizzly. Oh, that came so close to Heroic getting caught off guard by the rat plays of DarkZero. But ultimately, Heroic come out on top, and a big part of that were the early kills. Skies and Canadian not being available for the action, that set up Heroic in much better shape.
I mean, Pamba almost just clutched around outright with a 4K within 2 seconds, and if NJR had just a little bit more HP left on his bar, he might have had that, because both members of Heroic were less than 30% HP, and with SMG in hand, that is such a winnable position for you to be in, and time running oh so low as well in your favor. And I mean, Heroic had a really nice way to approach that round, right? You take a buff, avoid the C4s, both of those succeed. You even get the opening kill to make matters even worse. And once the C4s are gone, the threat from below, it fades with it. Then you start sledging the floor into workshop and servers, as you also take it horizontally below inside of ventilation, and you can clear it one layer at a time until eventually you're knocking down the walls to the bomb side. And the only thing you really gotta do right now on the attacking side of Border is kind of win a couple of gunfights and get the ball rolling. Demo touched upon this in the desk segment before the game started. Border is a relatively straightforward and simple map. Sure, there are strategical points to it like any other map, but it's almost like the new Coastline in a sense, where gun skill and raw mechanical skill can get you extremely far on this map, unlike others, or at least in comparison to others. And we see Heroic, they're keeping up the pace, trying to get aggressive, looking for these openings. It seemed like they thought someone was hiding down in Stockroom, but how they were interclearing that room. Now they've gotten this small piece of the map. The question now is, are you going to go horizontally or vertically? That's always the question about Border.
June playing inside of jail. Two of them now inside of jail as EE1D goes out, and we see the pulsating drone from above. But is it enough to slow down these roaming DZ players? Panbazoo in a very familiar position from round number 1, playing inside of security. These Valcams from Canadian. He played a Intel operator in the previous round on that Pulse. Now he'll do it on Valkyrie. If there's anybody you want making these calls for your team, it's certainly him. And a bit of a joint effort from Heroic to try to flush out. Oh, and that's a free kill on Uno. He manages to evade the gunfire and start things off quite well for DZ.
I'm not gonna lie, they had the yellow ping on the member of DC inside of security, and Slav tries to go the floor bang instead of just going for the nade, or maybe it's a different member at least. You could have just, you know, waited 2 seconds, get the grenade, maybe get a kill and injure, but instead with that floor bang, it gives away the fact that you know where they are, and they get away scot-free. Bit of value lost. And now they lose Uno as well in that rappel. That's gonna suck, especially as the only heartbeat on the board.
Heroic just trying to test for reflexes now. A nice shot from Joom on the Canadian. The Valk decides to go for it. How does Joom do this? Right now in the middle of the bomb site, by the way. Kaveni is down. Sloth finds yet another kill for Heroic. Skies and Panbazoo the last two left. On the previous round, Heroic were quick to get into the bomb site. They've done it yet again. A minute to go on Pamba's return. It's greeted quite unceremoniously. Skies from above with one, but they know he needs to drop. Tough proposition. Dancing around the nades from below. 3 players from Heroic to be found. Diffuser in the hands of Noodle. Good time as ever for it to get planted. And a single shot from the Bailiff is enough to scare Heroic off of the Diffuser, but they've got ample time. 30 seconds left, and Noodle will give it another go. Skies knows it again. The cams are there. One body from Heroic dispatched upstairs. Gets Skies' attention long enough for the Diffuser to go down, but both Noodle and Joom are long gone. One guarding the single shot. Skies knows it. He's been so miraculous before in clutches. And he sees the legs of Joom just get out of there. Shots from Joom will go ring on in. Noodle as well. Both using the same gun. Onto the Diffuser Skies goes. Plenty of time. Bait them out. How good are your ears? He's halfway, but Noodle's there to seal the deal. Valiant effort from Skies, but again, same as the round before it. Heroic get Some early pressure, sees the bomb site, and DZ are unable to recover.
Heroic also playing that 1 versus 3 to probably one of the highest levels you possibly can. They were trying originally just plant somewhere where there was no vertical holes already above the plant spot. And when it didn't work out the first and second time, they recognized, okay, there is active information spotting us with yellow pings that we cannot find. We need to send one member up above to play distraction game. And that's what they did, right? They stalked the plant, and either Skies above will try and go for the planter and get that kill, then Sledge walking through Beavers will kill him. Hero wins the round. Then the other scenario which will happen is that Sledge is walking above to try and distract Sky so we cannot contest the vertical holes, and sure, Sledge will die for free basically, but the plant goes down, enabling Heroic into that 1 versus 2 post plant, which you should never lose under any circumstance if you can play that the way Heroic did. 2 members on 2 very opposite sides of the map, and the second that Skies will start defusing, you either sacrifice 1 member to burn down the clock, or you just walk in with 2 members and take that 2 versus 1 gunfight. Either way, Skies had to have a miracle happen to have any chance to win that with how Heroic played it out. It's well done by them, and it's going to give Heroic the lead here, 2-1 in terms of round score. It's going to kind of reset things up for us. We're going to go back where things started off on that top floor Armory bomb site defense, where, well, DC, it looks like they're going to do that same kind of approach. Pambasu playing aggressive and front and forward inside of security. Heroic can choose to challenge Pambasu like last time, hopefully with more bodies this time, or go for that office kind of attack instead. First, before anything though, you should always destroy every single outside default camera, no matter what attack you're going for. It's just free information for your opponents. You want to keep them guessing, not like this round where DarkZero has a very good idea of what's going to be happening.
They call him Gavin.
Gavin?
The pickup that I think, unless you watch a lot of amateur Rainbow Six, might not be the most familiar with, but to a lot of people, NJR was pulled out of obscurity.
Oh yeah.
Pambasu
was
was definitely pulled out of obscurity. DarkZero scouting out these younger players. And seeming to work out. I mean, they won a major with Pamba, and he was a major part of it. Canadians can still shoot back, by the way. He's not that old.
Oh, no.
These frost mats do so much damage, and it's NJR to secure his own kill.
That's only fair, right? It's no worse feeling than you get the frostbite injured and someone else just goes and yonks it. It's never fun.
Pambasu in this very, very familiar spot upstairs, by the way. Playing inside of security. Cam's out yet again for the Valkyrie. Giving information, and you can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, Canadian talking away. Not the best start for Gavin. He's currently sitting at 0-3. You lost NJR as well after he secured the kill from the Frost Mat. A 3v3. These teams will trade blows, but DZ's numbers getting narrowed down. Nitro Cell goes off. Nicely tossed by Canadian. He's going to do it all himself. Choom with diffuser down. Doesn't finish it off. Skies gets caught as it's Joom off of the diffuse. And Grizzly will watch as Canadian looks for the retake. Giving pings out. Canadian on the pre-fire. Cannot connect. Firing away. And now he has a rotate on in. Beautiful shot onto Joom. It's just Grizzly and Canadian in a 1v1. Flash goes out. Canadian knows roughly where he is. Grizzly pre-fires in. Canadian lower on HP. Look to stick the diffuse, but it's the Deagle out. He might be able to get it through the wall. Grizzly getting in very quickly, and there you have it. He plays, well, out of sight, out of mind, and Heroic are obviously fired up by that one.
I mean, it's another spectacular mid-round adaptation essentially from Heroic, where it falls apart early round. It's a 5 versus 3. They gotta get crazy and creative here. They just kind of walk on in, and what should have been a big punish by Gavin on this fountain flank, because, you know, Troy did have those Valkyrie camera information on Slough, who was deep inside of Arkav's bomb side. He got punished due to sheer timing. Another member from Heroic on that office triple wall shot him down. Then NJR fell the same second near the bomb site itself. Then you're back in a 3v3, and sure, there is Troy down below, gets the C4 kill, but it's not the planter. It's not the person who has the diffuser. So despite getting the kill, the plan is still moving forward for Heroic, and they're getting what they want out of this. They even have now the live and active information. There's only one more member of DC on the bomb side. They go aggressive, they go on the offense, they get that kill. Now they know for a fact that the last member is Troy with low HP, no C4, who has to come up the main metal stairs. that's very easy to play against, and Troy, he made a really good attempt at it. The wall bang to the 1v1, triangles to smart play and opening up that wall to defuse through the wall to create new line of sight for himself, but it's read out by Heroic. Grizzly wins out the 1v1 against Troy. And Heroic, despite unfortunate circumstances, they're making the absolute most out of it in these first 4 rounds.
I'd like to remind everybody that this is, of course, Heroic's map. You can see it up in the top right corner of your screen. And Chalet up next, and Theme Park as the decider, should we go there. Again, Pambazoo in the same spot, always upstairs in security, being hunted down by Heroic.
It's one of those spots that it really makes a big difference whether you're familiar and comfortable playing in that position or not. So you always want to have the same member play in that position if you were to have someone there. Like the easy way for that to be messed up is that if you change the play every single round, you don't really have like a pattern or some sort of way that you can flow with it. Also, just knowing how the enemy is going to attack you, what angles they prefer, if it's nades or guns, etc. So Pamba now, he can kind of read out how Heroic's going to approach it. This time, he's going to fall off early, sacrifice the ground, and again, DC heavily favoring playing off information. But so far, it hasn't really worked out for them.
Just say an impressive performance from both Noodle and Sloth coming onto this roster.
Yeah.
Not that long ago. Sloth, as we watch, sees the Nitro Cell, it goes off, and there's an Electric Claw, is that as well, that's spotted by the hatch, but that one might prove to be a bit more difficult for them to get off at the present moment.
Yeah, I would say close to impossible in this case. I mean, you can open the floor, toss down a grenade, perhaps, if there are only 2 to be found, both in Pocket of Doom.
There goes Skies for DarkZero. Heroic so much better on these opening picks so far. Grenade goes down. Does it get the Electric Claw? It does indeed. So that'll be the hatch opened up. 1 minute still left to go. DZ spread out far afield. Canadian next one in the line of sight for Heroic. Pressured, being watched quite intently. Trapped in a corner with Noodle now. Aiming to take him out and just misses. Well, that's heartbreaking for Heroic.
They know he's there, so they could use that last grenade from Doom to rotate that over, make that a 5 versus 3. Or, oh, even better, Grizzly, he's got a drone in his pocket and it's coming.
Flores drone goes in, looking to bait him out. No, yet another will go in. All this time being wasted on Canadian, but there's 3 other players from Heroic who need to focus on the bomb site. Canadian in tough spots. And he's gone. Unable to shoot the Rotero drone at the right moment. Now it's Noodle looking for one of his own. In this position, lines up, losing out on it. DZ sweeps through with 3 kills. They lose NJR. It's all up to Gavin, and he can't do it. Sloth puts together a very impressive late round. Heroic, right now, stomping DarkZero. 4-1 and 4 rounds in a row for this Heroic squad.
You can kind of hear it in Unu's voice comes there when the round ended. It's not about celebrating what just happened that round. There was actually a couple of flaws in the late round for Heroic that Unu instantaneously touched upon. They need to get on the same page of the callouts because Unu was trying to go for a plant while Grizzly tried to with Terror Drone out Canadian in the corner of Tellers. Meanwhile, the person holding him stuck, well, he rotated down east stairs. Troy could have, with guarantee, just walked away from that Rotero drone, but obviously Troy thought that he was pinned down. It turns out he actually wasn't. So 3 very different kind of split minds there from Heroic, whether it's not listening to the same call, just not getting that through clearly because of the lack of time on the board, we don't know for sure. But I do think Uno's correct. They need to get on the same page. Despite winning that round that should not have been a round that Heroic should have won, that was a DC victory, but as we saw, just because you almost get it doesn't mean you necessarily do in the end.
Yeah, what's that old saying is that close only counts in horseshoes and in hand grenades. And in this particular instance, you're not dealing with either of them. There's no horseshoes in this map, though there
are hand grenades.
There are hand grenades, to be fair.
On the wrong side, though, if you're DC, is there in the defense. I don't think impact grenade to town is a hand grenade, right? That's something different. I'm not sure about the technicality there, to be honest.
I'm not sure either. That said, final defense for DarkZero, final attack for Heroic. Does not seem like this OSA ban should have been targeted towards Heroic as having much of an effect. I mean, Heroic banned out the Solus. Are they expecting that to potentially hinder this DarkZero defense? Because it might very well be. Instead, you've got Canadian playing on those intel operators, again reunited with Valkyrie, was on Pulse before. Bamazoo goes for the run out. This is very, very similar, if not exactly the same to what we saw out of DZ before, with the early run out to give some information to Bamazoo for when that barbed wire is inevitably broke.
I'm a big fan of the fact that Grizzly is bringing IQ for the second time now. Just really respecting the way that DarkZero is choosing to play border right now, off all that information. It's really, I mean, you're almost a bit of a fool if you were to go up against this particular way of playing the game and then not be like, you know what, IQ's really good here, we should probably bring her, because the thing about IQ is that she doesn't really bring you any real value outside of, countering information game. So this is a clear counter pick specifically for this matchup. It's a good read by Heroic. It's well worth it for sure. Border, of course, is arguably attacker's favorite, rather, should I say, from Stage 3 and Stage 2 of last year. So I'm not surprised if the numbers favoring the attackers, but 4-1 is a bit of a one-sided scoreline.
But I mean, if you look at a map that's one-sided, 4-2 is the score that you most expect.
So this round boils down to this.
Very pivotal for DarkZero. They won round number 1. They've been unsuccessful from that point onward, but they've got a good start to round number 6. Bamazoo slaying Uno, and down goes the diffuser as well. That's your only hard breacher for Heroic. No secondary hard breach either. Noodle put to rest. Gavin in this position gets a little bit surprised by the alibi clone.
That's fair. It happens. Playing
Skies' hologram almost gets taken out. Oh.
Much more adaptive, or rather reactive play from DC now, playing much more front forward and aggressive, and it's worked out so far, but now when you start building this advantage, that's when you gotta fall back and play more together. You don't want to lose what you've just built for yourself.
Nice read from Joom to get the kill. Gonna keep these numbers as close as is humanly possible. DarkZero struggles have been the beginning of most of these assaults. Skies drops down after taking out the Gemini.
Oh!
Nitro Cell goes off from NJR. That's absolutely monstrous. 2 players from Heroic are removed, and it leaves Joom in a 1v4. From first round to last round on this half, it certainly seems like DZ are primed to win this one, and they will indeed. A crossfire on the very final player of Heroic. Joom unable to do more than get a single kill, and with that, first half in the books.
And it was the 4-2 scoreline, so the numbers aren't too bad now after all. And just to remind you that, so in the interview that we saw with Uno, he spoke about how he wants to play against DarkZero because they fought him in Charlotte, and of course we all know that DarkZero beat Heroic twice there. And one of those matchups was actually on Border. It was a 7-5 victory in favor of DarkZero, so a relatively close game of, or actually, in fact, a very close game of Border. And this, now the side swapping, could take that same kind of shape. The big thing to watch now is how differently will Heroic play the defense compared to DarkZero. Because out on Border, there's not that many different ways to attack, really. It really comes down to very small details and fundamentals and whether, go for east side or west side. But fundamentally, they're going to be very similar. Defending, however, we're seeing Bandit and Mirror Duck opening round. That's much different from the, the Capcan, Valkyrie, Oryx that we saw from DarkZero, for example. So off the rip, a completely different setup on defense, which will need a completely different answer on the attack.
Attackers are moving out.
Shall we do the first half?
Let's do the first half.
The tale of the tapes. Go through exactly what happened through those 6 rounds. DarkZero winning rounds 1 and 6. They started the first half of the victory. They end the first half of the victory. That's a big old Heroic sandwich in the middle. And they're the meat. 4 rounds in a row, during which they got the diffuser down and got the opening pick. 3 of those 4 rounds. Impressive stuff. Both teams getting that first blood half of the time. But in terms of objective play, Heroic proving to be successful. Though DZ did get the counter disable in round number 1. Nice site rotation as well from DarkZero.
A lot of plans going down from Heroic, of course. And even some that were very close to going down, but didn't quite get there in the end. 3, I count. Almost a 4th total. And Heroic having a pretty decent time, just kind of sitting around right now. DarkZero scouting out the land, figuring out what the setup looks like, and where a weakness might be found. Because they haven't yet chosen that west or east side attack just yet. It's going to be east stairs, you know, default camera takedown, setup information. Are we going to focus on security here, or are we going to just leave that on the side? So far, DC, they're hovering towards the office side of the map. Uno has that aggressive window on the armory side. It can be hard to peel off with the rework. The soft floor is no longer soft.
Oh, nice shot by Noom onto Skies. And a second for Joom as there goes the Nitro Cell, but it misses Panba by... Well, it might have still been indoors, but missed by enough. Let's put it that way. And yeah, it was still indoors.
Close call indeed. Still, of course, man count advantage. And this right here is going to be the most difficult. Who is that on the ground? That is Grizzly. Okay, this man is fighting for his dear life.
Oh, and he ends up taking down one. Still on his belly, still in the same position, still fighting for his life. Can he get out with it intact? That's the real question. You can tell DZ want this pinch desperately. Canadian waiting for somebody to make the call. NJR taking out Noodle. First kill for DZ happening in this execute. Another will follow. 3 players now from Heroic down for the count. Flash goes out. Joom blinded. Uno taking some damage, shouldering on. Playing off the bomb chassis. There goes Joom. DZ walking right in. Taking no prisoners. And it's Uno in a 1v3. Softened up all these players from DZ though, so he's not in a hopeless position, but certainly the tides are turning against him. And there's a Rotero drone that will stop him from getting out of that doorway. Shrewd placement of the drone. NitroCell goes out, doesn't catch anybody. Clock begins to tick down as DarkZero have got the diffuser on the ground successfully and are now out of the building for the most part. Uno posted up at beepers. And right as I say that, you hear the beeping. Through the soft wall of Fountain, Uno takes even more damage. This is death by 1,000 cuts, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Just losing HP little by little until Pamazoo puts him in the ground. DZ win their very first attack. They won the first round when they were on defense. Now they win the first round while they're on attack. And they're only a single round behind Heroic as they've won 2 in a row.
I think it's worth noting just how much work Troy put into that round, because while the main execute was happening inside that office where Grizzly was fighting for his dear life on the ground, where 3 members of DC was trying to get rid of him, Grizzly trades 1 for 1. He succeeds in that position. While that's ongoing, Canadian snuck into Archives undetected and essentially gets 1 kill into Fountain, cuts off the entire bomb set rotation. No one can leave or go into Archives, and Uno is stuck deep in Armory, just kind of keeping taps on that side, and it bought so much space for DarkZero, and they acted well upon it, and they shut down that entire half of the map, and Uno is left being rather defenseless inside of Armory. Had that C4 the entire time, without the information of where Troy was earlier on, couldn't use it to stop him from achieving what he did. It's a 3-4 scoreline, and it feels really good to be an attack on border. That's where every single team wants to be. Right now it's Heroic because the fight for their life of defense, just like DarkZero, just tried their very hardest, and they got 2 rounds out of 6.
Forgive me if I'm wrong here for my understanding of how the map ban pick phase works, but Heroic picked this map, so would DC not have opted to start on defense?
Yeah, if you pick the map, then the opposition, no, well, yeah.
Right, but then why would they not opt for it?
I mean, so the biggest thing about starting...
Hold on a second here.
Spawn peek.
Gavin had that sensor out. He seemed to have a good beat on where Uno was, and yet Sky still died for it.
Attackers recovered the
That's not great. Those logic bombs are no more. Secondary gadgets as well removed from Skies.
It's not ideal. I mean, when it comes down to starting sides, I mean, the only other like logical approach to this is that the operator bans, right? If you want to have the opposition start banning out an attacker or defender, then you can make your choice off that. Let's say that DarkZero, they want to see what Heroic's going to ban first, then they can counter afterwards. It's something that is typically done on Clubhouse, where if they ban the Thatcher, we ban the Maverick back when that was the meta, and you create this like, oh, it's hard to breach now scenario. Now I got secondary MPs. So it's not as strong these days because there are so many different solutions to these problems now. We got the Gaunt 6 on attack, secondary MPs. We got, for example, Ossa Shields, that's banned in this matchup. So nowadays, those operator bans specifically, I wouldn't say they impact this as impacted as much. Also, sometimes you want to start weak side. Go crazy in the second half.
Well, DZ, after losing Skies, will lose Pambazoo now as well. Not the same fortunes that we'd seen on the previous round. Gavin takes out Joom. There was a Nitro cell. Blown up! Nobody loses their life, though. It's like both these teams have brand new additions to the roster that are coming in with very minimal experience playing alongside these players. So it really is a test of wills to see who has the most experience. But there's a lot of teams that made roster moves before SI. I mean, Sonics made a roster move by picking up Citizen, and it paid off. Look at how they did earlier today. Oh, sorry, spoilers. Canadians in the middle of the bomb site, by the way, with 50 seconds left. He has just crouched walked his way in while the rest of DZ are upstairs. They're very busy hunting rabbits. Canadian sees that there's nobody up there, so what does he do? He decides to join the rest of his team, and every single remaining player of DZ gets 1 kill. That means Heroic goes from 4 to 1. Grizzly will sit alone. I stand alone. He's got the Vector in his hand, so enough firepower to chew through a full enemy. Problem is, you gotta reload. Diffuser in the hands of NJR. Being planted? No. DZ don't have information, but instead they dispatch Canadian upstairs. He's having one hell of a performance here so far. And there's always magic when Canadian is on home soil. DZ looked a little bit lost after going down into a 3v5, but those quick kills equalize things. And they ended up pulling out ahead. DZ with 3 rounds in a row have now put them in a tie with Heroic, who seem to have called their timeout to try and get the rest of the team's head on straight.
And once again, 2 for 2 for Troy in creating space for his team, because you're right, Parker. Things actually fell apart for DarkZero, but it's again, they take this like weird 40 seconds in the mid-round where they just kind of linger around. And it's Troy who both times just finds the opening, creates confusion to the opponent. And I mean, DC is a whole team, they play around it. It's very evident that Gavin was going to go top middle stairs, but then recognizing that, okay, Troy is here, he cannot go through bomb site or go up middle. I have to go to double door fountain to office so that if Troy comes up middle, I'm not going to step on his toes and it's going to be a very obvious situation. Instead, we can spread out across multiple entry points. And it worked out great in their favor. They get top floor control, get those 2 kills, go back downstairs. They can try and set up the plant, and while that happens, just like Heroic did, they send 1 member up the Reapers, that was Troy, and the last 2 members are trying to organize the plant downstairs. If Troy loses the gunfight, bomb goes down. If Troy wins the gunfight, round victory immediately. There's no real way to lose. Both teams playing that 3v1 phenomenally on their attacking side.
Attackers discovered the location of a bomb.
Imagine you're Mr. Officer.
Mm-hmm.
What do you talk to the team about?
Honestly, I could imagine there's going to be a little bit of frustration side of Heroic, right? You're building up a lead, and we saw them in round number 5. After winning that round, it wasn't immediately like, woo, let's go, boys. Like, hands up, shakes, fist bumps, etc. It was like, guys, this was not right. We won the round, but this has to be fixed, etc. I can imagine Heroic is coming to this tournament with a bit of pressure on themselves. You know, they have had pretty high expectations throughout the entire year. Had a phenomenal stage 1 in EOL, and then just kind of honestly flopped both domestically and internationally, did not live up to the expectations, the hype. And I think Invitationals, I mean, this is that big one in the year where every team wants to show up, what everyone's working towards, and of course they have Sloth standing in. Thank you, Sloth, on their behalf. That's possible for them, but they're not here under the best circumstances. I think there's going to be a bit of stress on their shoulders, and I think that most tactical timeouts, when you're having these kind of scenarios where things are slipping out of your hands, are going to be to bring it back down and be like, guys, round by round, let's get back into it. It's not over yet. It's also best of 3. We got miles to go.
You need to redrone the position that just was revealed by Canadian on that Rotero drone as Joom has ended up in that spot. Rotero drone taking up the barbed wire and the door, leading into office, but no matter. Heroic have gotten back there and taken up position in an area where you may not think to check. 1 minute off the clock already. Still in the discovery phase.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Slow start, just like when DC defended CCTV. Heroic themselves also took quite a bit of time to get things situated. Once you press that go button, things go really fast. And because Board is a relatively small map, once you start getting into a fight somewhere, another or a third fight can follow up rather swiftly right after.
Flash going out. Skies, who'd come onto the team to replace Hyper, and I don't know if it was a reluctance of him to accept his role, but seems to be sticking around. Gets one pick before being finished off by Sloth. Gavin another. Heroic have lost 2, DZ 1. Gavin looking for more. Had a rough start on his very first map, but he's picked it back up since then. Hard left of the doorway. Now it's NJR to take some damage. Gavin found out by Joom. Nobody seems to be aware of the position of this alibi. 10 kills for Joom and they trade out. Still upright. He and Uno will now need to work together for the last 2 players of DZ of 40 seconds to get into the bomb site and either get the diffuser down, which is in the hands of Canadian, or get those final kills. Canadian taking his sweet time as Uno tries to scare him away. Beautiful shot from Joom yet again. He's been so phenomenal. 11 kills. NJR will open up a small sight line. Time is just bleeding by the wayside. And NJR with the same amount of kills as Joom. I'll have to find 2. Over lucky number 13. No diffuser for NJR, by the way, so he needs kills. He shot the clone, his position given away, and it's another huge round from Joom. And if he hadn't gotten the kill, the Nitro Cell would have secured it. A timeout for Heroic seems to work as they've broken that 3-round streak that DZ was on and once again put Heroic back on top.
Yeah, if you watch the player cams, net 2 versus 2 as Troy walked up the middle stairs, you could see Unu's mouth just start really going and be like, there's a guy middle sneaking up, there's a guy middle sneaking up, like hold my ankle right now, please. And Uno backs off, baits King to walk for by vaulting in that window, making that, audible cue. Then Joom, he has to cross, and they bait Canadian essentially into that unknown crossfire essentially. They make it a 2v1 instead, and that's where you thrive as a defending team. Uno playing safe below, and Joom can take the gunfight up above. Either way, they should come out on top in that scenario with such little time on the clock, and of course, no defuse in the hands of DarkZero. And the big question now comes, if DarkZero can no longer find these openings, specifically off the back of Canadian, they might need to change up their approach to these rounds. Now, bomb sites, they play out differently. We've seen Armory into Ventilation into Armory, and now Tellers from Heroic. And we haven't seen how DC will deal with this one just yet, but they are changing up their operators. Off the IQ onto more gunpowder essentially, and then also, worth noting, Finga being brought on the board. Finga's value as an operator got reduced significantly. She got a couple of nerfs, most notably the LMG nerf, of course, that happened, and she lost the grenades. So now you're playing flashbangs and you're playing the AR, which statistically isn't that bad weapon, but it's not the LMG, okay? It's not that good. But the adrenal surges were left untouched. You still heal, you still overheal, etc. You can still bolster your attack essentially and give yourself better odds. And we saw Heroic play Doc last round. They could heal themselves up if they got low. Think on the board, now you can take more aggressive confrontations. As long as you don't suffer a headshot, you're in a better position than your opponent.
Still in the discovery phase, 50 seconds gone. Off round number 10, we see a familiar sight that might scar some of you. A Finka is on the board. And out goes an Adrenal Surge. DZ want to take advantage of that. You don't just want the Adrenal Surge to go off while every single player is outside of the building. Surge didn't seem to work at all for Pambazoo, as there's enough damage done from Joom to take him out of the fray. 13 kills. Man, Joom is just racking it up at this point.
He's been doing well as an individual player, and he didn't have like the fastest start when he joined, but he's certainly ramping up now with time. And I mean, NTR, you jump in, you spend all your bullets into the wall, and you're gonna get shut down right after. That's a tough one to try and achieve.
Skies and Canadian against the entirety of Heroic. Joom has taken a bit of damage, and it's only from the dash of Oryx breaking through a wall. Noodle engaged in a gunfight. That's about it. So, time for DZ timeout. Heroic looked to be able to pick up 2 rounds off of that one, so clearly something has worked. Proximity alarm goes off, and now Canadian walks right through one of those alibi prismas, the clone.
Oh,
Canadian taking even more damage. The DMR not enough. Traded out. Sloth gets him. Easy does it. All eyes on Skies in a 1v5. Can he get a single kill? Spear in hand, quickly running out of bullets. There goes a flash and an adrenal surge for himself. This is an act of desperation. 30 seconds left and Skies will drop. I mean, at this point, he even has to be aware that this is a hopeless endeavor. Heroic should move to match point, and will do so. The flawless round. Skies doesn't see Grizzly, who emerges from his slumber. His hibernation inside of the bathroom. And just like that, Heroic, 6-4.
Yeah, so Uno is giving a very classic motivational speech right now, which is, it's about mentality of players and risk taking, right? Because when he basically said, I want you guys now to pretend that it's 0-0 scoreline. And if you want to take a stupid player, risk, etc., it doesn't matter any more than before because it's 0-0. And this is definitely a real thing, especially when you're playing with, you know, younger, more inexperienced players, which, if you look at Heroic, besides Slav and Grizzly, this is a very young roster, and even Slav and Grizzly don't go all that far back, right? So this specifically for someone like Noodle, someone like Doom, who are playing aggressively and front forward, they need to keep up this same kind of performance, even though it's match point in scary territory, right? Oh, if we mess up now, if I take this wrong risk, I might lose us the round. You cannot think like that. You can either play to win, or you can play to lose. And playing to win means still taking the risk when it's presented if you believe it's the right play. Whereas playing to lose is playing so scared and so passive because, oh no, if I may take this risk and I'm the one that loses out the gunfight, you know, we might be worse off. So Uno trying to really hone it, you know, bring it home, saying, guys, this doesn't matter. It's just like the first opening round, which they lost. I mean, DarkZero won the first round, so technically he should have said it's 1-0. We're making, you know, we're racking up the 4 in a row, but that's besides the point.
DZ must be very confident in their own abilities to bring this one back.
Oh, that's a rush.
It's going to be a rush strat. Yep. Look at that. You don't need a timeout, but oh, the fields of slaughter. Oh,
now they know.
Goodness. Nitro Cell goes out. Each team trades 1. Proximity alarm goes off. The pulse of Uno still looking for information, but Pambazoo will be able to take him down. Diffuser going down from Sky successfully. Grizzly can punish him. It's Sloth to get the kill, technically. But it still doesn't matter who's the one who gets it, as long as you walk away with it. DZ in the post plant. No more adrenal surges as Skies is gone, and Sloth can hop on the diffuser, but needs to be very concerned with Canadian. But he gets baited in by Grizzly, and NJR is to the rescue. Nobody touches the diffuser under my watch. 2v2. Time running out very quickly. DarkZero fighting to stay alive. Pamba watches one escape. Falls off of the diffuser, damage being done. NJR is down. Pambazoo will stop him in his tracks. No way to defuse in time. And it is indeed a Pamba party. You are cordially invited to the coronation of DarkZero in that round as they push it to round 12 and are a single round away from securing overtime, which in and of itself is an accomplishment given the fact that this is Heroic's map.
I mean, this certainly is, and I'm not gonna lie, the moment that, you know, Heroic realized there's like 3 or 4 members outside the main door, I thought it was gonna be a disaster if DarkZero continues the rush because they've been found out, and to make matters even worse, there are 2 members of Heroic above an armory with a C4 and a shotgun, and they planted in the default position right by the window drone hole, and somehow no one realized? That's a big question mark in my head at least. And sure, maybe the Lion charge scan were like, they didn't move because they want to, like, you know, not get spotted or whatever, but like, if they're going for a rush, they're gambling everything on that plant. They had nothing to really support it, and even got a warning like 3 seconds at a time, so a bit concerning there for Heroic. But DC, they really just went with it. They said, we're gonna rush, and even though things didn't work out initially, they stuck with their guts, and just like Uno said, pretend it's 0-0, right? If you see an opening, go for it. DC did exactly that. They saw an opportunity to rush when they're down 4-6 on match point and said, even though we lost the opening kill, we're still gonna do it. And it worked out. They got rewarded for it.
So a very pivotal round for both of these teams involved. Heroics certainly don't want to go to overtime. Points are awarded based on how you finish a matchup. So if you win in regulation, you don't go to a third map, you're in good shape. Heroic lose this map and a third map is required, not ideal. Grenade getting ready to be tossed on in. It drops, but it's miles away from Grizzly.
So
still posted up in the spot. All those nades tossed in, so little use, and it was because it got caught. I believe it got caught by the Wamai disc, but it is amidst all the noise. Quite hard to hear every little thing that comes through.
Well, the question is, with those nades gone from the table, you still have Canadians with Terror drones on the Flores, but outside of that, all you got are 9 flashbangs. No smokes either. I would argue that...
You make that seem like so little.
No, I mean, 9 flashbangs.
All you've got are 9 flashbangs.
Yeah, but the value of each of those flashbangs is very small for this particular attack, right? Mirror windows, you can't flashbang off. I mean, you can kind of, but a smoke grenade would get you a lot more value here. So it comes down to gunplay most likely and coordination from DarkZero. This is going to be one of their most difficult rounds so far because strategically they don't have an easy way in.
Was very wary about that position. Pamazoo dies yet again, but Gavin has his teammates back and can't do more than one. Noodle tucked away inside of security, can make some serious noise. Not all that much quieter than the logic bomb ringing in his pocket, which will now settle down.
No follow-up there is a bit puzzling to me, because Gavin was in, he got the initial kill, and if you got a trade there, then you're playing 2 versus 4 with pretty much full map control that you want or care about at least, but instead, it's a 3v4, and you don't have security in your hands. It's been given up now by Heroic. They've fallen off the air of the map because 45 seconds left, but now you gotta find another avenue in towards the bomb site because you haven't gained any significant ground.
Posted up now. DZ are using those 9 flashbangs to good use, as you pointed out. And Grizzly's the one to suffer that fate. And cannot control the storm at all. Wastes the entire clip on Canadian, finds nothing for it, gets punished. DZ keeping this close, 3v3. 15 seconds remaining, another flash goes out, but Skies is unable to punish Noodle, who's put in good work. And what the hell just happened? Heroic just killed all 3 of the remaining DZ players like that. 2 of them off screen. No comeback for the North American squad. Heroic get things done on their own map, 7-5.
They needed that as well. I mean, their own map, taking regulation after a bit of a turmoil in that mid-round adaptation there. Looking good for them, but next one up is DarkZero's map choice.
Not the start that Canadian nor the rest of his squad wants, and if you've been following him on social media, this seems to be the most amped up for an event he's been in quite a long time. But things go according to plan on map numero uno. Heroic picked border. They walk out with a 7-5 victory, but DZ still made it close. What awaits us on Chalet? That's DZ's pick. Can they bounce back and push us to a third map? Or will Heroic overcome the odds and take it 2-0? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. We got a break for you first.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Oh, when you go into a best-of-3, you expect your opponents to win their map, and that's exactly what Heroic did. It wasn't always pretty, and it certainly wasn't easy.
Nope.
But 7-5 will get the job done.
I mean, this matchup, both between the two teams and fans, it is one that they look at saying, this is actually a pretty good one. And it's hard to tell who's going to come out on top just off the rip. Now, last time these two teams played one another, it was at the Charlotte Major. Rather than DarkZero ended up winning that tournament entirely, and Heroic got sent home in groups, I believe. Now, the two maps that they played was a border game, 7-5 in favor of DarkZero. The second map, funny enough, is Chalet, where it was an 8-6 victory for DarkZero. And if you just missed out on that first map, I'm sorry to spoil it for you, but it was ... It was a border game. And the second map we're about to enter is going to be Chalet. So a complete 1-to-1 reimagination of what happened the first time around. And Heroic are looking to change what happens next, whereas DC want that path to continue into the future.
Oh, absolutely. This is a tight group, and there's another matchup going on in it right now on our sister channel. For those of you that are curious, feel free to go in and tune over on twitch.tv/Bravos. We've got we got some of the replays up for you right now. Group D has M80 and is it FaZe Clan that are competing today. Team Secret having the day off. Team Secret, of course, coming in through the qualifiers. They were the last team, if I remember correctly, to qualify officially.
Yes, correct. Like a week ago.
Yeah,
it was very recent.
Yeah, Team Secret got in like a week prior, and that was it. And it's just welcome to the show. So here they are. That Team Secret organization has been around for a while with a varying roster, of course, and a lot of Team Secret alumni are actually here right now, two of whom are on Koi, if you will recall, one of whom was Alems, who's currently on BDS, who didn't, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but didn't exactly have the greatest day for BDS. The defending major champions, by the way.
Major curse. That's the thing. Whenever you win a major event, you are doomed for the next one.
You think so?
It happened to Rogue. It happened to when EG. Also, there was one like when he got picked up by a big org. Like when EG got picked up from CTM, they had a rough one. What was it? Rogue they won. They faltered. Empire won. Then they faltered. G2 won, then they faltered. It happens. It's definitely a thing. We haven't seen like a back-to-back winner in a long time.
I want to highlight one thing right now.
Okay, what is that?
Skies, historically, is really good on LAN.
Okay.
Really bad first map.
Numbers, they prove that wrong right now.
Right, and what I was going to ask you, Mr. Smarty Pants, if you'd let me finish, is what do you think it was? After looking at all 12 rounds that were played between these teams, what about Skies stood out to you as to why he was routinely overwhelmed by his opponents?
I mean, one round he got spawn peeked, didn't even play the round, right? So I think he actually got taking a spawn peak twice, if I'm not incorrect. One of them wasn't like a spawn peak, but they died early in the round. My point is, Sky's position on border as an individual player, like the role he plays for DarkZero, he's not really anywhere at any point, right? He's gonna sit up that early phase where you're droning in, taking map control, and then what happens? In DZ, they have a really weird early round, things fall apart. Funny enough, Skies died more often than not in that first minute and a half, and then they had that mid-round miracle where Troy finds an opening, you know, they come through victorious in the round, but again, those two members they lose early, Skies was one of them. So I really don't think it was something on Sky specifically. Sure, you could have won more gunfights, you could have done a little bit better, you always can, but I think the way that he was just needed on border was not in a position where he really could flourish as a player. I think that's going to change for Chalet, to be honest.
Well, we will see, won't we?
We will.
Very first ban is Flores. Now, DarkZero liked running that Flores an awful lot. Is that Heroic simply target banning the Flores out, or is there just a greater strategy that they're worried about involving Flores on Chalet? And that's the thing to keep in mind. This is a Chalet map.
I was going to say, if you ban the Flores, it's often to make the enemy target ban the Asami, actually. Because if Flores is banned out on Chalet, and Asami's open, and you're starting defense, which is what Heroic's doing, you are in for a world of hurt. It is so difficult to take library, which you need for almost every single bomb set because the defense can extend over there, against Asami with no Flores. There's going to be key barriers constantly up. You can't deal with them. So my theory is the Flores ban was the force out and Asami ban. That's exactly what happened. Solus follows up, a trend we saw on border as well. These information operators and key operators on both border and Chalet are taken off the board. It's gonna be a bit of a more like stable / vanilla Chalet game, which honestly, I don't know who that's gonna favor in particular, but it's really anyone's game here.
I always enjoy Chalet because it does tend to be quite an unpredictable map, and the way that the teams play it will be often quite unpredictable themselves. Just looking at the game that we casted earlier on Chalet, we're going to have a very, very different lineup in terms of operators and a very different play style than what we see here and now. It was Twitch, Nook, Valk, and Castle who were banned out in the Chalet that you and I watched. That's it. Let's just ignore all the others. Okay. The only operator that's been banned both times is Nook. The rest, very different. And the way that this will be played out, with the Solus being a very important operator on a number of bomb sites, will fundamentally change the defense's approach to scouting for the attackers and maybe playing a bit more aggressively, whether they find an attacker on cams or a drone in a wayward spot.
I mean, the thing about Solus is it just kind of changes how you play Siege on a very, very basic level, right? Droning next to a window. It's just a bad idea because if there's a Solus there and they have the gadget active, you'll just get window banged essentially, right? You'll just die. That happened in the match between W7M and Elevate, and like I think the opening game of today where you drone the wrong spot, you're gone. It takes time to adapt to those changes. With a simple operator release, just change everything you know about how to play the game on like a very core level, just like that. That is so cursed, by the way. Barry 9 extended barrel. I never thought I would see the day.
Why are more teams running extended barrel?
Well, the extended barrel got a flat 15% damage increase, so it's pretty good now, but it also has the recall of no barrel, which is more than any other barrel that is a barrel, so you have a little bit more recall. We do 15% more damage, whereas a silencer no longer reduces damage by 15%, so it's normal damage, and you can be a little bit of a silent shooter. So every single barrel now has a personality. It's very cool.
I like how I was just totally kidding, and you went off on it, but
it's important to know these things and to share them.
Serious man.
There are people watching this thinking, why are pro players trolling with extended barrel at the Invitationals? Now they know. They're not trolling. They're just trying out the new cool thing.
I mean, talk about the general understanding of the game, and there's a lot to be learned at this level. Canadian first to die, by the way. This will be a quick push in that is met swiftly by Heroic's weapons. DZ wanted to take up some ground a little bit closer to that bedroom office bomb site. Heroic stitched 3 kills in a row before it's broken by NJR. He removes Sloth from action. Noodle is also on a single point of HP. Skies will enter through the basement. He's got the diffuser in hand. NJR is not too far behind. If they look to go up West Main, they'll be on a collision course with Joom, who's still playing this really tight angle.
And they know they got the yellow ping information, so either you stand still with Joom and take the 1v1. Actually, Sky is not gonna come there to help NGR. He's gonna go for a different route with his shield in his direction.
Ooh. Down goes Skies. NJR in a 1v4.
15 seconds left.
Can he accomplish much at all? Can he find a single kill? No, Joom's still on that angle. Heroic win the very first round on Chalet. Hey, you can't say that on TV. You can't say swears. Don't say swears. You're not allowed to swear.
So, just like Border, Chalet is also typically attacker favored. And Master Bedroom as a bomb site is one of the lowest win rate for defenders across any map really that is a, quote-unquote commonly played bomb site. So winning that on the opening round for Heroic is a great look into this, right? Most teams, they start bar, then they go into basement, then they go into kitchen, then they go Master Bedroom, maybe once if ever. So, bit of a different approach here. It's gonna be a master into bar instead, and this we're gonna see that pretty stable setup where you play above inside of library. But the one difference here is that Heroic does not have a Sami, so library itself is not gonna be as easy to hold. And the very, very different thing is that there's no deployable shields at all in defense. Normally you play 2 deployable shields, one top blue stairs, one chimney position, as you see on the screen right now. Those are going to be completely bare. Both walls was library from chimney reinforced with a jammer on it. So this kind of tells me, watching, that Heroic's going for a very passive setup up top, just stalling for time and resources, and going to be playing proactively on the map on a bigger level, just taking gunfights. And nuclear operators, Alibi, Mussy, Oryx, these operators that can take gunfights anywhere, anytime, any place really. Then you have, and it's over. Joom is dead, Gavin gets open and kill, DC in a great position here to leverage this advantage further in the round. Scary stuff for Heroic because when you don't have a stable bomb site set up to hold a certain area of the map, you need your gun players alive to really have map control to work with. And you see this, Canadian will drone Solarium on the Jackal, can scan for feats. I was gonna say feetsies.
Don't say that.
He can look for roamers, if you will.
Oh.
And Heroic, I mean, they're instantaneously falling back. One member drops, C4 goes out, nothing is really landing for them. And sure, the jammers are going to slow down DarkZero, but they're not going to be a problem in the grand scheme of things because they're going to build up this map control presence very quickly.
Muno taking a lot of damage now. Now it's Sky's turn to take some damage here. Let's be on Sky's watch for today. One of the most experienced players competing at this entire event, in fact.
Yeah, actually.
And he's usually so good, as I've said before. Usually quite good, but not performing up to snuff. Canadian is waiting for Grizzly, waiting for his advance. But the Jackal will back away from a fight down in Wine. Half the round burned at this point. Canadian's still in this spot. Is he afraid that somebody's going to burst?
I was going to say, like, he's looking at the cabinet the entire time.
What's he think's happening over there?
I mean, he's got a good read on it. He's close, but not getting a kill just yet.
Pamba now the one to take some damage, but he exchanges all of that HP for a kill onto Sloth. This action is happening all over the menu, or all over the map. And it's pretty incredible. You got kills on the menu, my friend. DZ taking their lumps. Pambazoo flashing red. NJR flashing red. Gavin and Canadian are doing okay, but now Canadian is also flashing red.
So winnable.
A single point of damage, and there's a Nitro Cell in the back pocket of Grizzly that can very easily kill every remaining player. There's about 20 HP combined on the 3 players from DZ, but it continues to fall away. Heroic doing okay. Canadian can't shoot back. NJR goes in, a huge round from Uno, and Heroic go up 2-0.
Also, if there's any individual player who needed that kind of round, it's Uno. He plays supportive operators, often finding himself droning, holding angles, IGLing for his team, leading those young players forward. And Uno has spoken about in numerous interviews that when he starts, when he becomes the IGL of the team, basically calling all the shots, communicating a lot, he always suffers, in his personal performance because he's not a native English speaker. He's from Finland. And as you see from his interviews, it's not always easy to get your train of thought across, especially when you're in the midst of a round, also trying to play, shoot back, have a fast reaction time, etc. And Uno is basically saying, I will suffer individually for the greater good of the team. And that often means a poor scoreline. And even those experienced players, Troy Canadian, someone like Uno, someone like Skies, when you're going 0-5, it can be hard to mentally deal with when it happens all the time. And you start doubting yourself and your worth as a player. Uno right now, just in 2 rounds of 5-0 scoreline, had a monstrous round number 2 on Chalet and leading his team at the same time.
Do you want to start on attack or defense?
I love playing defense, no matter what the map is. I love just sitting back and let the enemies figure it all out, and I'll just sit on my bomb site and I'll blame my teammates if they die early. It's very simple game of Siege. However, there are 2 ways to approach this, which is, do you want to build an early lead by starting on the favorite side, which should be attack on Chalet in most instances, or you're gonna say, we'll just take a round or 2, start defense, and then we'll just go on full fire when we go into defense. There's 2 ways, depending on your mentality, how you work as a team. Do you work off momentum or comebacks, or do you like it being difficult, so to speak? Some people, they like pain. DarkZero, they're not making it easy for themselves.
Oh!
It's a nice run out. Doom, explosive one at that.
Literally takes so much damage, sacrificing his HP in order to get out, get the kill, take down Skies, whose first map was not particularly good, but the second map, not much better. And in fact, I would argue, worse.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It is worse. The way he's dying as well, like this is guys being off on his own, being exposed, and yeah, Doom could have taken less damage from the impact grenade by then spending more time running out, but he didn't know for sure whether the Scout was active in a drone or not, so you take the most amount of damage possible to reduce the amount of time needed to get out of the building. It's a valuable trade for him. Half your health for a kill, always worth it.
Spoken like a world champion.
It's true. Fabian would agree. He was looking fierce.
I don't care about Fabian.
Behind. Oh, okay. He's here, just in case you haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, no, sadly, no.
Look at that!
Way! The cojones on Noodle. But Gavin gets him back. The Dokkaebi from above. Let him off by Piano. Now Gavin will assert himself even farther, but more damage done. Nice shot on the Sloth. This is exactly why you want to pick him up. Now it's NJR again doling out a ton of damage. That's Doom in a 1v3. NJR on flashing HP. Where have we seen this before? Pambazoo's still upright. He's in the middle of the bomb site. They don't have the diffuser just yet. NJR gets it. Logic bomb goes off. He's been spectacular so far, but can Doom make this work? He knows roughly where they are, but he has to be very careful plotting this.
They don't know.
They don't know that he's creeping up, and he just misses out, gives himself away a second here. Committee, he's been down in the frost mat, but NJR seals the deal. And you can see from his expression how close it came.
I think the impact would have killed him outright if he hadn't gotten the kill first, because the round ended, therefore he becomes invulnerable. I'm certain that would have been a Doom clutch if the impact just has half a second longer before he falls to the ground. Absolute crazy round. How it began with the opening pick from Doom just running outside, then Noodle jumping out the window that Sledge opens up, the flick from Gavin onto Sloth in office, into the absolute chaotic situation of 2 kills out of nowhere for DC, into a very winnable 1v3 from Doom based off the Frost Trap, the kill onto the iron on the bomb site, and then that impact grenade mid-air. Very, very small things could have changed the outcome of that round for both teams in an instant. It came down to the absolute last second, if not a half second on the clock, with that impact grenade mid-air.
No spoilers, but M80 and FaZe Clan are doing battle on our sister channel, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. That first map just concluded moments ago. I'm not going to tell you what the scoreline is. You're welcome to go seek it out for yourself, but it is over. So at least map 1 is. I want to be very clear, not the whole matchup, just the first map.
Okay.
If you want to go and watch the remainder at some point, maybe when they finally get back from break and get underway with map number 2, we'll be much closer to finishing. I'd imagine at least 2 more rounds here will have gone by. You're welcome to tune in and enjoy the show.
In the meantime, have a bang of a Chalet game so far. DC showing some signs of life in that previous round, also getting very aggressive themselves despite losing Skies early on, who was on that Lion. A rather important gadget to keep the roamers standing still. For this defense, however, while DC has good information game on the whereabouts of the enemy team, they don't really have any way to deal with them just yet. Deployable shields in control of Heroic, blue stairs control of Slav, extended roam game across the board for Heroic, means DC are struggling to get inside the building, and this could be another one of those rush rounds. Solar repel, Big Window Master repel. We could see them just run in that office door if they want to.
I got drones in very cheeky spots.
Yep.
And tons of intel to go along with it. I get the read on Noodle.
Oh.
Amazoo just waiting for the call. And there he goes. They'll flush Noodle out of this position. The drone is still there, but instead we'll go towards the window. A reflexive pre-fire through the barricade, and Pambazoo losing an engagement he should not have lost. Now NJR's gone as well. Heroic lose Uno. Can DZ add more to the tally? Or will they watch that entry be rebuffed?
Oh. Diffuser's on the bomb side. They gotta play a retake on this side, essentially. Everyone's just waiting. I don't think anyone has any real idea what's going on here, to be honest. I don't think they recognize they have the diffuser necessarily.
That's a lot of control for the defense.
Yeah.
Canadian will march in. Is an integral part of that very first map being as close as it was. So far, he's been good enough. Needs to get the diffuser away from Heroic. 30 seconds left, and there goes the proximity alarm. The jig is up. He has the diffuser now. He'll find safety behind the chair inside of the office. Logic bomb goes off. DZ will have information off of this one, and as Heroic circle the wagons to take out the diffuser being planted, they're incapable of doing that. Sky's lighting up one with the Type 89, can't control it. Heroic walks away without a death just yet.
Oh.
Sloth is outside, engaging onto the buck of Canadian, losing it. DZ, cool as cucumbers. Every single player from Heroic is being shut down, leaving just Noodle in a 1v3. And he's good as gone. Skies, a much better round and a much better performance as DZ win 2 in a row to match Heroic's 2 in a row and tie us up through 4 rounds.
I'm very curious if Heroic knew the diffuser was down or not, because at first glance, it seemed like they knew because they gave up the entire bomb site. But then they surrendered to positions near the diffuser that could actually hold on to it, and basically surrendered the bomb site and the diffuser, giving them a free plant. That's what happened. Kane just walks in. No one really combated or contested, no one's below, no vertical play, no C4s, nothing. Bomb goes down, round is essentially over with that post plant. I mean, DC would really have to mess that up to lose the round, and they didn't. So, curious what happened there, to be honest. Bit of a weird round overall because no one really moved much throughout that entire 2.5 minutes on the clock. Gavin, once he got posted up outside the building, looking through that piano window, didn't move a muscle. Benefit of playing Dokkaebi Line is that you have a global gadget. You can sit in those positions and have absolutely max value from the active use. Sure, you couldn't get inside the building to hack those cameras, but there also weren't really that many intel gadgets of high value to really benefit from. And sure, Heroic have been playing a bit of Maestro, but when you have the full bomb site in control, you're not really gonna know where the enemies are gonna be because the bomb site is yours, as we saw from DarkZero. Full bomb site control after a minute and a half.
Oh, what a match we have here on Chalet. Very different from the beginning on Border, but I don't think after that 7-5 on Border, and now these first 4 rounds, we would expect a blowout in either direction. Theme Park looking more and more likely as these teams continue to put points on the board. Who has the edge there, though, is anybody's guess.
Zoom open the door from car garage, impacting out, just in case there's a Claymore there, can apply a bit of fear into the opponent. And you see these guys, he's all the way back in that rock and spawn. He's not going to get run out on again. which could have happened if he actually was in the rappel. And that's the small things where if you punish a player in those kinds of positions, they might not even risk going there again. So a bit of a mental warfare being held there by Doom's aggression early on. And it shows.
Joom's still in this position, and he can do a lot of damage from it. He's got Capcan traps on that door just behind him in the closet, and a deployable shield there as well. And while Sloth might not have a single kill to his name, those magnets will prove to be extremely valuable and might even prevent a death on somebody on Heroic. He doesn't need to get a kill, but if he can stop one of his teammates from dying, it's pretty valuable all the same. And again, that's the kind of thing that's not reflected on the scoreboard. Where it's being exchanged from players on both DZ and Heroic. Logic Bomb will now go out. Sloth expecting a swing towards the door. There's nobody there looking for it just yet to embrace him. Noodle softened up now too, and Canadian goes for the swing in, but Joom is in that power position inside of the closet, and he gets the leadoff pick for Heroic with a minute to go.
It's a good play there from Heroic, playing off Unu's aggression there on the solar stairs, and DC tries to punish it, but instead the punishment goes onto them.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Gavin playing by piano. Still has information, not too far off as Pambazoo. Sloth will be hunted down, still unsuccessful in finding a kill, but Pambazoo gets baited in from down below. The impact securing the kill. Sloth is no more, but before we're able to see Heroic add to their tally. Gavin with the flash sidearm out, but Joom is just superhuman at this point. And Heroic lead by a single player, but it becomes two as NJR on Repel is reduced to atoms.
15 seconds left.
Skies with just a little bit of time left, not much to work through. Had a better performance in the previous round, but he's in a hopeless spot at this point. Heroic doesn't seem really intent on even engaging him. Grizzly will. Give him a bit of a taste. 4 players still alive, but the clock is what ultimately ends the round. And DZ, they put 2 together, but that's all they're going to get on this streak. Heroic regain the lead.
Time, in general, has really taken down for DC, and this is actually an old habit of theirs they had, even back in Charlotte, where, and you can argue this in 2 different ways. You can either say that DC are, you know, utilizing every second available at their disposal by running down the clock, something that the old Vitality roster knows a lot about from way back when. Or you can say that they're not being efficient enough with their time in the early to mid round, forcing the late round to be a bit rushed. And I would say, at least here in Chalet, and a little bit on Border, it's the latter. They're having to rush through the last, what would normally be a minute of the round, because they only have 30 seconds to work with. And that's where a few things get missed, or you have to take in a higher risk situation, or you just can't, you don't have the time or the tools to get the job done. So it comes down to someone like Pambazoo just walking into double crossfire, hopefully getting a kill, and he does, but he gets traded out. And because DarkZero tends to lose the opening kills against Heroic, you're playing 4v5 from the get-go. That means 3v4, 2v3, and so on and so on. That means eventually it's 1v0 in favor of Heroic. You lose those rounds, right? So those things have to be sharpened up. It's the final attack for DC, final defense for Heroic, round number 6. See what they can do. Operators have been changed quite a bit in the attack inside. Guys going from Hibana to Lion mostly. Gavin mostly on this Loki base. Also 2 global gadgets. Canadian, of course, can also track down the roamer. So very much focus on getting kills here on the side of DC.
What will become of this first half? Will it be a 4-2 for Heroic? Still possible. Will DarkZero tie it up and give us even more of a squeaker on the first half than we saw back on Border? All we know is DZ right now seems to be in the fight for their lives. And just in case you can't see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, this is DarkZero's map pick.
Correct.
So Heroic, while we do wag our fingers at them for how close Border was and say, tisk tisk, you probably should have won with a more definitive scoreline. Gotta turn around and give them a tip of the hat and say, hey!
Oh my god.
3-2's pretty nice. I cannot believe we are witnessing what is happening. Grizzly has made his way into the safe corner of Library. First kill, though, does go to DarkZero while all that is happening. The Oryx of Joom tries to get his way around the map, gets punished by the Jackal, but Canadian sustains a lot of damage in the process.
Yep. There's no finger this time around either, so that health will not go up. It can only really go down from here until it hits 0, and he's out for the count. DC again, look at the timer, 1 minute 15, and only really step 1 has been, initiated, which is the discovery phase. And sure, they got that kill, but they gotta get more.
Pamzu on the stairs, looking to make some noise himself. And he will as he hits the barbed wire. Noodle will be the first one to receive him in that position. I don't know if Pam has triggered the barbed wire just yet, or if he's still waiting. Noodle gets flashed and runs up the stairs. Because it's in such close proximity to him, it'll blind him either way. But he gets away with his life still intact. He'll have to wait for a hop in through the window. Grizzly will endure the wrath of 2 players from DZ, but Skies is punished, as is Gavin. NJR falls after a kill of his own. It puts Noodle into a 1v2. Panben Canadian with 30 seconds to go. Neither hold the diffuser. They'll need to retrieve it. It was being shepherded into bar. Smokes go out. Obscure the positioning of these attackers. Skeleton Key also opening up a small line of sight.
15 seconds remaining.
Noodle catches one off guard, and he gets both of them. Heroic take the first half 4-2. And you can thank that man Noodle there.
Yeah, that's the new member on the squad here. He's stepping up big for his team, and I was thinking kind of through my head like how I wanted to play that 1 versus 2 myself, because it's an awkward position. When the first smoke goes out, you're like, okay, they have smokes left. That's bad. When the second smoke was tossed towards the bar door that he was actively holding, how do you want to get down to the bomb side without being heard? Well, he kind of dropped with the smoke grenade sound. That's kind of what he did. A little bit delayed, it worked out. They had no idea he left the top floor. That sound cue was not registered in their ears because of him trying to mask it as well as he did, and it paid off massively. Gets the injure, goes to the finish, and then gets the second kill with a flick as well. And that's gonna seal the deal for Heroic's first half, going 4-2 on a defensive start on Chalet. Statistically, a great number to put up, but it really doesn't matter how good you do in defense if you can't get anything done on the attacking side. Now, Slav actually statistically did a great job, just fine on border, no issues there, but he is still 0-6 so far here in Chalet. Slav on defense, I'd argue his role, that can be argued away, but on attack, Slav often got aggressive on border. He often finds himself helping the team move forward in that early to mid round. And he needs that here in Chalet as well. That's where DC struggled themselves. They need to be proactive in the first 1 minute 30 seconds or rush to the last 1 minute 30 seconds instead. It's going to be a very tactical setup, if you will, for DarkZero. Frost, cancel barricades, mute jammers, Valkyrie, black eye cameras as well. Heavy on information, just like before. Something Heroic should be prepared for.
First half in the books, Nick. In terms of opening picks, pretty close to even. DZ winning rounds 3 and 4. It's a different sandwich this time. DZ won rounds 1 and 6. They were the bread. The meat in the middle were the 4 rounds from Heroic on border. This time around, it's a bit of a thicker slice. It's like the double down sandwich from KFC, where the bread is actually just pieces of chicken. 2 rounds for Heroic, 2 rounds for DZ, 2 rounds from Heroic. Nade from Joom goes out, down goes Gavin. First pick goes to Heroic. That's great for the team that wants to send this one away. Heroic are the team that's within striking distance of winning 2-0. DarkZero finds themselves in not just a hole in this map, but in the series as well. And if they do not prevail on Chalet, well, that's it. They leave the day with no points. That's big for Heroic, especially since we've said before, this is a very tight, very competitive group.
Very much liking how Slav is just sitting back right now, recognizing that his operative IQ is just more valuable simply by staying alive, because the information from Canadian is something that DC heavily plays around. So he's going to sit far back, spot out those Valkyrie cameras, tell his team where they are, hopefully find 2 if not all 3, and then he can get more risky in those front-forward aggressive positions. And because Joom got the opening kill earlier on, Slav can take a bit of a backseat here, but the deployable shield punishes Heroic massively. 3 deaths in a span of 4 seconds.
DZ snapped their fingers and said, that's it. We don't want anything more to do with you. Heroic right now at a crossroads. One at the top of library stairs, the other over by the balcony. It's going to take Uno quite a bit of time to get through that door. All the while, he's allowed Noodle to get isolated and punished by NJR. It was a great start from Heroic, but it all fell apart. Now Uno has 20 seconds to try to kill potentially as much time as possible, or kill as many players from DZ as possible. He does quite a bit of damage. He's not able to secure a kill. Panbazoo is, however, and DZ pick up a big and important round. Could they streak on their own? They're at 3, Heroic is at 4.
The question now is going to be bomb site rotation. So many options. I am hearing a dining call-up being called up with the player cam, or comms rather, should I say. And Kitchen Dine is indeed what they're going to be hovering right now. So, what Heroic did was they went Master Bedroom, Bar, then Kitchen. DZ is going to change it up just a little bit earlier, go from Master to Kitchen Secondary instead. They're not bringing the Maestro Evil Eye cameras to the bomb site. They will just continue on with that Valkyrie. More information on the roam itself. Canadian himself also just playing much deeper in the map as a roamer these days. He's no longer going to be on side making callouts. He's going to be roaming around, trying to play actively on the map time and time again. And a big learning lesson for Troy with that kind of role change once he kind of joined DC and they figured out their roles, that he actually is playing very aggressively for most older players, IGLs, and what Troy is more like a flex support player for a lot of his career, in the later half of it at least. He's now almost like an injured player on both attack and defense. He plays Jackal half hours on attack, walks in solo, tries to go for kill. On defense, will put down his information, try and make a play off it, or help his teammates do the same thing. It's a big role change for him. Took a bit of time to adapt to it, but it's coming along quite nicely.
Garage breach open up very quickly. First 20 seconds of action. And Heroic have found a relatively easy way into the map. Some middle floor defense. But you want to essentially pinch on both the top and the bottom floor. Clear out the basement, clear out garage. Have somebody go in through potentially solarium, bathroom, clear that out as well. DZ have quite a lot of bodies on the main floor, but not necessarily in the bomb site, as you see Canadian is playing over in bar. He's going to be fighting for his life. They've already thrown 2 drones at him, but Heroic can't really be all that successful in slowing him down from that spot.
I mean, speaking of Canadian being in the midst of the battle early on, right? I mean, he's got 3 tangos all around him, and his support network is now getting active, right? Gavin on blue stairs, in on that dining hall, when Canadian can just stick in his corner or go for that 1v1 fight.
Waiting for the pop-up, Noodle will walk right in, and he wins the engagement. Canadian just a bit too sluggish. Can't predict the exact speed at which Heroic will take up some of that map. Halfway through round number 8. Flushed one of those players out. Scovered Gavin, but excellent coordination as the grenade drops in his lap, and then that's a dash up the stairs for Gavin right into the waiting arms. None other than Sloth. Heroic starting off the round so strong with 2 opening picks.
Oh, cheeky. That's a freebie, no? Yup.
Sure is. Droning out Panbazoo. Sloth capitalizes. It's 3 players from DZ that have all been picked apart through excellent coordination from Heroic.
Sometimes speed is not what matters. I mean, we always say how Oryx can sometimes get out of those dangerous positions, but no matter how fast you are there, well, Sloth is there to punish you, and so is Sloth again for a 3rd time in a row this round.
There's a flawless round for Heroic as... Well, there's only been 2 flawless rounds so far by my count, Nick. They've both been for Heroic. They came in the dying rounds of Border, and now one happens to propel Heroic to a 5th and crucial round, 2 away from putting this entire series in the books.
You are correct. I count 2 as well. And Sloth there getting very excited. I think it said something on the lines of like, I'm getting activated down to 5v5. The game is over for DarkZero. So he too recognizes that. He had a bit of a struggle of a first, 8 rounds. But he is now activated and can successfully approach the situation now. And should be better for it, to be honest. We'll see what they'll do going forward. We are finding ourselves in this position where DarkZero, they have to figure out how to break this attack from Heroic, essentially. Canadian tried earlier with that aggression, got shut down. Probably not going to go the same thing again this time around. Maybe let Pambus handle that instead. As he can play in the basement, wait for a flank, a mid-round play. That is typically where Troy strikes the best.
5 seconds remaining.
Seen Troy excel on those lurk rolls.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Vigil, Valkyrie, Pulse.
Yeah.
Almost all focused around information, as we talked about before. Either way.
Yeah. I am... For a second there, I was thinking this could be a heroic rush, but there's not enough manpower to like execute that. Also, NGR, he has the Warden, flashbang, smoke grenades, it won't bother him, so there's no real reason for the hero to approach this. There's no O's, no Ying on the board either, so it doesn't signify that was ever the plan. But the main breach gets opened up. Meanwhile, library roam clear has commenced as well, so we're taking two sides of the map at once. It's a great pace for heroic. Yeah, there it is. That little crosshair shake, that seemed like, yeah, I know.
The difficulty from Sloth. Slow start for Sloth in this matchup. Was 0-4 or 0-5, but it's now been starting to put kills on the board. Maybe finding more success and more comfort on these attacking operators, or just rather his place on the team. Inside a mudroom, Joom has jumped in. It's a familiar spot for him. This is exactly how Heroic were able to flush Canadian out of the spot inside a bar. But a different setup from DZ means you're not going to have that same level of success. Additionally, this is a garage defense. All four of the bomb sites have now been played here on Chalet. Cause for celebration. Hooray!
The bomb site is extremely vulnerable. Only two members on the side, and I think Heroic knows they could act fast. Pambus is faster.
Absolutely. Knows exactly where Sloth is upstairs and makes him pay. Noodle goes down now as well. Heroic have lost two very quickly, almost losing Grizzly. They will. Joom is gone too. A flawless round to answer a flawless round? Gadzooks! Uno with diffuser in hand, a minute to go. Will he feed himself to this DZ wood chipper on the round, or will we see some, pardon the pun here, heroics? Well, DZ know where he is. They know he's at the breach.
Yep.
They saw the flash go in. They know his position. They also know that they have the bomb site working in their favor. They don't need to do a single thing. The moment that he walks through that breach, he can be visible to either connector or to the bottom of main stairs. Blue can go for a reflex test if they so choose. They're not doing it just yet. Drone goes out, shot away at. That's a bit of information. Uno's killing a lot of time here. Mr. Officer instinctively pulling down the microphone. A tactical timeout has been requested by Heroic. He knew that before the round was even over. DZ pick up a flawless round to answer Heroic's flawless round, keeping this match especially close.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this does cause for a great time to talk about things, right? Because we are in a position where both teams are getting very, like every single round right here are defining for this outcome. And it's extremely close and also extremely far apart because we're seeing flawless round to flawless round. Then we're seeing pretty one-sided rounds before that as well. And you want to take your time out now before you hit that OT match point scenario. The one thing is, when Mr. Officer calls for timeout now for Heroic, DC also get time to talk to Mint of, their coach to counter, combat what they think you're going to talk about or what they want to talk about themselves. So a bit of a mind game now. The question is, I don't think if you're Heroic, you're going to talk about bomb site expectations for DarkZero. I mean, I think it's safe to assume that they can play all four bomb sites. One of them right now is locked. They have three options that they can choose between, and we kind of know what to expect. It really comes down to the decision making from the team itself. On that basement attack, we saw Heroic in the first minute be very effective. Open up main breach, go library, etc. Then they kind of tried to drone out the entire map. Sloth was alone top floor. He got found out. Then they said, okay, bomb site is weak. Let's rush the bomb site. And then they kind of ran the breach. They died. And then Unu's left alive out to the breach with diffuser. And there was no real like decisive decisions being made. It was kind of like on a whim. Okay, let's try and roam clear. Okay, the roam clear is kind of hard. Let's go for a side rush. Okay, that didn't work either. I guess the round is over. That's pretty much how I see that round break down. When the previous attacks from Heroic, especially on border, it seemed that there's a more decisive approach. Okay, this round, we're gonna go west side. Clear it over, figure it out. We're gonna fight the odds, fight the issues, whatever. Changing your mind mid-round can be done, but it does come at a cost of time. Rotating around the map is not quick, especially if you're halfway across the map itself. And you mentioned Parker, Canadian playing Vigil, Valkyrie, Pulse, etc. He's playing Vigil now.
Look at the 3 operators that he's played so far on defense. Nick?
Yep.
Vigil, Pulse, Valkyrie.
Yep, there it is. All around the information.
He loves that lurk on Oregon as well. Playing well down below. This is a cacophony of noise. Good lord, so many sounds. The sound, the thunder. Flashes going out, E1D going out. Soft destruction, caliber-based destruction onto the walls, opening up bigger sight lines. There's another E1D to go too. Heroic desperately trying to capitalize off of this. They've used 2 of the 3 gadgets from Lion, only spotted a tiny bit. Do bear in mind, Canadian is immune from Lion's gadget. When that cloaking device is active, he can escape by the drones, and he's already done that.
I mean, the thing is, I was going to say, IQ can simplify this process by, you know, having the scanner out while Canadian's trying to avoid the drones and the Lion charge to know exactly where he is, because right now, Heroic are guessing if he's basement or first floor, etc. And he's wasting they're still looking for the basement. He's not there. He's in bar. He's wasting so much time right now. And
gets spotted out. He's as good as gone. Heroic, after their timeout, they get the very first pick. Took a little bit longer than previous rounds.
Big punishment.
Huge from Gavin. Noodle tries the stairs, but that's Gavin's playground. Heroic are frozen in place, but for a second, trying to figure out how exactly we're going to get this guy with a frost shield out of there.
Yeah, that was the same issue that last time, right? They kind of went into the Ivy hallway, 2 members just died to the player in the shield, that's Pambasu. And it is hard to clear this position, but if you just walk into Fireplace, where Juma is right now, and win this gunfight, great job, then you can try and deal with that shield position. Once the shield falls, this gets way easier.
Pambasu goes for broke on the opening inside of Office. Takes down Uno after the castle barricade had been split wide open. 3v3, but Juma has sacrificed most of his life. Grizzly prepping for a jump in, but remember, there's a frost on the board. You have to look down, and teams will adeptly try to play off of that. Grizzly vaults in, knows it's not there. Sloth not too far off.
Oh, wow.
No.
Not
That's
good.
not what you want. A team kill from Joom onto Grizzly. Sloth is now dead as well. DZ looks to have tied it up. You take the timeout before this happens. If they hadn't, this almost certainly would have been a timeout just to give them a breather. And Sky's technically credited with the final kill, even though the clock had hit 0. Just some nice stat padding there. DZ capitalizing off of that huge blunder from Heroic.
Yeah.
All Grizzly can do is laugh a little bit. Fist bump, Mr. Officer. And get right back into the game. All 12 rounds will be needed, just as we saw on Border. The outcome of this matchup far from certain. But boy, oh boy, you've already called your timeout. And after you do that, team kill comes in a very tense moment in a round that could have very easily been won by Heroic.
Yeah.
That can shock your mental, absolutely.
I love the fact that Canadians bring out the Vigil once again, just understanding the value it gave in that previous round. And now the question comes, is Sloth gonna stay in the IQ or change to the Axe, for example, here is showcased? Because Sloth isn't really getting that much done in the IQ, because then, like, Heroic is now succeeding in getting map control and getting inside the building, dealing with, you know, the deployable shields. IQ does not help with any of that. It helps with Canadian. Just him as an individual. Whether he plays Valkyrie or Vigil, that's the only thing he really can deal with. And sure, he ended up getting the kill with the gadget through the floor in library onto Canadian. But after that, Sloth is nowhere to be seen, doesn't need to get much done. And when Doom isn't in the right position at the right time with those grenades, they cannot progress as a team. So we're gonna say, let Canadian have his fun, be a menace in the basement or whatever with the Vigil Cloak, but now we're gonna enable our own player instead and try and match it 5v5. Oh, there we go. We're back with colors.
It's always fun. It's always fun when
It's always fun.
It's always fun when it gets jammed.
Just a shout out to all the mute mains out there.
Even after the change. Oh my, Noodle. Canadian praise upon him. First kill goes to DarkZero.
That was way too easy. He just walked in like he owned the place. But he did. He shouldn't be.
I mean, Heroic could very easily be tilted off of that one, Nick. Canadian under fire still inside of Garage, losing a bit of his HP, but Heroic cannot capitalize off of it. There it is. Grizzly catches him. Spoke too soon.
Good catch.
Seemed like an opportunity almost lost, and then it wasn't.
I mean, trading one from the scenario, Noodle for Canadian, Bach for Vigil. It's not the worst trade in the world. You still have your grenades and your soft reach and ash, which has just been spent on this utility side of Solarium.
Oh, Sloth, a nice shot on a Gavin. Now it's Pamba taking some damage, but he's able to skate free, it looks like. There's another E1D that'll be burned. And now they've got the Vigil off the board. They don't need to be too concerned with an operator being able to avoid it.
See, this is always one of those positions. Doom has to spend 30 seconds moving his drone all the way from basement onto the top floor just to take a shot instantly, most likely. Now, this Ibana pellet hole might favor Skies at C4. Massive double kill for him. What a punishment that is.
And Sloth looking for an engagement that might come out in his favor. It does. Skies has been finished off and punished, and now we have lost
the feed.
All visuals.
Mute mains, man.
Oh, goodness. That is not great. Grizzly in a 1v2. Oh, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. A 1v2, but he has some information. NJR is on the ground. Pamazoo taking damage, 35 seconds. Now Grizzly has the diffuser. I'm not sure why you'd pick that up. He knows that he can't go for a defuse here.
Yeah, has to go for kills. There's no way.
Potentially wasted time. Some utility to be gone from that gone 6. Grizzly needs to wait them out. And through the kill hole on the ground. In the table.
That is like an impossible angle to be unless you're pre-firing it back. I mean, you're not going to see that ever.
Never in a million years are you going to get the drop on a pro player in that position. And now, Heroic without their parachute. They're staring down map point. DZ coming back from the dead.
That C4 really changed the entire outcome of the round. Not only did he get the one kill, he got both of them on the window rappel. And that's basically thanks to the mute jammer. Jammer was on the wall, which forced the breach to try and breach above the wall itself to toss a grenade in to get the jammer. You can also bounce it to the doorway from the big window rappel, but they opted differently. And it got used against him to great success by Skies. Again, the experience coming through here, understanding the options available at his disposal, and chose correctly and waited for that opportunity to present itself. Now Canadian, for the first time, his entire map of Chalet is playing a passive operator. He's on bandit duty. He's going to be tricking walls and denying a breach from going up, or going out rather. The question is, how exactly is he going to bandit trick on basement Chalet? Is he going to be hiding? Yeah, he's going to be hiding in blue. So they're going to go for this breach. There's going to be no wall deny. Heroic will assume that it's clear. Then he will trick the wall as they will blindly try and open up with Thermite and successfully do just that. And because Heroic's only playing a single or hard breach, that's actually very painful to their lineup. If they were playing 2 hard breachers, wouldn't be a big deal, but they only have 2 exothermic charges. That trick is half of all their breach. They're gonna EP, it's clear, Thermite, and Bandit trick. Excellently done by DC, excellently read by Canadian.
First kill goes to Heroic again. And even though they do tend to come out on top on first kills and first bloods, it doesn't make a massive difference in the actual score sheet. I mean, it obviously helps them keep even pace, but the way these teams are playing, we're set up for what could be a second 7-5 in a row, with both teams taking their own map by the skin of their country teeth. I mean, that means that we'll have an absolute ball on Theme Park, but let's look ahead of ourselves. Heroic have the upper hand by 1. Pambazoo, who's been the best player for DZ, is gone, but now you've lost Sloth, who again started picking up the pace and has been mighty fine.
Canadian, after that trick, and then pre-plays all his bandits and play actively. And now with this backside breach on towards Trench, that's the only hard wall that Heroic can open up. That means DC to know A, where the push is most likely going to be coming from, and B, it's the only way in, but it does not matter. Heroic, no map control, has not cleared the roamers either. It is not looking good for them.
Walking into their death, one by one by one.
And what now? Now we can drone, try and pick up the pieces, but we gotta eventually just go for kills, right? Like, nothing's really gonna help us. We don't have the correct lines of sight. We have no hard breach. We have 1 grenade in the pocket of Doom, and we have 3 guns. That is all we really have to work with here.
Barricades being broken, 1 minute to go. Gavin, he's got the read on the vault in. He doesn't need to do anything. He can sit and wait for that single player because right now DZ has an extra floater player that can go wherever they want. Heroic are the team that currently trails. Nate goes out. Joom looks for the read, can't get it. Gavin gets the jump in, down goes Grizzly as well. Joom in a 1v4. DZ want this map so desperately and they just need a single soul to do it. And they'll get it. Caught. DZ take their own map 7-5. The exact same scoreline that Heroic prevailed on Border. And we have a third map between these teams. Again, they both had to work for it. But we'll go to Theme Park, tied up at 1 apiece.
And the best thing about it is that there is absolutely 0 way to tell who's fair to take it.
I mean, what an impressive run by DZ, taking those final 4 rounds, flawless, then a timeout is called. Heroic messes up. There's no way around it. And when DZ lost that first map, yeah, they were disappointed, but the look of dismay on the faces of Heroic, well, they tell their own story. We're 45, 50 minutes away from an exciting conclusion in this best of 3, but we got a break ready for you before we can get to it. Sit tight, we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, it's a 7-5 victory for DarkZero on their map of Chalet, just as it was a 7-5 victory for Heroic on their map of Border. And DZ intent to put this one away, winning 2 in a row. Well, they've engaged the banana buff.
I mean, it worked out great for them last time, right? Charlotte Major.
One of the best clips, I think, from all of Rainbow Six Esports, by the way, was the One More Bite.
Yes.
And the crowd being extremely loud. I do want an exit interview about the war paint. I really do. Is it just to get them in the mindset? Is this like psychological game?
Yeah.
I'm not entirely certain. Let's talk about the matchup though, Nick, because that's what people want us to do.
I mean, it's a great matchup back and forth, to be honest. At no point in this match on Chalet where we're like, okay, this team is going to win. It's guaranteed. No, not at all. Almost every single round either came down to the wire, or it was like a very lopsided, almost flawless round, if not a flawless. Clutches also here and there. Noodle, I think, honorable mention there, winning that 1 versus 2 early on in the midway on the map itself. But ultimately, I mean, DC, they came out on top. They played a more stable round of, or game of Siege rather, especially their master bedroom defenses. They were just winning them every single time, and that really made the difference. Whereas Heroic, well, they could not break it apart whatsoever.
I mean, you have to look at what happened in both of those series. On Border, I mean, there wasn't a ton of mistakes. Heroic played fine, DZ played fine, but Heroic just ultimately were better through these mid-rounds. DZ would get the first pick or the opening pick, could not keep up from that point onward. In this Chalet matchup, though, there were far more mistakes on the side of Heroic. Yeah. And I know that NA fans are going to turn around and say, oh, he's biased towards EU. I don't know how to tell you this. I do not care who wins. I'm just here for a good time. And Heroic obviously didn't look quite as comfortable on Chalet as they did on Border. And I would even argue that some of those rounds on Border could have been a coin toss between DZ and Heroic.
Oh, certainly.
Even a single round, this could have been over 2-0. Theme Park is what awaits us. Is there anything more you'd like to talk about Chalet before
I mean,
pivot towards our third and final map?
Stat lines, Canadian is only 7 and 8, so -1 statistically on KD. But we spoke about him quite a lot about the value that he brought, right? Both with the information of Valkyrie and the disruption as Vigil. So just to kind of talk about this, the stat line for kills and devs isn't the only type of value you can bring as a player. It's what you can do either for your teammates or to slow down or make it harder for your opponents. So I feel like we spoke so much about Canadian, and then I was like, wait, he's only 7 and 8? That's actually not that good. Just to kind of bring it home there, he did a lot for the team. And that goes for any player. Scoreline does not tell the full story. And, I mean, for the third map here in Theme Park, it's 0-0. It doesn't matter who top fragged on Border, who clutched on Chalet. It matters now what happens round by round on the final map of Theme Park, because that's it. Then it's over.
Heroic's biggest task here, their biggest goal. Almost a toll.
Toll.
Task and goal.
A little combination.
The biggest task for Heroic is going to be mentally resetting. For a team like DZ that's been around for a long time, they've had to do mental resets. And I mean, I don't know if there's a single player, maybe Nesk, but I don't think there's a single player other than Canadian who suffered the amount of heartbreak.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that I don't mean that in a negative sense. I'm not trying to poke fun at Canadian. I mean in the sense that he has quite literally been forged in the fires of disappointment and defeat. And because of that, if there's anybody who can lead by experience, it's him. And this was one of the things when he came on the space station that the team talked about, was that he could pull them out of the rut.
Yeah.
DZ have discussed it as well. DZ would get hard on themselves, while Canadian can motivate them and bring them back. And it's not just him, there's a supporting cast there as well. Can Heroic do that? Because Uno has suffered disappointment as well, but not to the same level. And the rest of this Heroic roster is still nowhere near as experienced as this DZ roster is playing at this top level in international events. It takes a very, very strong leader to say to the team and to be able to motivate the team, hey, we blew it.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. We were up 5-3. We let us get in our heads. The timeout didn't work. DZ fired up. We screwed up one round in particular. we need to fix this. Shake it off. Let's get into the matchup and let's play differently. Because the way that a theme park map plays is very different from Chalet and Border.
Oh, totally.
So not only do you need to be prepared for a change up in style and pacing, but you also need to do that with the backdrop of you being angry. And Heroic need to get out of that funk.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about Canadian being the leader of, you know, DC and Uno of Heroic, and if you guys recall the player cameras from Heroic side after they lost in Chalet just like 5 minutes ago, it's like Uno sitting in the middle and 4, you know, team members just turning their head toward him. He's like, okay, leader, what do we do now? You know, there's so much pressure on the individuals, the leaders of these two squads. And one is Canadian, one of, like, probably the most accomplished player, arguably in the space, winning with so many different rosters and teams throughout so many different meta games of Rainbow Six Siege. And then you have Uno, a person who joined the team that was G2 right after their prime and then kind of started falling off, who never found success with the team, unfortunately, never lifted a trophy with them, who's now trying to build this thing for himself as the leader of Heroic, being the IGL, being the captain, taking all that responsibility, and getting so close in this first Pistol Thief Invite 2023, but they need to go a little bit further. In Theme Park, yes, it plays out so differently than both Border and Chalet. It is much more focused around the strategical elements of how to breach the walls, where to breach them, this armory thrown bomb site itself. I mean, you can be 5 men on the bomb site holding down that like a fortress if you want to. But of course, at this level of play, if you're not going to do a soft roam, it's a little bit too easy to gain map control too quickly, so you gotta do something. That something is Noodle jumping out of a window again, just like he tried on Chalet, but this time he goes punished as there are 3 members of DarkZero just holding that window, essentially.
Inconsistency from both of these teams. You saw the score sheet for that Chalet matchup just moments ago, showing that some of the players who had some struggles on Border had turned things around, and some of the players who had struggles on Chalet had turned it around as well. Sloth and Skies were the 2 that I think are easiest to focus on when it comes to their ability to show up. And again, Sloth and Noodle only officially, quote-unquote, being on this team since, what is it, February 1st. So it's been a relatively new period of time for Heroic, though I will say that just because somebody is announced on that time doesn't necessarily mean that they've just joined that team. Sometimes it's just when the transfer window opens, and sometimes it's just when you get announced, but you've already been scrimming with that squad for a couple months.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta make the announcement videos, make it all funny and exciting, right? You can't just say, oh, this guy joined that team, get excited for us. Woo! Gotta make it engaging content pieces. And with a minute to go, DarkZero, they've yet to breach anything on this map. Now, they do have secondary MPs in the pocket of Canadian on the Dokkaebi. Those might come in handy. There are jammers on the board. A bit of vertical play being done, of course, to shut down some of the mute jammers. Prep C4 does 0 damage to the attack inside.
Which frankly does not connect, but the legs of one of the defenders spotted out by NJR as the buck of Pambazoo goes to work up top. Grizzly pinned down inside of the bomb site. Nowhere to go but out. And he's dispatched. 2 players from Heroic side by side on Throne. That'll be Sloth and Uno. Joom has to get back into the bomb site as he's losing all of his teammates. Skies gets the diffuser down. Almost no damage done to DZ in the process. This is a dominant round. Uno's the last man standing, and that's it. DZ starts off that round. It's an exclamation mark. Flawlessly done with diffuser down. Pretty much perfect for DarkZero.
And to make it seem even worse, that right there is one of the, if not the, most defender-sided bomb side in all of Siege in the current 9-map map pool. So it can't really get much worse than that in that scenario, and I do think there's a big question to be raised here. Do you go back to Armory Throne as Heroic because it's such a strong bomb site, or do you go elsewhere because it failed? There are things that can be done differently, right? The roam game fell apart early, Noodle opted for a very aggressive jump out, got punished. Now Heroic knows DC are playing this slow game, expecting aggression and then going to punish it. If Heroic does not give that to DarkZero, that could drastically change the outcome of that round. And outside of that, also of course, bomb site itself, no tricks were had, no kite on the board. DC got every breach relatively for free, and when all those walls gets opened up, there's just nowhere to be sitting on the bomb site any longer. That's when things start falling apart.
5 seconds to insertion.
We also talk about, you know, timeouts, leadership, leading the players, mentalities. One thing that I don't think we've touched upon is just the sheer, like, stamina of players in these longer matches of like best of threes. Not everyone is as accustomed to a best of three environment, especially somebody like Doom, somebody like Noodle, who are new players. Gavin himself, of course, as well. Canadian, I mean, he's gone best of fives many times in his career. He's used to it. But being able to reserve your energy and spend it accordingly throughout a full best of three or best of five scenario is a skill in itself that you can only learn with experience and time. I don't think that can truly be taught, even by Canadians saying, hey guys, keep in mind, we got a long day ahead of us, you know, reserve your energy. I don't think it's that simple, right? You gotta be in there and understand, okay, where are my mental capacities gonna be going? How much brain power am I using every single round here? Because it is a long day for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you go by when some of these players are waking up, when they're scrimming, when they're practicing, I mean, we're looking at, what time is it right now?
It's 9:09, I believe.
You are absolutely correct. 09. Some of these players have been up all day. I mean, it wouldn't be uncommon for some of them to have been awake over 12 hours at this point. Fatigue will set in.
Certainly.
Especially knowing how some of these pros, they love to
what?
Dose with energy drinks.
Oh, that's what it is.
And of course, then you've got the crash, and you have to rise up yet again. Look at Gavin, by the way. Unable to stop Pambazoo's death, but prevents any more from Noodle. Gavin making it his own! 3 huge kills from Gavin. What a superb play. Yeah, DZ lose too, but he bails them out of a bad situation. He sets DZ up for success with 1:10 still to go.
And because you still have Hibana on Skies alive, or Skies on Hibana alive rather, you can still open up the hatch and the walls. And that really is going to be one of the defining factors of the outcome of this round, because if you lost the Heartbreacher, Uno on Wamai and Grishtan and Mute can easily hold down this in a 2v3. Deployable shield, Goyo fire, etc. But because they cannot be exposed in the breach in the hatches, all of a sudden, this is not as easy as it could be.
Grizzly's just trapped right now. So fire from one of those Goyo shields will prevent entry from DZ for 20 seconds. Means one less avenue to get on in. Good tracking from Grizzly as the drone goes across, but is shot away at. A small opening in the wall will be watched by him. Nade goes in from NJR. Flash goes in as well from Gavin. Skies breaks on in, loses the duel. Technically, he's down, but not out. Grizzly is no more. Nice shot by Uno. He's technically in a 1v1.
5 seconds left.
Taking some damage. Can he stop Gavin in the moment? No. Diffuser goes down. Gavin, who's been so phenomenal, 6 kills, will look for a 7th onto Uno. Sitting on that diffuser, sees the legs of Uno and will reposition. He's got time to work with. 30 seconds left. Uno hot on his heels. Gets shot out, and Gavin gets every single kill for the ace. His first Tier 1 international event, and Gavin gets them all.
Yep, that is extremely impressive. And again, Gavin had if you recall all the way back on Border, he was like 0-4 or 0-5. And I always say, the hardest kill to get as a player is going to be your first. It's one of those like, I don't want to go 0-5, but I kind of am, and now I'm in my own head about it. And he goes from having a really slow start on Border to in the second round of the third map getting an ace. In the first round, he got 2 kills. He is 7-0 right now on the board, getting down the plant and getting a 1v1 clutch against Uno himself. And we always speak, you know, about how players should not feel threatened by certain individuals. But if you're up against a big name in a 1v1, it is never easy. It is very possible that you doubt yourself, that you feel nervous or pressured. These are players that you have likely been looking up to yourself as a player when you were younger, you know, than 18, when you couldn't compete. Gavin just turned 18. He is more than likely to look up to players like Canadian, like Uno, and now he's playing alongside one of them and beating the other one in a 1v1. That is phenomenal. Great start for him.
Exactly what you want, and it's just going to continue to give you so much confidence as well. What you said, by the way, about how, oh, you know, the first kill is the hardest. Yeah, I mean, Time after time, player after player will tell you that. So it's not even just your own ability and your own history. You know, there's other people who will vouch for you.
I feel very reassured now and comfortable in my opinion.
Well, you're very welcome. Skies walks in, cannot win that duel at all. Grizzly loses a bunch of HP, retreats back to his shield. Skies down, reunited with Ash, an operator he used to be so familiar with back in the Elevate days.
Oh boy.
Those of you that will remember those.
I'm gonna go out and assume here that DarkZero is trying to change the pace and catch Heroic off guard, right? They played a very slow Chalet, relatively slow border, pretty slow first rounds on Theme Park, because there's no follow-up from Sky, so they didn't want to come into a full side rush and kind of throw the round away, but they want to see what happens if we just kind of throw something at the wall here. Does it stick or not? Well, it coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it didn't, right? Grizzly wins the gunfight. Now you play the 4v5, back to your old route of playing a slow style attack here. And if you wait long enough, you might find the kills elsewhere. Bambasu almost gets that onto Wamai, but he walks away scot-free.
Hatch open, Sloth waiting for the drop. The drone that goes down, but no player to be had. Logic Bomb still going off. Canadian could go for the pinch here, but takes a ton of damage in the process. Gavin has been the star of the show so far. 8 kills through 3 rounds. How much higher can this kid's kill count go? Down goes Joom to NJR. Sloth was in that position that we watched. Not too far off. The nade will sail on in. And Sloth goes down to it. Beautifully tossed by NJR. Grizzly and Noodle are last 2 left, but Noodle is the read on Pambazoo. Can't secure now. He can. Pamba decides, why not for the re-engagement? Canadian low on HP. This is very, very doable. NJR with Diffuser down now at the halfway mark. Gavin still up, still full HP. But Heroic are not able to stop the Diffuser from going down. Grizzly's been punished. He'll need to be retrieved. Or Noodle will have to go for the 1v3 with the clock working against him. We'll walk right in. By the way, Gavin gets a little greedy. The retrieve will be there. 27 seconds left. Oh, almost gets him back up, but is very apprehensive. The problem is that just killed 7 seconds. Now you get him back, and you only have 10 seconds to hop onto that Diffuser. Wait for the telltale sounds of it. NJR on the ground. He gets 1. That's an easy read. Grizzly, you got 1 second. Can you do it? No, you can't. DarkZero will start off Theme Park perfectly 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that is open and kill 2 of 3 rounds, plant all 3 rounds, and of course, the rounds themselves go in their favor. It cannot really get more one-sided than this right now. And this is DC and Theme Park attack, statistically the harder starting side. But as we've seen today in this particular matchup, the favorite side statistically doesn't really matter because it hasn't really been ringing true that much throughout this particular instance.
I mean, there's been a bit of upheaval.
There has been.
Operator balancing. Obviously, you talked about the muzzle changes a while back. Suppressors being everywhere. Now, long barrel being, well, a much better option than it used to be. Certain operators seeing some tweaks. Solus coming into the meta. Teams completely blowing up their rosters, bringing in fresh blood, and changing up their roles as well. This is the kind of thing that leads to unpredictability. Now, imagine how much more chaotic this would be if it was a best-of-1 series.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
At least with the best-of-3, the better team tends to win more frequently. It's not always a given. Sometimes the better team on paper and the better team 9 out of 10 times still loses because you end up on that 1 in 10 moment. Either way. DarkZero starting off 3-0, and it's broken the confidence of Heroic. If you go back to Chalet, this is the 7th round in a row that DarkZero has won because they ended Chalet on a 4-round winning streak. And if you recall, or if you didn't tune in for Chalet, there was that unfortunate team kill. And I think that might have had a more profound impact on Heroic than we thought because they look shaken. They're not playing with the same level of confidence. Then through these 3 rounds, you have trades in terms of kills for 2 rounds. DZ getting the first blood in round number 1. A flawless round to start things off. And then a 1-man army of Gavin getting an ace.
Yeah.
I mean, those are 2 rounds right there that can break your confidence. Oh, we didn't even get a single kill. Oh, we couldn't even kill 1 guy? That does weigh on you.
And we suck.
It does weigh on you.
And I think you mentioned because during the tactical timeout, I could just briefly hear Missed Officer, the coach of Heroics, kind of like what he was gonna go through in that tactical timeout. It was not strategical whatsoever. It was, guys, we got this, let's destroy them. There was some cursing in there as well, I must add, so I can't exactly quote him on it, but he was trying to motivate his players and bring out their confidence, saying, guys, we got this, we can smash them. Let's go lab, get aggressive. That's exactly what they're doing, right? They're playing a bomb set that allows for 4 roamers. Get out there, inspire confidence, take your gunfights, win them if you can, and then put yourself in that position to win. It's going to be Uno on site single-handedly with 4 roamers around him.
Huge value from the Twitch.
Oh, yeah, a massive value here.
Twitch getting a big buff in terms of her gadgetry, but I mean, would you argue there's a nerf with her weapon?
See, I would actually say from a competitive standpoint, getting 1 more drone, regular drone that is, and losing the grip is a buff. For rank play, for more casual play, if you don't really play around the utility, it's honestly a nerf because lesser recoil is always nice to have. But for this instance, more info, so much better.
Logic Bomb will go off. I think you're absolutely correct. And I think it's important to remind the people who watch, because the people who consume this content do so at a wide variety of rankings.
Certainly.
You have people like such as yourself who watch when you're not playing as a former pro, and then you have people such as me who play at a bronze level, you know?
I mean, Parker, you're at least a gold player. Don't be
hard. It's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Let's take a brief break just to tell you, oh, never mind. We'll talk about it in the next round. Joom down for the count, NJR follows. Both teams trade out on 1. The killing begins very late into the round by our standards. You have to watch for any pesky frost mats that might be on the board. Uno has all 3 of them placed somewhere, but Heroic are having some struggles with their own duels. Panbazoo winning the engagement against Sloth, and DZ are up 1. Crazy to think. Gavin and NJR combined for 15 kills. That's double Heroic's kill count, and that's just 2 players on DarkZero. To be fair, the only other person with kills on the team is Panbazoo with 2. But Canadian can't shoot back either. The Solus still on the board. Grizzly getting 1 pick to put us into a 3v3 with 30 seconds left. The bloodshed will continue. Down goes Gavin. Pamba needs to watch his angles. It seems almost certain that the first round will go in favor of Heroic, but hold on a moment here. Panbazoo gets 1 kill. He's got some safety in his position. Grizzly will creep up. Gives his position away. Pamba gets off and wins the duel. Goes right back on, but he's going to need to stick it. Will he be able to get past the point of no return? Noodle allows him to do just that. Pamba's up and the position's been given away, but he looks the wrong direction. A tense moment and a 1v1 that breaks in favor of Heroic, but it so easily could have been a DarkZero 4-0. Heroic gets on the board, and that is something that they so desperately needed.
I'm not gonna lie. Was it Noodle on Oryx, I think? Right? Yeah, it was Noodle. He played the 1v1 like an absolute brainiac is what I'm gonna say, because instead of circling around this area, he talks on the sandbags essentially, and Panbazoo, he wide swings the angle, expecting him to try and swing back. He's just sitting in that corner, and it's like the most obnoxious, kind of weird, unorthodox, doesn't make a lot of sense play to make, and that's exactly why it worked. It's the last thing anybody really expects in that scenario, so you go for the wide swing, right, to fight back. Oh, he's not even doing that, I am dead, okay. Well done for Noodle. I mean, Uno as well, praise to him, held on the bomb site, got those 2 kills, burned down the clock. Pamba then found himself into the 1v1 situation by playing it smartly, also the drone giving information to him to make that right decision. But it comes down to the wire again. And the lab bomb site, it works out. Very underrated bomb site at that, I would say, because again, you can play 4 roamers, 1 bomb site. It's hard to rush that side, so 1 member is all you need. You can play the entire map, like quite literally, the entire map on that bomb site. It is so much to clear for the attacking side. But the issue is, once you win it, it's locked for the following 2 rounds. And if it's the only place you found success, it is where you want to go back to, but you can't. So Throne is up instead. Spawn pick attempt. Noodle hits the shoulder instead. Very close to Canadian's head, but he misses. And Troy stays alive.
What do you think the point of no return would have been for Heroic there? DZ wins, they're up 4-0.
Yeah, I think that's the turning point.
I think that might be it, but
I think if you take a tactical timeout, as they did after round 3, and your coaches, you know, just like literally no strat talk, just like, guys, we got this, confidence, get out there, you're so much better than they are. And then you lose the 4th round. I mean, that's the point of no return, I think.
Yeah.
Now they had those words of encouragement. They then succeeded in their job. They won a 1-1, massive win for the team. And now they got a round on the board. This is a moment for them to start building momentum to work with, but it can very quickly be taken away again. Ah, he reads better off it, never mind.
Soft poised, waiting for the drop into maintenance, but nobody's going to have it. Or down below in maintenance, sorry. Gaveni will open things up. Gavin into Throne. And a pre-fire from that back position, but he looks in the wrong direction. Uno's there, ready for it. Heroic with the lead-off kill in this round. At least the shining light is that Gavin was able to get those Selma charges off in time.
It's true. I mean, I would say one thing is that the Selma charges are placed vault height rather. So while the breach is successful for getting pressure towards the bomb site itself and denying some safety, it's not a great entry point for DC, but they might never get to the entry point scenario because they're falling apart in the roam clear right now as the 3rd member just gets dropped from the map.
Heroic seemingly finding something here.
There's the vault.
Pam in a 1v5. These two teams, they love their flawless rounds. Yes, they do. Heroic within moments of being able to get their own in this map. They've already got 2 so far on the matchup. Heroic had a flawless round on Chalet, had a flawless round on Border. Can they get one in every single map? That's quite a feat. Pambazoo has 40 seconds left. Don't make a ton of noise. Trying to draw them out. Maybe just prove to be a spoiler. Do it for the stats. This is the engagement right here, and Pambazoo loses it out to Noodle. Heroic starting to warm things up. They're a single round away from tying the game, and it is indeed flawlessly done in round number 5.
Yep. Now they can tie it, or they can go on that 1 round disadvantage. Either way, the side swap is going to be the most defining factor, whether it's going to be a statistical success of like defense is just easier or attack is easier, but the thing is, I would say defending on Theme Park, regardless of the meta right now what it was 2 months ago, I definitely see defense being significantly easier, right? The nature of the map, how it flows, how you have limited access to bomb sites, you have strong areas you can control on the map, like for example Cafe or a cache on the opposite side of the map, arcade stairs, hard to walk up on, yellow stairs, hard to take as an attacker as well. Unless you have some sort of element of surprise or an execute operator like let's say Ying or the Osa or maybe a Monty for example, there's just no easy solutions for the attack and lineup besides shooting heads. When defenders have deployable shields, utility, magnets, Romitis, etc., it's not that simple to hit those heads whatsoever.
Final round of this heroic defense. DarkZero on attack. Over to Bunk and Daycare we go. Only 1 bomb site hasn't been played, is that correct?
That would be correct, and that would be the, what's the word?
The office initiation.
Yes, that is correct.
The other top floor bomb site, despite it being such a hotly contested part of the map, you contest the map control, you don't contest the bomb site in it. But it is a very, very important artery that leads into the Bunk Daycare portion of the map, and also leads eventually into that Throne Armory defense down below. Throne being the most played bomb site so far, played 3 times. The first 2 rounds went to DZ so dominantly, but finally the most defender-sided bomb site in the entirety of professional play broke for the defenders. Well, in the round that just transpired.
And it wasn't flawless, so it is a good bomb site after all. Who would have thought?
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
DC again, kind of changing the pace here round to round. Some rounds they go super fast and they go that medium pace. Right now they're opting for a good old slow approach here, keeping Heroic guessing as to where they might be. Now DC does not have the nuke available, they banned it themselves. So there's no trickery or foolery around the bomb site of where they might be. Heroic should know where most of these members are going to be attacking from. Gavin with a global gadget on the balcony of Cafe can apply some pressure and still utilize support for his teammates, of course, across the map. DC looking to break into the break room here, which is no easy feat because you gotta rappel in these windows, but no one's actually contesting from the side of Heroic. This is actually doable.
Logic bombs go off yet again. DarkZero has very much favored these operators that are great at giving your position away and forcing you into the same spot, whether it be the Lion, whether it be the Dokkaebi, etc. And NJR will pounce on what could be one of the players from Heroic. Well, he doesn't find anything just yet. First kill goes to Gavin, but he's answered back by Joom. Uno was the one who had been felled. The smoke off the board means no toxic canisters for the final 40 seconds.
It's actually quite damaging. This is now more than ever that you want that operator on the board. Or Goyo, not being played this round.
Look at this patience right now. Grizzly walks right through. NJR's in this spot. Down he goes. DarkZero had kind of lost the plot over the last 2 rounds, but they're doing lots of reading, lots of searching. And you can hear the sound of that DMR going off. The twitch of Canadian Heroic will need to get back into the bomb site. They're boxed out. We talked about office and initiation, how important it was. Well, it's crucial for Heroic. They lose one, Diffuser going down. Can they stop it in its tracks? Noodle just needs a single kill to win this round. If he could stop Skies, that would be it, but he can't do it. Does enough damage to drop NJR onto the ground. Canadian is a single bullet away from death, as is Panbazoo. NJR is retrievable. A lot will fall onto the shoulders of Skies, but Noodle's trapped. Inside of the waiting room, he's got a vault hole over by office. He'll make some noise. They know exactly where he's coming from. One set of eyes from Cafe, one from inside a bunk, one from inside a daycare. And it's NJR credited with the final kill, who've been picked back up off the ground. DZ allowed Heroic to start an impressive run, but end it as the first half goes 4-2. No sandwich metaphors this time.
Just listening in there, seeing what info we can gather from the voice comms. Nothing really to learn from it, I would say, for this time around, but they've been very insightful, I would say, and I, as a former player, I absolutely love getting just a little, still snippets of information about the insights of other teams. You know, when you see voice comm videos that some teams do, like G2 does them, Core, back when they're called Rogue, they were doing it as well. I would love to actually listen to, Latin teams comms, but, in English, so I could fully understand it in its fluidity, whereas with translations it get kind of wonky with slang and whatnot. I would love to just be inside the ears of Liquid or FaZe for a full day.
Oh, you're an ear guy.
I am in this case very much an ear guy.
People are feet guys. You're an ear guy. What can I say?
Nothing wrong with that, is there? No shame in here, Parker.
It's true. We don't shame.
Nope.
You like what you like.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And I'm just saying, if I could speak Portuguese fluently for a full day, that's what I would do with my time. Listen to Siege voice comm videos of those teams.
Obviously, teams are quite guarded about their comms, and their callouts might not always be TV friendly.
Also true.
But I think it is fascinating to get the odd listen in. First half in the book, so we have to do the tale of the tapes.
Oh, right.
By the way, believe it or not, both teams relatively evenly matched on those opening first picks, despite the 4-2 scoreline. DZ got a flawless round in round number 1. Heroic did so in round number 5. Diffuser got planted 4 times. DZ won every single one of those rounds. 4 times on Theme Park for an attacking team is very impressive.
Very good. Very, very good.
Gavin got an ace in round number 2, and 3 of the 4 bomb sites were played. We did not see office or initiation, which is exactly that latter part where Gavin is right now. He played at all. Panbazoo will get away from it as it's a downstairs defense. Throne Armory, the most defender-sided bomb site, as you've talked about before.
Yeah, I mean, it's where you start if you're 90% of teams in Siege, right? At least at this level of play. That's just where you want to go. It makes the most sense. I think Lab is second, or should be second priority for a lot of these teams. I think DC could very well also play it. You know, you play Canadian on site, 4 roamers, just like Heroic did it with Uno on site and 4 roamers. Right now, we're still in kind of the phase 1 of this round, the discovery/roam clear situation, right? We need to establish map control if you're Heroic, and DC gotta burn down that clock. They got the hatch opened up. That's an NAL special, right? You can play very aggressively. I think Astralis was one of the first teams to kind of showcase this at the tier 1 level of play, where you can just overstay top floor for as long as you want and just drop the hatch, back to side. Whereas most teams, when they roam, they'll reinforce to head to the bomb site and be forced to run back way earlier in the round.
Right you are, Nick. First kill goes to Heroic. NJR leading his team, well tied with Gavin, I suppose, but I mean, they're technically tied. First technically lead him. 9 kills, no more. Talked in previous maps in this series about persistent gadgets. Very much the case here. Those decoys, those clones, if you want to call it, of NJR, they will still exist. Not the case for Solus. Canadian deteriorating, aging in front of our very eyes. He had a strong map 1, map 2, not that great. Map 3, miserable. But guess what? You've got a supporting cast. Pambazoo panicking a little bit, missing out on the drop of Joom. He still takes a ton of damage. Skies will need to win a 1v2, but can't do it. He picked up his first set of kills in this entire map. Not enough. Heroic end up punishing them, and on Heroic's very first attacking round, they win.
The first thing we hear is, I don't know if it was Doom saying, why is this so attacker-sided? It was like such a classic thing to say because, yeah, like, as a numbers person, which most Pro League players tend to be, is like, we're not supposed to like win these attacks this easily, and it's happening for both teams. It's one of those like, why is this so attacker-sided? Yep, it's right. Lab actually is being the second priority now for DarkZero, as I was questioning about earlier, and I think this makes a ton of sense. Seeing how Heroic played it, the nature of the bomb site, I personally think it's one of the strongest bomb sites in the game, together, of course, with the thrown bomb site that we just saw, although it was unsuccessful for DC the first time they tried it around. And again, it's just because you can play the entire map. Not the entire, no, the entire map. You can extend all the way to cache, then play top floor, downstairs, and throw on gong area. You can play inside the bomb site itself, daycare above, bunk beds above, you know, barrels. You make rotates every single area of the map, and you can just run around like crazy. And you can't rush this bomb site, really. That's the big kicker. You can't just rush on in.
I was going to take a moment a couple rounds ago, but I figure I'll do it now because, well, the action began. Obviously no spoilers, but M80 versus FaZe on the other stream is now going to a third map. Ooh. So we told you when the first map concluded, the second map has also concluded. Those of you doing basic arithmetic will now understand that both teams won a single map.
Yes.
So of course no spoilers. Just as we have a third map in front of us, they do too. So if you want to go on over to twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, or if you want to look for the VOD at some point later on, feel free to do just that. I prefer you to stay here though, if I'm being totally frank.
Non-biased, of course.
Heroic once again starting off this round with an opening pick, but they lose Uno shortly thereafter. A glorified trade. It was NJR to die first last round. Pambazoo, the first one to go down this time.
Typically trading 1-for-1 favors the defenders in like 90% of scenarios, but on this bomb site in particular, it's like in crazy value here because you only need one side member, as we spoke about earlier. It's Pambazoo on a trap already on Frost, already placed on the gadgetry, etc. And you lose Heartbreach on Uno, the AK-12, and you do damage to the members as well. This is a great look for DarkZero.
It's just chaos right now.
It is.
Absolute chaos.
That's just the lab bomb side. Like, it's always chaotic. There's so much happening everywhere all at once.
Look at that shot. The damage from the 417, the 417, however you want to call it, the 417 takes out Gavin. Sloth walks right in and just vaporizes a player from DarkZero.
I believe it does 69 damage, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
There's no way.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Production in our ears goes nice.
I'll double check, but I'm
sorry.
sure
This is where we need a little bit of audience participation. Can we get a nice in the chat? Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Or don't. I mean, you don't need to say nice if you don't want to. Either way, upper hand goes to Heroic at the moment. These have been a bit chaotic to start off with, but then things have slowed down an awful lot. Joom dropped as he goes through the doorway. Look down. There's those EDDs. And NJR do much more than that. Sloth finished off. Noodle and Grizzly. This is DZ full, holding a full court press. A Lion's Roar comes out from NJR. Heroic could have closed that gap and tied it up, but instead, It's another win in the column of DZ. 2 rounds away from a victory over the EU Heroic squad.
We kind of touched briefly upon it earlier on, what map was it? It must have been Border. How like, yeah, on Border, how like traps, and it's particularly like Frost and Capcom traps, how like easy it is to get hit by them even at this level of play. And in that round, Heroic actually droned out the Capcom traps in both bathroom doorways, which means they had information that the Capcom traps were there, exactly there. But that happened 2 minutes earlier in the round from when it actually injured a member of their team. And it's one of those like, did we know that a Capcom there? And then somebody goes, oh, actually, yes. And the thing is, you're always working these like short-term memory gaps when you're a competitive player, because you cannot keep track of every single thing that's happening for the entirety of the round. So you're always kind of choosing what's relevant, what do we need. And in a perfect world, you will drone out that Capcom trap, and then you will be like, okay, this is important at some point in the round when we get to the bomb side. But right now it's not. I'm gonna forget about it. And then, again, in a perfect world, you're supposed to go back to that information, but like, oh, by the way, guys, bathroom door, Capcom traps, be careful. But rather often, especially from certain players who are not, you know, they're more mechanically gifted with gunplay more so than strategically, they will not really get back to that point. And they'll be like, oh, right, there was a cat. I did know that, but it didn't really click for me. Definitely a thing that happens. We kind of saw that round. Nobody to be blamed for it, but something that you can work upon, of course. We're not chess players, we are siege players. We live in the short term, not the long term.
That's chess erasure. There are chess players. There are chess players who also play Rainbow Six. Don't say we're not.
Okay.
Don't say we're not chess players. You don't. Who do you speak? You know who plays chess? Sam Stokes does.
He does.
Maybe DZ do too. Who knows? Panbazoo gets the very first kill. Down goes Sloth. These two players have been involved in the opening pick so frequently, and I mean, with the way that they've been playing their roles, that's pretty understandable. And JR's also been involved in it as well, and he takes a chunk of damage. Half of his HP gone. Again, a relatively slow round. But the good news is that there's a Doc on the board, and those stims are mighty strong. Doc needed those changes after Thunderbird came into the game, and because of that, NJR gets back to full HP and a very handsome overheal.
We're huge for the Doc change. I mean, it's... You know, I love when we see like year 1 operators being like very present in the current like version of the game, essentially, because it's easy for the simple operators to kind of fall out of the game, right? They don't do that much, but the Doc change really brought him back with a simple change.
Noodle from below, 8 kills to his name. Searching for a kill on that railing, cannot get it. You go back upstairs, try to re-engage. Looks like it's Canadian, the one who will be watching over arcade stairs for you. Uno's controller's batteries died. He's searching for them somewhere in the building. We hope that he finds them in time because there's only 50 seconds left in the round. 4 kills separate DarkZero from match point. Problem is that Heroic needs to go up the stairs. That's half the battle right there with these maps. I mean, you play Cafe and try to go up the stairs. Tell me how that goes for you.
Okay.
Nice read by Noodle on the Canadian. Down below, still inside a lab, but this has killed 30 seconds worth of time, Nick.
All right. I mean, they gotta go very soon.
It's Noodle's time to go up those arcade stairs. Panbazoo crossing over towards Cafe, engaging, wins the fight, looking for the drop. Is his read correct? No, it's not. But now Noodle will go up those same set of stairs. Uno taking damage, but he trades out in the process. He gets finished off. It's Grizzly engaging with Skies. It's a shotgun long range, and the pistol comes out. This is never a good sight. Aww. And Grizzly knows that it's over. The clock gives the round to DarkZero. They're on series point.
Yep, and you see they're staying calm and collected. Not even a brief moment of celebration for DarkZero. They mean business, but also they know that this has maybe been a bit tough of a battle than what they anticipated originally before this matchup started. Looking at, you know, them playing with Slav instead of their supposed player of Oscar. Looking at how Chalet Major went, you know, this is a rematch where DC won 7-5 Border, 8-6 Chalet. Not easy by any means, but those were also best of 1 times. This is a best of 3, different landscape entirely. Passable last round between DC and Heroic, the group stage at least. It's gonna be thrown up next on the board. And Slav had a bit of a quiet second map, decent first map. Doom, however, he was doing rather well through both map number 1 and map number 2. He's currently 1 and 8. And when you're defending as Heroic, I'm not really gonna question that too much. I don't see Doom as like the defining factor for the defending side of this team. But on the attack, however, I mean, we saw it last round. There was a lot of, inaction. Just nothing will happen. Just the Heroic waiting around for better days. No one is acting upon anything. Doom is like the player who tends to do this. And Benjamaster, when he was in Heroic, was the second person to follow up, right? It's going to be Doom and Benja being aggressive and Uno kind of being that middleman to lead them forward. Melo, when he joined, they kind of tried out a couple of things, but ultimately he was putting a more supportive cast. We're set that for this lineup, we want something more aggressive. Right now, it's not really hitting their mark.
Keep in mind, those first 3 rounds being so disastrous for Heroic required them to call their timeout very early. They have not been able to recover. They've won 3 rounds from that point onward, one of which was flawless. But you get into such a big hole, and I know that we always refer to it as a parachute, but it really is. Sometimes you just need to be able to slow down and talk to your team. They're not even able to do that. But good news for fans of Heroic. Doom takes out Panbazoo. Yet again, Panbazoo involved in the first bit of action. They cuss at one another, but in the war of words, Heroic are the ones who come out on top.
See, Waldeneye, there is none of. Impact grenades, NGR, he has 2 in pocket. That could prove valuable here. He's gonna intend the first breach go through, it seems. Yep, and then deny with the second one. Now Uno can trick out 1 for 1 for 1 and have 1 summer spare pocket at the end here. That's the only hard breacher for his team. That is the right approach, because if this wall does not get opened up successfully, the round is doomed. There's a shot, there's a chance for Heroic, but again, the breach is a vault breach. It's not ideal, and Jahi fights back.
I can't believe he bothers to engage.
No, that's risky.
And he might be pushed from that dragon door as well, but there's a crossfire from one of his teammates deeper in the bomb site. Sloth at that dragon door, as we talked about. Uno in position as well. You talked about this being a chess match. Well, they're moving about as frequently as chess pieces do.
And we're not talking Blitz, but the classic version.
No, not at all. Nade comes in from Juma.
It's big.
Characteristically poor game, blowing up NJR. Now there's free passage. Long range, Jum takes matters into his own hands. Had 2 kills before that little burst of action, but DZ fights back. They've still got some life in them. Uno and Grizzly now. Last 2 players for Heroic. DZ want all the points that they can get. Canadian, the old vet, Gavin, the brand new player.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Calls going out from the teams. You can hear it yourself.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser.
Sitting on top of the diffuser. They don't really have much information here right now, but there might be some form of 6th sense. Grizzly is far enough back, watching towards the throne. Uno's there as well. DZ need to make something happen. They're at the halfway mark. Tense moments. Heroic wants the comeback desperately, and it looks like they're going to get it. Grizzly sees the barrel of the gun, and that's it. Heroic deny DZ the map and deny them the match, but they've still got a long road to walk, because the only way Heroic get out of this is 1 of 2. In overtime, or in a body bag.
Yeah, I would say Ju made a huge play with the grenade and the follow-up kill with a nice flick, but then he might have over-aggressed in toward the other end of the bomb site and it cost him his life. And it made Heroic's chance of the round a lot more difficult than it should have been. So a valiant effort, but a bit of overconfidence. 1 success was found from his side. And the benefit for DarkZero is that they can go through the motions of bomb sites. They can go here for the first time in office. If they lose, they go 6-5. Then they can go lap downstairs or throne again. Statistically, in a great position, at least in bomb set preference. And this will now mean that we've seen every single bomb set being played out, as office has been missing from our bingo card that we have on our table here. So a hallelujah for all bomb sets being played again.
Big confirmation as well that those player comms were picked up on the stream. So those of you watching at home or on the go were able to hear what the players were saying right in the heat of that moment. And if, by the magic of production, they allow us to do listen-ins yet again, I am more than happy to shut up and let them talk.
Wonderful. I mentioned many rounds ago that Ying and or Monty would be a great execution enabler to get a way into some of these rounds. And we're not just seeing one of those two operators, we're seeing both being brought out simultaneously. Uno on the Monty and Sloth on the Ying. I really like that we're changing things up now, but it's very late, right? It's 6-4 match point, and now we're bringing out the fancy things. I would like to see this before we're absolutely in the gutter. And I keep saying we, and I'm sorry about that, but that is just the way the cookie crumbles. However, Heroic, they got a tall task ahead of them. They need to show that this change was for the better. Sloth not having the best success in the attacking side so far. He's okay with the 5 and 8. I think him leading the charge with Uno could prove much more valuable on the Ying, however. He did a great job on IQ and Chalet, which is a similar kind of setup operator as well.
I like the ability to repick into this. This is going to be a very challenging lineup and a very frustrating lineup to deal with. But I like some of the tools that are being brought here from DarkZero. You know, they flexed onto the Warden. They suspected that this was coming. The Warden got picked. You've got Solus as well to give you some information on where these gadgets are going to go, especially if there's smoke on the board. So you've got tools here for DZ to get themselves out of whatever tricky situation Heroic tries to put them in.
Oh, I agree. And it's kind of troublesome. Like, Sky's in the vault position. He will deny the entire bomb set of Office. And then you got... Oh, never mind. You got Inject jumping out a window and getting a kill. No cover.
No ace available. That's it for Hard Breach. You have to hope that the Selmas were able to open up as much as is humanly possible. Canadian sacrifice for the greater good. Heroic finds 2 kills very quickly on. They'll split their forces now. The Ash opting for another way in, but both Sloth and Noodle get spotted out. The Monty is still up with Diffuser, but that leaves just Joom to watch. Not a lot of coverage. It all rests on the shoulders of one player, and while Joom is talented, it can be a tall task. Diffuser goes down, though. You've got yourself in a much better position than you were seconds ago, but Uno's going to continue to relay information. Joom needs to be wary of getting pushed from the back. Out goes a toxic canister. Joom punched on, and the Monty goes down to give DZ the win. They'll climb on that Diffuser and make it official. It wasn't 7-5, but it was 7-4. It's as close as you're going to get. A nail biter between both of these teams, but the North American squad picks up a victory on map number 3.
Yeah. And I mean, a great showcasing from both teams. Also, the new members of both teams. Gavin getting an ace, having a phenomenal game on Theme Park. Of course, Noodle and Sloth, who's not really new, but he's back, right?
He's back.
Also had great moments as well throughout these matches. I think Heroic can be happy with what they did against a team like DarkZero. And I think DarkZero answered our questions that we had and fans had about how will Gavin fit into this roster, being very inexperienced.
Well, I think the big storyline here for these teams is, one, how evenly matched they were. That's storyline numero uno, and I'm going to keep making that pun every single time he plays. I'm sorry. If you at home are doing a bingo card, I know that I've already filled it in, but you can continue to allocate slots there. Outside of that, the other story, Heroic's mental fortitude. And I know that that comes up a lot, but they won Border, choked it out on Chalet. They had a very disappointing finish to Chalet with mistakes that were entirely their own. And then a disastrous start to Theme Park, going down 0-3 in 2 of those rounds, quite almost humiliating fashion at this level. And yet, they call a timeout, they put the pieces back together, and suddenly they look like a team that was never fazed by this to begin with. And they were still able to come back, and they're doing it with 2 players coming onto the team that don't have a ton of time and don't have a ton of experience gelling with this roster. Honestly, I know that it's a loss, and I know that I'm not a player, and I don't have that player mindset. But I would be proud of the results if I played on Heroic, given the circumstances.
No, certainly. I mean, a loss is a loss, sure, but going through maps means you do get some points on the board. You also deny points to DarkZero. When you're in the same group, these points, they matter. And in a few days, we will see if this particular upset of going all 3 maps might have a significant impact on how the group plays out.
We almost went all 36 rounds as well.
Yeah.
Right? 7-5, 7-5, 7-4 on the decider map. It wasn't like one team knew it better than the other. And honestly, I think if Chalet ends a little bit softer for Heroic, I don't know if DZ has that same triumphant start that they did on Theme Park, because I would suspect that Heroic would be in a better mindset and would be in a position to maybe stop some of that bleeding that was very present through those first 3 rounds of Theme Park. But that's it for our matchup. DZ comes out on top 2-1, but there's still another game being played. If you want to go on over to twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, FaZe Clan and M80 are doing battle on their 3rd map. But if you don't want to do that, you can watch some commercials. That's what we have ready for you.
Great.
Sit tight.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Another 3-mapper, a long but entertaining day, and DarkZero takes it. Super exciting stuff. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Demo and Ollie. A lot to unpack here. That was seriously a roller coaster ride. I want to talk about the war paint. No, for real. Like, I feel like DarkZero, it was like a vibe. Am I wrong?
Already?
Yeah, Ollie, we were chatting a little bit earlier in the green room, and they were calm, they were cool, they were collected, and that state worked for them.
If you see war paint, you're expecting cheering, people getting out of the seat, shouting, screaming. We didn't see any of that. It was really subdued. And I think that's in part because they kind of got shocked by Heroic a little bit. I don't think they were expecting Heroic to come out here and be so competitive.
Did any of us, though?
No, nobody did.
You blame DZ. Yeah, it was, I think, for DZ today, probably disappointed the fact that they've dropped the point. I think they will be. I think a team with the hopes and aspirations that they have and the history that they have, they'll want to come in here, get the job done, get the 4 points, get out as quick as they can. But Heroic put up a good fight, but not good enough. It wasn't a strong enough fight to see them over and get them that third map. So DZ, there's a stats there from Theme Park. NGR, top the pops. Gavin, finally, we see what he's made of, Ollie.
We didn't really see much out of Gavin in the first 2 maps, did we? Kind of flew under the radar, and we almost sort of thinking, is this sort of first big land nerves, big tier 1 stage, and the nerves getting to him? Finally, he came alive on Theme Park, got an ace, which is doing quite a bit to pad those stats, because he didn't do all too much afterwards. But it was a good performance, and you've got to give a bit of a shout out to Heroic as well. I think Noodle played a fantastic Theme Park, and really, didn't give up before the final whistle. Always good to see.
And DarkZero definitely pulling that one off. But Demo, I just want to pick your brain a little bit. You were talking about the map ban choices, and you were a little bit worried about DarkZero.
Obviously they've won the series, so what I'm saying, take it.
They were fine,
So it was fine in the end, but I'm shocked by the second map. I think Chalet. I think EU as a region, they're always known for playing Chalet. It's a map that a lot of teams will play there. It's the reason why BDS, you see them kind of ban it away, because they know just how many teams play Chalet and how it's kind of ingrained into the ecosystem of that region. And then to see DZ not only let it through, but then also, kind of pick it, it's very strange, because I feel as though you're almost giving Heroic like a fighting chance, Ollie.
I think DZ really got away with one there, because neither of the 2 teams today did a great job on the attack. Their attacks were very stale, and there was a lot of problems really that we could jump into for those attacking rounds. And I think that's partly what did Heroic on Chalet, is they couldn't attack. Whereas you say DZ picked the map, you would expect them to be able to come away with a few attacking rounds. They got a couple, but it was the defenses that really shone. They were really, really good on the defense. And it all sort of ties in. It makes sense now looking back at it, but at the time we were really sort of worried about these choices.
Well, let's talk about some standout performances, and I believe that we have declared an MVP, and it is NJR, which stats-wise seems appropriate. How did you feel about NJR's performance, Demo?
Oh, he's been a good player, hasn't he? You have to give credit to him. Sure, there's been up and downs, but that's really with DZ. They've had up and downs, everyone. But it's solid. I think you know what you're going to get in the tin, almost all. You know what NJR brings to the table. He's going to be in there with the entries. He's going to be able to show up whenever it matters. And he's. I think still some people view him as a rookie. Guy's been around for a while now. I think he's past the rookie status. He's settled in now. And, he's a staple member. He's on the shelf.
You mentioned the entries there, and it was really the entries that did it for both of these 2 teams. Interestingly, neither team was able to play from in front very well. And if they got the opening kill, it was like they had a great start to the round, but the end of the round really did fall off significantly. Obviously, NJR, our highlighted player here, our MVP. Realistically, if this had gone Heroic's way, it would have been very easy to pick somebody up on that side as well. It wasn't an extreme standout performance. It was just the most consistent tonight on DZ.
Well, we've been talking a lot about DZ, but Demo, I want to pick your brain about Heroic. I believe that they rose to the occasion. No, they did not get the win, but it was a solid performance from them.
Yeah, they take a point. They take a point from it. I think they'll be got it with the Chalet. I think themselves having the confidence going into winning that first map, where probably a lot of people would write you off from the get-go. No, we certainly did. I'm sure many people did. But they played a great border. I think it stood them down to a T. the way they approach Border is the way I like to see teams play it, which is aggressive. You know, you want to get in the face. It's not a map where you sit back, relax. It's a map where you get in there, you play chaotic. You know, I think it opens up possibilities for players like Doom, who is notorious in that playstyle where he rats about. You know, he does what he wants. He had a blinder, I think 13 kills on that map, only something like that. It fitted them down to a T, and I think DZ, again, you've mentioned before, only with the attacks for DZ, I think they played it too passive. I think they maybe should have attacked it with a little bit more oomph, and you know, in the tank. So, and then gets on the Chalet. Like we said, I think this was a very, very close map as well, which could have went either way.
The Chalet was like we said, the interesting one where Heroic did a great job on the defense. DarkZero did struggle on that attack, and it was again down to that stale lineup that we saw on Border. And it was almost a bit of an alarm bell at the split where we see a 4-2 split coming off for Heroic, and you're thinking, oh, they could do this here. They could do this in 2. But obviously the side switch comes through. Unfortunately for DarkZero, there are 2 sides to Siege.
I think the slow start killed them in that theme park.
Yeah,
I think it did.
It definitely did. And obviously, like you said, move on to theme park. The trend of the evening, though, for DarkZero, they've really been banging their head against this wall of the composition that they want to bring on that attack. And I think that not having that ability to bring something that has a little bit more flair when it's necessary could come back to hurt them. They've got away with it tonight. They've been able to get a result. They've been able to really grind it out with the operators that they're comfortable with. But if they're going to play a Border again, they're going to need to bring something a little bit more.
And obviously for DZ, there's other teams you have to go through. FaZe is obviously the
Heroic isn't the best team.
No. But FaZe is going to be one which I think you need to adapt to. We know how deadly FaZe can be. They're probably one of the most quick think teams that we've had in Siege for the past 2 years. They're just on it all the time. So DZ, I think there's still lessons to be learned from that. And yeah, I think they still need to show me a bit more before I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, I think they'll challenge for it. So still a bit to go yet for me.
I'm sad. Our Stream A action is done. Y'all are free. I'm still here though. Y'all were great. Demo, Ollie, Hearts. You guys are awesome, but you're free now. But y'all at home, don't go anywhere because we got some Stream B action going on. That's right, M80 versus FaZe. We'll be back in a flash and see how things are wrapping up there. Hopefully a tight map 3. I can't wait. Let's get out of here. I want to go see how it goes.
This has been a pretty common pick for M80, specifically on maps 1 and 3 as well. So I'm going to be curious to see if we see it pop out just as often here on this map as we were seeing back on Oregon.
Yeah, the tree of Amaru is starting to bear more and more fruit as she's, been since she's been released. Really, honestly, she's kind of aging like a fine wine. Really,
they haven't really made that many huge changes.
There hasn't been any sweeping changes to her, minus her getting secondary heart breaks. That's the only change that they've made. They also nerfed her switch time when you put the Gara hook away because it was initially too fast and people were getting absolutely decimated by her. So they slowed it down just a tad bit to where the defense now has a kind of a chance. So that's the 2 things that have been changed since she came out. But really,
I think that was like a quick reaction as well when they changed that. Like they buffed it and then like nerfed it a few weeks later or something.
Yeah, it was something along those lines. But that was really it. That's really all we've seen out of the op for like sweeping things. But again, really not sweeping at the end of the day. So yeah, it's just seen more and more play throughout the years, and really it's just for that explosive nature of what the kit gives you.
All right, well, let's see if it can explode onto the site from FaZe yet again, and yield success to set up what would be the 6th round for M80. Just going to be used for a bit of a quicker entry into control this time around, and of course, now being complemented by that very confident gun, which we saw get a multi-kill back towards the tail end of one of our previous games. It's going to be all on Gomez here to try to light up that first target if one will present itself. But it seems as though FaZe Clan choosing not to play too heavily into this upstairs hold whatsoever. It's actually a pretty uneventful push so far for M80.
Yeah, very slow, trying to work out the entire map before they start hightailing it down to the site and attempting to get these walls open. But this is what we expect. This is why the Solus ban came in. You heard me talking about it initially. Theme Park is a map where if you thought you needed to drone on other maps, this is the one that you definitely need to drone on. We only have a couple of those in the map pool where it is of the utmost importance, and Theme Park definitely one of those. Obviously, drone's always important, but Theme Park just that much more so. There's so many areas you can just sneakily slip through the cracks and end up right in behind the opposition and end up making mincemeat of a round that could have been the offenses. So now for FaZe, with M80 bearing down on their location, they've got 45 seconds to figure this one out.
As we continue to wait for the clock to tick down, M80 are unfortunately no closer to a solution just as of yet here. This site has been just as hard to breach as it was for FaZe back in the first half as well here. FaZe is barely to move a muscle inside of their setup in the meanwhile here. Is starting to lose some of their supporting walls, however, and that'll ring the bell for the first kill to come out from M80 also. Spirits claims it against Bullet, eliminating the Valkyrie from the defensive lineup here. Cyber on the pistol, thought he was going to be a dead man for sure, but gets away with one before being traded out by Young. Another kill also found by FaZe. Astro lurking out here to try to fend off the push, coming in through the hat, tries to create a Kiva barricade. It works to give him a little bit more room to play, but he can't negotiate with kill. Manages to go down. The res is going to come up against Souls. They'll choose to bring this back to a 2v2 instead of denying the plant, so it will go down onto the ground, and we are ignited. However, Spirits immediately shuts out one. Souls will trade that, however, back down to a 1v1. Yoga has the health advantage, but does he have the positional info necessary to close out against Souls? Thankfully, he won't have to worry too much about that. Souls, in the meanwhile here, needs to adventure over towards it, and oh no, the unscope at just the wrong moment. M80 steals the round, and they push themselves up on a map and match point.
Astro, in his dying breath, throws down this kunai knife that saves everyone over on the Furnace side. That is absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like that before. There was a serious chance for FaZe to try and stop that plant from going down, but that singular Kiba barrier blocking a lot of the angles working in there. I mean, you can definitely work your way into Furnace quite deep there, but that just made it to where Yaga had so much area to play with, and making it really, really impossible for FaZe to try and fight back, especially given the health pool.
All right, well, one final round is all M80 need at this point here, and with a heroic stance like that on the last round, FaZe may unfortunately be lining up to meet their maker when it comes to this series here. Just does not seem like they can contend against the raw fragging prowess that we are getting out of M80. Not only in this map, but back on map number 1 as well. Like we had talked about quite a bit, the second map certainly a bit rockier for the team. FaZe getting a much better read on how to counter out M80, but it seems these more open formula maps, maybe ones more similar to Oregon, M80 really has the book locked down right now. And it's going to be dangerous for other teams in this group to try to contend against them on those types of maps.
Yes, indeed. I think the key thing here is, though, is that, you know, there has been some holes inside the armor of M80. Some decent gaps have been exploitative when it comes to FaZe Clan's play. So maybe there is some things that some squads can pull, especially from Chalet, to see how M80 ticks. That it would be the thing that, you know, if I was an analyst, I'm going back to watch. How exactly did FaZe get it over on M80 in that? What was the key differences between that map and what we're seeing here on Theme Park and what we saw on Oregon? By the end of this first stage here at SI, we could be seeing teams try and handle M80 completely differently. That's the beauty of a tournament that lasts this long. It's not about where you start, it's about where you finish.
Well, he's looking for a quick finish here on map number 3 of the series. Kino already trying to pop things open from the break room side as well to be able to give them greater access to the eventual site and clear out any extended game from FaZe Clan. It'll work out quite nicely. FaZe won't be able to play into that too much. Yaga is trying to establish an angle from down below, and he's nearly found it 2 to 3 times. You know, as we checked in with him a few seconds prior, and he was already close to matching a member of FaZe from that position as well. Souls is going to be the one to strike first this time, however, as he finds Kino out and eliminates the hard breach from play before it has a chance to truly be effective here. Only managed to get that one break room wall down.
Slow and steady for M80 here. Halfway through the round now, frag grenade out, and it might land. Oh, so very close. If he cooks that for half a second longer, Vita King is instantaneously dead as that crosses over the balcony. But instead, sails right past him. And M80 still in the hole when it comes to the man count. And they're trying to figure it out still from the downward position, constantly trying to find themselves an angle or frag grenade that could potentially be a big kill onto these FaZe Clan members holding down the site.
Souls to strike true for a second time here now. 2 kills claimed just in this round, I do believe, here. And Vita King just an easy one there. Yaga not even considering the fact there could have been someone on the stairs, so picks that one up. Thankfully, Vita King missing the potential follow-up to Yaga there. So Spirits as well gets quite the easy one to follow through with things. Unfortunately, anything beyond this is going to be a bit more difficult for M80, but they might be getting it anyway. Diaz and Spirits both find a kill. Low HP for both of them now, or half at best. But still, They've evened it back down to a 2v2, and there's still 30 seconds left on the play clock.
FaZe, there's absolutely no way. Please, please, please. Like, there seems to be not even a drone that's active for M80 that's useful. Everybody's just switching back and forth for what I believe is a flank drone, because there's really nothing else to look at. They have 0 drones in their pocket. They're pushing forward, and finally, FaZe will shut it down. But how scary of a round was that? 2 versus 5 down to a 2 versus 2? Not something you see every day, but that's just how much firepower M80 have at their disposal.
That's part of the problem for FaZe too, is they, to an extent, have been leaving the window open for these types of plays to be made, where they really should not be allowed to sneak away with these types of frags, considering the situation that had been set before them. FaZe Clan just getting a little overzealous and potentially letting far too much go, which has allowed M80 to escape to this much of a deficit over FaZe Clan here. Initiation is up next here for our defenders as FaZe tries to hold on here. The first of 5 rounds need to be picked up. 4 more to go from this point onward to be able to trigger OT.
All right, well, we saw it out of M80, but can we get it out of the newfound FaZe? Vitalized here with Vita King working his way in for Cameraman. We've said it throughout the rest of the maps, but feel like it's definitely a key moment here to talk about it yet again. This is going to be Vita King's coming of age party. He's made it to T1 at a T1 tournament and trying to find his first big win here. And it was a huge comeback in the dying moments of Theme Park. That might be just the icing on the cake to kind of rectify everything that started happening here today. I think a lot of people really considering that FaZe Clan could seriously take it to M80, but the shoe is completely on the other foot.
So FaZe Clan once more up against the wall here, playing into a site where they need to extend their position out quite heavily. They may not necessarily have the capability to do that from the get-go, which has set them up for a potential losing round right from the beginning of it. But they've been able to hold the tide. They still were able to control things back on the previous round and have begun very, very long road to recovery here for the 3rd map. M80 was able to pull it off and at least trigger overtime back on the previous map, although they ultimately failed to close down the map itself. Now FaZe are going to be asked to pull off an even greater comeback here. They're the ones currently behind in this series overall. Lots of those drones continuing to work their way in. Rotero drones taking care of some of that deployed utility to open up the pathway from Cafe outward, and the normal drones to follow it and reconfirm player positions after that Rotero had gone off.
Yeah, M80 looking to reconvene and start to push themselves into the buildings. Some serious angles starting to be adapted into their offensive onslaught as well. As you can see, the break room breaking open, but Astro cracks Spirit's noggin all in that process. Looks like they're going to be worse for wear in that regard. The info utility not nearly as abound as it used to be. They do still have quite a few drones, though, that they can use to their full disposal. Yaga will be able to at least get rid of some utility around the main stairs, but now they have to try and see if they can get a pick of their own. Yaga making a lot of